Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 809 to Chapter 866. As a young man who came from the internet era on Earth, Klein quickly understood what Miss Magicians wanted to do, what she planned to do, and what she was relying on. Isn't this the sharing economy? With Tarot and the Fool around, the technical limitations aren't a problem. Miss Magicians is usually lazy and doesn't have a sense of existence. I never expected her to have such keen intuition in this aspect. Yes, it also stems from my request to rent the spellbook. Regardless, it's pretty good to be able to quickly gain inspiration and establish a business model. Klein deliberately made the world's German sparrow deliberate for a few seconds. I might need it this weekend and next week. He had estimated it based on the time it would take for Mr. the Hanging Man to return to the edge of the Worsted Sea from the Abyss Maelstrom. He had also given Mr. Hanging Man some time to stabilize his spirituality and replenish his items. When the time came, they would join forces to explore the primitive island with many Beyonder creatures. Magician's Furs hurriedly nodded when she heard that. All right, I'll make the arrangements. It won't affect your usage. As she secretly heaved a sigh of relief, she requested Mr. Fool to witness the rental agreement. After receiving an affirmative answer, she indicated that the private conversation was over. Following that, she conjured Laymanos Travels and surveyed the area. Everyone, I have a mystical item here. It has a total of 38 pages. Every page can help the user record the Beyonder powers they have seen and release them when needed. However, it will be weaker than the original. Every page can be repeatedly recorded, and each record can only be used once. Among them, there are 3 pages that can be used for demigod-level Beyonder powers, but the success rate of recording is very low. It might not even succeed once in 10 times. Furs simply explained the characteristics and negative effects of Laymanos Travels, making the eyes of Audrey and company light up. It wasn't difficult for them to tell the value of the notebook in Miss Magician's hands, as they were no longer novices in the mysticism and Beyonder domains. There was no need for them to communicate with it. At the same time, they treated it as a demigod artifact. This is a little similar to Shepherd and Creeping Hunger. They can use different Beyonder powers from many pathways, but they don't have as many negative effects. Furthermore, there's a chance to record a demigod's powers. Drawing my own blood. As Audrey thought about it, she suddenly shrank her hand in fear. As the daughter of a great noble, she had almost never been injured since she was young, so she had a strong fear of pain due to the unknown. When Furs stopped, she raised her hand slightly and said, Miss Magicians, how much do you want to exchange it for? Audrey believed that her father, Earl Hall, would also recognize the value of Laymanos Travels. It was impossible for him not to reimburse her, therefore, she planned on fully satisfying Furs's request. She must be short on money recently, otherwise, she wouldn't be selling such an important and practical mystical item. Audrey thought with some pity as she considered if she should offer a premium. Damn it. Why can't she wait until I return from that primitive island before selling it? The Hanging Man Alger also had a strong interest in Laymanos Travels, but he didn't have the money or ingredients to purchase the mystical item. £1,300 was wealth that an ordinary person might not be able to accumulate in 10 or 20 years, but it was still extremely far from an item at the level of Laymanos Travels. It's worth at least £10,000. If I were to encounter a Beyonder with the backing of a major faction, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for more than £30,000. Alger swept his gaze across Miss Justice, who was inquiring about the price, and Catlia, who had nudged her glasses and was about to join the bidding. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He didn't believe that the trade would fail as he wished. It wouldn't be sold by the time he returned from the primitive island. Miss Justice is rich, and the Hermit has Queen Mystic and the Moses Ascetic Order. They aren't lacking in money or resources. Sigh. The Hanging Man Alger changed his sitting posture slightly as he stared across him with a heavy gaze. Emlyn and Son were similarly interested in Laymanos Travels, but that was all. They knew very well that they didn't have the ability to make the corresponding exchange. Upon hearing Miss Justice's question, Furs realized that she seemed to have forgotten to mention the most important point. She hurriedly added, no, it's not for sale, but for rental. When you need it, you can rent it for a short period of time. Mr. Fool will bear witness to it. Rent? That's possible? At that moment, apart from the fool Klein and Son, Xianxia and company were clearly taken aback. Without a doubt, they knew what a rental transaction was, but they never imagined that it could be applied to a mystical item, much less that it would appear on the tarot. This seemed to be very feasible. This was rather useful to every member of the tarot. Furthermore, the cost was very low, making it affordable. As for Miss Magicians, she could accumulate an objective sum of wealth. No, what was most useful was the Beyonder powers recorded. She could use this to gather different types of Beyonder powers from different pathways. It was many times more efficient than finding an opportunity to record them by herself. Alger quickly figured out the crux of the rental deal. Delighted, he asked, "What's the point of the rental deal?" Delighted, he asked, "How do I rent it?" Laymanos Travels corresponds to a sequence 6. Normally, it's worth about £5,000, but with its uniqueness, it's worth at least £10,000. Magician's Furs had accumulated quite a bit of experience in the tarot. After some consideration, she said, the basic fee for each rental is £300, with an additional £50 for every additional day. And when returning, you have to ensure that the Beyonder powers in the notebook have 2 more pages than when it was rented out. If there's only 1 blank page or no blank page, you just have to fill in the entire notebook. 2 more pages didn't mean 2 more powers. This also meant that she could freely use the Beyonder powers in Laymanos Travels. It just needed to be filled in at the end. It didn't need to be of the same type, just the number of pages. £50 a day, £1,500 a month. If it's possible, I can keep renting it. Audrey did a simple calculation of the cost. The hanging man Alger felt agitated and excited when he heard that, but he said without a change in expression, I plan on renting it for 2 days. However, the exact price still needs to be discussed. It will be adjusted according to the existing Beyonder powers in the notebook. He felt a lot more confident in his exploration of the primitive island. When do you plan on renting it? Furs asked in delight when she saw that business had immediately appeared. I'll rent it for 2 days between this weekend and the end of next week. The exact time has yet to be confirmed, Alger replied without any hesitation. Furs immediately frowned and said in a slightly cowardly manner, don't worry about it. I've already rented it to Mr. World during this period of time. Rented it to World? When did that happen? The hanging man Alger looked at the end of the long bronze table in surprise. He immediately came to a realization, believing that it was an agreement that the World and the magicians had reached during their private conversation. Why would they reach such an agreement? There's no need for Miss Magicians to inform me of the rental of the mystical item. They've contacted each other in private and had other transactions? What kind of contact or transactions could they have? Previously, Miss Magicians had entrusted the assassination of an Aurora Order oracle, and the World had accepted the mission. And that oracle's specialty is to record the Beyonder powers of others and use them once. This is identical to Laymanos Travels. Does this mean that the World has already succeeded? As a result, Miss Magicians owes him a debt and hasn't been able to resolve it completely. Now, she's finally thought of a way to repay it? Alger eliminated one possibility after another before finally feeling that he had found the truth. Before anyone heard anything, the World German Sparrow had easily hunted an Aurora Order oracle, a suspected Sequence 5 oracle. This left the hanging man Alger secretly alarmed. This was because he was about to cooperate with the World. Thankfully, there's Mr. Fool as a witness. As a blessed German Sparrow wouldn't go back on an agreement made in front of a deity. Alger consoled himself as he retracted his gaze from the World. Meanwhile, Audrey and Xianxia had also thought of the Aurora Order's oracle from the various transactions between Mr. World and Miss Magicians. Thinking of how his Beyonder powers were similar to Laymanos Travels, they couldn't help but guess that the World might have already completed the mission, and the rental of the spellbook was part of the transaction. Emlyn didn't think about these matters as he focused on not being able to borrow it this weekend and next week. In other words, I can borrow it for the first few days of the week. If I have the help of this notebook, those 2 primordial moon believers won't pose any threat to me. Emlyn looked around, feeling anxious as he said slowly, can I rent it for today and tomorrow? Can I rent it for today and tomorrow? £400 plus 2 pages of Beyonder powers, Magician's Furs directly offered. Emlyn nodded gently and said, "First, introduce the Beyonder powers that have been recorded. If they aren't of much use to me, I wish to lower the price. This is because I still need to spend time recording them." Magician's Furs flipped through Lamino's travels and gave a vague introduction. Door opening. Black screen. Tumble. Teleportation. Lightning strike. Float. Flight. Windblade. Why are there so many Beyonder powers from the storm domain? Did the world use them? He recorded the corresponding Beyonder powers of Sea God from Mr. Fool. When I return to the cathedral, I'll have to investigate what has happened in Bakeland recently. That oracle shouldn't have died without any news. As Alger listened, he had thoughts of investigating. P.S. Requesting for double the monthly votes for the last day also, I have good news to announce. The publisher has agreed to publish a remade version of the physical book's first volume. The cover and design will be better, and only the sensitive and erroneous parts will be changed. When the remade version is published, those who have already bought the first volume and aren't satisfied with it can apply for a swap. The Hermit also made the connection from the Beyonder powers of Lamino's travels to the world's German sparrow, as well as the scepter in Mr. Fool's hand that originated from sea god Cavituous. I wonder if I can pay a certain price to get the Fool to display the demigod-level powers of Storm and his own domain. This is better than seeking help from the Moses Ascetic Order. That will let them know that I have Lamino's travels. I'll first write to Her Majesty. Perhaps she'll come to the future to display her powers. The more Catlia thought about it, the more she felt that the spellbook had value that exceeded its level. Unfortunately, Miss Magicians only rented it and not sold it. After hearing the introduction, Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was because lightning-related Beyonder powers were very lethal against artificial vampires. Of course, it was the same for the vampires. Very good. I was worried that I would have no choice but to seek help from Sun and pass Lamino's travels to him, requesting him to demonstrate his purification powers and record it. Emlyn instantly felt relaxed as he shot a glance at Sun and said to Magician's Furs, "That's right. Deal." £400 and some records of Beyonder powers were nothing compared to the mission he wanted to complete. It's really fast to earn money this way. Furthermore, I can obtain Beyonder powers. Fur suddenly felt that the future was bright. Alright, I'll get Mr. Fool to pass it to you after the gathering. Right on the heels of that, she turned to look at Catlia. Ma'am, the direct descendant of the House of Abraham has replied. Do you want to speak privately, or do you want me to say it directly? The hermit Catlia thought for a moment. Talk to me alone. Soon, everyone's senses were blocked. Magician's Furs relayed her teacher's words. They don't know much about Mr. Door either. They only know three things. Firstly, their family's ancestor had an existence who called himself Mr. Door. Second, this ancestor went missing during the War of the Four Emperors. They have been working hard to find his whereabouts. Thirdly, they will hear murmurs that can cause them to lose control during the full moon and blood moon. Also, they don't want to contact you directly for now. The third point was added by Furs herself. She hoped that Ma'am Hermit and Queen Mystic, who backed her, could use this opportunity to figure out the matter regarding Mr. Door. This would help the House of Abraham escape its cursed fate. Mr. Door is the ancestor of the House of Abraham. He disappeared during the War of the Four Emperors and will produce ravings every full moon? Yes, the latter point was confirmed by Mr. Fool. There's no doubt about it. In other words, although Mr. Door has disappeared, he still relies on the ravings of the full moon and blood moon to influence Beyonders of the same bloodline, as well as creatures who use specific items. This means that he hasn't completely lost contact with the real world. Is this how the Emperor intersects with him? Queen Mystic once said that a member of the House of Abraham was working for the Emperor. Catlia had some guesses as she nodded slightly. If there are any other questions, I'll continue asking you to pass them on. I'll pay the remaining £650 today. £650. Together with Mr. Moon's £400, I've earned £1,050 today. Together with the remaining £730 from before, as well as the £1,000 I might have left after selling the 2 properties and paying Mr. World, my savings will exceed £3,000. This way, I'll have enough money for the other main ingredient of scribe. I might even have some left over. At that moment, Furs suddenly realized that she had become a little rich. This made her wonder if she should help Xiao purchase an interrogator beyond her characteristic to make up for the risk this good friend of hers had to bear during the assassination of Mr. X. After the sensory blockage ended, before Furs could say a word, she heard the world's German sparrow say in a hoarse voice, "I need a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. I need a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. Anything that corresponds to sequence 9 or 8 will do." The hermit Catlia thought for a moment and said, "I can help you ask around." "I can help you ask, but there aren't many items from the Marauder pathway appearing. There might be a premium." "No problem," Klein replied as he controlled the world. He then made the puppet look at Miss Magicians, who had just become rich. "I want to sell an interrogator beyond her characteristic for £1,000. Typically speaking, such a sequence 7 beyond her characteristic that could be used as a main ingredient would cost about £1,200. However, Klein now had 2 of them. Furthermore, thinking that he had used Miss Xiao to participate in the gathering, it might bring her a certain amount of risk, so he gave a slight discount. "Only £1,000. This is a special price in a department store. But why does Mr. World know what I want?" "Right, he's blessed of Mr. Fool. The interrogator beyond her characteristic from before is in his hands, and he knows that I can afford it now." Magician's Furs was taken aback for 2 seconds, nearly forgetting to respond. During this process, Audrey resisted the urge to shop because she knew that Xiao needed such items. £1,000? An interrogator beyond her characteristic? The hermit Catlia seriously wondered if the world had any hidden intentions. Then, she heard Miss Magician say, "Deal. I haven't even named a price." Catlia mumbled inwardly, but she maintained her silence on the surface. She could vaguely tell that the world and the magicians had a strange tacit understanding on this matter, so she didn't rashly interrupt. Similarly, she could sense that something good had happened to the hanging man over the past week. He was more spirited than before, appearing more confident. He previously bought the Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredient. He also asked me where there are Obninsk monsters that don't belong to the Church of the Storm. This should have something to do with the ritual. He has already advanced? Catlia suddenly felt a sense of danger. As the famous Admiral of Stars of the 5 Seas, she had always felt a sense of superiority on the tarot. But in recent times, the world German sparrow had shown the strength to hunt pirate admirals. Following that, the hanging man had become a sequence 5, and one that was very good at naval combat. This made her feel that she no longer had the right to look down on others. She suddenly felt a sense of urgency that she hadn't felt in a long time. However, what lies before me is sequence 4, the boundary between spirituality and godhood. How can it be that easy to advance? I prepared for years, but I still haven't seen any hope. Catlia sighed inwardly and looked at the world German sparrow. She took the initiative to ask, "Are you confident about that drop of mythical creature blood?" "I was just waiting for you to mention it." As the fool Klein watched the transaction with a smile, he controlled the world to laugh hoarsely. "That angel wanted me to ask you, what price can you pay to get him to give him a drop of blood?" He emphasized that it has to be to his satisfaction. "Angel? Mr. World can directly contact an angel? Furthermore, he can convince the other party to give him a drop of blood." Audrey was first alarmed before her thoughts raced as she turned her head to look at the end of the long bronze table. She suspected that Mr. Fool's blessed, the world, was contacting the angel who served Mr. Fool. She was the same as the magicians and company. She previously believed that the world knew where the angel or the remains of an angel were. She never expected him to directly speak to an angel. After all, an angel that walked the earth was equivalent to the religious leaders of the 7 churches, indeed. The hanging man Alger sighed silently, feeling that his previous guess had been confirmed. As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed. Catlia held back her surprise and joy as she pondered for a moment. "I wonder which pathway's angel he is from." The world surveyed the area and said, "That's right. Monster. Monster, in other words, an angel of the fate pathway? It's no wonder Mr. Fool's honorific name has the words, King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck." Audrey, Sun, and company were enlightened. They felt that their deductions were in line with the actual situation and internal logic. Their gazes and guesses of their train of thought stirred Klein. Only then did he notice the corresponding problem. In his made-up honorific name, there was a description of wielding good luck, and it successfully pointed above the gray fog. Could it be related to the fact that people of the fate pathway can directly see my uniqueness? Snake of Mercury, Will Septon, took the initiative to express goodwill and establish a relationship with me. Could this be a factor? In my 3-paragraph honorific name, the first paragraph is a description of my essence. The second paragraph is a description of the divine realm. Only the third paragraph involves authority and wields good luck. Of course, the word fool itself might also contain a certain level of authority. Klein suddenly felt the need to find another opportunity to communicate with a particular unborn fetus. However, he suspected that the paper crane would tear at any moment. This was because just the process of wiping the original contents was rather dangerous. At this moment, the hermit Xianxia said, "Thank you for your help. I'll consider it seriously and try to give you an answer as soon as possible." She planned on taking the opportunity to consult Queen Mystic to see what conditions could move an angel of the fate pathway. With the hermit and the world's conversation coming to an end, the transaction was officially over. The tarot members entered the free exchange segment. Magicians first thought for a moment and looked at Emlyn. "Let me remind you of 2 things. First, memorize every page's corresponding power. If you flip the wrong page in battle and use the wrong power, it will be very dangerous." Emlyn immediately scoffed. "I'm very confident in my intelligence." Furs didn't say anything else and instead mentioned, "That's right." Instead, she said, a serious incident involving Beyonders happened in East Borough. The surrounding area is in a state of high alert. If you wish to carry out operations there, it's best you pay more attention. Emlyn placed great importance on this piece of information. He immediately asked, "Do you know what serious incident it is?" P.S. Requesting for double monthly votes on the last day. PS2, let's talk about the reset of the physical book. This time, it's a swap. After the reset version is released, those who bought the first volume can apply for a swap unconditionally. Also, there will definitely be some typos and incorrect sentences in the content, as well as some sensitive content. After all, it has to be in line with the policy. This is something I can accept. As for the paper, cover design, and the accessories that come with it, they will be selected and reviewed by me. I'll get a lucky audience to decide. That's about it. Once the reset version is released, everyone can apply for a swap. Upon hearing Mr. Moon's question, Magician's Furs nearly blurted out, "Yes. It's very clear. I just don't know the details of the process." However, she managed to control her mouth in time as she looked at Mr. World, who was seated at the end of the long bronze table in fear. Almost at the same time, the hanging man Alger, Audrey, and Xianxia combined their previous guesses and vaguely guessed that the serious matter that had happened in East Borough of Bakeland was the assassination of the Aurora Order's oracle, assassinated by the World, and as she wasn't a spectator, there was no way to read the answer from the look in his eyes. All Furs could do was force a smile at Emlyn. "As for the exact details, I'm unable to answer you. I only know that a demigod-level Beyonder power in the Storm domain appeared. This made the Church of the Storm place great importance on it." She didn't dare explain the entire story on Mr. World's behalf. All she did was simply describe what she had seen. From her point of view, if Mr. World was willing to divulge the matter, she would definitely add to it. A demigod-level Beyonder power in the Storm domain? Audrey and company were taken aback as they instinctively suspected if their guesses were correct. They had previously believed that Lamino's Travels was an item formed after the Aurora Order's oracle died. Therefore, it was impossible for the World to use Mr. Fool's help to record a demigod-level power before he assassinated him. The serious matter that involved a Beyonder in East Borough had nothing to do with Mr. World? No, Furz's glance was enough to prove that it was Mr. World's doing. However, why would a demigod-level Beyonder power in the Storm domain appear? One possibility is that Lamino's Travels isn't the reward of the assassination, and that it originally belonged to Furs. The other possibility is that a cardinal of the Church of the Storm or a Beyonder with a corresponding sealed artifact had attacked it. If it's the former, to be able to make Mr. World use a demigod-level Beyonder power, it means that the oracle is rather powerful. Furthermore, there's a saint backing him. If it's the latter, Mr. World being able to leave safely under such an attack is enough to show how terrifying he is. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that he deliberately led the people of the Church of the Storm to meet the Aurora Order's oracle, and while the battle between demigods broke out, the scene was abnormally chaotic, and he efficiently completed the assassination. From the various details that she had observed, Audrey had a few guesses, and every guess pointed to the same thing: World has strength, intelligence, support, and the ability to take action. He's one of the top sequence 5 Beyonders below demigods. How terrifying. As expected of Mr. Fool's Blessed. When I reach a cathedral, I should be able to figure out the details of this matter. The hanging man Alger also had a preliminary judgment as he sighed inwardly. All he could do was console himself that with such a helper, the exploration of the primitive island would be much easier. As for Catlia, she had similar thoughts as Audrey. She planned on asking Queen Mystic about the situation. This owner of the Dawn had previously revealed in her letter that she was currently in Bakeland. Storm Domain, demigod level beyond her power. Emlyn repeated Miss Magician's words with a slight headache. Although he liked to stay at home and didn't like going out, he was in a huge city. From time to time, he would head to the hospital to get some blood to drink, so he still had some common sense. In addition to the warnings and teachings of his elders, he had a deep understanding of the official organizations like the mandated Punishers, Nighthawks, and Machinery Hive Mind. He knew how such a serious matter would affect the surrounding area. If I infiltrate East Borough without a good disguise, I might be pinned down and captured by the mandated Punishers before I even approach the target. Although I have the identity of a member of the Church of Mother Goddess, preventing me from being imprisoned underground or becoming a sealed artifact researcher, this also means that the operation will fail. I might even have Lamino's travels taken away. At this stage, it's even more dangerous to walk through the sewers. I wonder how many official Beyonders are lurking there. Emlyn suddenly realized that the seemingly easy mission had become very difficult. He quickly made a decision. He would take action after evening and before midnight. During this period of time, the lower-class citizens of East Borough would be returning from their work. Although it was dark, the streets were bustling. Even if the mandated Punishers had 10 times the number of people, they wouldn't be able to carry out strict surveillance under such circumstances and identify every suspicious person. What's next is to plan the operation and try to finish off the 2 artificial vampires without causing a stir. Yes, I have to consider the situation where the battle is intense and I can't hide it. Wait, Miss Magician's just mentioned that Lamino's travels has the beyonder power of teleportation. Problem solved. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. I'll take note. He said this very calmly, appearing very confident as though everything was under his control. This fellow, Emlyn, was put in a difficult position before relaxing. It's 90% because he thought of the traveler's door in Lamino's travels. If I hadn't drawn traveling, I would have definitely added a condition. That is, before the World German Sparrow uses it, no one is to touch that spellbook page. Klein scoffed inwardly without saying a word. To him, since Lamino's travels only had one traveler's door, he would definitely need to use Creeping Hunger to return to the primitive island. In that case, he might as well squeeze the glove dry. Regardless, he had defeated death row criminal, so he couldn't waste it. In short, I've warned you. Magician's Furs didn't speak further. All she wished was for Mr. Moon to do well. At this moment, the hanging man Alger turned his head to look at little Sunday. You're still in the City of Silver? Yes, my recent mission is to familiarize myself with my powers and patrol the surrounding area, Sun answered without hiding anything. Alger pondered for a moment and said, yes. That elder shepherd hasn't come looking for you recently? No. Derek paused and said, the 6-member council seems to be busy with the former chief's mausoleum. As for the details, I don't have the authority to know. Klein had heard Sun mention the former chief of the City of Silver. He said that he had built a mausoleum deep underground and moved in, never to come out again. It was suspected that he had failed to switch to sequence 3 of the death pathway. I wonder what happened inside the mausoleum. My spiritual intuition tells me that there's hidden danger. Before Klein could say a word, he heard the hanging man Alger say, take note of this matter. At this critical stage, studying the former chief's mausoleum won't be simple. It might bring you danger. Okay. Sun nodded vigorously. I'll try my best to figure out the exact situation. The exchange continued. As they hadn't encountered much this week, this segment quickly came to an end. The members of the tarot began to teach Sun about the mysticism language of the outside world and learned some ancient myths from him. During this process, Audrey felt a little disappointed and depressed. This was because she didn't buy anything at the gathering, nor did she share anything. Her participation wasn't enough. Sigh. My life is too peaceful and stable. There's nothing to share. However, that's normal. As the Earl of Eastchester, the daughter of one of the top 3 bankers in the kingdom, if I were to frequently encounter Beyonder events and lead a thrilling life every week, it would only mean that the existing social stratification and political structure isn't enough to support the order of a Beyonder world. There's bound to be a fundamental subversive change. Yes, when I return to Bakeland and increase my connections with psychological alchemy, I'll be able to improve this situation. Audrey quickly became optimistic as she stood up and bade farewell to Mr. Fool. Over the past 6 months, due to the stimulation from Susie, she had read quite a number of useful books. The depth and maturity of her thinking had greatly improved compared to before. North Borough of Bakeland, 16 Buckland Street. After ending the tarot, Klein walked to the balcony attached to his bedroom and looked at the surrounding greenery. With Miss Magician's attempt at renting out Lamino's travels, there will definitely be one more item that will be frequently traded on the tarot. Haha, perhaps they don't have the awareness of this and never thought that their Beyonder powers can be sold. When there are more rentals, there will definitely be someone who can help record a particular power during the transaction phase. When the time comes, with me having quite a number of mystical items, I can stably provide Beyonder powers in many domains. This won't be sold for too much, but it's good for a long time. There will often be people who need it. I wonder who will be the first to muster the courage to ask the Fool for help, hoping to record the powers of a demigod. This requires an equivalent exchange, and a sufficient price has to be paid. If no one dares to take this step, afraid of blaspheming a deity, I can get the world to make an example. After all, Mr. Fool has been very amiable and casual from the beginning. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he might agree to such a deal. With the previous example of punishing Ma'am Hermit, I believe no one will belittle the Fool because of this. They will only feel honored, delighted, and horrified. Klein's thoughts ran wild as he thought about tarot. He was filled with anticipation for the subsequent Beyonder Powers transactions. Just then, he heard knocking on the door. Please come in, Don Dantes, with graying sideburns, turned around and said. The doorknob was turned, and the door opened. Butler Walter, who was wearing white gloves, walked in. Mrs. Mary of the Atmospheric Pollution Board is here to see you, sir. Do you want to see her? Mary Short? The major shareholder of the Coin Company, the wife who once asked me to investigate her ex-husband's affair? Why is she here? Don't tell me she has taken a liking to Don Dantes. Klein nodded with a smile, feeling somewhat puzzled. It's almost tea time. Let's bring it forward. All right, I'll invite Mrs. Mary to the activity room on the 2nd floor. Walter easily understood his employer's intentions. Klein nodded slightly and didn't speak further. With the help of his valet, Richardson, he put on his coat and went down to the 2nd floor. Soon, he saw Mrs. Mary with high cheekbones in the activity room. This lady was wearing a dark blue dress. Her accessories were elegant, and she looked flashy and reserved. Compared to last year, she appeared more tasteful and elegant. Good afternoon, ma'am. I've always been wondering when I can visit you and listen to you talk about what happened during the Bakeland Atmospheric Pollution Survey, Klein took the initiative to say politely. Mary replied with a smile. Unfortunately, I haven't had that opportunity. After exchanging a few pleasantries about the recent weather, Klein, who was sitting on the single-seater sofa, raised his porcelain teacup. Ma'am, you seem to be troubled by something? He could tell that Mary was hesitating and deliberating. Mary let out a half-smile and half-sigh. I've heard of your knowledge and wisdom. I believe you are a gentleman with outstanding foresight. It's this. Are you interested in buying some shares of the Coin Company? Why? Ma'am, have you encountered any difficulties? Klein asked in a staid manner. Mary shook her head. It's someone else who wants to sell it. P.S. Yesterday, Uncle Chong told me that I'm short of more than 3,000 words to 60,000 words. This will allow everyone to have a 6% return. He hopes that I can add a chapter today and return the first one from last month. However, as I'm heading out today, 3 chapters means that there won't be any backlog. If I can't do 2 chapters tomorrow on time, it will make everyone wait in agony. Therefore, I could only apologetically reject him at first. However, I later thought of something. We're fickle. No, it's not the first time we've done an early update. I can do it today as well. This way, I can gather 60,000 words and allow everyone to return. I also don't have to worry about not having a backlog. Yes, this is the chapter that I'll be writing at noon tomorrow. There's only 1 chapter left tomorrow, and it'll still be at 7 p.m. There won't be any changes. I have to write the backlog tomorrow morning. I'll also ask for monthly votes. There's still an hour and a half left for the double. Someone else wants to sell it? Klein pondered over this sentence and didn't immediately respond with a question. He waited until the maid came in to place the 3-tiered silver tray before leaving before smiling. "Ma'am, why don't you buy it yourself?" Even a blind person can tell that the future of Rouen will only pay more attention to the treatment of environmental pollution. Therefore, the Quim Company, whose main business is anthracite and high-quality charcoal, will definitely have very good prospects. It's no longer a fantasy to be worth £500,000 or even £1 million. Of course, the premise is that the company's management can keep up with the corresponding expansion. Under such circumstances, buying Quim shares is definitely a profitable business. If I were you, I would buy it myself even if I have to shoulder heavy debts. Mary used 2 fingers to pick up a cucumber sandwich from the silver tray at the bottom. She took a bite, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it. With this buffer, she finally organized her words. Ever since the Air Pollution Control Act was passed, the Quim Company has rapidly developed. The faces of the shareholders have begun to change. As you know, those who chase after money always have a keen sense of smell in this aspect, and there are often important figures hiding behind them. If I wasn't a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council and didn't use this opportunity to get to know many nobles and high-ranking government employees, I believe I would also be under pressure. I would have no choice but to sell my shares at a relatively good price and obtain a decent income before retiring from this stage. But even so, a large number of shares are rapidly being concentrated. I'm about to lose my position as the largest shareholder and no longer have the ability to lead the company. This is the property that my father left me. I don't wish for it to become someone else's toy. I hope that it can slowly develop into the largest supplier of anthracite and high-quality charcoal in Bakeland, or even the entire Rouen Kingdom. Heh, it's not that I haven't tried other methods. I pledged my shares, sold my estate, and invested most of my liquid funds to secretly obtain 15% of the shares. I also got the help of trustworthy friends around me to obtain a total of 10% of the shares. Together with the 20% I originally had, I have 45% of the shares. This time, a minor shareholder suddenly decided to sell off his 3% shares, and my friends and I don't have enough money to buy it for the time being. This is a battle in the business world. Klein, who was used to fighting Beyonders, was encountering such a matter for the first time. It felt fresh and unfamiliar. He also reached out and took a high-quality ham sandwich from the bottom of the 3-tiered silver tray. As he ate, he pondered for more than 10 seconds. You should be able to use the subsequent shares as collateral, right? We don't have enough time. The other side has already made an offer. We can trade at any time, Mary said as she ate the remaining food in her hand. Klein leaned against the sofa's back in a relaxed manner. Why me? Mary heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the question. First, you definitely brought a lot of cash to Bakeland, so there's no need for you to raise it through other means. Second, you just came to Bakeland, so you don't have any deep ties with them. This is an advantage that others I can find don't have. To be frank, this also means that I'm not afraid that you will violate the agreement you signed. Even if you take the initiative to side with them, they will have to consider if it's worth it to go against the law. Third, although we've only met once, I think you're a knowledgeable, intelligent, and gentlemanly person. This praise makes me feel a little embarrassed. However, this also means that Don Dantes' acting has achieved its desired effect. At least everyone knows that he's a middle-aged gentleman with experience and ability. Furthermore, he has large amounts of cash in his hands, unsure of what to invest in. The original £16,943 plus the £6,000 from Miss Magicians, as well as the £48 provided by Mr. X, I have a total of £22,991 in cash and 5 gold coins. Even if I deduct the £5,987 I owe Miss Messenger, I'll be considered a true tycoon. Many people with assets of £100,000 don't even have that much cash flow. Klein couldn't help but count his assets as he asked with a smile, "Ma'am, what do you wish for me to do?" Mary drank a mouthful of black tea and smoothly said, "Buy the 3% shares. Absorb the 3% shares, but before that, I'll sign 2 agreements with you. The first is an agreement to forcefully buy out the shares in your hands after 3 months, and I'll pay the corresponding tax based on the highest price of the shares during this period. The second is an agreement to act in concert. In addition, I'll make you a member of the coin company's board of directors. You'll enjoy the corresponding benefits and supervise the company's development, as well as help you better enter high society. It sounds like I'm providing a loan, and Ma'am Mary will return a certain amount of interest and social resources. And compared to a debt agreement, I'll at least have the shares of a high-quality company. It's more secure. After all, she and I are considered strangers. Of course, the premise is that there aren't any problems with the coin company itself. Yes, this is also the reason why she made me a director." Klein analyzed the conditions Ma'am Mary offered and gradually felt tempted. From his point of view, Don Dantes' identity definitely required him to make investments, otherwise, it would be easy to be suspected. Then, the choice of investment was a rather important problem, especially considering that Don Dantes could give up everything he had and leave Bakelin due to the success or failure of his operation. "When the time comes, I'll have a chance to take the money away, but forget about the shares. This kind of investment that can quickly earn back funds suits my needs. I might even earn quite a bit." Klein thought for a moment and smiled warmly. "It's my duty to help a lady solve her problems." Madame Marie immediately relaxed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Don Dantes continue in a magnetic voice. "However, I'm quite cautious about any investment. I'll hire a team of lawyers and accountants to investigate coin company's situation and come to a conclusion as soon as possible. If there are no problems, then I look forward to working with you. Other than that, I also know how to do divination." Klein silently added in his heart. "Of course," Madame Marie said with a smile. "I will bear the expenses in this regard." Klein didn't reject it as he nodded. "What is the current value of the 3% shares?" "The normal valuation is £9,600, but that shareholder believes that with the coin company's development prospects, it can't be lower than £12,000. Madame Marie gave the specific information. "Phew." Klein smiled calmly and leisurely. "It's all right. Don Dantes is indeed very rich." Madame Marie thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak. "Don Dantes, can I invite you to visit the coin company tomorrow?" "That's exactly what I wish for," Klein replied with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of something. His former landlord, Stellan Sammer's husband, was likely still a manager at the coin company. Another acquaintance, but it's not Don Dantes's. Klein sighed inwardly for some baffling reason. At 8 at night, there were still many pedestrians on the roads leading into East Borough. Their fatigue was obvious. And this situation would continue until nearly 10. Emlyn White had changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and wore a cap. He hid in the streets of the Bakelin Bridge area, observing the poor who came and went. Although he didn't have any experience in disguising himself, he at least had eyes and brains. After observing for a while, he discovered that there were many problems with himself. Most importantly, compared to the dirty and tattered clothes of the poor, the worker's uniform he had just bought from the store in the afternoon appeared too new and clean. It easily attracted the attention of others. Emlyn thought for a moment and returned to the dark alley. He stretched out his fingers and, based on the phenomena he had previously observed, tore apart the parts of his clothes that were easily damaged. Then, he surveyed the area as his facial muscles gradually contorted. With a look of disdain and resistance, Emlyn came to the wall, closed his eyes, and rubbed the dirty things onto his clothes and pants. The smell of coal ash. The smell of rotting mud. The smell of urine. Emlyn subconsciously reached out his palm and covered his mouth, nearly vomiting. At this moment, he realized that having a beyonder sense of smell wasn't necessarily a good thing. After a few minutes of torment, Emlyn finally completed his disguise. Even his handsome face was covered in soot. With this disguise, he bent his back slightly and followed the crowd into East Borough without attracting anyone's attention. As he walked, Emlyn discovered a problem. He didn't know the way, he had no idea where Limestone Street and Beijing Street were in East Borough, and most of the road signs here had been damaged. Assassination sure is a troublesome matter. Emlyn mumbled and began asking for directions. After nearly an hour of hard work, he finally arrived at Limestone Street. The road here was narrow, and the buildings on both sides were very close to each other. Even during the day, it appeared very gloomy. At night, it was even more terrifying and gloomy. However, to a sanguine, such an environment wasn't bad. The only problem was that it was too dirty and messy. After spraying himself with an antidote to eliminate the smell, Emlyn entered apartment 6 and went up to the 3rd floor. He pinched his nose and approached the public washroom, standing outside the room of the primordial moon believer, Argos. Emlyn listened attentively and released the fingers that were pinching his nose in puzzlement. At that moment, he nearly fainted from the stench coming from the public washroom. It wasn't easy for him to focus his attention on the room. His sense of smell told him that there was no one inside, nor were there any corpses. Moved away? They haven't returned yet? Emlyn muttered to himself in a daze. He never expected that the hunt wouldn't go so smoothly. Forcefully reining in his thoughts, Emlyn left the apartment and rushed to 19, Beijing Street. This time, he was delighted to discover that there was someone in the room. Gallus Kevin was home. At that moment, Emlyn caught a whiff of another person's scent. It was very similar to the scent in Argos's room on Limestone Street. 2 people. There are 2 people in the room. Argos isn't home because he's here for Gallus Kevin. 2 people. Emlyn's expression suddenly froze. He wasn't worried at all if it was a one-on-one, but if it was a one-on-two, even with Laymanos travels, he felt a little afraid. After all, they were 2 artificial vampires, and they weren't weak. As a sanguine who liked to stay at home, the number of battles Emlyn had participated in over the years could be counted on one hand. Furthermore, he had never fought one against many. Be it against the primordial moon believer from before or against the Harvest Church's Bishop Utravsky, he basically had the advantage in numbers. At worst, it was a one-on-one battle. Thinking of how his family of 3 had failed to defeat the half-giant bishop, Emlyn's face gradually turned green as though he had recalled the torture he had suffered in the Harvest Church. As there were many tenants coming and going, and an artificial vampire like Gallus Kevin similarly had sharp senses, he didn't dare to stay outside for too long. He quickly passed the area and walked to the end of the corridor, hiding in the darkness. What should I do next? Emlyn leaned against the junk that blocked the crimson moonlight as his mind raced, attempting to find a solution with his pathetic amount of experience. Gradually, the words that the hanging man had taught Sun surfaced in his mind. Patience is an important prerequisite for dealing with many situations. Only by knowing how to restrain one's impulses and impatience can one avoid risks to the greatest extent. At times, it's very important to endure. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly, knowing what he had to do. He planned on hiding here and waiting for Argos to leave. This wasn't the artificial vampire's residence. He would definitely leave, and when that happened, Emlyn would be able to deal with the problem one-on-one. Patience, endure, wait. Emlyn repeated similar words inwardly to resist the damage his surroundings inflicted on him. The air on the 1st floor of the apartment was filled with the stench of urine, damp water, feces that hadn't been washed properly, the pungent smell of low-quality coal burning, the stench of sweat that hadn't been washed for days, the strong smell of certain tenants, and all kinds of sour, unpleasant, and disgusting smells mixed together, corroding Emlyn's senses like poison. For the first time in his life, Emlyn wished to cut off his nose. He had the feeling that he was in the abyss, suffering the torture in hell. Patience. Forbearance. Waiting. He mechanically recited the rules. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, he saw Gallus Kevin's door open. A thin figure with dark brown skin walked out. His cheekbones protruded, and his nose bridge was high with a slight hook. He was none other than the primordial moon believer, Argos. At this moment, his face was swollen and festering in several places, looking a little disgusting. Indeed, it's just as that little old man Ian said. This fellow's clothes are clean and tidy. He doesn't look like a resident of East Borough at all. Emlyn's mind stirred as he mumbled as he watched Argos walk out of the apartment. After waiting patiently for nearly 5 minutes, he stood up and decided to take action. As his target, Gallus Kevin, was an artificial vampire, Emlyn knew what he was good at and what traits he had. This allowed him to make targeted preparations. Gallus Kevin's sense of smell isn't much worse than mine when I first came of age. I can't be sure about that. For him to be able to live in such an environment, perhaps he has already lost his nose and his brain. Besides, his spirituality isn't weak. He has an instinctive sense of danger. His vision and hearing aren't bad either. As Emlyn despised him, he consumed the potion and sprayed the liquid, concealing his scent once again. Right on the heels of that, just like before, he used the potion he consumed and sprayed to conceal his body and coat, vanishing from his spot as though he had been erased by an eraser. In a dark corner with no one around, a palm-sized bronze-green notebook suddenly appeared out of thin air, as though it had passed through a transparent barrier. It flipped on its own without a sound, finally stopping on a piece of white paper formed from many astrological symbols. These symbols vanished as the surroundings turned slightly brighter. This was the interference ability of an astrologer. Then, the bronze-green Laymanos travels shrank back, vanishing inch by inch before being concealed by the invisible barrier once again. Having finished his preparations, Emlyn recalled his plan of action. With light footsteps, he silently arrived outside Gallus Kevin's room, but he didn't approach the main door. The bronze-green notebook appeared out of thin air once again as it flipped to the door-opening page. The illusory voice immediately resounded in Emlyn's mind, pushing him to extend a hand and press it against the wall. At the same time, Emlyn cautiously put Laymanos' travels back into his clothes, concealing it with the help of the invisibility coat. When Emlyn's palm finally pressed against the wall, a ghostly blue, incorporeal, blurry door suddenly appeared in front of him. It was embedded into the wall, but it also revealed traces of the bricks beneath it. After listening to the commotion in the room and taking a whiff of the air, Emlyn took a step forward and passed through the ghostly blue door as though he was passing through a water curtain. The scene in front of him instantly changed. There was a wall covered in stains, as well as a wooden bed, dilapidated cupboard, and all sorts of junk placed on the other 3 sides. This was the interior of Gallus Kevin's room. As for the ghostly blue door behind Emlyn, it had long vanished, as though it had never existed. After carefully surveying his surroundings, Emlyn caught sight of his target, Gallus Kevin. This primordial moon believer was a mixed blood with rather good looks. His hair was rather long, reaching his shoulders. His brown eyes had a tinge of dark red, as though he hadn't completely obtained the eye color of a sanguine. At this moment, he was sitting by the bed, staring at the door. It was a mystery what he was thinking. Emlyn silently circled to the side and took out Laymanos' travels from his blind spot. He flipped to a page that left his fingers slightly numb. The page was yellowish-brown in color, seemingly made of goatskin. It was filled with all sorts of ancient and distorted symbols and patterns. Together, they formed a picture that resembled a thin tree extending its branches. After adjusting his angle, Emlyn slid his finger across the paper. Suddenly, the silver-white lightning lit up the room as if it was daytime. Before a sizzling sound could be heard, the lightning had already struck Gallus Kevin's head, instantly charring the primordial moon believer's body. His body convulsed violently as his eyes momentarily lost focus. While the silver lightning snakes were still flailing about, Emlyn White's figure suddenly appeared behind his stiff target. He reached out his right palm and grabbed his neck. Gotcha, he calmly snapped Gallus Kevin's cervical vertebrae before pulling out his head and throwing his body out. He didn't give Gallus Kevin a chance to recover with his powerful self-healing abilities. Gallus Kevin's headless corpse fell to the ground as blood splattered everywhere. An artificial vampire had lost his life just like that. Emlyn's calm expression was quickly replaced by shock. He looked down at the head in his hand in disbelief and realized that Gallus Kevin didn't know what had happened even at the moment of his death. His eyes were frozen with pain and confusion. That simple? That easy? Although Emlyn was very proud, he didn't believe that he could kill an artificial vampire so easily. But the facts told him that it was that simple and easy. A lightning strike that can cause paralysis, coupled with my high-speed mobility, actually achieved the effect of instantly killing a target. The premise is that the other party is extremely afraid of lightning, making it easy for him to be paralyzed. Also, the act of disrupting my spiritual intuition and avoiding a frontal assault to pass through the wall were key to success. After falling into a daze for a few seconds, Emlyn finally recalled the details and summarized quite a bit of experience. This made him realize the power of Beyonder powers and the value of Laymanos travels. It's no wonder Mr. The hanging man was the first to want to rend it. Emlyn reined in his thoughts as he looked at Gallus Kevin's gurgling blood. His throat couldn't help but move. He hadn't drunk such fresh blood in a long time. However, he didn't dare drink it. This was because the other party's Beyonder characteristic had yet to appear. There was a portion in the blood, and drinking it would easily cause the problem of excessive Beyonder characteristics. There was a hidden risk of losing control, which wasn't beneficial for his subsequent actions. Emlyn retracted his gaze and surveyed the area. He found a stack of old newspapers and a tiny wooden chest, planning on using it to store Gallus Kevin's head. And before that, he sat down and waited for the other party's Beyonder characteristic to appear. 2 minutes later, Emlyn suddenly looked up at the door. He heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. Right on the heels of that, he smelled Argos. This artificial vampire is back. He turned back midway? Emlyn White instantly turned nervous, unsure of how to deal with such a situation. Dong, Argos, who was outside, knocked on the door. Then, he did not make any sound and became abnormally silent. Emlyn was first taken aback before he realized that Argos had smelled the blood and had sensed that something had happened in the room. What should I do? Just rush out and finish him off? No, I'll be seen by others, and I'll be apprehended by the official Beyonders. Emlyn instinctively took out a potion and prepared to hide himself again. Following that, he had an inspiration. Silently exhaling, Emlyn placed Gallus Kevin's head on the bed and drank the invisibility potion. He sprayed the corresponding liquid and very slowly moved to a corner to hide. This way, the room looked like the assassination had been completed, and the murderer had long fled. Time ticked by. There was silence outside and inside the room. There was only the occasional passing of other tenants. Suddenly, the window to Gallus Kevin's room creaked open as 2 gazes shot in. After a careful inspection, Argos, whose face was festering, leaped into the room and slowly walked towards the corpse that had its Beyonder characteristic seeping out. In the corner, Emlyn White took the opportunity when Argos wasn't looking over to secretly take out Laymanos Travels and flip to another page, Lightning Strike. At that moment, Argos's gaze landed on the bed and his companion's head. It landed on the stack of old newspapers and the tiny wooden chest. His pupils suddenly constricted. Not good. Emlyn White traced Argos's gaze and noticed the old newspapers and tiny wooden chest he had forgotten to deal with. Although they originally belonged to this room, they had been placed in different spots. Now that they were placed together, it appeared rather odd. It was as though someone had wanted to use them for something but had given up at the last moment. Then, why did he give up at the last moment? Was he disturbed by the knocking on the door? And does this mean that the murderer hasn't left and is hiding in a corner of the room? Similar questions flashed in Argos's and Emlyn White's minds. However, one was suddenly puzzled, while the other was guessing what the murderer was thinking. No good, the 2 vampires reacted at the same time. Argos suddenly pounced to the side as a thick black gas emanated from his back, resembling a bat's wings. As for Emlyn White, his finger quickly slid across the open Laymanos Travels. Suddenly, a silver light appeared, illuminating the entire room once again. The bolts of lightning from the branches failed to strike Argos as they struck the ground beside the bed, dissipating into countless tiny bolts that leaped towards the surrounding objects with better conductivity. Among them, Argos's wings, which were made of thick black gas, seemed to be especially favored by the lightning. Many bolts of lightning chased after them as they shattered and spread to the surface of his body. Argos was suddenly paralyzed for a second as he failed to bounce up from the ground. He fell to the ground with a plop. Emlyn hurriedly flipped through Laymanos' travels and slid his finger across a page of lightning strike. Although he didn't know why there were so many pages of lightning strike, which took up half the yellowish-brown goatskin, he was extremely glad that he could continue using it. A silver bolt of lightning descended out of thin air and struck Argos. It made his body, which had just escaped his paralyzed state, emit black smoke as his body trembled uncontrollably. Seizing this opportunity, Emlyn White straightened his knees, kicked off with his feet, and approached Argos at high speeds, leaving afterimages in his wake. Then, he used his right arm to grab Argos's head, and with a nimble turn, he flashed behind him. Kacha, Argos could see his own back. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot as the festering spots on his face completely burst open. A deep and illusory darkness surged out. Emlyn didn't understand what had happened. His feet slipped as he instinctively retreated and changed his position. Argos didn't give chase. His eyes seemed to have lost all rationality. All that was left was pure malice, madness, and obvious blankness. He raised his hands and pressed them against his head from both sides. With a sudden jerk, his head returned to the correct direction with a crisp crack. Darkness surged around this artificial vampire, as if it wanted to devour everything. Then, Argos moved his dangling neck left and right. The surface of his body was completely swollen and rotten, oozing out disgusting pus. He had come to Gallus Kevin tonight because he was showing signs of losing control and needed to discuss a solution. He had turned back midway because he suddenly thought of the possibility that the harsh environment had a strong negative effect on his extraordinary sense of smell and sensitive senses, resulting in the signs of losing control. At this moment, under the shadow of death, he completely collapsed and truly lost control. Emlyn White, who was swept by Argos's gaze, felt his heart palpitate. He felt that he had encountered trouble again. He couldn't help but curse the primordial moon believers for always making themselves look like monsters. He didn't immediately pray to Mr. Fool. Firstly, there was no time. His opponent was about to launch an attack. Secondly, in a one-on-one situation, Emlyn believed that it wasn't too dangerous for him to deal with a Sequence 7 who had lost control. He made good use of his time and quickly flipped through Laymanos' travels, fixing it on lightning strike once again. Thick, twisted, and baring its fangs and claws, the silver lightning struck down heavily, striking the mutated Argos' body. At that instant, the lightning seemed to shatter the surging darkness, but it also seemed to be devoured by the darkness. Both vanished at the same time, leaving behind Argos, who had finally locked his gaze onto Emlyn. This artificial vampire who had lost control left behind afterimages as he pounced at his target. Emlyn crouched and rolled on the ground, dodging the lethal strike. At the same time, he reached into his pocket with his right hand that wasn't holding Laymanos' travels and took out a metal bottle. Tap, Argos rapidly turned around and instantly closed in on his enemy. Emlyn, who didn't have the time to open the bottle cap, exerted strength with his fingers as he squeezed a crack out of the metal bottle. Then, he threw the bottle forward, letting the pure and resplendent liquid splatter at the lunging Argos. This was the water of sun he had concocted using spiritual ingredients. It was extremely effective against vampires. This was a preparation that the potions professor had made ahead of time. Argos, who had been splashed, let out a tragic cry as wisps of black smoke rose from his body. He lost all his strength in midair. Bang! Although he had struck Emlyn, all he did was make him lose his balance and tumble twice. He didn't suffer any actual damage. And while tumbling, Emlyn didn't have the time to tend to his injuries. He shook his right hand that had been stained with a few drops of water of sun and quickly flipped the pages of Laymanos' travels. Another bolt of silver lightning struck down, silencing Argos's tragic cries. This artificial vampire who had lost control seemed to be enduring the close proximity of the sun as he fell into a state of intense numbness. Emlyn took the opportunity to take out another bottle of water of sun, unscrewed the cap, and splashed it forward. This time, Argos didn't even have the chance to let out a tragic cry as his body appeared to melt like a candle. Only then did Emlyn heave a sigh of relief. Thick black fog emanated from his back as he transformed them into palm-sized illusory bats that swarmed towards the target. The black bats landed on Argos's body and enveloped him completely. Following that, they split apart and flew back to Emlyn's side before vanishing. Argos's body had clearly shrunk. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer as he slowly collapsed with signs of fusing. Only then did Emlyn raise his right hand and check the remnant pain. He saw that his palm and a few fingers had withered and rotting wounds. However, the flesh and blood inside were rapidly squirming as they healed themselves. "It's over. I actually killed him." Emlyn retracted his gaze and looked at Argos's corpse, still in disbelief. Although there were many twists and turns in this hunt, he hadn't encountered any real danger during the entire process. This made him realize once again that Taro's existence had made him much stronger than he had imagined. If Argos had first checked Gallus Kevin's corpse and not observed the newspapers and wooden crate by the bed, he would have definitely determined that I have a beyonder power like lightning strike. He wouldn't have used wings of darkness while dodging and ended up being affected by the lightning, but this way, he wouldn't have noticed anything amiss, making it difficult for him to dodge ahead of time. My lightning strike can directly hit him, making things much simpler. From this angle, no matter what, as long as I don't make any mistakes, I'll definitely be able to kill him. They're really weak. So I'm already this powerful. It's no wonder the ancestor got me to join Taro. This is a gathering prepared to welcome the apocalypse and save the various races. It's many times more high-end than other secret organizations. Emlyn raised his chin as he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Following that, he heard footsteps outside the door, but no one approached. Argos's scream alarmed the surrounding residents, but they didn't dare enter, afraid of encountering trouble. However, someone must have gone to the police. I have to quickly clean up the scene and leave this place. Emlyn retracted his gaze from the door and walked to Gallus Kevin's corpse. He picked up an item the size of a fist from the pool of blood that had splattered all over the ground. It was bright red in color, like a heart. It was gently expanding and contracting, and its surface was translucent. There seemed to be liquid flowing within. It was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a Sequence 7 vampire of the apothecary pathway. "This is my spoils of war." Emlyn was momentarily taken aback. After composing himself, he wrapped the Beyonder characteristic in Gallus Kevin's head with old newspapers and stuffed them into the wooden crate. After putting away the wooden crate, he pulled off Argos's festering head that was almost unrecognizable. Following that, he took out another bottle of medicine and scattered it in every corner of the room. During this process, Emlyn didn't panic at all, as though he wasn't worried that the official Beyonders of East Borough would rush over. A few minutes later, he picked up Argos's mutated Beyonder characteristic and glanced at the surface that was closer to black and the faint human face pattern. A black gas suffused behind him. The black gas transformed into countless tiny bats once again as they flew around the room. Together with the potion liquid that had been sprayed, they created black flames that silently spread. The black flames burned away the blood, the corpse, and the traces of the lightning strike, leaving behind a layer of viscous asphalt-like liquid that covered the different items. Then, the liquid turned into heavy black bats that circled around Emlyn. Emlyn didn't have extravagant hopes that his actions would completely interfere with the investigations of others. He only had one goal, and that was to make the situation appear fine. He wanted the police to make the official Beyonders who might take over the case think that the matter wasn't important or valuable. They would throw it into a cabinet after a simple investigation and ignore it. After doing all of this, Emlyn, who was wearing a cap and had a face covered in soot, lifted the wooden crate and surveyed the area. Then, he bowed slightly to the crimson moon outside and saluted. At the same time, Lamino's travels flipped through the pages in his hand and paused on the teleportation page. Emlyn's figure, along with the heavy bats, immediately turned transparent and invisible as they vanished from the spot. After at least 15 minutes, a few policemen from East Borough arrived at the apartment. They barged in, but they didn't find any residents or corpses. They lazily yawned, forcing the surrounding residents to admit that they had been hallucinating before ending the investigation. This was the efficiency and style of the East Borough police. After leaving East Borough, Emlyn first returned home and had Lamino's travels. Then, he brought his spoils and headed straight for Adora's house in West Borough. He was going to announce his victory and receive his reward. Inside the Odora family's villa, Emlyn met Cosme, who was also a baron. This sanguine in his prime was Nib's Odora's spokesperson. I'm also a baron, and it hasn't been long since I came of age. Emlyn mumbled inwardly as he stood up from the sofa in the activity room and bowed. Good evening, Your Excellency. Cosme was just about to say something when his nose suddenly twitched. His gaze turned to the wooden crate beside Emlyn's feet. The smell of fresh blood? As he voiced his doubts, he seemed to have thought of something. After pondering for a second, after a second of silence, he added, You killed another target? Emlyn's lips curled up as he shook his head. No. Then, before Cosme could ask, his smile deepened. It's not one, but two. Two? Cosme, who looked like a middle-aged gentleman, was taken aback as he watched Emlyn bend down to pick up the wooden crate and open the lid. During this process, Emlyn's facial muscles twitched and contorted a little. This was because, in this series of actions, he had touched the wound on his right hand. Resisting the change in his expression, Emlyn lowered his arm slightly, tilting the wooden crate forward, completely exposing the items inside to the sanguine baron's line of sight. 2 blood-stained and charred heads were stuffed into a pile of old newspapers. Beside them were 2 translucent objects that resembled hearts. One was bright red, and the other was dark red that was nearly black. This scene with a strong visual impact was reflected in Cosme's eyes, making him raise his head in surprise. He looked at Emlyn in surprise and blurted out, What's going on? He looked at Emlyn in surprise and blurted out, You did it. Although he had only recognized one of the heads as Gallus Kevin's, the 2 vampire Beyonder characteristics couldn't be faked. Emlyn put down the wooden crate and naturally lowered his right hand. He flicked it slightly at the edge of his trousers before replying with a smile, Of course. This is what happened. Here's the thing. After receiving the £7,000 reward, I bought the inheritance of a certain baron at a Beyonder gathering and used it to advance my level. I don't wish to use money to satisfy the murderers who hunt us blood breeds, but I don't want to see this inheritance fall into someone else's hands. Besides, the seller might not be the hunter. Taking this opportunity, Emlyn told them about how he had become a baron, and every word he said was the truth. This was a technique he had learned on the tarot. I already knew that you were a baron. Do you think that you can hide from our eyes by frequently buying all kinds of spiritual materials and borrowing books on potions? If it wasn't for certain reasons, I would have gotten you here to question you. What I'm surprised about is that with your combat standards and the fact that you don't have a single mystical item and only want to buy dolls, even if you're already a baron, it's impossible for you to easily hunt 2 artificial vampires without causing a huge stir. Even I have to make sufficient preparations and grasp detailed information before I can do it. Emlyn has actually become so powerful without anyone noticing? Cosme Odora couldn't help but curse inwardly before revealing a fake smile. I see. Emlyn, why did you hide it previously? Don't you want the other vampires to address you as Lord Baron? Emlyn glanced at the sanguine's expression and raised his chin slightly. I was about to tell everyone, but I ran into this hunting competition, so I wanted to give you a surprise. Cosme, I've already successfully hunted 3 primordial moon believers, and you only gave me 5 targets. Does this mean that I've won? He couldn't wait to change the way he addressed him from Baron to Cosme. Cosme's eyelids twitched as he chuckled. Yes, that's right. You don't have to worry about the remaining 2 targets. Leave them to Russ Bathory and the others. This way, they can still get some consolation rewards. At this point, Cosme felt that he was being too cold, so he hurriedly asked in concern, Are you hurt? Just a small injury. Emlyn raised his right arm and stretched his fingers. Frankly speaking, the most serious injury he had suffered during tonight's hunting operation was actually caused when he was teleported out of East Burrow. He had scratched open his skin and blood vessels to smear the cover of Lamino's travels with his blood. Cosme wasn't able to continue on this topic. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Congratulations on obtaining victory in this hunting competition. Congratulations on winning this hunting competition. You will receive 2 prizes. First, if there's a chance of becoming a Viscount in the future, you can directly enter the final list and receive the help of a free ritual. Second, you will obtain a mystical item. It's a ring personally made by the ancestor in ancient times. Although it doesn't contain any godhood, it has very powerful and magical powers. As the ancestor didn't name it, we call it Lilith's ring. Also, according to convention, these two Beyonder characteristics will belong to the entire sanguine. This way, there might be 2 more newborns, and you will receive £3,000 in exchange. A ring personally made by the ancestor. Although Emlyn was a little regretful that the reward wasn't a Viscount Beyonder characteristic, with it only being a candidate and a free ritual, the ring personally made by the sanguine ancestor Lilith was enough to make up for everything. To a sanguine with a strong sense of racial pride, this was the highest symbol of honor. After calming down from his joy, Emlyn, who had experienced many tarot gatherings and completed 2 hunts, vaguely felt that things weren't that simple. I was sent by the ancestor to Mr. Fool's place, and now, I've obtained a ring from the ancestor. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Emlyn thought for a moment, but he couldn't come up with an answer. All he could do was pray to Mr. Fool later and explain the entire matter to see what this existence would say. Seeing Emlyn's joy settle and him remaining silent for more than 10 seconds, Cosme cleared his throat and said, "That ring and the cash will be yours tomorrow night. When the time comes, I'll gather Russ Bathory and the others and publicly announce that you've won the hunting competition. Then, I'll give you the ring." No problem. Although Emlyn didn't have much experience in such matters, he knew that the prize couldn't be given in private. It had to be given in front of all the participants. He didn't stay any longer as he bade farewell and left Odora's villa, getting into a rental carriage. As the carriage slowly drove, Emlyn looked at the crimson moon that hung silently in midair. His heart gradually calmed down as he couldn't help but recall the various details of the day. From them, he summarized many experiences and lessons. Finally, he calculated how many Beyonder powers he needed to record into Laymanos' travels. "I've used 5 lightning strikes, and they've all been used. There's still 1 teleportation, 1 door opening, and 1 astrology. A total of 8. I still have to pay for 2 more, making it 10. This is a little difficult. Some Beyonder powers probably can't be recorded, just like my self-healing powers. I can only repeat them. When I obtain the ancestor's ring, I can attempt to record the Beyonder powers it possesses." Lilith's ring? Above the grey fog, in the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein sat on the high-backed chair corresponding to the Fool as he pondered over the contents of Emlyn White's prayer. He originally imagined that he would be woken up in the middle of the night, forcing him to provide help to a vampire with little combat experience, but he never expected Emlyn to settle everything before 11. He had even submitted the mission. Back then, Emlyn prayed to the Fool because of the revelation given by the ancient goddess, Lilith. Now, I've obtained her ring. Regardless of who this Lilith is, I have to be wary of her. Then, I'll watch the changes from the sidelines. Klein thought seriously for a few seconds before replying to Emlyn's prayer in a deep but calm voice. "In the future, when you pray to me or participate in the gathering, you have to remove that ring." After settling this matter, Klein returned to the real world. Without worrying about being woken up in the middle of the night, he slept all the way until dawn. After having breakfast and resting for a while, he waited for his etiquette teacher, Wahana, to conduct special training for the ball that was to be held at home on the weekend. Wahana's black hair was gently tied up as the corners of her skirt fluttered. She led Don Dantes from the opening dance to familiarize herself with the entire process. Amidst the gentle and soothing music, the etiquette teacher suddenly said, "I heard that Ma and Mary visited you yesterday afternoon?" "Yes." Klein nodded calmly while sighing that there were no secrets in the area of interpersonal communication. Wahana nodded slightly and fell silent for 2 seconds. "I heard that Madame Mary pledged all her shares to the bank and loaned a large sum of money. This is a warning to me to be careful and not fall for a possible scam. The help I previously provided not only allowed me to quickly enter Buckland Street's social circles, but there's also an endless stream of subsequent returns. However, Ma and Mary pledged her shares to secretly gather more shares." Klein listened in silence and revealed a warm smile. "Thank you." He paused, then added, "I believe in the integrity of every friend, but in the business field, caution and carefulness are always the first rules. I've already asked Walter to hire an independent lawyer and accounting team. They will do a detailed and responsible investigation and come up with a plan that can protect my interests and avoid taxes. Before that, I won't make any decisions. Xianxia looked up at Dwayne Dante's deep blue eyes and suddenly sighed with a smile. She suddenly sighed and said with a chuckle, "You really are an intelligent person." Klein originally wanted to say that she was being mature, but he suddenly recalled that Xianxia's husband had been cheated of his cloth and had relied on his help to recover most of his losses. Such a response would easily make the other party connect the dots and make a comparison. It would be akin to mockery, so he changed his words in time and chuckled. It's hard to imagine you being cheated. Xianxia lowered her head and said with a smile, "It's also because you've experienced so much that you can appreciate the different charms of different types of ladies? I can't let this rumor pass, right?" Klein smiled in exasperation. Every flower is beautiful in its own way. After familiarizing himself with the entire process and the corresponding dance, Klein sent Xianxia off and brought his valet, Richardson, to Sherwood Borough's Quim Company with Ma and Mary's invitation. Sherwood Borough, outside the Quim Company. Klein alighted from the carriage and looked around, as though he had never been here before. It was a fresh experience for him. But in fact, he was no stranger to the neighborhood. He knew that across the street was the Gardelli department store, which was rather popular with the middle class. He also knew that there was a famous Xianxia's Desi pie shop not far away. He had once waited here for Daraga Gale to track him down for clues of his affair. Retracting his gaze, Klein led his valet, Richardson, to the Quim Company's entrance. Ma and Mary and her personal maid were already waiting there. In the relatively conservative kingdom of Rouen, a lady's personal servants had to be of the same sex, otherwise, they would have a bad reputation, affecting their social interactions and marriage. Therefore, even though Ma and Mary's personal servants were equivalent to her secretaries to a certain extent, requiring them to grasp social etiquette, business knowledge, and have a certain level of negotiation skills, they could only be found from women who had received good education or corresponding work experience. Similarly, gentlemen's personal servants and business secretaries had to be of the same sex. Of course, even so, people who couldn't control themselves would still engage in immoral behavior. In Bakeland, there were cases of servants having sex with their employers every year. Most of the victims were maids. They were either deceived, forced, or seduced into becoming the lovers of their male employers. When they were discovered, they would be mercilessly fired and lose their jobs. Then, due to their reputation being tarnished, they could no longer be servants. Most of them had no choice but to become street girls. "Good afternoon, Dawn." Ma and Mary came forward with a smile. Klein bowed and said, "Good afternoon, Ma'am." "Good afternoon, Madam. This place is quite bustling." Such words were equivalent to a discussion about the weather. Mary replied and led Dwayne Dantes into the Quim Company's main entrance. She smiled. And said, "In a while, a professional will explain and bring you around. In about half an hour, go upstairs. I prepared a buffet and invited friends from different fields." "Friends from different fields, this is helping me expand my social circle, how sincere." Klein nodded slightly. "As a foreigner who has just arrived in Bakeland, I always look forward to meeting more friends." "No, you don't look like a foreigner at all. To me, you look like a well-educated Bakeland gentleman," Madame Marie replied politely. As they spoke, they passed through the door and entered the well-lit reception area. A burly man in formal attire with a beautiful mustache was waiting there. "This is Luc Sammer. He's Quim's first manager," Mary introduced to Don Dantes. "Actually, I know him." Klein looked at Luc and nodded with a smile. In his heart, Luc Sammer was a rather level-headed and professional gentleman. He loved machinery and would act like a host at dinner parties. He wouldn't look down on a poor detective who wasn't famous yet, nor would he deliberately curry favor with a few mid-level employees of Bakeland's municipal departments who lived on Minsk Street. "This is my friend, Don Dantes. He's very interested in anthracite and high-quality charcoal." "Help me give a detailed explanation," Mary said to Luc. Luc, who had already been instructed, took a step forward and looked at the tycoon from Desi Bay. He revealed a gentle smile and said respectfully, "Mr. Dantes, this is the headquarters of the Quim Company. We have signed long-term agreements with many anthracite mines. The anthracite and high-quality charcoal we supply to Sherwood, Hillston, Northborough, and Westboro accounts for 30% of their total demand. We also have hopes of obtaining a large order from the Navy. I've never seen Luke with such an expression before. Klein followed him around the coin company without batting an eyelid, listening to him introduce various aspects of the situation. From time to time, he would ask a question, but he didn't express his stance. Half an hour later, they went up to the second floor and entered the large conference room. This place had already been set up in advance. Tables were placed against the wall, and plates of food were placed on them. They were mainly cold foods such as ham, bacon, sausages, bread, salad, cake, and pudding. However, there were also a few hot dishes. The moment they entered, Mary introduced the two men who were conversing nearby to Don Dantes. "This is Mike Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer. This is the excellent surgeon, Alan Series. In Bakeland, you will always need them." As Klein listened to Mary's words, he smiled at the two men as the corners of his mouth nearly twitched. "These are all friends I'm very familiar with. I'm even more familiar with the fetus in Alan's wife's womb." That sounds a little weird." As Klein lampooned, he patiently waited for Mary to introduce Don Dantes to the two men before politely greeting Mike and Alan. Mike Joseph hadn't changed much compared to last year. His eyebrows were sparse, his skin was rough, and his blue eyes were still charming. As for Alan Series, although he was a cold and introverted person, he no longer showed it. Everything seemed to be going smoothly for him for the past half a year. Be it his mood or confidence, they were at the peak. Upon hearing that Dantes was a tycoon from Desi, Mike took out his business card and handed it over with a smile. "You don't mind me promoting it, right? If you want to advertise, you can come to me. Be it the Daily Observer or the Tussock Times, I can get discounted prices." As he spoke, Mike winked to indicate that he was joking. "You reporter who always carries fake documents. Why didn't you tell Sherlock Moriarty that he could get discounted advertising slots? Are you looking down on the great detective?" Klein lampooned inwardly and exchanged name cards with him. "I've always had a need for this." Following that, he turned to Alan and handed him another business card. "I was sick some time ago and just recovered. I know the importance of a doctor. I'm a surgeon. I don't think you'll want to see me." Although Alan said that, he still took the business card. "No, I really want to see you. I even want to attend your child's birth banquet." Klein mumbled and deliberately led the topic to the medical field. He had a good chat with Alan and Mike. He had previously been worried about how to get close to Alan and re-establish contact with the fetus. After all, the paper crane could break at any moment, and it might not even be used once. Furthermore, it was very difficult for Sherlock Moriarty to appear openly in Bakeland and visit, much less attend the birth banquet. Now, there's no problem. With Ma and Mary's introduction, I can naturally become familiar with Alan. When the time comes, I'll definitely be invited. I might even be able to become the godfather of the Snake of Mercury. After all, we're all believers of the goddess. Will this make the fetus angry out of humiliation? I have to be careful. If Alan doesn't mention it, I definitely won't take the initiative to suggest it." Klein thought happily. He professionally restrained himself and didn't show too much enthusiasm the first time. After a simple chat, he followed Mary to get to know the other guests. During this process, Klein didn't forget to bring food and drinks. He seemed to be very used to such an environment. At the end of the round, Mary stopped and said in a measured tone, "These are all my friends. Does that mean that I didn't invite anyone from that side? At the same time, it also means that I'm your friend?" Klein nodded gently. "As a gentleman, I might not ask, but as a businessman, I have to know who or what people are vying with you for control of the coin company." Mary fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Baron Sindras and his friends." "Baron Sindras and his friends want to push the coin company to the stock exchange and earn sky-high profits from it. They don't care about the company's future development. Baron Sindras, one of the richest people in Rouen. He became a noble through donations to the Conservative Party, a banker, a factory owner, and a big businessman. His stance is a little vague. Although he obtained his title through the Conservative Party, he sympathizes with businessmen and is close to the new party." Klein thought and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you seek help from that Mr. Hall?" His father is a powerful aristocrat and banker. He should be able to provide the most effective help. Mary smiled bitterly. Mr. Hall doesn't wish to be involved in this matter. He said that he's the chief secretary of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council. He can't be involved in any business activities related to anthracite and charcoal. A gentleman who is truly interested in politics. However, it's likely that he doesn't wish to become enemies with Baron Sindras. If I had chosen another butler previously, I would have established a relationship with Baron Sindras. He's so rich. If he really wanted to raise the price, I wouldn't be able to beat him. Would there be a scenario where he kills me with money? Klein didn't ask further. I'll wait for the investigation report. Seeing that Don Dantes didn't shrink back immediately, Mary said gratefully, in this day and age, there are very few people with chivalry. And you are one of them. Seeing that Don Dantes didn't shrink back immediately, Mary said gratefully, in this day and age, there are very few people with chivalry. And you are one of them. Klein smiled and didn't make any promises. After the buffet was over, he sat in his high-end four-wheeled carriage and returned to Northborough. After staring out the window in a daze for a while, Klein suddenly turned his head to his valet, Richardson. Turn to St. Samuel Cathedral. He still hadn't found a definite answer regarding the anomaly that happened in the cathedral and how it was quickly pacified. This forced him to consider if he should find a chance to make contact with the keepers. And he remembered that every afternoon, at least one keeper would head to the prayer hall to pray to the goddess. How should I make contact? In such an environment, even chatting would appear noisy. And doing it too deliberately will easily arouse suspicion. Klein frowned slightly and decided to observe before coming up with a solution. The carriage didn't change directions as it continued driving towards Buckland Street. However, it didn't stop there and directly passed through it. Inside the carriage, Klein closed his eyes and calmed his sudden nervousness. Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. The moment Klein entered the prayer hall, he naturally surveyed the area with the help of the specks of light that shone in from the wall behind the altar, taking in all the believers praying inside. With just a glance, Klein quickly locked onto his target. He walked down the aisle without any abnormalities. In the first row sat a black-robed clergyman with a cold aura. He had a pale face and withered yellow hair. His eyes were closed tightly as he prayed in concentration. He was one of the keepers that Klein had previously sensed. He's usually on duty on Fridays. Klein didn't really approach him. He left 2 rows of seats and found a spot to sit down. He handed his hat and cane to his valet, Richardson. Then, while he sat down, he quickly pinched his index finger twice with his left thumb, silently activating his spirit body thread's vision. Suddenly, illusory black threads appeared in front of Klein. They drilled out from the bodies of different living beings as they spread out into the infinite distance. Just as he sat down, Klein moved his gaze and cast his attention towards the keeper. This glance nearly made him exclaim. However, thanks to his self-control as a clown and his ability to anticipate abnormal situations, he easily maintained his calm state. In his vision, although the withered elder had spirit body threads extending out, the interior of his body was pitch black. He had devoured the illusory thread's origins, making him completely different from ordinary beyonders. Indeed, they have been corroded by the power of the seal's core, causing an anomaly at the soul level. From the looks of it, the problem is closer to the second guess I made previously. To a certain extent, they have already become a part of the seal's core. Once they show signs of losing control, it will immediately trigger the item's instinctive reaction, forcefully calming them down. It's no wonder the keepers have to volunteer. Furthermore, they're already in their later years. They should be fully aware of the outcome. Klein sighed inexplicably as he prepared to deactivate his perception of the spirit body threads and retract his gaze. At this moment, he saw a pair of eyes. The color of the eyes was like black ink, a pair of eyes that didn't contain any emotions. Beside the eyes, dense and deep wrinkles extended out bit by bit, as though they were distorted mysterious symbols. They were the keeper's eyes. At some point, he had straightened his body, turned his head, and looked indifferently at Don Dantes. Klein's scalp instantly went numb. He forced a smile and nodded at the other party, as if this was just normal eye contact. The keeper slowly moved his head and actually responded. Then, Klein felt his surroundings suddenly disappear. First, it became blurry, then it became clear. At this moment, he knew that he had entered a dream. Hence, as he maintained his image as Don Dantes, he instinctively sized up his surroundings and realized that he was still inside St. Samuel Cathedral. However, all the seats were either damaged or toppled. They were scattered everywhere, as though he had been attacked. The holy altar in front of him was covered in cracks. Weeds were crawling over it, and dust had accumulated on it. It seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The yellow-haired keeper stood beside the collapsed donation box, coldly staring at Dwayne Dantes, who was dressed in a black suit. Upon seeing Klein look back, he opened his mouth bit by bit, revealing sharp, pale, and uneven teeth. And on these teeth, there were blurry, indistinct, and tiny figures embedded in them. They had complete facial features and limbs. Their expressions were different, but they carried similar pain. It was as though they were imprisoned there, unable to extricate themselves. Gasp! The keeper let out a beast-like growl as he bent his back forward. His ribs and waist bulged out of his clothes, and 4 skinless arms that were covered in blood vessels grew out of his body. Right on the heels of that, they grew dense black hair as sharp fingernails shot out from the tips of their fingers. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the relatively normal keeper had become a monster with 8 legs that was sprawled on the ground. He was like a spider silently weaving a web in the dark night in wait for its prey, or a deformed black wolf. It struck fear into one's heart. At the same time, 2 gigantic palms covered in black hair extended out of the damaged holy altar without any warning. They pressed down on the edges as black gas condensed into slippery tentacles that spread out in every direction, instantly filling the entire prayer hall. The shuddering aura, the extreme sense of horror, and the illusory, gigantic blurry figure penetrated the invisible barrier as it appeared bit by bit. He lost control? Did the keeper lose control? Klein stood there, subconsciously wanting to react. He wanted to use his uniqueness to struggle out of the dream, but in an instant, he recalled what had happened. His expression changed as he put on a horrified expression. He trembled as he ran to the door as though he was struggling in a nightmare. In just a few seconds, a tidal wave of darkness silently surged in from the outside world, drowning the dream and calming everything. Klein opened his eyes abruptly and realized that he had fallen asleep at some point in time. As for the yellow-haired keeper, he had already turned his head away and continued praying with his eyes closed. His eyes darted around slightly as Don Dantes looked around in horror, as though he was still immersed in the dream and had yet to completely extricate himself from his horror. After nearly a minute, he took 2 deep breaths and looked at the sacred emblem again. He drew a crimson moon on his chest. Only then did Klein have the time to recall what had just happened and guess what had happened. Because I spied on his spirit-body threads, it caused him to show signs of losing control. Furthermore, he reacted excessively, forcefully pulling me into a dream in an attempt to deal with me accordingly. Later, the core seal behind Cheney's gate must have sensed the abnormality and calmed the problem. Now, the crux of the matter is if this keeper still remembers the source of his near anomaly. If he's already used to it, with his present state, he should be very blurry about what happened. Of course, it might not be my fault. Perhaps he was close to losing control to begin with. Klein looked at the yellow-haired elder in front of him again and observed what he would do next to determine how he should respond. If that doesn't work, I'll just use creeping hunger and activate traveling to escape. Klein quickly made a decision as he patiently waited for any possible changes. A few minutes later, he saw Bishop Electra enter from the side door and walk to him. Klein's heart tightened as he spread his left fingers, prepared to activate creeping hunger. At this moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and gave up on his plan. If the keepers have already informed the bishops of my problematic situation through a dream, then what awaits me will be the combined attacks of many beyonders of the church. After all, pulling me into a dream can prevent me from harming other believers. Therefore, there's no need for them to get a bishop I'm familiar with. This should be a form of consolation and consolation. Klein retracted his gaze and continued assuming a praying posture. In less than a minute, he finally sensed someone approaching. He hurriedly looked to the side and saw Bishop Electra speak gently. "You don't look too good. I don't know how I fell asleep just now, but I had a nightmare. I'm still scared now." Klein laughed at himself. Bishop Elector took the opportunity to sit beside him and calmly said, "Dreams are sometimes the manifestation of one's inner fears. As long as one piously prays to the goddess and drinks holy water, one will be able to calm down. Of course, the most important thing is not to suppress yourself. You need to know how to repent to the goddess. At times, a silent cry can relieve a lot of your stress." Klein secretly observed the other party's attitude and read his tone before secretly heaving a sigh of relief. "I understand." He cast his gaze forward again, lowered his head, clasped his hands, and began praying in silence. During this process, he saw the keeper in front of him get up and walk to the side door where a bishop was waiting. Phew. Klein silently exhaled as he truly blended into the serene environment. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his heart, a voice that belonged to him but wasn't under his control. "Do you think you're being secretive?" "No. Not at all. Have you forgotten that you've come into contact with the Evernight Goddess's holy artifact? P.S. Participated in a meeting. I didn't prepare a manuscript, so I secretly used my cell phone to code it. The number of words is a little short, so I'll update it before making any changes." Who's speaking?" Klein's muscles stiffened as his eyelids nearly opened. At that moment, cold sweat seeped out of his back, drenching his shirt. What he was most alarmed about wasn't the voice's words, but why it could directly resound in his heart. Furthermore, it was identical to his unaltered voice. Although I managed to maintain my lucidity in that dream, my spirit body was still corrupted by the other party's uncontrollable psyche? Or could it be that someone is using the keeper from before to pass a message to me? Countless guesses quickly flashed through Klein's mind. Combined with the contents of the voice and his own situation, he made a preliminary judgment. There are very few people who know of my identity as Klein Moretti. It's the same for those who know that Klein Moretti had made an oath by touching a holy artifact. Furthermore, there's almost no interaction between the two parties. Mr. Aztec has heard me mention the latter matter, but if he wants to warn me, he can just get the messenger to pass the message. There's no need to use such a terrifying method. Well, Septon might know. After all, he is the snake of Mercury that represents fate. But by the same logic, he can directly contact me. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility of he suddenly wanting to scare me. I just thought about it in the afternoon. Perhaps I have a chance of being his godfather. The Antigonus family's notebook corrupts a keeper, just like how it used the misfortune cloth puppet to transmit the symbol previously. But if it's the case, why didn't it directly give me the potion formula? Or perhaps we can discuss a plan to help each other break out of the notebook. St. Samuel Cathedral is the headquarters of the Bacolin Diocese. It's on a higher level than St. Selena Cathedral, so the notebook shouldn't have the ability to do anything else. It must be tightly sealed. Apart from them, there's only one person who knows about both matters at the same time, the Evernight Goddess. However, with a deity's pride, she has no need to pretend to be a passerby and use a polite and distant tone to address me. I'm in St. Samuel Cathedral. All she needs to do is issue a revelation and dozens of Beyonders will come out to take me down. And as the diocese's headquarters, with sufficient preparations, there's a high chance of interfering with traveling. Therefore, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Yes, there's another person who knows about those two matters. This is who I am. Before planning the operation, I had actually considered the corresponding problems. Back then, the conclusion I came up with was that I didn't need to worry too much. This is because, after advancing to Faceless, the gray fog has some of its powers enter the real world, allowing me to be sensed by specific demigods. Before this, only Beyonders of the monster pathway could sense some of the peculiarities. And when I made contact with the Holy Sword and made the oath, I had just become a clown. Even though the secret connection established by the oath made the goddess slowly realize that there was something wrong with me, I haven't seen her take any action despite all this time. That female angel of the church, yes, it should be an angel. After wiping out Mr. A, she even smiled at me. Therefore, the goddess might be happy to see me take away the Antigonus family's notebook. Although I don't know the goal, at my present level, all I can do is accept it and think of a way to deal with it later. It's definitely safer than climbing the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Of course, the premise is that the lady who wiped out Mr. A is really an angel of the church. Although I've already recognized my true self through all sorts of acting at the faceless stage, I haven't completely digested the many potions I've consumed. As for a marionettist's request to give every marionette a persona that matches their characteristics, this can similarly easily lead to a split personality. Also, in order to steal the Antigonus family's notebook and act as Don Dante's, I'm under immense pressure. My subconscious has a strong tendency to waver and have doubts. Under such a state, the mental corruption of the keeper who lost control stimulated my spirit body, causing me to split a personality. Just as Klein thought of this, the familiar yet unfamiliar voice resounded in his mind once again. Heh, your thoughts are too idealistic. All your actions are based on luck. If the high-ranking deacon, Krestet Sesamir, who wields the holy sword, were to come to Bakelin to handle other Beyonder cases, can you guarantee that the holy sword wouldn't sense you when you are in the same cathedral? You are connected by contract. When Deacon Sesamir comes, I'll give up on this plan. Besides, it's not like I can't avoid it ahead of time. I can find a reason or an excuse to head out for a period of time to investigate. Klein instinctively mumbled inwardly. Then, he heard the voice that belonged to him say in his mind, there are too many unexpected and unpredictable situations. Before coming to the cathedral today, didn't you never expect that just observing the spirit-body threads would result in an anomaly? Back then, I was nervous because I was worried that there would be unexpected changes. However, as it's only observation and not direct contact with the other party, I didn't think there would be too many problems. I just need to be more careful in the future. Besides, there are accidents and changes in everything. Who are you? Klein closed his eyes as though he was focused on praying. The voice hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm Klein. I'm Klein, and you're Zhou Mingrui. No, I'm Zhou Mingrui. You're Klein, indeed. Klein felt his hair stand on end once again. He decided to immediately leave St. Samuel Cathedral and return home to resolve the problem of his split personality. When the symptoms first appeared, things were relatively easy to deal with. Once his personality stabilized and became stronger, and he began to seize control of his body, he might need external help. He opened his eyes and said to Bishop Electra with a calm expression, I feel like I've calmed down. I feel much better after suffering from mental illness. As he spoke, Klein gave a self-deprecating comment. He liked to lampoon inwardly. On the one hand, it was because of his personality, and on the other hand, it was to emphasize himself. He wanted to remember himself and not immerse himself in acting. He liked to complain in his heart. On one hand, it was because of his own personality, and on the other hand, it was to emphasize himself, to always remember himself, and not to immerse himself in acting. Bishop Electra smiled. The goddess is protecting you. As he spoke, he took a glass of water from a priest and passed it to Don Dantes. Needless to explain, Klein knew that this was holy water. He had drunk it before, so he hid his worry, took the cup, and drank it in one gulp. The cool feeling flowed down his throat, making Klein feel refreshed. He seemed to have sobered up a lot, and even the voice in his head weakened. This has the effect of pacifying a spirit body. The church still places quite a lot of importance on Don Dantes. Of course, this is due to their Beyonders. As Klein nodded at Bishop Electra and drew the crimson moon on his chest, he calmly walked to the altar and donated £50 to the donation box. After doing all of this, he left the cathedral with his valet, Richardson, and took a carriage back to Buckland Street. During this process, he didn't feed the pigeons again. This was because an ordinary person wouldn't be in the mood to do such a thing after what he had just encountered. After returning home, the silent Klein used his afternoon break as an excuse to send the others away. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise in the master bedroom's bathroom and went above the grey fog. Penetrating the roars and ravings, he didn't sense any signs of his body being purified. He was increasingly certain that the voice in his head came from him, a secondary persona that had been stimulated by corruption. Sitting in the fool's high-back chair, Klein immediately examined his spirit body's state and discovered that there were indeed signs of chaos. It wasn't pure, and the corresponding aura's colors were slightly mottled. After careful consideration for 2 minutes, ignoring the reverberating noise in his head, Klein conjured the world, German Sparrow, and made him pray piously. Honorable Mr. Fool. Please tell the moon that I wish to rent the mental terror candle for half a day. I know he has the means to obtain it. In the very beginning, the identity of the world was prepared for Sherlock Moriarty, therefore, Klein wasn't worried. South of the bridge, inside the Harvest Church, Emlyn White, who was looking forward to his Lilith's ring at night, suddenly saw the endless grey fog and heard the world's words. He muttered in abnormally astonishment, "How does he know that I can obtain the mental terror candle?" After a brief moment of shock, Emlyn couldn't help but look around. He suspected that the world was lurking around him, one of the few believers. After all, he had never mentioned the mental terror candle in the tarot. Bishop Utrowski seldom had conflicts with others, and he had almost never used any mystical items. If it wasn't for the fact that Emlyn had been planted with a psychological cue to come to the Harvest Church frequently, and that he had received Sherlock Moriarty's reminder and subsequently asked the bishop, he wouldn't have known of the existence of the mental terror candle. At that instant, Emlyn saw everyone as the world. Be it the fat middle-aged man, the granny with a grey headscarf, or the beautiful and fashionable lady, they all had something in common with the world. No, I have to get to the bottom of this. He actually knows so much about my surroundings. Even in front of Mr. Fool, there are some things I haven't mentioned. Emlyn was truly frightened. He stood up and walked into the clergyman's break room at the back and replied in a quiet and empty environment, "That's right." In the quiet environment, he replied, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to speak directly to the world." In less than 10 seconds, a dark red light surged towards Emlyn like a tidal wave, drowning him. Then, he realized that he had returned above the grey fog, back to the majestic palace, back to the spot that belonged to him. And at the end of the long, mottled table, the blurry figure of the world was already waiting. Compared to the past, Emlyn had improved greatly. He wasn't in a rush to speak to the world. He first bowed at Mr. Fool, who was watching leisurely from his seat of honor, before looking at his target and saying, "That's right. How did you know that I could obtain the mental terror candle?" Under Klein's control, the world chuckled hoarsely. "We might have met before." He didn't say much and only pointed out the crux of the matter. As for whether the other party could guess the actual situation, that was his own problem. Of course, Klein believed that Emlyn was temporarily unable to connect it to Sherlock Moriarty. After all, he lacked the necessary clues. Emlyn frowned bit by bit. He had one suspect after another, but he was unable to determine who the world was. "Believe me, I have no ill intentions towards the tarot members." Seeing Emlyn remain silent for a long time, the world added, "One day, I will find you." Emlyn silently muttered to himself before asking, "What's wrong? What are you doing with the mental terror candle?" "I have to have a good reason to lend this mystical item." Klein stopped himself from raising his right hand to rub his sun acupoint and made the world fall silent. "To treat my mental problems." Treatment. Mental problems. Emlyn couldn't help but shrink back before straightening his back. Looking at the world again, the look in his eyes clearly said that he was indeed a dangerous lunatic. The mental terror candle does have such an effect. Emlyn thought for a moment. "I can only lend it to you for half a day. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Sure." Klein endured the threats and pleas of the voice in his mind and controlled the world to reply, "Sure." If the mental terror candle was effective, Klein would be able to solve the problem in a quarter of an hour. If it was ineffective, he could hold it in his hand for a few days or months. Therefore, the rental period wasn't crucial. He didn't care about such requirements at all. Emlyn did a mental calculation for 2 seconds. The rent is £300, as well as 5 pages of Beyond Her Powers recorded in Laymanos Travels. He gave away half of his burdens. 5 pages. How many pages did this fellow use? As Klein lampooned, he made the world say, "That's right. No problem." After completing the transaction, Emlyn immediately returned to the real world and walked out of the Harvest Church's clergyman lounge. Looking at the half-giant Bishop Utrowski, who was standing beside the altar and waiting to communicate with the believers, Emlyn suddenly felt a little uneasy. Although he sounded very confident in front of the world, in reality, he had never borrowed such an item from the priest before. He had no idea what kind of attitude the priest would have. Emlyn's gaze subconsciously wandered as he subconsciously surveyed the prayer hall. "I've helped the priest and the church save many civilians who were infected by the plague. I've also been teaching those who are willing to learn about herbs, allowing the faith of Mother Earth to spread relatively well in this area. What's wrong with borrowing the mental terror candle for half a day? Emlyn raised his chin and walked towards Bishop Yutravsky, who he had to look up to. I have a friend who has a mental problem. I would like to borrow the mental terror candle. He did not directly mention his contribution, because his pride did not allow him to do so. Father Yutravsky looked down at Emlyn, who was dressed in a priest robe, and smiled warmly. All right. That's it? Emlyn was taken aback, unable to believe that the priest had agreed just like that. He didn't accept it. He couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid that I'll drop that candle? Bishop Yutravsky replied with a smile, every person and every item has their own end. Every person and every item has their own end. They will return to the earth and be buried deep in the soil. They will germinate, grow, and bloom again, generation after generation. This is the fate of all things. If the mental terror candle is lost, it means that my connection with it has come to an end. I have to listen to fate and Mother's arrangements. Whether the mental terror candle is lost is its fate, but will I be beaten to death by you because of this is also my fate? Emlyn lampooned silently and didn't ask any further. He took the strange candle from the half-giant priest. Following that, he used the excuse of treating a friend and left the harvest church. He found a random inn and set up the sacrificial ritual. Above the gray fog, Klein once again received the mental terror candle. This mystical item seemed to have burned more than half of it. It was wrapped in a layer of something that resembled human skin, with several lumps protruding. Its wick was very short and pitch black in color. There were dense scale-like patterns on it. Klein didn't delay. He didn't give his alternate personality a chance to mature. He wanted to completely resolve the problem while he was still weak. Otherwise, what awaited him was an unchangeable fate of losing control. And the environment of the mysterious space above the gray fog could completely block out the negative effects of the battle between the two personalities. Phew. Klein slowly exhaled and extended his hand to summon the sea god scepter. At that moment, he didn't do any divination, because he wasn't sure who I was referring to. The outcome was naturally meaningless. Klein snapped his fingers and lit the mental terror candle. Above the pitch-black wick, the pale blue spirituality flames emitted light silently, illuminating the palace that resembled a giant's residence. Unknowingly, the environment changed. The cupboard, desk, coal stove, bunk bed, and gas meter were reflected in Klein's eyes. The crimson moonlight silently shone in from the window, draping everything in a veil. This was the apartment that the Moretti family used to live in. This was where Klein Moretti had shot himself. At that moment, a figure was sitting under the bunk bed, looking at the sea god scepter wielding Klein with a warped expression. He had black hair, brown eyes, a thin build, and ordinary facial features. His facial features were rather deep, and he had an obvious scholarly aura. He was just like another Klein. This Klein revealed an angry expression. You have occupied my body, but do you want to completely obliterate my soul? I'm the one who's Klein Moretti. You despicable, shameless transmigrator, parasite. He seemed to have just matured and was unable to make use of the outside world. Klein didn't respond as he walked over with a heavy expression. Klein's expression slowly changed as fear gradually filled his eyes. His body curled up as he pleaded with a trembling voice, "Let me go. Let me go, let me go. You stole my brother, stole my sister, and stole my life. Isn't that enough? I'll stay quietly in your body and help you analyze problems and give you suggestions. I definitely won't vie with you for control. Let me go. Let me go." Klein remained silent as he raised the sea god scepter in his right hand. Klein's face was already covered in tears as he shouted angrily and fearfully, "I only wanted to remind you. If it wasn't to remind you, why would I expose myself? Let me go. Let me go. I don't have any ill intentions. Let me go. Let me go. I don't have any ill intentions." Klein looked at him in silence as he made the blue gems on the sea god's scepter light up one after another. Bolts of lightning instantly appeared, twisting and entangling as they enveloped Klein like a storm. Amidst the shrill cries, the figure rapidly dissipated as all traces of it were wiped away by the bolts of lightning. as expected of myself. I know where the soft spots in my heart are. I know how to plead the most effectively. However, I've already recognized myself. I'm Zhou Mingrui, who is fused with Klein's memory fragments and a portion of his emotions. If I let you go, it's equivalent to separating the two and admitting that I'm opposing them. Then, the moment I return to the real world, I'll immediately lose control. Klein lowered the scepter and closed his eyes as he sighed softly. Then, he, who had maintained his lucidity the entire time, left the world of his mind. P.S. Update first before making changes. It will be back to normal tomorrow. When he opened his eyes again, the threats and pleas in Klein's mind had completely vanished. The light blue flame in front of him was still burning silently on the pitch-black candle's wick. He seriously observed the state of his spirit body and confirmed that all the signs of chaos had vanished. The aura's color had also turned pure and no longer mottled. It's finally resolved. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and lowered the sea god's scepter. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly extinguished the mental terror candle. He didn't immediately return to the real world. Instead, he sat silently above the gray fog for a while, calming and dispelling the remnant negative emotions in his heart in this silent place. After this incident, Klein had a deeper understanding of the path of the Beyonder than before. It was a path that constantly resisted madness and danger. All Beyonders could be on the verge of losing control due to internal factors or external stimuli if they weren't careful, resulting in mental problems. And once the symptoms were revealed and they weren't resolved in time, it would be abnormally difficult to save them. There are both internal and external factors in the development of this alternate personality. The source is that I'm a transmigrator, but I've fused with Klein Moretti's memory fragments and a portion of his emotions. I naturally have the potential to have a split personality. Furthermore, in order to steal the Antigonus family's notebook and act as Don Dante's, it can be said that I'm walking along the edge of the abyss. The pressure is immense. After being mentally corrupted and stimulated by the keeper losing control, the problem immediately flared up. As Klein rubbed his sun acupoint, he vanished above the gray fog. Just as he returned to his body, Klein suddenly felt his mind relax and become a lot clearer. It was as though a dusty glass had been carefully wiped, and the faceless potion he had consumed had been completely digested. The appearance of the alternate personality indeed had all sorts of psychological problems from before as a trigger. Using the mental terror candle to resolve the problem was equivalent to receiving a comprehensive and effective psychoanalysis. In the short term, there wouldn't be any latent problems in this aspect. However, I still have to constantly pay attention and adjust myself. I can't be careless. Klein walked out of the bathroom and came to the balcony. He looked at the distant mountain peak and the nearby greenery. He was in a rather good state. He could clearly feel that his self-awareness and self-identity had deepened, and the feeling of detachment that he often felt had weakened a lot. I didn't expect that winning the battle against my alternate persona would have such benefits. If it weren't for the fact that my alternate persona would be stronger and more difficult to deal with, I would have wanted to split my personality a few more times and kill myself a few more times. Klein shook his head and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Frankly speaking, if it were anyone else, just this split personality would be rather dangerous and difficult to resolve. It was only because he knew where to find the mental terror candle, knew how to obtain it, knew the crux of the problem, and had the experience to deal with it. Only then could he eliminate the latent dangers in time and prevent the secondary personality from maturing. Otherwise, the best outcome would be Bishop Utravsky's initial state. At worst, he would gradually lose control and be irreversible. Besides, I still have a backup psychiatrist. Klein chuckled softly, walked back to the room, and sat on the reclining chair. He once again reflected on what he had encountered that day and extracted the things that he needed to pay attention to in the future. If a mid-sequence Beyonder of the sleepless pathway loses control, they can directly corrupt a person's mind by pulling them into a dream. I have to be careful in the future. Without reaching a high-sequence Beyonder, most rampagers of the pathway wouldn't be able to do so. They would often mutate into monsters and use the corresponding Beyonder powers to control or attack their targets. It was very difficult for them to transmit the corruption they had suffered. Apart from mid-sequence Beyonders of the sleepless pathway being able to do so, those of the spectator pathway should be able to do so as well. If I encounter such enemies, I really wouldn't know how to defend against them if I don't eliminate them first. Also, although I've figured out the state of the keepers and their relationship with the seal's core, the corresponding problem has arisen. If I were to infiltrate in disguise, how should I create the appearance of being corrupted by the seal's core and not be seen through by it? Klein carefully considered for a moment, but he had no idea. All he could do was stand up, walk to the desk, pick up a fountain pen, and draw a compound symbol of concealment and prying on a piece of paper. He was summoning erodes. The full-body mirror in the master bedroom suddenly produced an invisible ripple as silver light leaped out, forming Ruan words. Great Master, your loyal, humble, and obedient servant, Erodes, is always at your service. My previous behavior has caused a certain amount of damage to your current image. I am very scared and very guilty. Can you accept my apology? He actually knows to admit his mistake this time. Klein scoffed. Don't make the same mistake again. All right. New words appeared on the full-body mirror surface. Is there anything I can do for you? Yes. Klein deliberated for a moment and said, the keepers of the Church of Evernight have been corrupted by the power of the seal's core behind Cheney's gate. Their states are different from ordinary beyonders. Is there any way to perfectly disguise them? The silver word squirmed and changed, outlining a brand new content. Great Master, there's only one solution. That is to sacrifice your marionette and let it be corrupted by the seal's core powers. Gradually, it will change into a state similar to those keepers. Then, you can store it in your body and fool the seal's core. That can be done. It's indeed an idea. However, a marionette made from a sequence 5 wraith might not be something that can be bought with money. To obtain the formula and ingredients for a high-sequence Beyonder potion, one really needs to pay a huge price. Klein thought for a moment. Then, how do I get the marionette to be corrupted by the seal's core? Typically speaking, the moment a wraith marionette approached Cheney's gate or appeared in the prayer hall, it would be discovered by the seal's powers and forcefully purified or dispelled. The full-body mirror surface rippled once again, reflecting a figure. The figure wore an old-fashioned veil. She was tall and had chestnut-colored long hair. She was none other than Queen Mystic Bernadette. Great Master, you have to seek her help, Erodes explained as he pieced together the silver words. Her? Queen Mystic isn't from the Evernight pathway. How can she provide help? Or does she have a sealed artifact that corresponds to a high-sequence Beyonder of the Evernight pathway, similar to the seal's core behind Cheney's gate? It just so happens that Admiral of Stars needs a drop of blood from a mythical creature. When the time comes, apart from giving Will Septon something that satisfies him, he will also have to pay my intermediary fee. This is the intermediary fee. Klein nodded in thought. Very good. You may return. Yes, great and supreme master. Your loyal and lowly servant, Erodes, awaits your next summoning. As the silver words appeared, Erodes outlined a hand that was constantly shaking a handkerchief. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched when he saw this. He was momentarily at a loss for a reaction. West Borough, inside the Odora family's villa. With a faint smile, Emlyn White casually found a single-seater sofa in the living room and sat down. Diagonally across him, another sanguine baron, Russ Bathory, was holding a glass of blood as he stared at him with narrowed eyes. He didn't hide his disgust and hatred at all. Russ Bathory had not only been injured when he hunted the first primordial moon believer, but his spoils of war had also been snatched by Emlyn. Your performance will only make me happy. Emlyn chuckled inwardly as he turned his head to look at Cosmiodora, who had pushed open the door and entered. He waited for the Baron to announce the results and award the prizes. Cosmi forced himself to ignore Emlyn's gaze as he walked to the fireplace and said to all the sanguine present, I've gathered all of you here because the final winner of the hunting competition has been decided. Who? The vampires glanced left and right at each other, guessing who had won. Their gazes were mostly focused on Russ Bathory. Almost no one believed that it was Emlyn White. Only Russ Bathory vaguely guessed something as he cast his gaze at the darn fellow in shock. Cosmi sighed and said, Emlyn White has killed 3 targets. Emlyn White has killed 3 targets and automatically obtained victory. What? A young sanguine blurted out in disbelief. The sanguine were a race with far fewer members than humans. Only a portion of them lived in Bakeland, therefore, they weren't strangers to each other. Everyone knew very well what kind of sanguine Emlyn was. P.S. Update before making changes. In the hearts of all the sanguine present, even if Emlyn wasn't the weirdest of their kind, he was definitely ranked in the top 10. As a member of a race that had a long lifespan from birth, it was rather common for them to have one or more hobbies to pass their time. Emlyn wasn't the only one who liked dolls, but the problem was that apart from buying dolls to match with new clothes and going to the hospital to get blood to drink, he rarely went out. He didn't like interacting with his own kind either. Unless he had a thirst for relatively fresh blood or needed to learn about history or exchange for the corresponding materials, he basically wouldn't participate in the corresponding gatherings. Such a lifestyle was almost the same as the few high-ranking figures who were extremely old and had to lie in special coffins to barely survive. It was impossible to tell that he was a fellow who had just come of age. Emlyn naturally became a topic of conversation at other sanguine gatherings. All these years ago, everyone had only casually mentioned him and teased him in private, just like how they discussed the various oddities in Bakeland. When it was said that Emlyn had walked into the Harvest Church on his own because he was lost, he was captured by a bishop of Earth Mother and locked in an underground chamber. His image began to slide towards the shame of the sanguine and the main character of all kinds of jokes. It was irreversible. But it was this fellow who had embarrassed his race that had hunted 3 primordial moon believers in a row. They were all artificial vampires. Could it be that he had hired the help of a clergyman from the Church of Earth Mother? Or did he hire an especially powerful bounty hunter? Thoughts flashed through the minds of different sanguine as they guessed what method Emlyn had used to win the competition. At this moment, Cosme coughed lightly. Emlyn has found the corresponding characteristic heritage. And has become a baron. Baron. When the sanguine looked at Emlyn again, they were no longer as confused or doubtful. Instead, their eyes were filled with shock, surprise, and astonishment. This was the first time in Emlyn's life that he was being stared at by his fellow clansmen. He suddenly felt his body turn light as his mind was filled with joy. This made him want to proudly raise his chin and say, "You should call me Lord Baron." This sense of satisfaction is the same as when I finally bought the doll I yearned for after saving up for a long time. Emlyn silently marveled as he held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. With a faint smile, he slowly surveyed the area before buttoning his coat and getting up to walk to Cosmiodora's side. After the other sanguines snapped to their senses, they looked at the 2 barons with complicated gazes. The winner of this hunting competition will directly enter the Viscount's candidate list and receive free ritual help. In addition, he will also receive a ring made by the primogenitor. As he spoke, Cosme took out a silver jewelry box engraved with complicated patterns from his pocket. He opened it and showed it to all the sanguine present. It was a translucent ring that seemed to be made of light red amber. There was a blood-colored gem that was half the size of a fingernail inlaid at the top of the ring, emitting a faint light. It's called Lilith's ring. It can make the wearer more charming, allowing them to always be in a good state under the full moon, Cosme roughly introduced. It can also make the surroundings appear like a full moon, greatly enhancing the corresponding beyonder powers. At the same time, it can project a door that leads deep into the spirit world. Cosme paused and added, "This door is the door of summoning. It can allow creatures deep in the spirit world to use it to come to the real world. However, there's only one chance for a certain period of time. When a spirit world creature passes through this door, it's equivalent to signing a corresponding agreement with the wearer. It can serve the wearer for a certain period of time, which is about 5 minutes. If it needs to be maintained for longer, the wearer has to personally communicate with the spirit world creature and sign a contract with a longer duration. Under normal circumstances, the strength of the summoned spirit world creature is equivalent to or slightly stronger than the wearer, but there's also the possibility of it being weaker or stronger. There was once a viscount who relied on this ring to summon a demigod-level spirit world creature. The stronger the spirit world creature is, the more it can go against the door of summoning's agreement and harm the wearer. If you encounter such a situation, you must resolutely remove the projection and stop the summoning. Its negative effect is bloodthirst. It needs to drink at least 1 bottle of human blood every hour. Otherwise, its blood will boil and evaporate. In less than 15 minutes, it will kill a baron. I don't reject this. On the contrary, I often desire to drink blood, but the problem is that I don't have that much blood. Emlyn controlled his joy and excitement as he thought of a way to resolve the negative effects. At this moment, Cosme turned his head to glance at him. Additional blood requirements will be provided by the tribe. Then, the problem becomes how to modify the bottle and how to carry so much blood. Emlyn swept his gaze at the envious and jealous sanguine and took the initiative to ask. If I don't wear it, will I suffer from thirst? No. Cosme shook his head firmly. Emlyn stared at Lilith's ring and asked again, if I wear it for 59 minutes and then take it off, will I get thirst? Cosme's facial muscles twitched as he said, when you wear the ring, you will suffer from thirst. When you put on the ring, you'll be suffering from the bloodthirst syndrome. You'll have to drink a bottle of human blood to calm it down for an hour. During this process, if you take the ring off and put it on again, the bloodthirst syndrome will be reactivated. No matter if it's been an hour or not, you'll have to drink blood again. Of course, this isn't a complicated problem. Emlyn said. Cosme retracted his gaze and looked at the other sanguine. I'll be awarding this ring to the winner of this hunting competition, Emlyn White. Congratulations, Emlyn. He turned and extended his right hand to Emlyn, gently shaking his hand. Then, he handed the blood-colored Lilith's ring to Emlyn. Thank you, Emlyn said with a reserved smile. Cosme didn't look at him again as he said to the other sanguine, there are still 2 targets left. There are 2 more targets left. These are the prey that belongs to you. You will also be rewarded. 10 at night, above the grey fog. Klein received Lamino's travels, which Emlyn had sacrificed, and he learned of the so-called Lilith's ring. There aren't any other problems. What's most worth paying attention to is the door of summoning that leads deep into the spirit world. Perhaps one day, the ancient goddess, Lilith, will come out through that door. Of course, there are many prerequisites. As Klein made a bold guess, he flipped open Lamino's travels to see what beyonder powers Emlyn had used and which ones he had supplemented. I've used all of Lightning Strike, and there's no more traveling. This fellow really doesn't feel the pinch from using the powers of others. I've added a Wings of Darkness. This can increase the user's speed and give them the ability to fly for a short period of time. It can also transform into a bunch of illusory vampire bats to attack enemies. The first is Full Moon. It can make an area within a certain range appear in a full moon state. Spirituality will flourish, and death will become stronger. This is recorded from Lilith's ring. The second is Claw of Corrosion. It can make one's fingernails grow an additional segment with mysterious symbols and patterns. It's sharp enough to slice through steel, and it comes with powerful corrosive powers. It's the nemesis of defensive methods such as scales and skin. The first is Animal Senses. It can communicate with animals, drive animals, and share their senses. If this is used well, it'll have miraculous effects. I've never seen Emlyn use it before. What a waste. The second is Abyss Shackles. It's a spell-like power in the darkness domain. It can condense darkness or shadows into chains to restrict or control enemies. There's no door of summoning. That's right. This should be very difficult to record. With Emlyn's character, he probably gave up after a few unsuccessful attempts. As Klein flipped through Lamino's travels, he used divination and mysticism knowledge to interpret the effects of the new beyonder power. Retracting his gaze, he beckoned for the sea god's scepter to fly over and added a few lightning strikes to the notebook. This was due to his phobia of lacking firepower. Then, with the help of the sun brooch, Klein recorded holy light summoning and creation of divine water, allowing Lamino's travels beyonder powers to become more varied. After doing all of this, he closed the notebook and picked up the mental terror candle. After finishing off his alternate persona in the afternoon, he didn't immediately return the mystical item. Instead, he believed that since it belonged to the spectator domain, it might be able to help him explore the sea of collective subconscious in Roselle's travels. Therefore, he planned on giving it to Emlyn after the deadline of half a day. To his surprise, he discovered through his research that the mental terror candle didn't have the effects of calming one's mind or eliminating negative emotions. It could only allow one to enter deep into the target's mind and plant cues or resolve problems. Phew. Klein exhaled. Through the bestowment ritual, he returned the mental terror candle and Lamino's travels to Emlyn and Furs respectively. After returning to the real world, he took a comfortable bath and read the newspapers and magazines before going to bed. In a daze, Klein suddenly woke up, knowing that someone had entered his dream. He saw the scene in front of him change. The sky was dark and deep, dotted with resplendent diamonds. It made him feel reverence and peace from the bottom of his heart. From afar, he could hear the chanting of poems. It was ethereal and orderly, reaching straight into his heart. At the same time, the clouds moved as the crimson moon appeared, scattering its gentle light. All of this made Klein feel as though he had arrived in the divine kingdom of the Evernight goddess. He felt relaxed and extremely comfortable in his dream. Klein suddenly understood the situation. This was the Beyonder of the Church of Evernight who had come in the middle of the night. They were using a dream to placate the tycoon, Don Dantes, so as to treat the psychological trauma he had suffered in the afternoon. "I can't sleep well if you do this." Klein sighed in exasperation. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday. Amidst his sigh, Klein allowed himself to relax and enjoy the rare peace and comfort of a dream like an ordinary person. About 15 minutes later, he finally waited for the church's Beyonder to leave the dream. Finally. I can sleep peacefully. Klein had planned on opening his eyes out of habit and falling asleep again, but he realized that once he didn't need to be on high alert, he could directly fall asleep with the remaining sense of tranquility in his dream. That night, he slept very well. He slept all the way until dawn. The sun had just risen, and the crimson moon was still present. The sky was bright, and the wind was blowing gently. Klein lazily spaced out for nearly 10 minutes before picking up the golden pocket watch on the bedside table. He snapped it open to take a look. It's not even 6:30. Should I turn around and continue sleeping, or should I wake up now? Klein checked his condition. Seeing that he was awake and full of energy without any signs of fatigue, he got out of bed to wash up. He walked to the balcony and looked at the orange-red horizon. In this season of Bakeland, due to the influence of the wind, the smog wasn't too serious. Furthermore, there had been air pollution control in the past few months, so the blue sky was clear and the air was fresh. The gardener was already busy in the garden, while the kitchen maids and handyman were heading to the market together. Apart from them, the surroundings were serene. This made Klein suddenly feel cheerful as he temporarily forgot all his troubles. He felt that the world was his alone at that moment. With a smile that was not too obvious, he quietly admired the scene. In the next 15 minutes, 2 or 3 servants walked out of the surrounding houses one after another. They were either carrying baskets or leading horses. The whole street came to life bit by bit, and the sun gradually brightened. This is what life should be like. Klein sighed silently. He suddenly had the urge to go out for a stroll. He turned around and left the balcony. He walked to the door and turned the knob. Outside his master bedroom, Richardson was already waiting. It was impossible to guess what time he had woken up. This was the hardest part of being a valet. He had to sleep later than his employer and wake up earlier than him. There's still an hour before breakfast. If you wish to bring it forward, the kitchen can prepare it in 15 minutes. Richardson didn't ask Don Dantes why he had suddenly woken up so early. Klein chuckled. You don't have to. I plan to go out for a walk first. Yes, sir. Richardson entered the bedroom, picked out a coat according to his employer's suggestion, and helped him put it on. Finally, Klein put on his silk top hat, picked up his inlaid scepter, and went down to the first floor. He walked out of the door and walked along the Inta sycamore tree and the black gas lamp pole as he slowly walked to the other end of the street. Along the way, there was a faint fragrance wafting from the gardens of every house. The green leaves of the trees created a quiet atmosphere. There were very few pedestrians coming and going in 2s and 3s. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by to break the silence, but it would quickly go far away. Klein enjoyed the early morning environment and the beauty of waking up early. He felt that the remnants of yesterday's negative emotions were evaporating bit by bit and disappearing bit by bit. Yes, Beyonders need to know how to take the initiative to create the conditions to adjust their emotions. By doing this, the bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral should know that Don Dantes has completely recovered. They won't disturb my sleep in the middle of the night. As Klein's thoughts wandered, his gaze casually swept past 39 Buckland Street. This was Member of Parliament Mock's home. Its outer walls were formed by sharp metal poles, allowing passers-by to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the garden inside through the gaps. As his gaze moved, Klein saw a familiar figure. It was Hazel with her long, black-green hair and dark brown eyes. This beautiful and arrogant girl was walking along the garden path with her maidservant, looking around from time to time. She's up so early as well? She hasn't been able to head to the sewers in the middle of the night, so her sleep quality is excellent? Klein lampooned as he retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. Glancing at Richardson, who was following behind him in a staid manner, Klein suddenly recalled the news reports, magazine columns, and stories he had recently read about the southern continent. He had been consciously reading up on content related to this field in order to enrich the persona of Don Dantes. After all, much of his understanding of the southern continent came from the pirates, adventurers, and the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, Anderson. Who knew if there were any exaggerations or fabrications? The information I've read in the past and recently is about so-and-so going to the southern continent, making a fortune, or simply migrating there. This makes all of Backland's citizens believe that the southern continent is filled with gold and that it's filled with opportunities to get rich overnight. Even the common trees there have many uses for their sap. They can be exchanged for large amounts of gold pounds. That's why the kingdom often goes to war with Fasak, Intis, and other countries to snatch colonies. If it wasn't for the fact that the commoners don't have enough money to pay for the ship and are afraid of smuggling, there would definitely be a large number of people heading there. What's your impression of the southern continent? He remembered that Richardson had been born in a manor there and had only been brought to Bakeland as an adult. Richardson was silent for a few seconds. Sir, I actually don't know much about the southern continent because I'm busy in the manor most of the time. I seldom have the chance to head out. Just tell me your impression, the most realistic impression. Don't mind it. I just want to get a general understanding. As you know, they all think of me as an expert in the southern continent, but in fact, my experience is limited to a few places and the merchant class, Klein said with a chuckle. Richardson lowered his head bit by bit as he looked at his feet that were moving forward. My impression of the southern continent is hunger, exhaustion, pain, as well as the yearning for the world after death, hunger, exhaustion, pain. Klein repeated these 3 words inwardly as he walked down Buckland Street without asking any further questions. East Chester County, in a building at the periphery of Stone University. Audrey was visiting the collection obtained by the Rouen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. She had originally planned on coming on Tuesday afternoon, but to her surprise, Associate Professor Michel Duth was attending an academic conference in Bakeland and would only be returning today. Therefore, she had no choice but to change her arrangements. This pair of boots was discovered by a farmer near Stone in a mountain ruin. Its shape and characteristics are very similar to the social trends of the Fourth Epoch. Michel introduced the items in the glass cabinet to the noble and beautiful girl. Audrey looked over with interest and discovered that the tips of the boots were clearly raised, as though they belonged to a clown. The height of the 2 ends wasn't uniform. One was 3 centimeters, while the other was 5 centimeters. It didn't look like a pair. The asymmetrical style of the Fourth Epoch. I wonder which class the 3 on the left and 5 on the right represent. Audrey retracted her gaze and followed Associate Professor Michel to the next collection. Towards the end of the tour, Michel pointed at the glass cabinet diagonally in front of her. This coat of arms was sent over a few days ago. It involves ancient dragon worship. Dragon. Audrey took a step forward in a reserved manner and approached it. She saw a grayish-white dragon with its wings spread out on the surface of the coat of arms. Where does it come from? Audrey asked in the same manner as before. Michel replied, a village named Heartlark. A village named Heartlark. This Loanese word doesn't have a prototype in ancient Fasak. It seems to be spelled out based on the pronunciation. Heartlark. This is the village with the tradition of dragon worship that I previously went to. The people there believe that there's a mind dragon living in the sea of collective subconscious. The 20-year war notebook I obtained from Associate Professor Michel belonged to a knight named Lindalia who left this village. He's suspected to be related to that mind dragon. Audrey nodded in thought as she deliberated over her words, wanting to ask who had found the coat of arms. At this moment, Associate Professor Michel's expression turned abnormally heavy. The discovery of this coat of arms was accompanied by a tragedy. Tragedy? Audrey didn't hide her astonishment. Associate Professor Michel exhaled and said, "An archaeological team entered the village to study the customs of dragon worship. In the end, one of the team members went crazy at night, and this mental illness seems to be contagious. The entire archaeological team later became lunatics. They killed each other or mutilated themselves. None of them survived. This coat of arms was found among their belongings. It was first taken away by the police, and after confirming that there were no problems, it was donated to us. An archaeological team entered the village, and one member after another went crazy." Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she repeated Associate Professor Michel's words inwardly. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Psychological alchemy. This archaeological team was made up of members of the Psychological Alchemy Society. P.S. Update first, then change. Inside the building where the Lone Relic Search and Preservation Foundation was located, Audrey, whose mind was racing, blinked her eyes and paid attention to her minute expressions and body movements. She drew a crimson moon on her chest in a half-serious manner and sighed. "This is truly a tragedy. May their souls rest in peace." The reason why she had guessed that the archaeological team was a member of the psychological alchemy was because she had once accepted a mission to help the organization obtain a notebook from Associate Professor Michel during the 20-Year War. And this notebook belonged to Heartlark Village's former knight, Lindalia. Back then, Audrey had sought Mr. Fool's help and relied on magic mirror divination to confirm the origins of the notebook. She discovered that it was closely related to the village that worshipped dragons. As she knew that there was a mind dragon that could hide in the sea of collective subconscious, she ultimately chose to hand the notebook over to the psychological alchemy due to her lack of sequence and strength. This also meant that the secret organization of the psychological alchemy had a high chance of locking onto Heartlark Village through the notebook and heading there to search for their target. There was another reason that led Audrey to make this judgment. It was the strange mental illness that the members of the archaeological team had suffered from. It was contagious like a plague, causing the surrounding people to go crazy one after another. In the real world, mental illnesses had a chance of being hereditary, but it was almost impossible to infect others. But in the field of mysticism, in the world of spirit and consciousness, chaotic and crazy minds could indeed infect targets through mediumship, dreams, and subconscious influence, and in Heartlark Village, there was a mind dragon that had lived for an unknown number of years. The psychological alchemy found Heartlark Village through the notebook, and the threatened mind dragon used an ingenious method to corrupt their minds. He might have done this through the sea of collective subconscious. The Beyonder world is really dangerous. Such a small team, with a few Beyonders selected, ended their lives in such an absurd and simple manner. As Audrey thought about it, she was glad that she had made a sufficiently rational choice back then. She hadn't willfully taken the knight's notebook and explored Heartlark Village. Otherwise, there was a high chance that she would be added to the list of people who had gone mad. Thank you to Mr. Fool, thank you to the members of the Tarot, thank you to the Zillings who infiltrated in disguise. Although I don't have any actual experience in mysticism, I still know that there are too many dangers lurking in here. I have to be sufficiently cautious and careful. Audrey silently thanked them. At this moment, recalling her performance when she first joined the Tarot, she wished she could bury her face in the pillow and shout to herself in her heart, "Audrey, how could you be so naive and childish back then? It's only because you met Mr. Fool. If it were any other secret existence, you would have long become a lunatic or a monster. Mr. Fool is really a good person. No, he's a very good Orthodox god." Seeing Miss Audrey remain silent for a long time, Associate Professor Michel nodded solemnly. "Yes, this is a tragedy that scares people. I only hope that the government has dealt with this matter and not let the contagious mental illness turn into a plague. Don't worry, unless that mind dragon loses control and plans to challenge the three churches, there won't be any more people infected by the mental illness." Audrey silently replied. From her point of view, the official Beyonders had already taken over the matter. After all, contagious mental illnesses would naturally be handed over. Therefore, the dragon emblem in the glass display cabinet must have been donated to the Foundation after they had confirmed that there were no problems. The police department didn't have the authority to do so. On the one hand, Audrey felt a strong sense of sympathy for the archaeological team that was suspected to be members of psychological alchemy, as though she had personally experienced the tragedy. On the other hand, she was curious if the mind dragon was still in Heartlark or the nearby villages. Hiding in the sea of collective subconscious with a corporeal body should be difficult to discover and find. However, the three churches have a long history. In the fourth epoch or even earlier, they must have interacted with the mind dragon. Perhaps there are corresponding records that have been passed down. Furthermore, psychological alchemy is in control of the spectator pathway and has high sequence beyonders. Their understanding of the sea of collective subconscious isn't much weaker than the mind dragon. After their initial exploration failed tragically due to a lack of information, the team they sent must be very powerful. Although that mind dragon is stronger than psychological alchemy's expectations, it wouldn't stay in place and wait for others to find it. It should have already left. Audrey speculated based on what she knew. She didn't have any intention of heading to Heartlark Village to investigate the truth, because she knew that her present strength wasn't enough to deal with the mind dragon. Her only plan at the moment was to mention this matter at the Tarot next week and see if the other members could provide sufficient valuable information. For example, was it because of the tradition of dragon worship that the mind dragon could directly enter the sea of collective subconscious to live, or was it because the mind dragon lived in the sea of collective subconscious, causing the surrounding people to dream of it and subconsciously be influenced, resulting in the tradition of dragon worship? On Friday afternoon, Klein held the guest list for tomorrow night's ball as he seriously memorized the topics he needed to talk about with the different guests. When meeting Member of Parliament mocked, I have to praise the recent air in Bakeland. I have to exchange pleasantries with Professor Portland Moment, and I can crack a few jokes related to the Royal Academy of Sciences. As Klein memorized them one by one, he suddenly heard a stacked illusory prayer. A man. Based on the time, it's most likely Mr. the Hanging Man. Klein put down the piece of paper in his hand in thought and gulped down a mouthful of black tea. He got up and left the half-open room with the balcony, returning to the master bedroom's bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. He discovered that the prayer was none other than the Hanging Man. This gentleman had requested the Great Fool to inform the world that he had already arrived at the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam. In another 2 days, he would have replenished his supplies before heading for the primitive island. He got the world to make preparations ahead of time to prevent him from making it in time. He also indicated that if the Hanging Man didn't have a good way to head to the primitive island, he could arrange for the world to secretly board the Blue Avenger. To board the Blue Avenger and bring a group of sailors from the Church of the Storm to the vicinity of the primitive island? How long can the sanguine anesthetic gas he bought from Emlyn last? Is there enough time to explore? Klein thought for a moment and conjured the world German sparrow, making him pray piously. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You should be able to move about freely in Byam. Tonight at midnight, at the cemetery outside the city. Before that, replenish your supplies. In a hotel in Byam. Alger frowned slightly as he listened to the world German sparrow's words. In the city of generosity, he could indeed move about freely. This was because the sailors were in a rush to head to the Red Theatre and other places. They definitely wouldn't return tonight, and after they woke up in the day, they would definitely gamble a few rounds and indulge themselves to vent the depression and misery of being at sea for an extended period of time. This also meant that even if Alger disappeared for a day or night, he wouldn't be discovered. Does the world mean to make use of this gap? This is indeed better than using the sanguine anesthetic gas. This method has already been used twice. Perhaps someone has already suspected something and is waiting to verify it. But without a ship, how am I to head to the primitive island? Laymanos Travels? Miss Magicians mentioned that it records the beyonder power of teleportation. However, there's only 1 page. That's definitely not enough for a round trip. With his powerful imagination, Alger vaguely guessed what the world German sparrow was planning on doing, but he believed that it lacked the necessary conditions. With this question in mind, he found his contact with the resistance and replenished a batch of storm charms made from white tin. At 11 at night, Alger silently left the hotel and followed the shadows of the streets as he headed out of the city. He wasn't worried that the sailors would discover that he wasn't around when they returned. This was because he also had physical needs. It was possible that he had slept in the bed of a lady in the Red Theater and couldn't bear to return. And there were many similar brothels in Byam. Furthermore, there were quite a number of street ladies. It wasn't as though confirming that there was no one in the Red Theater meant that something was wrong with him. After leaving Byam, Alger walked on a narrow path that couldn't be used by carriages as he headed for the mountainous region by the sea. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he discovered a problem. Under the illumination of the crimson moonlight, a mountain that should have been there had vanished, and correspondingly, beneath it, there were piles of rocks and no vegetation. The terrain had nearly completely changed. Alger had previously come from the Resistance's private harbor, so he didn't have the chance to pay attention to the mountain here. Therefore, he only noticed the anomaly now. The mountain collapsed. It actually collapsed? Right, there was indeed a newspaper report that Byam had suffered a shallow earthquake. The power was concentrated in the mountains outside the city. Also, the deacon of the church mentioned that German Sparrow had nearly destroyed Byam, and that matter involved a demigod. The timing of the two events is very close. Could it be caused by German Sparrow? He triggered a demigod-level battle, but he managed to escape and kill Admiral of Blood in passing? Alger's pupils dilated as his footsteps slowed down and came to a halt. He suddenly understood why the Church of the Storm placed so much importance on German Sparrow and why they had issued a bounty of £50,000. In the undamaged cemetery up ahead, a cold wind blew out. It surged towards Alger in the silent night, making him tremble involuntarily. At this moment, Alger's heart stirred as he turned his head and looked behind him. In the dark environment under a giant tree, a silhouette quickly outlined itself. The figure pressed down on his top hat and slowly raised his head, revealing a thin face with deep contours and dark brown eyes that didn't contain any emotion. It was none other than German Sparrow. Indeed, he teleported over. How extravagant. Alger tensed up before he relaxed. However, his wariness didn't lessen at all. Upon seeing German Sparrow again, he discovered that although his traits hadn't changed much from before, his every action exuded an indescribable aura of a powerhouse. It made his heart palpitate even more. As expected of a crazy adventurer who can instigate a demigod-level battle and successfully escape. Alger's smugness from becoming a Sequence 5 melted away at that moment. With a lantern in hand, he slowly walked over and looked at German Sparrow. He deliberately said, "The traces you left here might not disappear for centuries or millennia." He was confirming if the collapse of the mountain had anything to do with him. Klein looked at the changed terrain and released his right hand that was pressing down on his top hat. He smiled politely and said, "The one who contributed the most is Sea King. Man, he really caused a demigod battle that could destroy Byam, making Sea King directly attack this place. And under such circumstances, he's still alive. He even took Admiral of Blood away. It's unimaginable and unbelievable." Alger began to suspect that German Sparrow had a Grade 1 sealed artifact on him. This was equivalent to a demigod-level item. He didn't reveal his shock and astonishment, nor did he dare to probe further. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "Do you plan on heading to that primitive island now?" "Of course," Klein replied calmly. It was late at night, the time when Don Dantes was sleeping. No one would disturb him, but when it was day, he had no choice but to appear. Of course, to prevent any unexpected situations like a fire, Klein also summoned a Rhodes, getting it to constantly pay attention to the mirrored mirage and respond when necessary. It's also because the Church of Evernight's dream treatment on Mr. Tycoon has ended. Otherwise, I would definitely have to postpone this operation. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alger observed himself and realized that he couldn't obtain any mystical items in a short period of time. Hence, he took out a black iron-colored ring with a protruding spike and wore it on his left thumb. Enduring the throbbing headache, he nodded gently. "It's a pleasure working with you." Then, he saw German Sparrow walk over expressionlessly and reach out to grab his shoulder. In that instant, Alger's first reaction was that the other party was going to attack him. He instinctively wanted to dodge to the side, but he immediately recalled his previous guess. As thoughts flashed through his mind, he forcefully controlled his subconscious actions and allowed the crazy adventurer's palm to land on his left shoulder. Right on the heels of that, he noticed that German Sparrow's left hand had turned transparent, as though it was carrying the reflection of the spirit world. Then, the darkness in front of his eyes deepened, and the crimson moon became brighter. The various colors overlapped with each other. Countless nearly invisible figures retreated backward. With German Sparrow's help, Alger quickly shuttled through the spirit world. Creeping hunger. Teleportation. So that's how it is. Just as such thoughts surfaced in his mind, he saw his body plummet straight down. The thick colors around him receded, and everything returned to normal. Beach. Reefs. Trees. This is a deserted island. Alger surveyed his surroundings and was just about to say something when the colors around him thickened once again. The phenomenon of stacking up became distinct. This time, when they left the spirit world, they were in midair. Beneath them was a deep blue sea with undulating waves. Although Alger had never cooperated with German Sparrow in actual combat, he had plenty of experience. He immediately created a whirling gale, allowing the duo to float without falling. Hence, traveling was successfully activated once again. Alger and German Sparrow's figures rapidly faded, turning transparent and invisible. When the surroundings were restored again, the duo had already arrived at the edge of a gigantic island. Fog had accumulated in midair, and the crimson moonlight could only penetrate a little. Not only did it not disperse the darkness of the forest and mountain, but it also gave them a sinister and bloody aura. "This is the place," Alger said as he surveyed the area. Klein appeared nonchalant, but in fact, he was observing his surroundings with extreme caution. He discovered that it was extremely quiet. There weren't even any insects chirping, much less the cries of birds or wolves. It gave him a sense of dead silence. As though he had guessed what he was feeling, Alger raised his lantern, illuminating a natural path that was overgrown with weeds and many beast footprints. "If you come during the day, this place will be rather lively. You can even see birds that only exist in myths and legends flying above the forest. And at night, the power that rules over this place seems to change. Many Beyonder species hide and wait for daybreak. Mr. the Hanging Man has been here more than once, and he has at least 1 day and 1 night experience." Klein nodded in silence and didn't say anything else. Alger thought for 2 seconds and pointed ahead. "We will follow this path into the Black Forest and keep moving forward until we arrive at an ancient ruin of unknown age. Along the way, we will encounter Beyonder creatures that have the ability to deal with them. If we kill them alone, the corresponding materials will belong to the killer. If we kill them in cooperation, you will keep the spoils. When we leave this place, we will take turns to choose and distribute the spoils. We will also adjust the priority and frequency of the selection based on the contributions made." He wasn't in a hurry to take action. Instead, he first explained the route and distribution plan to prevent any conflicts from arising if both parties had different opinions during the exploration. "I'll hold on to the spoils of a cooperative kill. Mr. Hanged Man sure is sincere." Klein raised his right hand, pressed down on his half-top hat, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "No problem." Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "Our goal this time is to explore the ancient ruin. The spoils we obtain along the way are just incidental. Once we're done with the exploration, it's best we leave immediately. We don't go to other areas or take other routes. As for when you want to come and where you want to go after this, it's all up to you." "It's up to you." Alger emphasized this matter because he was afraid that German Sparrow would be greedy. After all, Beyonders weren't perpetual motion machines. They would definitely be exhausted, and after such a round of exploration, they would definitely be close to their limits. If they were to force themselves to hunt Beyonder creatures in other areas, perhaps the roles of hunter and prey would be swapped. Even if a crazy adventurer was very powerful and wasn't afraid of such danger, his spirituality would be in a state of exhaustion for an extended period of time. "Don't you think I'm thinking the same thing? I was worried that you would be too greedy and blindly venture deeper to obtain more." Klein laughed and said, "I'm a polite person. I'm a polite person." "Polite?" Alger didn't quite understand what German Sparrow was trying to say. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as his expression turned a little sinister in the darkness. It's impolite to stay too long when visiting someone's home for the first time. This fellow's way of thinking and logic is completely different from a normal person's. As expected of a crazy adventurer, Alger was first taken aback before he held the lantern and walked forward in the dim, crimson environment. Let's set off. Klein's hands hung down naturally as he walked beside Alger as though he was on an outing. The two quickly entered the black forest where almost no moonlight shone in. They saw that the trees here were thick and tall, with dense foliage. Even the smallest ones were so thick that a person couldn't even wrap their arms around them. And their common characteristic was that their bark was clearly scaly. They were densely packed together, as though they would come alive at any moment and squirm on the surface. It's like a variant of the dragon-patterned tree, the snake-scale tree? Klein retracted his gaze and paid attention to the weeds by his feet that didn't seem to have any problems. He and Alger didn't say a word as they maintained an abnormally silent state. They didn't want to say anything to eliminate the awkwardness just because the surroundings were too quiet and there were people beside them. As they walked, the two used the lantern's light to see that the trees in front of them had become sparse. Thump. Thump. Thump, a dull thud sounded from the area. As Alger and Gehrman approached, it became clearer and more obvious. When the two of them entered the sparse area, the lantern's light finally shone over, allowing them to see hunched or prostrate figures. These figures included humans, baboons, goats, and tigers. They were either holding stones or using their claws as they constantly polished the accumulated trees and rocks, as though they were building a palace. Without the dense foliage concealing them, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the accumulated fog scattered down, enveloping the figures and dyeing them with a faint blood-red color. There are humans? Klein's eyes focused as he immediately spread out his left fingers. Alger slowed down his pace, allowing his vocal cords to vibrate at any moment. Suddenly, those figures seemed to have sensed something and stopped what they were doing. They turned around in unison and looked at the two outsiders. They were either pale, their fur withered, or their bodies festered. None of them looked alive. Corpses. A beyonder creature is controlling the corpses to build a palace for itself? Klein looked past them and cast his gaze into the distance. He saw a dark cave that went diagonally deep into the ground. The weeds around it had fallen, and there were a few white feathers that were stained with butter. Feathers. Corpses. Klein instantly thought of the byproduct of the Charismatic Order's artificial death project, as well as the aura infection that made him grow feathers. The feudal lord of this area can't be weak. He calmly made a judgment. At this moment, Alger, who had been observing carefully, hesitated for 2 seconds before suggesting, "I've never seen such a situation before. I'm not sure of the level of this beyonder creature. Why don't we circle around it and choose a target that we're more confident in?" His intuition told him that the dark cave hid something extremely dangerous. "I was waiting for you to say that." Klein, who was maintaining his German sparrow persona, heaved a silent sigh of relief. He chuckled and said, "Isn't that impolite?" Just as he said that, the ground suddenly trembled as though a creature had flipped over. Sensing the tremors of the ground, Alger's heart tightened. He glanced at the German sparrow and used his actions to replace his words. The wind howled beside him, helping him run to the side with greater ease and speed. The reason why Alger did this was because he was worried that the German sparrow would suddenly go crazy and decide to hunt the terrifying creature hidden in the dark cave. In that case, even if he ultimately won, it would be extremely disadvantageous to his subsequent explorations. And as an experienced sailor, he knew that decisive action was enticing and contagious. It could make his undecided companions subconsciously follow or imitate him. Upon seeing this, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He gave up on discussing the issue of politeness and took a step forward, running to the back of the hanging man. Following that, he felt a strong wind blow from his back to his feet, pushing him forward. This significantly reduced the gravitational pull he needed to overcome, and he obtained additional momentum. His speed instantly increased by more than twofold. Amidst the howling sounds, Klein and Alger ran out of the sparse area and circled to the dark side. At that moment, their heartbeats suddenly slowed down. It didn't seem like they were doing strenuous exercise. Instead, it was as if they were about to fall asleep under the sun in the afternoon. Klein immediately felt his body turn cold as an indescribable gloom surfaced, seeping into his body bit by bit. At the same time, he saw the light from Alger's lantern being obscured by a gigantic black shadow that rose up behind him. A corresponding scene naturally surfaced in his mind. A gigantic snake that was too big for a person to wrap their arms around crawled out of the dark cave. This gigantic snake had huge scales that were dark green and black, and exaggerated eyes that seemed to burn with flames. In between the gaps of its scales, white feathers covered in yellow oil grew out. It even had a pair of thick wings that could be spread out. The gigantic snake raised its body in a half-crawling, half-flying manner. It coiled around a tall and thick tree and flicked its pitch-black tongue as it stared at the two figures that had barged into the nearby area. Around it, the trees were rapidly withering, and the weeds were all withered. Countless corpses crawled out of the soil as invisible shadows clustered around them. Feathered serpent, it was a feathered serpent. In the southern continent, it was the symbol of holiness, the emblem of the Eggers family, the descendants of the Grim Reaper. Klein and Alger did not stop. Resisting the coldness of their bodies and the slowing of their heartbeats, they rushed into the depths of the black forest with the help of the even more intense wind, away from the area with sparse trees. Thump. 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 Their heartbeats gradually returned to normal, and the coldness on the surface of their bodies was gradually dispelled by the heat emitted by the intense exercise. Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the danger from before had passed. Hence, he slowed down, turned his head back, and took a glance. He calmly said to the towering trees in the dark, deep distance, "Don't worry. A demigod feathered serpent. Demigod level." Alger slowed down as well. The vein on his forehead twitched slightly. He paused for 2 seconds and exhaled softly. "Don't worry about it too much. The transcendent creatures here are very territorial. Unless they want to hunt, they won't enter other areas, especially near the mountain. That feathered serpent probably won't chase after us." Klein nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The transcendent creatures here are very strong." Alger retracted his gaze and shook his head in response. "No, there are also many weak ones. I've been here at night before, but I've only found traces of demigod-level transcendent creatures. I've never really encountered one. This is the first time I've encountered one head-on. This kind of thing mainly depends on luck. The probability of it happening again is not too high. As a seafarer, calculation was an essential ability. Are you looking down on me, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck?" Klein mocked himself in his heart and said expressionlessly, "Absolute judgment often leads to the opposite result." The meaning of this sentence, when translated into Earth language, would be, "Don't raise flags." In fact, if it wasn't a demigod-level feathered serpent, but a Sequence 5 Beyonder, Klein would have been more than happy to bully it. After all, with Aztec's copper whistle in hand, Beyonder creatures in the death domain would lose at least half their combat strength. As for encountering a demigod-level Beyonder creature, he wasn't too alarmed. This was because the hanging man had previously mentioned this problem, and he had made the corresponding preparations. Although the Fate Siphon charm, the 3 pages of demigod-level Beyonder powers in Lamino's travels, and Roselle's travels, and the traveling powers didn't necessarily allow him to fight a demigod, it was enough to create an opportunity for him to escape. "As long as I don't encounter an angel that's also in the demigod domain," Klein silently added. Upon hearing German Sparrow's words, Alger was somewhat surprised. This was because the crazy adventurer clearly wanted him to be more cautious and careful. A common crazy fellow? That's right. If he was purely crazy, he definitely wouldn't have lived to this day. Alger looked up into the sky, trying his best to discern the blurry stars through the accumulated fog. After 2 minutes, he retracted his gaze and pointed in a direction. "Head this way." Klein had long drawn his iron black death knell. At that moment, he let the muzzle hang down naturally as he silently followed beside Alger. His expression was cold and calm without any signs of panic. After traversing the extremely dim black forest for a while, Alger suddenly stopped and looked to his left. He said in a deep voice, "If we head forward a little further, there will be an illusory chime tree. I wish to first deal with it myself. The second Beyonder creature we encounter will be dealt with by you. I won't participate. Unless you can't deal with it alone." Alger swallowed the second half of his sentence. He wasn't one of those hunters that one often encountered at sea. He wouldn't always be unable to control his mouth and habitually say things that would infuriate others. The main body of the Beyonder ingredient that Miss Justice needs. Mr. the Hanging Man has quite a lot of experience in adventuring. He knows that being honest is sometimes more useful than hiding things, and having a discussion is more effective than scheming. Klein maintained his German Sparrow persona as he nodded with a hint of gentleness amidst his coldness. All right. If you can't deal with it, it's best you seek help. Otherwise, I'll treat it as if you're still persisting. A crazy adventurer's style might seem different from a hunter's, but in certain aspects, it's surprisingly similar. Alger took a deep breath and continued forward with the lantern in hand. As they walked, they heard the faint tinkling of a wind chime. Immediately, they felt relaxed as though they had returned home. Klein acutely sensed that his wariness were irreversibly melting away. No matter how much he emphasized or repeated it in his mind, he couldn't remain tense any longer. At that moment, he even wanted to lean towards the source of the wind chime, believing that there was something extremely precious and close to him there. As they were still quite a distance away, the wind chime sounded intermittently. Klein barely managed to control himself and turned his head to look at Mr. the Hanging Man. Alger no longer had the composure he should have. On his rugged face, his eyes were slightly red. It was unknown what he had recalled or what sort of emotional state he had entered. I wonder what Mr. the Hanging Man will look like when he really cries. It must be terrifying. Klein couldn't help but think. At this moment, Alger spoke in a deep and hoarse voice. Leave the rest to me. Just as he said that, he put down the lantern and slightly rotated the sinister ring on his left thumb, making the blood-stained spikes even more distinct. This was his mystical item, Whip of Mind. Its side effect was that he would constantly have a headache when wearing it, wishing that he could slam his head against the wall. However, at that moment, this intense headache allowed Alger to maintain a basic level of lucidity amidst the chime, preventing him from being truly hypnotized. At times, the side effects might not necessarily be of no help to the wielder. As Alger sighed, he took out a wooden box from a secret pocket in his clothes and opened it with a snap. There was a gray rat inside. Mr. the Hanging Man wants to use a rat as bait to attract the attention of the illusory chime tree before taking the opportunity to attack it? Not bad. Well prepared. There's a detailed plan in advance. As an experienced adventurer, Klein instantly grasped the train of thought of the Hanging Man. Alger lifted the rat and shook it, his expression suddenly turning odd. The gray rat was no longer moving. It had already lost its breathing and body temperature. It could no longer bear the responsibility of being bait. During his encounter with the demigod-level feathered serpent, although Alger had been at the periphery of its vision and had quickly escaped, allowing him to recover relatively easily without being affected too much, the gray rat he carried with him was only an ordinary species. It didn't have a strong vitality or physique, so it was unable to survive just a tiny bit of damage. It couldn't take it any longer and turned into a corpse. Dead. Dead. Mr. the Hanging Man should now understand a principle. Plans often don't keep up with changes. His luck really isn't that good. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched indiscernibly. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud, afraid that he would ruin his persona. Such a situation was rare for the experienced and meticulous the Hanging Man. Alger quickly restrained his expression and walked forward with the dead gray rat in hand. Klein bent down and reached out his hand to pick up the lantern, following behind him at an unhurried pace. The chime became clearer and clearer as it became quieter and quieter. It gave one the urge to run over. After taking a few more steps forward, Klein finally saw the strange tree. On its brownish-green torso, there were slender cracks one after another. Each crack was dark and deep, as if it had different eyes. On the branches that stretched out, there were iron-gray objects that looked like wind chimes. They would shake on their own and make a pleasant sound. And in the middle of the branch closest to the trunk and at the top, there was a fist-sized, colorless, translucent fruit that had borne. Alger looked over and pressed down on his Adam's apple. He said to German Sparrow in a deep voice to German Sparrow, "It's best you cover your ears and converge your spirituality." Upon hearing the Hanging Man's words, Klein's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had an ominous feeling, but he didn't bother with his persona. He put down the lantern, took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket, crumpled them into balls, and stuffed them into his ears. Seeing that German Sparrow didn't ask any questions and did as he was told, Alger couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He sighed inwardly at how easy it was to work with an experienced fellow. Even an adventurer with the title of crazy could listen to reasonable words and know what to do and what not to do. Just as he was about to throw the dead rat in his hand, which was still warm, at the illusory chime tree to attract it, he suddenly saw the bushes beside him shake as a yellow-skinned, black-striped tiger crawled out. Amidst the beautiful tinkling of the chimes, the tiger walked towards the strange tree in front of it. Its movements were normal, but its eyes were glazed over. It had an indescribable sinister feeling. Upon seeing this, Alger lowered his arm and temporarily gave up on the attempt to throw the dead rat. Enduring the excruciating headache, he calmly watched the yellow-skinned, black-striped tiger walk to the illusory chime tree amidst the increasingly urgent and loud melodious sounds. It squatted down, raised its right paw, and flicked out its sharp nails to slash its neck. Blood gushed out, but the tiger seemed to lose its sense of pain. It continued pulling at its claws, making the wound deeper and longer. Then, it began to peel off its fur bit by bit, revealing its mangled naked body. The chimes gradually subsided as the branches suddenly came to life. They spread downwards and stabbed into the unbearable body of the tiger that had lost the protection of its fur. Already prepared, Alger immediately drew the dagger by his waist, opened his mouth, and sang hoarsely. Rush, 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 oh sea, rush against the grey and cold rock. Rush, 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 oh sea, break at the foot of the rock. Note 1, his voice was rough and bold, but it was completely out of tune. It was completely contrary to the normal understanding of humans and creatures, and it carried a metallic rumbling noise, filled with a power that made people feel irritated, disgusted, and headache-inducing. The branches of the illusory chime tree trembled at the same time and retracted, as if they were about to curl up together. Then, the beautiful chime that rang out softened the terrifying noise. Beside Alger, Klein had used paper balls to plug his ears and had actively converged his spirituality. At that moment, the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He instantly had the urge to kill the singer and destroy everything in front of him. Furthermore, he felt as if his brain was being torn apart. The muscles and blood vessels under his skin were squirming slightly on their own. Other people need money to sing, but Mr. the Hanging Man's singing is asking for your life. Klein fought against the irritation in his heart by complaining. Charge. Rush. Charge. Every word Alger uttered gradually approached the sound of waves crashing against the reefs. Bolts of silver lightning struck down one after another, as though they were cheering. Silver lights lit up one after another as they struck the surface of the illusory chime tree, causing the strange tree to tremble uncontrollably. The shaking of its branches turned stiff and chaotic, making it difficult for it to produce a neat hypnotic melody. Alger took this opportunity to throw the dead rat aside and extend the short blade in his hand. The sound of wind whistling could be heard. Invisible sharp blades whizzed over and slashed at the branch closest to the trunk of the illusory chime tree. Kacha, the fist-sized, colorless, translucent fruit fell straight to the ground, swept up by a strong wind, and flew into Alger's palm. The tree, which was covered in cracks that resembled eyes, froze as the remaining branches drooped down, losing their vitality. Indeed, as long as I gather and grasp the correct information beforehand, beyonder plants with relatively low intelligence are easier to deal with than animals of the same level. Alger took out the metal cylinder he had prepared and stored away the fruit of the illusory chime tree. Then, he turned his head and looked at German Sparrow. Let's continue. His words suddenly came to a halt as the corresponding phrase forward vanished from his throat. At that moment, he saw German Sparrow's cold face warp slightly. The whites of his brown irises were slightly dyed red, as though he would explode and attack him at any moment. Alger tensed up as he slowly took a breath and completed his sentence. Let's continue forward. Let's go. German Sparrow replied hoarsely as he circled around the withered illusory chime tree and walked deep into the black forest. He didn't get the tree bark, branches, or other materials that were rich in spirituality. This was because he would definitely encounter quite a number of beyonder creatures later on, and he didn't have any so-called storage artifacts. Of course, he had to reserve space for more valuable items. Besides, carrying too many heavy items on him clearly wasn't conducive to using the agility of a clown. Unfortunately, those are all lifeless materials. They don't have my blood, so there's no way to enter Roselle's travels. I can use a marionette to bring them in, but it's very troublesome. It's not beneficial for subsequent explorations. As Klein sighed silently, he calmed his emotions and extricated himself from the remnant influence of the hanging man's singing. This was the most unpleasant and exciting singing he had heard in his 2 lives. If the hanging man continued for another minute or 2, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to control the urge to beat him up. Just using a paper ball to block one's ears and converge one's spirituality can only weaken the influence and not completely isolate it. Even a deaf person can still hear it. This includes communication at the spirituality level. This is likely the most difficult ability for an ocean songster to defend against. Furthermore, once it appears, there's no way to dodge it. I can only avoid the lightning strike ahead of time. This sequence 5 is also rather powerful. However, why does Mr. the Hanging Man's singing feel completely different from Elvish songster Xianxia's? As Klein summarized and analyzed his experience, he felt somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Alger, who was walking beside him with a lantern in hand, couldn't help but consider a problem. Even German Sparrow can't tolerate my singing for long. How am I to act as an ocean songster? In the silent atmosphere, the 2 of them quickly advanced through the thick trees that were covered in snake scales, approaching the ancient ruins. With the seafarer by his side, Klein saved himself the effort of using a dowsing rod to find the path. He focused on guarding against any sudden attacks that might appear around him. In the dark and silent environment that felt like a horror story, the 2 of them traveled for an unknown period of time before they discovered that the trees in the Black Forest were gradually thinning in a regular pattern. This was different from the situation when they encountered the demigod-level feathered serpent. Back then, the trees had suddenly thinned out, appearing abrupt. Here, it was a gradual process, giving them the illusion that they were about to leave the Black Forest. After passing through this area, we'll reach the periphery of the ancient ruins, Alger broke the silence and said. He paused and casually added, according to my experience, the closer we get, the more dangerous it is. Based on my experience, the closer you get to that place, the more dangerous it is. The traces of demigod-level transcendent lifeforms that I discovered before were all found nearby. However, the strange thing is that there are no traces of transcendent lifeforms at the edge of the ancient ruins. As for the depths, I don't know. There's a high chance that there's an even more terrifying existence in the ancient ruins. That area is its territory, so other creatures don't dare approach. Klein mumbled. He had a hunch about the danger of this expedition. He had done the corresponding divination above the gray fog, and the revelation he received was that there would be setbacks and problems, but there was a high chance of leaving safely. After the hanging man finished speaking, Klein chuckled. You should know what my guess is. He didn't say anything else as he entered the area with sparse trees and weeds. Alger silently walked beside him, increasingly convinced that his judgment of German Sparrow was correct. Calm and crazy, after walking dozens of meters, they suddenly saw a pair of ghostly blue eyes appear at the end of the lantern's light. It was a black baboon squatting on a tree branch. Its fur was naturally curled, and black crystals grew out of its head. These crystals grew upwards, clustered into a strange crown without any pattern. Upon seeing the black baboon, Klein and Alger simultaneously had the urge to lower their heads, as though they didn't dare look at it directly. They felt that it was the ruler of this forest, its lord. Lord. Alger relied on the intense headache brought about by the whip of mind ring to extricate himself from the influence. He hurriedly took a step to the left, attempting to avoid the front and leave the unknown beyonder creature to German Sparrow. This was their previous agreement. However, despite clearly taking a step to the left, he ended up walking forward. Furthermore, his legs were limping, as though he suddenly needed a crutch. Subconsciously, Alger drew his dagger, sending sharp wind blades whizzing towards the black curly-haired baboon. At this moment, the baboon grinned. The wind blades in midair suddenly changed directions, either slanting to the left, drifting to the right, floating up, or sinking, perfectly avoiding their target. When Klein saw this scene, he gave up on his plan to approach the baboon using normal methods. His left glove turned transparent, and his body turned invisible. Alger stopped his agitated actions and saw German Sparrow's figure in a half-top hat suddenly appear behind the black curly-haired baboon. The distance between them was less than 5 meters. Right on the heels of that, the black curly-haired baboon's body suddenly stiffened, as though it had lost most of its control. It even raised its palms with great difficulty, half digging at its eyes in an attempt to distort something. German Sparrow had already taken advantage of its delay to raise the iron-black revolver in his right hand and aim at its head with the dark muzzle. Then, the crazy adventurer pulled the trigger without any expression. Excerpt from Tennyson's Rush, Rush, Rush. Bang, a loud gunshot reverberated through the sparse forest as it spread in all directions. If it were a normal island or forest at night, there would definitely be many birds alarmed. They would flap their wings and fly around amidst the roars of wild beasts. However, this place remained silent, so silent that it was as though there weren't any living creatures. As for the black curly-haired baboon, its head suddenly exploded. Blood, brains, and fragments splattered everywhere, making the area seem like it was raining. The black crystal on its head had also shattered. Not a single piece was intact. Klein bent his arm and slowly retracted Death Knell, which was still emitting gunpowder smoke. He watched the mutated curly-haired baboon's body, which was more muscular than a human's, collapse to the ground. Traveling's approach, Wraith's forceful control, and Death Knell's lethal strike were equivalent to an instant kill. Klein wasn't doing this to flaunt his strength. Instead, from his observations, he believed that the mutated curly-haired baboon had special powers. If he didn't finish it off quickly while it didn't know anything about him, there was a high chance that it would turn the situation around, making things rather troublesome. And on a dangerous primitive island, this was a situation that needed to be avoided as much as possible. This was because no one knew what an intense battle would attract. Therefore, after the Wraith possessed the mutated curly-haired baboon, Klein gave up on using his spirit body threads to finish it off in a more stable and inconspicuous manner. Instead, he pulled the trigger and used Death Knell to grab at the enemy's stiffness and sluggishness due to the Wraith's influence. The effects were in line with his expectations, and the possible accidents midway were just as he imagined. The mutated curly-haired baboon did have the ability to use distortion or confusion to escape the disadvantageous situation of being possessed by the Wraith. It also made the bullet's trajectory become irregular, allowing it to avoid its body. Unfortunately, all its efforts came to an abrupt end before they were of any use. Klein took advantage of that brief moment of sluggishness and decisively delivered a lethal strike. If he had switched to using his spirit body threads, the outcome might very well have been different. It's worth it to suffer a weakness for this. Furthermore, the further I go, the higher the chance of using Death Knell. Compared to realizing what I'm afraid of in a dangerous environment, figuring out the problem ahead of time and adapting to and avoiding similar situations is a better choice. Klein let the iron-black pistol hang down naturally as he walked to the mutated curly-haired baboon's side. At this moment, under the Wraith's control, the Beyonder characteristic of this Beyonder creature was being rapidly produced. Alger held the lantern and watched this scene from afar. He didn't completely snap to his senses for nearly a minute. What remained frozen in his mind was the scene of sparks emitting from German Sparrow's iron-black revolver and the mutated curly-haired baboon's head exploding. The initial encounter with chaos made him understand that this Beyonder creature was at a level higher than the illusory chime tree. It was a rather difficult type to deal with. He needed to be sufficiently careful when fighting it, and he might not necessarily win. However, German Sparrow finished the battle in 2 to 3 seconds. He was so fast that it was as though he was practicing his shooting. They were both sequence 5, but such a difference was unbelievable, the short-distance teleportation and the strange ability to control an opponent for a certain period of time, coupled with that powerful revolver, the effects are unimaginably terrifying. If I were to encounter it for the first time, I'd definitely be instantly killed. And even if I'm prepared, it wouldn't be easy to resist it. The best way is to use singing to affect the surroundings indiscriminately, preventing German Sparrow from successfully completing the teleportation. As expected of a crazy adventurer with a bounty of £50,000. Even without Mr. Fool's help, he's in no way inferior to Admiral Hell just by relying on himself. He might even be stronger. Alger reined in his thoughts as he imagined himself in the position of the mutated curly-haired baboon. He considered how he should deal with it as he silently sighed. Compared to someone else's description or his own guesses, witnessing the situation with his own eyes was more convincing and shocking. Inside the curly-haired baboon's corpse, bits of light rapidly seeped out from the shattered black crystals and condensed together, turning into a tightly clenched translucent pitch-black fist. This fist gave off a sense of power and evil. The patterns, points of light, and nails on it seemed to follow normal rules, but they were filled with a sense of incongruity. It was as though there was a large amount of madness and chaos hidden within. Sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion of the Black Emperor Pathway? I wonder what weakness I obtained this time. I hope it's not too weird. I can use Death Knell as I please for the next 6 hours. As Klein mumbled, he bent down to pick up the Beyonder characteristic and stored it into the metal box he had prepared ahead of time. He could actually attempt to graze the mutated curly-haired baboon to see if he could obtain the corresponding Beyonder powers of Mentor of Confusion to replace the Baron of Corruption in his glove. However, he ultimately gave up on this idea because he didn't know what this Beyonder creature had done in the past. He didn't know if it deserved to be tortured. The encounter just now was a clash on the battlefield. It was normal for it to be a life-and-death struggle, but grazing was something that made a spirit yearn to be freed from pain. Klein had his own principles, so he wouldn't do it easily. He always chose his targets carefully. Of course, in his heart, creatures with low intelligence couldn't be equated with humans. Even if he attempted to graze, he wouldn't be unable to overcome the hurdle in his heart. However, many of his previous experiences told him that to adhere to his principles and not relax his demands on himself wasn't only a matter of morality, but also a dam to prevent a flood from spiraling out of control. He couldn't just brush the line just because he thought it was nothing. The accumulation of trivial matters would eventually lead to a huge mistake. In this crazy and chaotic mysterious world, one didn't do things for others to see, but for oneself. A person could deceive others and deities, but they couldn't deceive themselves. I wonder if a high-sequence Beyonder of the Spectator Pathway can deceive himself. Klein's thoughts raced as he took out Roselle's travels from his chest and smeared the mutated curly-haired baboon's blood on its surface. At this moment, his heart tightened as the hair on the back of his neck stood up. This was a strong premonition of danger, and this premonition didn't appear in Klein's mind. Not good. Klein's heart was instantly shrouded in a thick shadow. Everything in front of him seemed to be separated by a layer of dark glass. Without the time to consider what was happening, the glove on his left palm that hung by his side turned transparent once again. His figure instantly turned invisible as he appeared beside the hanging man, Alger, and he reached out to grab his shoulder. At that moment, Alger also sensed an anomaly. His heart contracted and swelled like the source of a storm as blood surged through his arteries and veins like a tidal wave. At the same time, he saw German Sparrow's right hand, which was grabbing his shoulder, turn gray and lose its luster bit by bit, starting from his fingernails. It was like a stone that could be found anywhere in the Black Forest. As for his legs, his knees stiffened, and his muscles froze, as though they no longer belonged to him. The duo's figures rapidly turned transparent as they vanished from the spot. They entered the brightly colored and superimposed spirit world as they rapidly traveled in the direction of the ancient ruin. Suddenly, the red, green, and black stacked scenes in front of Klein strangely unified into a deep black. Then, they produced fine patterns that resembled distinct raven-black hair. Long, raven-black hair. A chill ran up from the soles of his feet as Klein didn't hesitate to bring the hanging man out of the spirit world and return to reality. They landed in an area filled with rubble and weeds. Not far from them was a half-collapsed building. From the corner of his eye, he saw that everything below the hanging man's waist had turned grayish-white like a stone statue. Klein snapped his fingers, igniting a patch of weeds dozens of meters away as he prepared to jump over. At that moment, his heart suddenly palpitated as his body involuntarily trembled. The rising flames were terrifying to the current him. The weakness of Death Knell this time was that he was afraid of fire. The dark glass in front of him grew thicker. Before Klein could extricate himself from his horror, he felt a howling wind sweep up beneath him, allowing him and Alger to fly up at the same time. They crossed the invisible boundary and entered the vicinity of the ancient ruin. Bang! The two of them landed on the ground at the same time, producing the sound of rocks hitting rocks. The dark shadows in their hearts vanished as the dangers lurking in the darkness receded like a receding tide. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he saw the grayish-white that had spread to his elbows fade bit by bit. He felt that his body's condition was rapidly recovering after leaving the corresponding environment. His back was drenched in sweat, and his shirt had already been soaked. And what horrified him the most was that he didn't even know what monster had attacked him or what powers it had used. Was it Death Knell's gunshot that alarmed some monster in the surroundings, or was it the one that ruled the forest at night? Fortunately, it didn't dare to enter the area where the ancient ruins were located. This wasn't good either. This meant that there really was something in the depths of the ancient ruins that even that person was afraid of. Be prepared to retreat at any time. Klein moved his hands and slowly stood up. At this moment, Alger had also shaken off the layer of grayish-white. That area is petrifying us. That area. Petrification. Klein nodded in thought as he walked towards the half-collapsed building that was covered in weeds and vines. He then replied in a deep voice, "There's no need for that. The problem now lies ahead." Alger didn't say much. He quickened his pace and walked steadily to his side. As he approached, Klein looked at the buildings. His gaze swept over the spires, the stone pillars, and the walls that were still standing. He paused and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "What kind of buildings do you think these ruins were originally?" Alger was silent for a few seconds. "Church. A church. P.S. Update before making changes. A cathedral. It's just as I thought." Klein looked at the ruins in front of him and silently muttered to himself. At that moment, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the accumulated fog scattered across the half-collapsed buildings. It was much thicker than before, and it was getting closer to the color of blood. Klein maintained his German sparrow's trademark coldness as he spoke without any emotional fluctuations. "Where were you exploring previously?" As he spoke, Klein glanced at the lantern in the hanging man's hand that hadn't shattered despite all the suffering. He subconsciously tightened his muscles and skin when he was illuminated by the flames. Although the flames were ultimately isolated by thick glass and metal fences, they still left him a little fearful. Alger didn't notice the minute changes in German Sparrow. He raised his dagger-wielding right hand and pointed at the most intact and grandest building in the ruins. There. Only the main body of the building was left, making it impossible to know what its original layout looked like. They could only judge from the current remnants that it had characteristics such as thick walls, huge expanse, and narrow windows. Moreover, it once had a tower and a bell tower. Its appearance was simple and ancient. This is an architectural style from the early 4th epoch. It's recorded in the books of the Church of the Storm. It's said that during that period, the various churches widely used a similar style to build their cathedrals. Alger had a deep impression of the ruins. Over the years, he had flipped through many books and grasped a certain level of information. Its greatest characteristic is that it has a temple above and a tomb below. Life and death are united together. However, I can't confirm that the interior of this ancient cathedral is the same as what I described because I've never ventured deep into it. This might be an architectural style left behind by the 3rd epoch. Klein made a certain guess as he walked towards the ancient cathedral ruins with an abnormally tall doorway. He left the lantern behind him and only enjoyed the light without bearing the burden of the flames. The two quickly walked up the exaggerated grayish-white stone steps and arrived in front of the doorway. They saw the remnant classical stone pillars and concentric multi-layered arches inside. Klein wasn't in a hurry to enter. He reached his left hand into his pocket and took out a gold coin. He flipped it between his fingers as though he was chanting something. Suddenly, he flicked the gold coin with a clang. As he spread out his palm and waited for the coin to land, he turned his head to the hanging man. "How did you determine that there's an item in the cathedral that's worth no less than a card of blasphemy?" After saying that, he looked at the gold coin that had fallen into his palm and casually put it away. Alger pointed inside. "I've said it before. Back then, my strength was inferior to Zillings's, so I naturally couldn't go in as deep as him. I had no way of knowing what he saw, and I could only deduce from his words that there was something very precious and important inside. Furthermore, I had to be at least at the level of a true sequence 5 to obtain it. However, the mural near the entrance and the marks on the ground might explain something." Klein nodded and walked into the dark doorway that the crimson moonlight couldn't directly illuminate. The black trench coat he was wearing fluttered slightly behind him. Alger held the lantern and clenched his dagger tightly as he followed behind. After passing through the doorway, Klein used the crimson moonlight that shone through the hole in the dome to see a rather deep hall in front of him. The classical stone pillars that supported it had already collapsed in half. At the end of it wasn't the altar, nor was there a staircase that led upwards. It was pitch black, and it was difficult to see any details. It was as though it went deep underground. It's not a temple, but a tomb. The temple and tomb are both underground? I can't tell. I have to go down to know. Klein subconsciously looked to his left and right and discovered that there was a side door on each side. However, the area they led to had completely collapsed. There was no way out. The mural near the entrance and the marks on the ground. He recalled what the hanging man had just said. He took 2 steps diagonally and released the invisible Wraith Seigneur. With his night vision, he sized up the remaining mural on the wall. The background of the mural was a majestic mountain. At the top of it was a huge cross that was covered in layers of light. In front of the cross stood an exceptionally majestic figure, surrounded by 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged angels. This? Klein only took a cursory glance and felt a strong sense of familiarity. He had seen similar murals before in Blasphemer Amon's mausoleum. Focusing his attention, Klein quickly found something different. There weren't 2 infants that represented Amon and Adam, nor were there any 12-winged angels. In front of the cross, the majestic figure that was covered in holy light held its hands in front of its chest, holding a simple and unadorned stone slab. The stone slab was drawn in an extremely blurry manner, but it gave off an ancient and young, sacred and sinister feeling. It was extremely contradictory. Stone slab. Klein's pupils dilated slightly as a term flashed across his mind: blasphemy slate. This should be the ancient god of the sun, the lord that created everything that the city of silver worships. Indeed, the blasphemy slate is closely related to him. I wonder if this is the first blasphemy slate or the second. Klein roughly understood who this cathedral belonged to, and he began to believe that there was something very precious and important hidden deep in the ruins. He retracted Seigneur's gaze and made the marionette look at the ground. Apart from being covered in cracks, there were also some strange marks left on the stone slabs. They were dark red in color and the size of a human's forehead. They overlapped from time to time, extending all the way to the end of the hall. At this moment, a scene naturally appeared in Klein's mind. Devout believers prostrated themselves on the ground and crawled forward. Every time they walked a certain distance, they would slam their foreheads heavily on the ground, causing blood to spurt out. Seeing German Sparrow turn his gaze away and stop sizing him up, Alger probed. The ancient god of the sun? At the same time, he inexplicably felt a cold wind blow from German Sparrow's side. He suspected that there were shadows or wraiths lurking around him. Thinking back to the mutated curly-haired baboon being strangely controlled, Alger vaguely guessed something, but he didn't say it out loud. Upon hearing the hanging man's question, Klein originally wanted to chuckle and reply, "You can also call him the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God," but he immediately realized that his tone and words were closer to the fool's and not German Sparrow's. Hence, he restrained himself and nodded slightly. It's not hard to tell. Alger silently heaved a sigh of relief as he looked forward to the item buried deep in the cathedral. The 2 of them made a decision at the same time and walked to the end of the hall. When they approached, Klein finally saw that there were steps leading downwards. Underground? He asked simply. Alger shook his head and said, "I can't be sure. I can't be sure. I've never been down there." Although Zillings tried to go deeper, he returned in less than 10 minutes. His aura has become quite weak. Klein nodded thoughtfully and casually said, "That's right. You seem to be very familiar with him." If it were anyone else, Alger would have pretended as though he hadn't heard it and didn't respond directly. However, in his heart, the world German Sparrow was Mr. Fool's blessed. His question might represent the meaning of that existence, so he had to treat it carefully. After deliberating for a few seconds, Alger said in a low voice, "He and I were from the same town, and we worked as servants in the same chapel. The priest there was a short-tempered person who liked to punish his servants. Xianxia couldn't stand it, so he secretly ran away and became a pirate. So there's such a past. Mr. the Hanging Man is also a person with a story. Klein didn't probe further as he walked down the stairs in the extremely quiet ruined cathedral. Although his footsteps were already very light, they were still obvious in such an environment as they echoed far away. Soon, the two of them finished walking down the stairs and saw an arched doorway. On both sides of the doorway stood two black figures, standing there silently and eternally. Klein and Alger stopped at the same time and looked at the two black figures. They realized that they were two stone statues. They were both men, and their bodies were grayish-white in color. One of them wore a bucket-shaped full-body armor, while the other wore a more modern jacket. Their expressions were filled with pain, and their eyes were protruding out as though they were staring at something. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly jolted as he recalled his encounter in the outside world. He and Alger also showed signs of being petrified. Fortunately, they got rid of the influence in time and did not really turn into statues. Could it be a human who had the same experience? If we had been petrified just now, would we have been moved into the underground of this ancient church and guarded the same doorway for hundreds and thousands of years? Wasn't the power of petrification afraid of these ruins? Klein felt an inexplicable fear, his scalp tingling. He controlled the fluctuations of his expression and turned to look at the hanging man, only to discover that the boorish man's pupils had also widened, and his grip on the dagger had obviously tightened. Mr. the Hanging Man has the same guess as well. There's no need for me to elaborate further. Klein pointed at the doorway. There might be more stone statues inside. Alger nodded and said in a half-worried and half-joking manner, I just hope he doesn't see us. If we were to firmly believe that we have escaped the effects of petrification, only to see our own statues underground, that would be a horror story. Klein thought for 2 seconds and said to the Hanging Man, Do you have night vision? What he really meant was that the lantern's light was very eye-catching in the pure darkness underground. It could easily cause unnecessary changes, so if he had night vision, it was best to extinguish the light. And he believed that Mr. the Hanging Man would be able to figure out the hidden meaning. Alger frankly replied, Yes. Yes. A beyonder of the sailor pathway who could dive deep definitely had night vision. Klein glanced at him and didn't say a word, but his meaning was very obvious. Then why are you using a lantern? Alger replied solemnly, Firstly, it's to mislead the enemy. When they see me using a lantern, they will instinctively think that I don't have night vision. When they destroy the lantern and try their best to create a dark environment, I'll give them a surprise. How sinister. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger continued. Secondly, it's to guard against situations like the City of Silver. There might be extreme danger hidden in the pure darkness. Makes sense. Klein didn't signal for him to extinguish the lantern. He first walked past the two stone statues, and under their frozen, pained gazes, he walked into the doorway that led underground. As he didn't know what the petrified statues represented, nor did he know if the petrified person was completely dead, Klein didn't attempt to shatter them to harvest the beyonder characteristics and mystical items that might exist. P.S. Another sacrifice, no, recommendation of a book, Marvel's I'm Saber-Toothed Tiger, written by a book friend. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, After passing through the door and entering the underground area, there was no longer any natural light in front of Klein and Alger. The ceiling here was rather intact and lacked a hole. The crimson moonlight that penetrated the fog was unable to shine in. Alger then raised the lantern in his hand a little, dyeing the spacious but endless tunnel in front of them with a clear yellow glow. At a glance, Klein discovered at least 6 stone statues. They were of both sexes, and their bodies were grayish-white. Even their clothes looked like they were carved. Among these stone statues were elves, giants, and ancient-styled humans. Apart from their frozen expressions of pain and despair, there was nothing similar about them. Being stared at by them without moving their eyes, coupled with the possibility that they were once living existences, Klein felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that deep in the tunnel, where darkness ruled, there seemed to be a terrifying monster opening its mouth, waiting for the two of them to walk into its stomach. Restraining their fluctuating emotions, Klein and Alger didn't say a word. They passed through the grayish-white stone statues with warped faces and moved forward step by step. After walking for more than 10 seconds, Klein didn't need to use Signor's night vision to see the damaged and dim murals on the walls on both sides due to the lantern's light. There were a few murals that were relatively intact, allowing them to tell what they depicted. Their main focus was undoubtedly the huge cross covered in layers of light and the majestic figure standing in front of the cross. This blurry and majestic figure was either facing the flood that had drowned the city and reached the mountainside, or stepping on the land that had split into pieces, or looking up at the starry sky above, staring at the extremely evil and crazy eyes in the deep darkness. When the apocalypse arrived, the scene of the ancient sun god saving the world? This is similar to the murals that Little Sun and the others found in the true Creator's temple. Or perhaps, this is a case of everyone copying each other. No one has given up on their past efforts in this area. Anyway, they want to emphasize that they were once messiahs, deities that are most worthy of faith. Klein's gaze quickly moved across the wall as he slowly entered the depths of the tunnel. Alger was also observing the tattered murals. Suddenly, he suppressed his voice and said in a low voice, "I'm not sure. I suspect that the fallen creator's description of himself referred to these contents." Indeed, everyone has the same opinion. Klein lowered Death Knell diagonally and smiled. "I wouldn't be surprised if I saw something related to the true creator up ahead. He might have some sort of connection with the creator that the City of Silver believes in." Alger agreed with German Sparrow's judgment. The two of them continued forward, trying their best to lighten their footsteps. However, there were still some echoes in the surroundings, and in this extremely quiet atmosphere, the echoes spread far into the distance. At that moment, Klein's spiritual perception stirred. He immediately took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Alger, blocking most of the lantern's light. Less than 2 seconds later, he heard a dull thud coming from afar and approaching him. Dong! 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 The ground trembled slightly as it became more and more obvious. Then, Klein saw a figure that was nearly 4 meters tall walk out. It was also grayish-white in color. Its body was engraved with armor-like patterns, and it had a goat's horn on its head. Its mouth was like that of a hound, revealing its fangs when it half-opened. And what attracted the most attention was its pair of burning red eyes and 6 pairs of grayish-white wings. Dong! 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 This monster held a stone halberd that was 7 to 8 meters long as it slowly entered the passageway. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble, sending a heavy feeling into its surroundings. Although Klein had never seen the real thing before, he could still recognize it at a glance. It was a 6-winged gargoyle. Its core crystal is one of the main ingredients for a marionettist. The beyonder powers it possesses are definitely extremely special and difficult to guard against, and from its appearance and the material it's constructed from, it's definitely very strong in head-on combat. Furthermore, it's not afraid of most damage. As long as it slides over and smashes out with its heavy stone halberd, it can cause terrifying damage. Klein's left hand relaxed, but he wasn't in a hurry to react. He and Alger stopped in their spots at the same time. One of them used his body, while the other used his clothes to block the lantern's light. Dong! 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 The 6-winged gargoyle didn't look in their direction as it crossed the passageway, its footsteps gradually fading away. Indeed, its senses aren't that strong. It's no wonder Zillings was able to successfully return after venturing deep underground. Klein waited until the footsteps could no longer be heard before he proceeded forward again and crossed the crossroads. In fact, with his present strength and equipment, as well as his understanding of his target, killing a 6-winged gargoyle wasn't too dangerous. Furthermore, he had the help of the hanging man. The reason why he had given up on attacking was that he didn't know how many 6-winged gargoyles there were underground. Once he started fighting, he might end up being surrounded if he caused a huge commotion. In that case, he could only rely on traveling to forcefully escape. Furthermore, if he were to alarm an existence that prevented nearby beyonder creatures from approaching the ruins, the trouble would increase exponentially. Controlling one's greed was one of the prerequisites for adventuring. Alger was rather pleased with the crazy adventurer's calm and rational performance. He began to suspect that he was under Mr. Fool's orders, which was why he restrained his urge to attack the 6-winged gargoyle. The calmer he appears, the crazier he will be when he encounters his real target. A thought flashed through Alger's mind as he followed the German Sparrow through the crossroads and proceeded straight ahead. The murals on both sides remained dilapidated as they occasionally described the greatness and holiness of the ancient sun god. Finally, Klein and Alger arrived at the end of the passageway. There was a stone door that was about 7 to 8 meters tall. On it were various symbols related to death, rest, end, new life, and beginning. A tomb? Klein turned his head to Alger. Alger nodded. It might also be a temple. Clearly, he also suspected that the temple and tomb here were the same. The grayish-white stone door in front of them wasn't completely shut. There was a gap that could allow a child to pass through. Alger glanced at his body and walked over. He put down the lantern in his hand, inserted the dagger, and pressed his hands to the side of the door. He slowly took a deep breath, bent his knees, and his arm muscles suddenly swelled. Without a sound, the gap became much wider. When Klein saw this scene, he pricked up his brows slightly, feeling a little surprised. This was because the hanging man didn't make any sound when he pushed open the door. He didn't doubt the strength of an ocean songster, but he didn't believe that the stone door didn't have any contact with the ground. Moving his gaze down, Klein saw a pool of viscous liquid in the gap at the bottom of the door. It's secretly producing a lubricating effect. Mr. the Hanging Man sure is meticulous. Is this a seafarer's power or an ocean songster's? He should also be using the windblast's powers to create an air cushion. That's why he opened the door without making a sound. Klein roughly understood the reason. He approached the stone door and wasn't in a hurry to enter. Through the wide gap, he sized up the scene inside. Reflected in the wraith's eyes was a region to the side. There was a row of grayish-white stone coffins. It's indeed an underground mausoleum. I still don't know if it's fused with a temple. As Klein thought, he used his left hand to pull out Laymanow's travels. There were beyonder powers suitable for dealing with matters related to the death domain. At the same time, he used his silver dagger to quickly create a wall of spirituality, sealing the iron cigar case. He didn't want the Aztec copper whistle inside to make the slumbering corpses crawl out one after another. Alger also pulled out his dagger again, covered his left palm to the side, and slid it forward. With a light crackling sound, the dagger coiled around a silver electric snake that bared its fangs. The two quickly finished their preparations. Acting as the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, Klein passed through the gap and entered the mausoleum. Of course, before he entered, Wraith Senior had already circled the mausoleum as a sentinel. To a marionettist, having a marionette meant that he didn't need to take many risks. High up in the mausoleum, there was water seeping through, making it appear very humid. The interior was split into 2 sections. Each section had 12 grayish-white stone coffins. In the middle was an empty circular region, and the corresponding ground seemed to have an exquisite and complicated picture. Klein didn't approach. Instead, he raised his hand to stop Alger. Then, he controlled Senior to reveal himself and quickly float to the circular region. Admiral of Blood. Alger's facial muscles twitched. Although he had long guessed it, he still couldn't control his subconscious reaction when he saw it with his own eyes. At this moment, Senior lowered his height and clearly saw what was depicted on the ground in the middle. The picture was dark in color, and in the background were blurry figures. The main body was a long table. Lying on the long table was a figure with a radiant cross on its back. Surrounding it were 3 people shrouded in shadows. One of them was handsome and spirited, the other was dignified and heroic, and the last had a white beard that made him appear very intelligent. However, the 3 pairs of eyes suffused an indescribable sense of evil. Their actions were the same. One of them had ripped off the figure's arm and stuffed it into his mouth, filling his mouth with blood. Another held up the head and sucked on the brain juice. The last dug out the still beating heart and gnawed at it hungrily. Opposite them, in the figure's chest and abdomen, there was a long and wide crack. Sitting cross-legged was a sinister and swarthy baby. The baby was chewing on a piece of intestine as blood dripped down. The 4 seemed to sense that someone was spying on them as they looked up at the same time, as though they were watching every living being that saw the picture. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, when he saw the picture through Wraith Senior's vision, Klein's heart suddenly sped up. The thumping sound was so intense that even he could hear it. As a seer who was good at deciphering revelations and symbols, he felt the blood in his body surge towards his head, making his head swell and feel dizzy, as though it was preventing him from thinking further. But even so, there was an illusory voice that belonged to him echoing in his mind. It was filled with horror. That figure that had been dismembered and devoured should represent the ancient God of the sun, the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God that the city of silver believed in, and the three evil figures surrounding him. I've seen them before, in the underground ruins of Bakeland, in the place where terrifying evil spirits were sealed. They existed in the form of statues, and they weren't as evil as the picture. They respectively represented the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Suddenly, Klein recalled a term he had once obtained. It was a term he had obtained from facing the eternal blazing sun directly. Pure white angel, this. It can't be. Could it be that the eternal blazing sun was once an angel beside the ancient God of the sun? Little Sun had previously mentioned that he had heard a creator's ecclesiastic muttering in a confessional and prophetic tone in Afternoon Town. One of the lines was, "The kings frequently came to the palace belonging to the twilight to plot." The eternal blazing sun was originally called Pure White Angel, and he was also a king of angels. He had also betrayed the Creator, and he and the Lord of Storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom, as well as the swarthy infant who represents an unknown existence, had reaped the greatest benefits and shared the corpse of the city of silver's creator. In the books of the various churches, it is recorded that these three most ancient deities were formed from the original creator spirit. From a certain point of view, this seems to be a hint to the dark history. If my guess is correct, then the Lord of Storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom should also be the creator that the city of silver believes in, the kings of angels beside the ancient sun god. Perhaps they should be called the angel of wind and the angel of wisdom. This way, the 8 kings of angels are gathered. The dark angel, the white angel, the wind angel, the wisdom angel, the angel of imagination, the angel of time, the angel of fate, and the red angel. From what young Sun heard and the subsequent actions of these kings of angels, it seems that apart from the 2 sons of God, Ammon and Adam, the other kings of angels have betrayed the Creator. Isn't this ancient sun god a little too tragic? However, this painting might not be real. It might be a slander. I wonder who the swarthy infant sitting in the belly of the ancient sun god represents. I feel that the true creator is very suspicious. Klein instantly thought of many things. The more he thought about it, the more he had the urge to turn around and leave, pretending that he had never seen the painting. At this moment, the uncontrollable fear in his heart even made him have the illusion that the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom were casting their gazes down from the astral world and watching him. Who left this painting behind? Who knows so many secrets and is clearly on the side of the ancient sun god? The other angels and saints who have always followed the city of silver creator and have always believed in him? Cold sweat seeped out of Klein's back as his body trembled slightly. Although Alger's observational skills weren't as good as Miss Justice's, he was still an experienced beyonder. In an environment that required high vigilance and vigilance, it wasn't difficult for him to discover that something was wrong with the German sparrow. It was slightly abnormal. "What's wrong?" he asked with a suppressed voice. Klein was suddenly jolted awake. As he made Ray Senior look away, he pointed at the circular area without the sarcophagus. "You'll understand once you take a look." "Will I lose control when I see a painting that can make Gehrman tremble?" He didn't stop me and instead suggested that I take a look. "It shouldn't be a problem. However, I can't eliminate the possibility that he has already lost his mind and is only pretending to be a normal person." Several thoughts flashed through Alger's mind instantly. Finally, he held the lantern and steadily walked forward towards the central area. After 7 or 8 steps, he saw the dark painting clearly. In just 3 to 4 seconds, Alger's hands, which were holding the dagger and lantern, began to tremble uncontrollably, as though he had contracted some sort of brain disease. He had once seen the human statues of the 6 Orthodox deities at the World Gehrman's place on the tarot, so he naturally recognized the 3 figures who were gnawing on the arms, tearing out the hearts, and sucking out the brains. They were the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Although he had once been disloyal to the church under Zillings's coercion, and although he had joined the tarot and distanced himself from the abyss of storms, believed in Mr. Fool, and sought greater strength and authority, and although he had repeatedly betrayed the church's intelligence and slacked off on certain matters, he ultimately felt that he could still be considered a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was just that he wasn't too devout or fanatical enough. And at that moment, he truly believed that he had committed a grave sin of blasphemy. He nearly dug out his own eyes out of fear. Not directly committing suicide means that I've really become a false believer. Alger didn't dare to take another look. He turned around and looked at German Sparrow. He asked with a trembling voice, "Those three are kings of angels?" "I can't give you a definite answer. All I can tell you is that the eternal blazing sun and the white angel have a close relationship," Klein replied vaguely. Indeed. Alger immediately felt that the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom were once kings of angels. As for German Sparrow being unable to confirm this situation, he wasn't surprised. After all, he was only a blessed, not Mr. Fool. Alger was just about to speak when he suddenly heard a sharp screech. It was as though someone was inside a sarcophagus, using their fingernails to scratch at the lid. No, it's not as though. It's exactly like that, screech. Sizzle. Sizzle. There were a total of 3 sarcophagi on the left and right, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Then, the heavy grayish-white coffin lids were either lifted or exploded. 3 distorted figures stood up. One of them was draped in an ancient white robe that was almost gray. Its face was filled with potholes, and its neck, forehead, and the back of its hand were covered in deep eyes. The one beside it had a huge palm with thick fingers that looked like they were carved out of wood. Its surface was covered in a layer of yellowish-green pus, and it emanated a fog of the same color that could corrode the sarcophagus. The other one was wearing a tattered brown jacket and a triangular hat with a white skull on it. Many parts of its skin had completely rotted away, revealing its bones. Beneath its clothes and pants, there were thick, slippery tentacles inlaid with fish scales. They naturally emitted a dignified, violent, and terrifying aura. This even made Klein feel like he was facing a high-sequence beyonder of the storm pathway. However, its condition didn't seem to have reached such a level. The 3 deceased who crawled out of the sarcophagus cast their gazes in the direction of German Sparrow and Alger. One of them was surrounded by a silver-white light as electric currents crackled. The other reflected their figures in countless eyes. The last one let the yellowish-green fog spread out, creating brown vines. At the same time, heavy and hurried footsteps could be heard. It seemed that a 6-winged gargoyle was rushing over. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't panic at all. With Lamino's travels in hand, he reached into his pocket and tore through the wall of spirituality. With 2 fingers, he took out Aztec's copper whistle. Right on the heels of that, he flicked his wrist and threw the copper whistle to the other side of the hall. As expected, he saw the 3 deceased with terrifying auras turn around and run over like trained hounds. Upon seeing this scene, Alger's eyes focused before he made a decision. He threw the lantern and ran for the door. His experience told him that German Sparrow could deal with the 3 terrifying deceased at the same time. As for him, what he needed to do was hold back the 6-winged gargoyle, preventing it from interfering with the crazy adventurer's battle. Bang! Just as Alger came to the door, he saw the tall stone door shatter into pieces. A 6-winged gargoyle wielding a stone halberd that was 7 to 8 meters long slammed in. He immediately drew a breath as his eyes burned with anger. His muscles swelled up, and with the help of the strong winds, he charged forward and brandished the short blade that swirled with silver lightning. Bang! He dodged the heavy stone halberd and cleaved at the gargoyle's abdomen with his fist and short blade. Instantly, lightning flashed as stone fragments flew everywhere. Alger was sent flying backward, and the 6-winged gargoyle's forward momentum was forcefully interrupted. Pfft! Alger slammed heavily to the ground. As he had created an air cushion in time, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. And at this moment, the 3 deceased had gathered together and were vying for Aztec's copper whistle. Klein looked at them as he calmly flipped open Lamino's travels, allowing the upward-facing side to stop on the charred yellow paper with complicated patterns and symbols. This was a demigod-level power that he had recently recorded, Lightning Storm. Then, Klein extended a finger from his death knell-wielding palm and easily slid across the page of the notebook. At the same time, he looked at the 3 mutated deceased who were vying for Aztec's copper whistle and greeted them in a deep voice. Bye-bye. Amidst the sizzling sounds, bolts of silver lightning leaped out of thin air. They intertwined and transformed into a storm that enveloped the area where Azek's copper whistle was, as well as the 3 deceased who had mutated. The entire tomb was instantly illuminated as though it was daytime. It made Alger nearly unable to open his eyes as he instinctively trembled from the violent and terrifying aura. With the help of the wind, he bounced up with the storm forming in his eyes and charged at the 6-winged gargoyle that was attempting to attack German Sparrow. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, against a beyonder creature like the 6-winged gargoyle, which had a sturdy body and wasn't afraid of lightning strikes, Alger knew that he didn't have any good solutions other than the Sailor Pathway's Raging Strike. Of course, the singing that resonated with the other party's auditory organs and body of heart and mind was definitely the most effective one. If he were to encounter it elsewhere, Alger would definitely circle around the 6-winged gargoyle and influence it with his singing to affect it while using sharp wind blades to attack the same spot. Through the accumulation of damage and the stacking of time, he could slowly grind the enemy to death. However, he was now in the tomb, and the environment was restricted. Once he avoided a frontal assault, the 6-winged gargoyle would definitely turn towards the German Sparrow and attack him with a stone halberd that was 7 to 8 meters long, preventing the crazy adventurer from obtaining the opportunity to finish off the 3 deceased. And most importantly, Alger suspected that the effect his singing had on the German Sparrow might be even greater than the 6-winged gargoyle's. Bang! The stone halberd slammed heavily into the ground, creating an exaggerated crater. It caused the entire tomb to shake as though there was an earthquake. As for Alger, he didn't forcefully block it. Instead, with the strong winds around him, he leaned to the right and leaped up, nimbly dodging the 6-winged gargoyle's attack and charging straight for the monster's head. At that moment, he saw the pair of burning grayish-white eyes. Alger's thoughts turned sluggish as his body instantly stiffened. He felt like he had been petrified once again, but the grayish-white color didn't surface or spread across his skin again. Under the effects of inertia, he continued leaping up, but he didn't have the time to swing his dagger. He slammed straight into the 6-winged gargoyle's head and flew backward with a thud, his entire body aching. His eyes reflected the heavy grayish-white halberd again, but his thoughts were sluggish, preventing him from making an effective response. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him to the side. Bang! Rocks flew as sparks flew. The 6-winged gargoyle's heavy halberd smashed open another huge crater in the ground. Alger's body trembled as his vision became clear once again. His thoughts quickly returned to normal. It was as if he had finally woken up from a nightmare that he could not resist and regained control of his body. Only then did he realize that German Sparrow had somehow appeared beside him. In the corner where the 3 dead were, there were remnants of electricity, sizzling. Don't look it in the eye. Attack its chest, Klein reminded his companions while pulling Alger to move quickly to avoid the stone halberd. Alger had personally experienced and witnessed many battles, so he didn't need German Sparrow to explain anything to understand what he was trying to express. He immediately got rid of the help and nimbly circled to the side of the 6-winged gargoyle. Thud. Thud. Thud, he ran towards the 6-winged gargoyle with large strides. Only when the stone halberd swung at him did he suddenly soar high into the air to avoid the attack. Woo! Another hurricane pushed Alger toward the 6-winged gargoyle's chest. During this process, he closed his eyes and pulled back his right arm, causing the corresponding muscles to swell up one by one. Then, based on his judgment of distance as a seafarer, he swung his right fist that was clenched tightly with a short blade. Whistling wind blades and sizzling lightning appeared at the same time as his fist shot forward. Bang! Alger's right fist struck the 6-winged gargoyle's chest heavily, producing an explosive effect. It first caused the grayish-white stone to be covered in fine cracks. Silver-white lightning bolts leaped before it cracked open and turned into a pit. Gotcha! His dagger immediately exploded, turning into pieces that flew in all directions. The powerful rebound sent Alger flying backward. In midair, he saw from the corner of his eye that the silk top hat-wearing German Sparrow had circled to the front of him at some point in time and pulled the trigger. Right on the heels of that, the cold adventurer suddenly raised his hand and aimed the dark muzzle at the 6-winged gargoyle. Bang! Amidst the loud echo, a bullet pierced through the pit in the gargoyle's chest. A rumbling sound erupted as the grayish-white stone monster's body shook violently a few times. The burning flames in its eyes quickly extinguished. After a brief pause, it fell forward like a collapsing mountain, creating an exaggerated sound and earthquake-like shaking. Death knell sounded. It was a fatal blow. At this moment, Alger had just maintained his balance and stabilized his body with the help of the wind. Klein didn't speak to him, nor did he search for his spoils of war. He turned around and faced the charred ground where Aztec's copper whistle lay silently. Slippery tentacles covered in fish scales moved, and a dead person that had lost half its body stood up. There were bolts of lightning snaking across its body. It was the dignified, rash, and tyrannical dead person. It was originally wearing a tattered brown jacket and a pirate captain's hat. Now, it had lost its left arm, right leg, and half its head. The surface of its body was covered in charred and melted marks. But even so, it didn't sleep in peace. It was still attempting to fuse with the surrounding flesh and blood to enter a more powerful state. After all, Klein had just used Lightning Storm, which he had recorded from the sea god's scepter. Even if it had been weakened due to the recording, it was definitely a genuine demigod level beyonder power. From the fact that the other two dead people didn't even grunt before completely calming down, it was obvious how powerful it was. There's something wrong with this awakened dead person. Klein's heart stirred as he immediately made Senor jump onto the smooth surface of Aztec's copper whistle. Then, he attempted to reflect it on the fish scales of the dead person's slippery tentacles. At this moment, through his marionette, Klein felt a violent, high-level repulsive force. The wraith was unable to possess him. Senor even bounced back, revealing his body uncontrollably. Upon seeing this, Alger didn't ask why. He raised his hands and created a swirling wind around the dead person in a bid to restrain its actions. However, the wind didn't sweep inwards as though it was afraid of something. It forcefully spread outwards and quickly vanished. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the dead person didn't immediately attack the duo. Instead, it jumped to the left and bent down in an attempt to pick up Aztec's copper whistle. Klein immediately shook his left hand, making Laymanos Travels accurately flip to the page with the abyss shackles. This was a beyonder power recorded by Emlyn. It belonged to Sequence 7 Vampire. As Klein held Death Knell with his right hand and slid it across the notebook, the shadows around the dead person suddenly came alive, transforming into chains that bound it firmly to its spot. Taking advantage of his opponent's momentary pause, Klein raised his revolver without any expression, turned the cylinder, and pulled the hammer. Different colors immediately appeared in his vision: red, green, and ghastly white. Aiming at the ghastly white, Klein pulled the trigger. Bang! A pale gold beam flew into the remaining half of the dead person's head, causing it to explode into a rain of blood. At the same time, the purifying bullet emitted a light that resembled the sun, illuminating the target's entire body. The dead person melted like a candle, and as it bent its back and lost its balance, it collapsed beside Aztec's copper whistle. A monster that doesn't have any intelligence and only acts on instinct is much easier to deal with than a beyonder of the same level. However, do I let down Aztec's copper whistle? Ever since it was given to me, it suffered an explosion, a baptism of lightning, and the purification of sunlight. It hasn't been easy. Klein repented for a second before controlling Senor to pick up the ancient and exquisite copper whistle and stuff it into his body. He didn't go over directly, afraid that another dead person would awaken. Therefore, he continued letting Senor, his marionette, search for the fellow who had resisted the possession. Klein suspected that the dead person had a rather high-level item on him. Soon, Senor, who wasn't in the form of a wraith, touched something and pulled it out. It was a card. On the front of the card was a man wearing a triple crown with his hands raised high. In front of him were believers prostrating themselves, and behind him were lightning, dark clouds, strong winds, and waves. Klein was very familiar with this man's appearance because he had a portrait of him in another attire. This was Roselle the Great, and on the top left of the Pontiff's Roselle portrait, the resplendent starlight condensed into a line of text: Sequence 0, Tyrant. The card of blasphemy of the storm pathway, the Tyrant card? Klein instantly thought of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's title for the Lord of Storms. Tyrant. Alger also saw the card of blasphemy as his gaze froze. Flames of greed burned in his eyes. He took a deep breath, forced himself to look away, and said to the side, "Don't worry." He looked to the side and said, "The battle just now was very intense. Perhaps something deep in this cathedral has been awakened by us." Therefore, we have to quickly pick up the items and be prepared to evacuate at any time. Mr. the Hanging Man, do you think I'm not aware of this problem? There's no need for you to be so long-winded. What happened to the tacit understanding we had? Indeed, the tyrant card has affected you. It makes you unable to calm down and become talkative. As Klein made Wraith Senior put away the card of blasphemy and enter the body of one of the dead to speed up the extraction of the Beyonder characteristic, he said coldly, "You've already wasted 5 seconds. You've already wasted 5 seconds. Alger was taken aback and didn't say anything else. He walked to the remains of the 6-winged gargoyle and first dug out its eyes that were glowing with red light. Then, he patiently waited for a while before reaching into its shattered back and pulling out a grayish-white translucent crystal. On the other side, under the Wraith's ability, the dead man whose body was covered in yellowish-green pus had precipitated a mass of brown soil. The soil had roots and hidden blood vessels, which looked quite strange. Without wasting time guessing which pathway or sequence it belonged to, Klein directly got Senior to put it away. He then turned to the dead body whose slippery tentacles were still twitching slightly, speeding up the extraction of its Beyonder characteristic. Seeing that a blob of jellyfish-like blue seawater was about to take form, Klein and Alger suddenly heard a drawn-out voiced sigh. This sigh came from the deepest depths of the cathedral, bringing with it an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. Amidst the long sigh that sounded from the depths of the cathedral, Klein and Alger's back muscles tightened at the same time as adrenaline surged. Without any hesitation, Klein's left glove turned transparent as he suddenly vanished and appeared beside the hanging man. As he reached out to grab the man's shoulder, Wraith Senior also picked up the jellyfish-like Beyonder characteristic. With the help of Mirror Leap, he returned to the gold coin in the iron cigar case. Right on the heels of that, Klein and Alger's bodies faded away at the same time, turning invisible. The entire cemetery returned to silence. The two of them teleported into the distant sky, revealing their figures under the crimson moonlight and the shadows of the clouds. Subconsciously, Klein and Alger turned their heads at the same time and looked at the primitive island, wondering what changes would happen. They had only heard the sigh, but they hadn't sensed any actual danger. Based on their instincts and experience, they had made the decision to immediately flee. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel curious and puzzled. In their line of sight, the thick fog that enveloped the primitive island was quickly dissipating, allowing the moonlight in the sky to shine straight in without any obstruction. Amidst the howling winds, Klein and Alger floated in midair. Through the thin fog, they clearly saw the primitive island's present appearance. It was gone. The primitive island that had demigod-level feathered serpents and all sorts of Beyonder creatures had disappeared. The dark blue seawater that was nearly black was gently swaying in the area it was originally in. There was nothing abnormal about it. Alger couldn't help but reach out to touch the item in his pocket. He touched the 6-winged gargoyle's core crystal that had left him in a daze. If it wasn't for the fact that the spoils of war were still there, he would have definitely suspected that it was just a dream. He would have suspected that he and German Sparrow had somehow gotten lost and hadn't found the real primitive island. They had completed an exploration in their dreams. Klein also had similar thoughts. He even felt that he might have been hallucinating. After all, it was impossible for a large island with many powerful creatures that hid the secrets of the mythical era to vanish without a trace. Even the seawater didn't show any corresponding traces. Thankfully, I didn't hesitate and chose to retreat. Otherwise, Mr. the Hanging Man and I might have disappeared just like that, never to be found again. Klein suddenly felt extremely glad. He didn't dare stay any longer and activated traveling again, disappearing in midair with Alger as they traveled through the spirit world. And the last scene that froze in their eyes was of the fog spreading again, becoming thicker and thicker. After another teleportation, Klein and Alger returned to the deserted island from before. Standing on the reef, they watched as the waves flooded the beach with crashing sounds. Alger looked around and let out a sigh of relief. He took out the 6-winged gargoyle's core crystal and eyeball. "These are our shared spoils of war. You get first pick." After weighing the pros and cons, he only treated the 6-winged gargoyle as a monster that the two of them had killed together, while the 3 deceased belonged to German Sparrow alone. Klein didn't directly respond. He made Wraith Senior appear beside him and took out the tyrant card, the brown earth-like Beyonder characteristic, and the jellyfish-like Beyonder characteristic. The latter was suspected to correspond to ocean songster. After doing all of this, he said, "I'll pick first in this battle." One battle. I'll pick first. 3 times. What he meant was that this was a battle between the two of them and 3 deceased and a 6-winged gargoyle. The other party had contributed quite a bit to the overall battle situation. Therefore, all the spoils of war obtained in the tomb belonged to the public. Of course, according to the contributions made, German Sparrow had the right to pick first, and 3 times in a row. Alger was taken aback as he gained a new understanding of the crazy adventurer. Then, he nodded. All right. Klein then reached out to his marionette and calmly took the tyrant card with Roselle's face. It counts as 2 times. With this card of blasphemy and the sea god's scepter, he could barely be considered a pseudo-demigod when he moved around in his spirit body state. This was also very useful when acting as the sea god. Of course, the most valuable thing about the tyrant card was that it came with the Storm Pathways full sequence potion formula, as well as the ability to subtly sense the ingredients he needed after reaching sequence 4. It was precisely because of this that Klein stopped midway to distribute the spoils of war before returning to the City of Generosity, Byam. He was afraid that the tyrant card would attract Sea King John Cotman. I'll count as many times as you say. Alger didn't retort, nor did he wish to retort German Sparrow's words. He watched him reach out his hand towards the blob of jellyfish-like beyonder characteristic that likely corresponded to an ocean songster. To Klein, this could be used to create a mystical item in the storm domain to replace the Murloc cufflinks that Admiral Hell had abducted. It could also be bestowed to the Rorstad Archipelago's resistance in the future, increasing their survivability at sea. Of course, the prerequisite was that they greatly pleased Sea God. After putting away the tyrant card and the jellyfish-like beyonder characteristic, Klein glanced at the hanging man, indicating that it was time for him to choose. Alger deliberated for a moment. Can I choose the sequence 4 potion formula in the card of blasphemy? No problem. Klein nodded expressionlessly. I'll give it to you later. Although the tyrant card had already been activated, activating it would definitely cause a commotion. Therefore, Klein was cautious and decided to study it above the grey fog after returning to Bakeland. All right. Even with Alger's stoicism, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. After this adventure, when the ocean songster was more or less digested, he would showcase his abilities and take the path of advancement within the church. When the time came, drinking more potions wouldn't be a problem. Even if he didn't have children, it could be completely resolved with the accumulation of time. The most critical obstacle was that going from sequence 5 to sequence 4 was a qualitative change. It was an increase in life's natural order. Countless ocean songsters within the Church of the Storm had worked hard for decades, but to no avail. Alger didn't believe that as a mixed blood, he would receive any preferential treatment after slowly rising up from being a servant. He would feel fortunate and thankful that he was good at behaving. Furthermore, within the church, advancing to sequence 4 was directly given the potion formula. There was no such thing as knowing the formula ahead of time and making his own preparations. If Alger wanted to gain the upper hand in the terrifying competition, he had to think of other methods other than making contributions that could get him into the top 3. His current idea was to kill a famous pirate and obtain the cataclysmic interror potion formula from him. He would then use the clues to point to the deceased who had mutated on the primitive island. This was likely a pirate who had once been active at sea but had suddenly disappeared. This way, the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm would definitely suspect that the missing pirate had obtained a card of blasphemy. And this was an undeniable fact that could be verified through various means. Alger could use the advantage of knowing the cataclysmic interror potion formula to obtain a chance to advance to sequence 4. Of course, the premise is that the church doesn't have a sealed artifact that can directly wipe the relevant memories. If this method doesn't work, and there's really no chance of advancing, I'll secretly gather the corresponding ingredients and prepare the ritual needed for advancement. Once I reach sequence 4, I'll immediately leave the church and become a pirate king. Alger reined in his thoughts and saw German Sparrow take away the brown, mud-like beyonder characteristic. Glancing at the remaining items, he put away the grayish-white translucent crystal and handed the 6-winged gargoyle's eyeball to German Sparrow. For him, who didn't lack powerful offensive means and was well-versed in the sea, land, and air, a mystical item made from a beyonder material should be rather useful. Back in the tomb, if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't sure if psychic piercing could affect the six-winged gargoyle and that he couldn't afford any mistakes in battle, his first choice would have been to use Whip of the Mind. After distributing the spoils of war, he placed them into different boxes and sealed them with a wall of spirituality. Klein put away Wraith Seigneur, reached out his hand again, and grabbed the hanging man. Their figures faded as they entered the spirit world. After this trip, the two appeared on a mountain by the sea outside Byam City. It was still near the cemetery, as though they had never left. Alger didn't waste his breath as he nodded at German Sparrow. If there's a need to create a mystical item, I'll bear the corresponding costs. It's a pleasure working with you. Klein, who was wearing a transparent glove, tersely acknowledged before his figure suddenly vanished. He left the hanging man behind and directly teleported to a secluded corner of Byam City. Next, I'll have to choose a lucky pirate. Klein surveyed the area as he silently muttered to himself. He stretched his fingers and walked down the street. Of course, he didn't forget to change his appearance and smear blood on Lamenos travels. After all, there were German Sparrows wanted posters everywhere, and see King John Cotman was standing guard in this city. It wouldn't be good if he was recognized or lost. At the waist of the mountain range outside the city, Alger looked up at the dark night sky, the crimson moon, and the few stars. He slowly took a deep breath and exhaled, allowing the refreshing and salty sea to cleanse his body. The exploration from before was the most dangerous adventure he had ever experienced. If it wasn't for German Sparrow using creeping hunger and having the beyonder power of teleportation, he suspected that the two of them wouldn't have escaped alive. However, as Mr. Fool's blessed, world should have other trump cards. For example, the demigod-level beyonder power in Lamenos travels, but if that's the case, I might not be able to successfully reach the tomb. There'll be more trouble along the way. That card of blasphemy from the storm pathway is the goal that allows him to restrain his madness. Is this Mr. Fool's instructions? He really did foresee this. Perhaps, he even knows the existence that side deep in the cathedral. Back then, Zillings might have seen that tyrant card, but he didn't have the ability to obtain it. That's why he said that. Alger's thoughts churned as he slowly walked to the foot of the mountain. Bakeland, 160 Buckland Street. German Sparrow's figure suddenly appeared in the master bedroom. His black trench coat fluttered as he straightened his half-top hat. Don Dantes, who was lying in bed, immediately turned incorporeal and shrank into a palm-sized mirror. It's likely that no one came to visit tonight. Rhodes didn't cause any trouble. Upon seeing this scene and the surrounding peace, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His figure grew a little taller as his sideburns rapidly turned white. His blue eyes deepened as he transformed back into Don Dantes. At the same time, the mirror's surface rippled as silver light gathered to form words, "Great and Supreme Master, I didn't do anything tonight. No, I seriously acted as the sleeping Don Dantes. In addition, I encountered something. Would you like to know?" Ignoring Rhodes's request for praise, Klein's heart skipped a beat. As he took off his hat and threw it onto the reclining chair beside him, he replied in a deep voice. "Speak." On the mirror surface, the original words disintegrated as they squirmed to form new words. "A lady glanced at this house when she passed by this street." What's going on? There aren't many people who pass by here every day to admire the surroundings. Klein was just about to say something when he saw the surface of the mirror ripple with aqueous light, reflecting a figure. To a normal person, the figure would be dressed strangely. She was wearing a spirit medium's black robe, and her eyeshadow and blush were blue. She looked gorgeous and demonic. She was none other than Daly Simone. This lady was riding a carriage through Buckland Street. When she passed by Unit 160, she turned her head to look out the window for more than 3 seconds. Man, not only does she have an impression of Don Dantes because of his eyes, but she has also grasped some information in passing? Klein frowned slightly and asked, "Is there nothing else?" "Is there nothing else?" "No." As Rhodes reflected the words on the mirror surface, he outlined a simple drawing that symbolized swearing. Klein nodded. Ignoring the enthusiasm of the magic mirror, he forced it to leave. After doing all of this, Klein took out a candle and prepared to set up a ritual. he would summon himself and respond to himself. He would bring all the spoils of war and the clothes he wore above the grey fog. He planned to make a distinction between German Sparrow's clothes and Don Dante's clothes to prevent any future problems with this detail. Pa! He snapped his fingers, causing the candle's wick to burst into scarlet flames. Flames. Flame, Klein's gaze froze for a few seconds. He quickly closed his eyes and turned his back to the candle. Then, he controlled Wraith Seigneur to approach the desk. During this process, Seigneur's body trembled more and more violently, but he finally reached out his right hand and extinguished the candle flame. I'll sleep first and think about it tomorrow. No, the tyrant card is on me, and it has already been activated. Although there's a wall of spirituality sealing it, it might not be able to completely isolate its ability to attract and gather people of the same pathway. Perhaps it can only weaken the effects and drag it out. Back when I was in Byam, I entered and left quickly. I didn't dare to stay for too long. Just as Klein calmed down, he thought of some problems. A few seconds later, he slowly took a deep breath, raised his hand again, and snapped his fingers to light the candle. Right on the heels of that, he controlled the fear in his heart and controlled Seigneur to take out the other 2 candles and set up a sacrificial ritual. This way, he wouldn't have to respond to the summoning and pass through the candle flame to come to the real world. When everything was ready, Klein turned around with great difficulty and piously lowered his head, not daring to look at the candle flame. Then, he seriously chanted the honorific name of the fool. Relying on his perseverance, he finally completed the ritual after nearly bursting into tears. He sacrificed all the items that needed to be sent above the grey fog. Phew! Klein exhaled, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived at the silent mysterious space. He sat in the chair that belonged to the fool, picked up the tyrant card, and triggered the contents inside. The card of blasphemy immediately became 3-dimensional, like a palm-sized book. The book flipped, and on every page, there was a Roselle Gustave. He was either a sailor, wearing a captain's hat, holding a sextant, or singing loudly in the background of the sea. Klein was rendered speechless when he saw this. He increasingly felt that his fellow countryman was too King narcissistic. If the Demoness card was still using his own image, then I'd really be convinced. As Klein lampooned, he browsed through the corresponding contents and analyzed the sequence names and material rituals of the entire storm pathway. Sequence 9, Sailor. Sequence 8, Folk of Rage. Sequence 7, Seafarer. Sequence 6, Windblast. Sequence 5, Ocean Songster. Sequence 4, Cataclysmic Interrer. Sequence 3, Sea King. Sequence 2, Calamity. Sequence 1, Thunder God. Sequence 0, Tyrant. This ritual to become a tyrant, which is also the Lord of Storms, is very different from the Black Emperor. First, it requires hundreds of thousands of followers who believe in him out of fear. Second, he has to challenge a true god alone, which is another sequence 0, and survive. Finally, he has to consume the potion amidst the atmosphere of fear and obedience to complete his advancement. This is a bit of a scam. A sequence 1 who hasn't undergone a qualitative change to challenge a sequence 0 true god will die 7 or 8 times out of 10. Besides, what if there aren't any other sequence 0s in that era? Then, wouldn't I have to think of a way to nurture one myself, or switch to a neighboring pathway? Of course, the ritual might not be necessary. As long as I'm lucky enough, it's not impossible to directly drink the potion. Sea God Cavituous is an example. He didn't consume a potion, but an unblended Beyonder characteristic. The core of this ritual is the courage to challenge a deity, as well as a large amount of fear and obedience. Yes, Tyrant doesn't seem to have the special ability of the Black Emperor to distort the rules and use them. He's unable to revive from the dead and return from the void, but he seems to have the terrifying ability to transform into lightning for a short period of time. He might even have the ability to create a planet-level disaster. Roselle the Great's records focus on the formula and ritual. There's too little description of the corresponding Beyonder powers and deity authorities, and it's very vague. Klein casually summoned a piece of paper that wasn't conjured and used a fountain pen to copy the Cataclysmic Interrer potion formula. He then wrote a sentence in the tone of the world's German sparrow, "Try not to recall the contents of that painting." This was a reminder to the hanging man. In the mysticism domain, matters that involved sequence 0 had to be sufficiently cautious and careful. Even if it went against common sense, he had to pay attention. Seeing and discussing the painting on that primitive island was fine, but it didn't mean that it was safe in the outside world. If he often thought about it, he might be struck to death by lightning in a thunderstorm one day due to his lack of luck. Or he might encounter a conundrum that he couldn't solve, causing the blood vessels in his brain to explode. Or he might suffer a heat stroke from being exposed to the sun and die in a timely manner. The cataclysmic Intura ritual is very dangerous. It can cause earthquakes and tsunamis, and the person who advances has to consume the potion in such an environment and last until the end. Klein folded the piece of paper, placed it to the side, and put away the tyrant card. After using divination to identify that the 3 Beyonder characteristics he had obtained belonged to the Black Emperor Pathways Sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion, the Storm Pathways Sequence 5 Ocean Songster, and the Planter Pathways Sequence 5 Druid, Klein finally had the time to recall everything that had happened during his exploration and pondered over the information contained within. The eternal blazing sun is clearly of the sun pathway, and the City of Silver's creator is also known as the ancient god of the sun. This can be concluded from the history left behind by the 4th epoch and the murals of the elves. According to the law of conservation, where there's a sequence 0 and no sequence 1, the pure white angel back then shouldn't have been a king of angels. But if he wasn't a king of angels, he wouldn't have the right to participate in the feast of the City of Silver's creator. This isn't only because of external factors, but also because of him. Directly jumping from sequence 2 to sequence 0 is highly likely to cause him to lose control. Either the eternal blazing sun switched pathways to become a god, or the City of Silver's creator's main authority isn't the sun. After defeating the ancient god, he had already distributed this authority to the angel beside him, making him a king of angels. Therefore, the murals of the elves and the title passed down in later generations only indicate that he had once wielded the authority of the sun, and not all the time. There's another possibility. After the creator took back the ancient god's authority, he had the ability to advance a sequence 2 of the same pathway to sequence 1. Klein's train of thought quickly turned to who built the cathedral and who left behind the murals. As there were all sorts of complicated situations, it was difficult to sort them out. He decided to conjure a piece of goatskin and summarize the main points by writing to find a connection. That primitive island was discovered by Xianxia and Mr. the Hanging Man together. Xianxia accepted a mission from the Twilight Hermit Order, and for a valuable item, he headed to Bakelin to assassinate the Duke of Negan. He died at the hands of Mr. Aztec. Xianxia told Mr. the Hanging Man that deep in the cathedral ruins was a precious item that wasn't inferior to Roselle's tarot cards. However, one had to be at sequence 5 to obtain it. He later obtained creeping hunger and became a pirate admiral. His strength was already equivalent to a powerful sequence 5. That tyrant card is still in the mausoleum beneath the cathedral. Xianxia didn't make any further attempts. Or did he fail? That cathedral was built by an existence that believed in the ancient god of the sun. The murals inside recorded the dark history of the Orthodox deities before the cataclysm. They were clearly biased towards the ancient god of the sun. The Twilight Hermit Order is suspected to have been established by the Son of God, Adam. Its goal is to revive the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator. That primitive island suddenly disappeared, as though it didn't exist in the first place. Adam is the angel of imagination. Among the core members of the Twilight Hermit Order, there's at least one angel of the spectator pathway, Hermes. The Twilight Hermit Order tends to let its members choose the Sailor, Reader, and Sun pathways. There's a high chance that they have high-sequence ingredients and items from the Storm domain. There might be angels from the Storm domain within the order. Klein put down his fountain pen and looked at the contents listed on the paper. He slowly came up with a theory. Looking at the list of important points, Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers as he silently muttered to himself, "The person who sighed deep in the cathedral is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order." It was because of that deep exploration that Xianxia was chosen by the Twilight Hermit Order, allowing him to advance and obtain creeping hunger to become a pirate admiral. If that's the case, it can explain why he didn't return to the primitive island after having the strength of a sequence 5 and think of a way to take away the tyrant card. You can only take what's given to you, and you can't touch what's not given to you. of course, it's also possible that Zillings established a connection with the Twilight Hermit Order member during his second exploration of the cathedral when he had sufficient combat strength. Regardless, the possibility that the primitive island has something to do with the Twilight Hermit Order isn't small. The reason why we were able to pass through the different regions and arrive at the tomb, where we saw the painting of a king of angels eating the creator, was it because of the Twilight Hermit Order members' deliberate indulgence deep in the cathedral? To them, if there's a chance, they'd definitely be happy to publicize that erased piece of history. However, what they described from their own point of view might not necessarily be the truth. After that, the Twilight Hermit Order member probably didn't expect us to finish off the awakened deceased and the six-winged gargoyle so quickly and obtain the tyrant card. That's why he sighed. According to the normal script, he should have taken action to quell everything when we were in danger, and he would have spoken to us across space, allowing us to become peripheral members of the Twilight Hermit Order. Klein cautiously used him to refer to the existence deep in the abandoned cathedral. He even suspected that he might be the former King of Angels, the Son of God, Adam. Of course, he wasn't completely certain that the primitive island belonged to the Twilight Hermit Order. He believed that even divination wouldn't be able to obtain a definite answer. This was because there were too many possibilities. It might involve other hidden existences, and the information regarding the spirit world had definitely been wiped or hidden. If it was as I suspected, did this mean that I had missed a chance to join the Twilight Hermit Order? As long as I can pass their test, I might even be able to take a glance at the second blasphemy slate and obtain the high sequence Beyonder potion formula for Seer. What a pity. However, German Sparrow's origins are mysterious. The existence behind him is something that the upper echelons of the various factions at sea know of. The Twilight Hermit Order is the oldest and most secretive organization, so it's impossible that it doesn't know of the corresponding situation. German Sparrow's outcome is likely to be eliminated on the spot, and he'll seek answers through mediumship. Klein first felt a sense of regret before he felt a lingering fear. As his thoughts raced, he even thought of sending the Hanging Man to the primitive island again to find an opportunity to become a peripheral member of the Twilight Hermit Order and enter its core. Sigh, the problem is that the primitive island has disappeared. Otherwise, Mr. the Hanging Man would really have a chance of becoming a spy for 3 sides, no, 4 sides. Klein flicked his finger, making the piece of paper in front of him vanish. He temporarily forgot about tonight's exploration. However, he exhorted himself to pay attention to any abnormalities in his life during this period of time. He was afraid that the secret existence deep in the cathedral wasn't unable to prevent him and the Hanging Man from escaping, but that it had a deeper goal. If he hadn't passed through the gray fog and received the antivirus, Klein would have suspected that he had a hidden mark left behind by the other party. Glancing at the items on the table, Klein flipped the Tyrant card and placed it beside the Dark Emperor card. Then, he pondered over how to deal with the remaining spoils of war. It was a Sequence 5 Druid Beyonder characteristic of the Planter pathway. He already had a preliminary idea of selling it to Frank Lee through the Hermit Catlia. But the problem is, will this accelerate the destruction of the world? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he felt a little hesitant. To let a dangerous fellow like Frank Lee advance to Sequence 5, cows, fish, sea, and rose bishops would all be afraid. No one knew what experiments this fellow, who wasn't much better than a lunatic, could complete or what strange species he would create after obtaining greater powers. If he were to plant himself and harvest a bunch of Franks, then this world would really be in danger. Klein silently exhaled and finally decided to leave the problem to Admiral of Stars to worry about. Anyway, I'm just selling the Druid Beyonder characteristic normally. Whether Ma'am Hermit wants to buy it or not is her problem. Besides, it's only a Sequence 5. I believe that with the support of Queen Mystic and the Moses Ascetic Order, she'll definitely be able to watch over it. Besides, the Church of Earth Mother still has a bunch of saints, angels, Grade 0 sealed artifacts, and true deities. It's impossible that they can't handle the relevant matters. As Klein consoled himself, he placed his attention on the Mentor of Confusion and the Ocean Songster's Beyonder characteristics. As for the latter, his initial thoughts were to make it into a mystical item, but he wasn't sure if the artisan that the Hanging Man knew had the ability to do so. As for the former, he planned on selling it. Although it could also be made into an item, it overlapped with the Baron of Corruption in the glove. Furthermore, Klein also began to realize that having more mystical items wasn't always good. When the negative effects were stacked together, it could really be fatal. With creeping hunger and Lemnos travels that could be rented, he believed that it was better to keep things simple most of the time. Under normal circumstances, creeping hunger and death now, as well as preparing some purifying bullets, would be sufficient to deal with the situation. When encountering a naval or aerial battle, he would have an additional mystical item made by an ocean songster. When the situation was complicated, he could rent Lemnos travels if he had the opportunity. If there wasn't a chance, he could use Roselle's travels to fend it off and throw out the fate siphon charm. And this didn't include his own Beyonder powers, the Wraith Marionette, or the inconvenient use of the Sea God Scepter. Speaking of fixed assets, I can already be considered a true tycoon. Klein sighed as he made all the Beyonder characteristics fly onto the junk pile. As for the six-winged gargoyle's eyeball, it was a material that was extremely rich in spirituality. Furthermore, it had some mystical properties to it. It could be used in rituals or made into charms. Klein hadn't thought of a solution for the time being, nor did he have any need for it. He had long thrown it into the junk pile. After doing all of this, he vanished above the gray fog and returned to the real world. On Saturday morning, Furs had planned on waking up naturally, but she was woken up by the world's message through Mr. Fool. He was returning her Lemnos travels. Furs rubbed her eyes. She originally wanted to prepare for the ritual, but when she saw her messy hair and puffy eye bags in the mirror, she decided to head to the bathroom to clean up her image. She had finally sold the 2 properties yesterday, and the price was higher than she had expected. Even after deducting the corresponding taxes, it was still £6,550. What left her feeling regretful was that the gold coins circulating on the market were usually very common, but when she really wanted to collect them in large quantities, there weren't many of them. After a long period of work, she had only managed to exchange for 600. Phew, I can finally make up for my debt and complete the transaction. Furs combed her hair and began setting up the ritual. Last night, in order to celebrate receiving so much cash for the first time in her life, she had secretly drunk half a bottle of rum proof and a barrel of Southville beer. This was why her image was so bad this morning. During the ritual, after a series of exchanges, Furs paid £5,200 in cash and 600 gold coins, completing the assassination mission from before. She also received an interrogator Beyonder characteristic. This way, she still had £2,530 left in cash, and the royalties from the 2 books were being transferred into her account. It wasn't much, but it was more sustainable. After a short wait, Furs saw the door of sacrifice and bestowment glow as 2 items flew out. One was Lemnos Travels, and the other was a light blue, translucent hexagonal prism. Inside, there were bolts of lightning streaking across. Mr. World sure has a lot of Beyonder characteristics. Furs sighed inwardly as she first thanked Mr. Fool before ending the ritual. Following that, she put away the interrogator Beyonder characteristic. Finally, she picked up Lemnos Travels and flipped through the additional Beyonder powers. Amidst the rustling sounds, her gaze suddenly froze. This was because 2 yellowed pages were no longer blank. They were filled with mysterious patterns and symbols. This represented a demigod-level Beyonder power. There were 2 pages. How extravagant. Furs couldn't help but mutter softly. This was the first time she had seen a demigod-level Beyonder power that she could use. As a best-selling author who focused on romance, her first reaction was to wonder if the world German sparrow was wooing her. But thinking that they had never met before, and that the gentleman was a cold and powerful assassin, she quickly rejected this guess. She believed that the world German sparrow probably had the help of a demigod at any time, so he didn't care about such matters. Phew, I'll try my best not to use it. I'll wait for Mr. World to rent it again before using it myself. Furs exhaled timidly, not daring to take advantage of the terrifying assassin. After composing herself, she used the crystal ball to identify the new Beyonder powers. She felt that they were all rather useful, apart from Full Moon. If it's used for suicide, this would be a godly technique, she muttered as she closed Lemnos Travels. She waited for Zio to return at night before giving her the interrogator Beyonder characteristic. Past 7 in the evening, Klein was dressed neatly as he waited at the entrance with Walter and Richardson to welcome the guests who were attending the ball. Soon, he saw a familiar face walk in. Alan Series, this famous surgeon was holding on to his pregnant wife as he walked through the door. Pregnant woman. Klein's heart stirred as he went forward with a beaming smile. P.S. Seeking recommendations and monthly votes on Monday. P.S. 2. Recommending a book, Fairy, Please Conduct Yourself by the old author, Ji Cha. It's obvious from the name that it's a harem novel. Smile. As a polite gentleman, Klein naturally wouldn't stare at Aaron's wife. He looked at the famous surgeon and said, "That's right." He looked at the famous surgeon and said, "Good evening, Alan. How may I address you?" Alan's cold temperament didn't change, but it didn't affect him from politely smiling as he handed over the exquisitely packaged red wine. "My wife, Wilma Gladys, is a high school teacher. It looks like you're going to be a father again. When's the expected delivery date?" Klein received the gift and asked. He had originally prepared a topic for Dr. Allen to discuss the recently reported new surgical techniques, but he never expected him to bring his pregnant wife along. This was a pleasant surprise for him. This was because the unborn child in Wilma Gladys's womb was the snake of Mercury, Willoceptin. Alan subconsciously glanced at his wife's stomach and smiled. Early July. If you don't mind, I hope to invite you to his birth banquet. Just as he said that, the beautiful black-haired lady, Wilma, suddenly held her stomach and let out a soft cry of pain. "What's wrong?" Alan blurted out. "He kicked me." "He's calmed down now," Wilma said as her expression relaxed. She then looked at Dwayne Dantes and curled her lips into a smile. "Due to my pregnancy, I haven't participated in a ball like this in a long time. I'm always staying at home, and I feel a little depressed. Therefore, I got Alan to bring me here. Although I can't dance, I can chat with the ladies and even find some time to play cards. It's my honor to have you here." Klein replied sincerely. "I'll be attending his birth banquet in early July." He wasn't affected by the small accident from before. He still remembered Dr. Allen's invitation. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Klein handed the gift in his hand to his valet, Richardson, and got him to lead 3 guests into the hall. Before long, he welcomed the second pair of guests, Bishop Electra and his female companion, who were still dressed in black clergyman robes. This was a girl with some baby fat on her face. She looked like she was in her early 20s. Everything she saw was novel and seemed to be full of energy. However, because she had already given birth to a child, she looked more mature. "Good evening, Bishop. I've been sleeping very well recently," Klein said, feigning ignorance of the Church of Evernight's secret efforts. Bishop Electra immediately tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "This is the blessing of the goddess." He then introduced the female companion beside him. "My wife, Shauna Johnson." Because he often met with Don Dantes and had been to his mansion many times, there was no need for him to prepare any extra gifts for this ball. It would seem too polite and distant. "Nice to meet you. You're much younger than I thought." Klein nodded at Shauna half-jokingly. At the same time, he did a mental calculation. "I heard that the bishop got married 2 years ago. That also means that his wife was only 18 or 19 back then. This age difference is a little huge. In a few years, perhaps I'll have to introduce the chubby apothecary to him." Upon hearing Don Dantes' joke and recalling the conversation during the visit, Bishop Electra immediately felt a little uncomfortable. He coughed lightly and replied on behalf of his wife, "She's someone who enjoys a lively scene. She's a lively person. If she has time, she doesn't want to miss any ball." Klein didn't speak further because he saw Ma and Mary alight the carriage and walk towards the hall. After letting Bishop Electra and his wife enter the hall, Klein smiled at Mary. "Ma'am, perhaps we can work together next week." The lawyer and accounting team he hired had already completed their investigations and came to the conclusion that there were no problems with the coin company and that it was a very suitable investment. Furthermore, they had already reached a preliminary agreement with the gentleman who sold the shares. 3% of the shares for £12,800 would be confirmed next week. When Mary heard that, she chuckled. "I've already treated you as my companion." This seems to be an implicit statement with a deeper meaning. Don't tell me she's taken a liking to Don Dantes. Klein's heart stirred as he pretended not to understand. "Let's have a pleasant cooperation. After a light handshake, he got butler Walter to lead the lady in. At this moment, more and more guests arrived. As Klein recalled the corresponding topics, he warmly and humorously welcomed them and received quite a number of gifts. If it wasn't for the professional instinct of a faceless to remember the looks and characteristics of others, I wouldn't be able to tell who is who, much less find the correct topic. It's no wonder I often need the help of butlers at times like this. As Klein reflected over the matter, he saw Mocht and his family enter. He smiled again and took a step forward. "Good evening. The starry sky today is especially beautiful." Mocht smiled as he handed him a bottle of black rand from an unknown manor. "I've been in Bakeland for nearly 20 years, but the total number of days I've seen under the starry sky isn't even as many as this year. I hope there will be more and more." Klein turned to Mom Rihanna and said, "I heard you're looking for a boarding school for Miss Hazel?" Rihanna looked at her daughter who was standing beside her with a cold expression and only maintaining a polite smile. "Schooling is becoming more and more popular these days. It's the same for women. And most importantly, Hazel might be able to make more friends. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem too happy about it. She can't bear to part with us." In Bakeland, boarding schools for girls of high society had already sprung up. The education it provided might not be comparable to home tutors, but it created a social circle. The annual tuition fee for such a boarding school was about £500. "What she can't bear to part with is the sewers here," Klein lampooned. After some idle chit-chat, he let Mocht and his family enter the hall. When it was almost time, he no longer stood in the foyer. He walked to the second floor and stood behind the railing facing the door, gesturing for the band to stop their performance. With a glass of champagne in hand, Klein surveyed the area. After all the guests looked over, he said loudly, "I'm very happy that everyone can attend this ball. First, I would like to thank the goddess, and secondly, I would like to thank all of you. I prepared some Desi specialty music and food for everyone. I hope all of you will like it." After a simple speech, Klein went down the stairs to the first floor's dance floor. He planned on inviting a lady for the opening dance. Typically speaking, a married host would definitely look for their spouse during the opening dance. Unmarried men and women would either dance with a relative of the opposite sex or invite someone they liked. It was considered an alternative blind date. However, Don Dantes didn't have any relatives present, nor did he have a suitable target for the time being. This made him feel a little awkward. However, he had an experienced butler. Walter had already invited a socialite from high society ahead of time. Dancing the opening dance with her would at most result in some scandals, but it wouldn't make others think of them dating. Therefore, Klein didn't feel any psychological burden as he looked at the lady named Ollery and walked towards her. This lady was a widow. She had rather good ties with a few members of Bakeland's high society. She was doing quite well in this circle, but of course, she wasn't well liked by women. Anyone with a bit of status would look down on her. But regardless, Oloria's feminine charm and bearing were rather good, especially her figure. She had a voluptuous figure and alluring curves. If it wasn't for the fact that her looks could only be considered above average, making her a good-looking type, Klein would have suspected if she was a demoness. "Ma'am, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" Klein followed the teachings of his etiquette teacher, Wiana, and presented himself flawlessly. Ollery, who had her blonde hair coiled up, smiled sweetly and extended her hand. "You're a gentleman that no one can refuse." That's a little ambiguous. Her status and the role she plays in social situations determine that she can't be as reserved as most ladies and gentlemen. Klein pulled her onto the dance floor and began dancing to the music that had a country vibe. Nobles had land, manors, and castles in the countryside. They would live there for several months every year, so country music was one of the mainstays of high society. "You dance well. If Wiana hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't believe that you didn't know how to dance in the past." Ollery deliberately made the two of them stick close to each other. As they danced, they could hear each other's breathing. As she was a stranger, Klein felt a little uncomfortable with such close contact. However, he couldn't push the lady away under everyone's gaze. All he could do was smile. "I just don't know how to dance. Actually, I'm very good at the more casual dances in Desi Bay and the southern continent. I also like those dances. It's powerful and filled with passion." I dance it for myself and not others. Ollery found a topic of conversation as she twisted her body, appearing very intimate with Don Dantes. As the opening dance came to an end, she suddenly suppressed her voice and chuckled. If I hadn't heard some rumors, I might even think that you don't like women and feel a little stiff. However, I don't doubt it anymore. As she spoke, she glanced down. Klein was actually feeling rather awkward. She was really good at using her body and words to create an ambiguous atmosphere, but Don Dantes was an experienced person. He definitely couldn't admit defeat on the surface. He smiled with a natural expression. I'm stiff because I'm not used to Bakelin's social scene. I can teach you, Ollery said with a chuckle. At that moment, the music came to an end. She took a step back and blinked with a smile. You're really passionate. Her words had a double meaning, making Klein blush in embarrassment. He began to suspect if she was related to a demoness. He remained unperturbed as he bowed and sent Ollery back to her original spot. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wilma Gladys, who was pregnant with the snake of Mercury, walking to a long table by the side. Her goal seemed to be the first batch of ice cream. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Klein's gaze immediately moved away from Wilma Gladys and looked at the carrot cake, cream muffins, and other desserts, as well as the roasted chicken, lamb stew, pan-fried ribeye, Desi specialty grilled fish, and other food not far from them. He gulped a mouthful of saliva and forced himself to retract his gaze. He planned on inviting Ma and Mary for the second dance. As the host, he couldn't miss the first 3 dances. Therefore, he could only temporarily forget his hunger and the delicacies. And at this moment, Wilma Gladys, whose belly was very obvious, walked to the ice cream cups. She extended her hand and retracted it. Do you want some? Her husband, Dr. Allen, didn't dance the first dance as he continued standing beside his pregnant wife. Wilma Gladys shook her head solemnly. No, I don't. I'm pregnant. It's not good for me to eat ice cream. However, the little guy in my belly seems to want to try a little. Just a little. Dr. Allen nodded indiscernibly. Then try a little. Leave the rest to me. Wilma instantly revealed an uncontrollable smile. You really dote on the child too much. She didn't object as she watched her husband pick up a cup of ice cream from the ice cubes. After enjoying 2 mouthfuls, Wilma closed her eyes and suddenly shifted her gaze away. She looked at the few ladies who didn't dance the first dance and realized that they were whispering to each other. They had smiles on their faces and wore ambiguous expressions. From time to time, they would cover their mouths with their palms as they snickered. What interesting things are they talking about? Wilma's curiosity was piqued. After greeting her husband, Alan, she walked over. However, the few ladies quickly dispersed, as though they were waiting for the second dance. Wilma felt disappointed as she said to the only beautiful lady who remained in her spot, "Do you know what they were talking about?" "I'm not interested in their topic of conversation." Hazel glanced at the pregnant lady beside her and said, "I'm not interested in their topic." She didn't accuse her of being rude because pregnant ladies always had some privileges. It was only then that Wilma noticed that Hazel, who had long, dark green hair, was holding a glass of champagne. She looked like she didn't want to be invited to dance. She had a kind of pride that came from the bottom of her heart. Even when she looked at the Baroness, she only maintained the most basic politeness. This was a likable character, but the problem was that she was like this to everyone, and she was too cold. Perhaps she was in the rebellious phase that Roselle the Great mentioned? As a middle school teacher, Wilma couldn't help but comment inwardly. Then, she tactfully distanced herself from Hazel and looked for familiar ladies to chat with. After the opening 3 dances, Klein finally had a short break to stuff himself with food and drink a cup of thirst-quenching sweet iced tea. This was a Desi specialty that he had specially asked the kitchen to prepare. Due to the effects of death now, he had a little too much to drink. After exchanging a few words with Bishop Electra, he excused himself and headed for the washroom. In fact, he could still hold back for at least 3 dances, but he felt that snake of fate Will Acceptan's sudden visit might be to communicate with him. Therefore, he took the initiative to search for a suitable uninhabited environment. Although he is an unborn fetus and is forced to come here, if he doesn't want to see me, there are at least 100 ways to stop his mother from going out. In short, let's give it a try first. Klein muttered as he entered the bathroom and locked the door. He was hesitating whether to solve the problem of his lower abdomen first or to wait patiently for a minute or two when his spiritual perception was triggered. He immediately looked at the mirror. At some point, a black pram was reflected in the mirror. The shadow inside the pram was so deep that it was difficult to see the specific details. The only thing that could be seen was a child wrapped in silver silk. The child said in a clear voice, "Your destiny has shifted a little." What happened? Klein tensed up. Septon, who was in his infant form, sneered. You have to ask yourself. All I know is that you likely encountered an angel. Klein suddenly recalled what had happened on the primitive island and his guesses. After thinking for a few seconds, he frowned and asked, "What's the matter? Can an angel tell what's special about me? I've met Orange Light. He told me that only a few high-level spirit world creatures, as well as a few deities with unique authority and beyonders who represent fate can discover this to varying degrees. Furthermore, they have to come into close contact with it." Inside the pram, Septon sucked at his thumb and smiled. Probably not, because you aren't dangerous. Besides, apart from you being special, some of the items on you and your companions might also be special. They might be able to garner that person's interest. Some of the items on me, my companions. Klein's thoughts raced as he realized that he might have been hinted at previously. Furthermore, he really hadn't expected it, so he had missed out on something. When exploring the primitive island, he had brought Roselle's travels with him. This was a book created by the ancient god, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. If the primitive island was really related to the Twilight Hermit Order, regardless of whether it was an angel of the spectator pathway that brought high-sequence ingredients of the storm pathway deep inside the cathedral, or if it was the other way around, he would be interested in this book. After all, the leader of this organization was likely the angel of imagination, the son of God, Adam. It's because of this travelogue that he allowed me to take away the tyrant card and stopped me and Mr. the Hanging Man from exploring further? Klein said with a guess, "That's right. How should we solve this?" "There's no need to solve it. In the long run, this should be a good thing, but there will be a lot of trouble in the middle." Septon said in a clear voice, "Besides, you're already burdened with many things, so it doesn't matter if you have one more. I'm reminding you so that you can pay more attention to prevent trouble from knocking you down." "Makes sense. There's no need to worry when you're in too much debt. You might even be able to create an opportunity for your creditors to fight each other." After thinking about it carefully, Klein agreed in his heart. He asked, "My friend who wishes to obtain a drop of mythical creature blood wishes to know what you need." "What do I need?" Septon scoffed again. "I need a lot, such as a way to accommodate the die of probability, or to help me kill that fellow, Ouroboros. If it's really possible, you can draw as many vials of blood as you want. But, can it be done? If it's possible, why take the risk to kill Ouroboros? Wouldn't it be better to directly deal with a weak snake of fate like you?" As Klein lampooned, he shook his head without a doubt. "No." "Then think of something else." "I'm in no hurry." Septon paused and said, "There's something wrong with that very arrogant girl at the ball tonight. If you have the chance to chat with her, you can direct the topic to the dream." "Hazel? Dream?" Klein nodded in thought. "All right." Seeing that Septon seemed to have the intention to leave, he hurriedly said, "That paper crane is about to break. That paper crane is about to break. If there's an emergency in the future, how can I contact you?" Septon fell silent for a moment. "Do you expect me to fold a paper crane for you in Mommy's tummy? Even if I can fold it, you won't be able to get it. If I want to find you, as long as you're still living here, I can do so anytime in my dreams. If you have any urgent matters, visit my father directly." "Wouldn't it take a long time to use a paper crane?" "Alright, as an unborn fetus, it's time for me to catch up on sleep. We'll talk about it later." Klein had no choice but to nod. "If there's nothing else." Septon's dissipating figure suddenly paused. After 2 seconds, he said, "There's something else." "What is it?" Klein tensed up again. "What is it?" Klein tensed up again. Will Septon tersely said, the ice cream made by your chef is too sweet. Ah? Klein was momentarily unable to react to what he was saying. It wasn't until the black pram disappeared into the mirror that he came to a realization. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. After dealing with the problem of his bloated lower abdomen, he washed his hands and went out. He found his valet, Richardson, and instructed, "Go to the kitchen and get them to reduce the sweetness of the subsequent ice cream." Richardson didn't ask why and immediately did as he was told. Only when he was about to enter the kitchen did he think of a question. Mr. Don Dantes didn't seem to have touched the ice cream before. How did he know that it was on the sweet side? Richardson quickly had an answer to this question. He believed that one of the guests had informed his employer of the problem after tasting the ice cream. Although it was a little rude, it wasn't something rare, especially for close friends. They would take the initiative to remind the host in good faith, so as to prevent the host's reputation from dropping. At this moment, as the previous dance was still ongoing, Klein wasn't in a hurry to consider a dance partner. He walked to the long table at the edge, planning to seize the time to eat some delicacies. Just as he picked a piece of Desi grilled fish without any bones, he suddenly saw Wilma Gladys come over with a cup of sweet iced tea. This lady nodded at the host and said with a smile, "This is a good drink." "This drink is very good. I've never tried it before." "Sweet iced tea from the South," Klein explained with a smile. He casually glanced at her belly and said, "He seems very obedient." Perhaps it's her." Wilma smiled and said, "Most of the time. It's just that there's an occasional ruckus in the middle of the night." "In the middle of the night?" "Occasionally." "Don't tell me it's when she's replying to my question." Klein suddenly felt a little ashamed. He pretended not to have thought of it and focused his attention back on his plate. Wilma drank a mouthful of sweet iced tea and returned to their previous conversation. When a new dance was about to begin, Klein handed the tray and cup to the waiter beside him. He glanced at Hazel and slowly walked over, smiling as he bowed. He smiled and bowed. "Miss, may I have the honor of inviting you for a dance?" Hazel fell silent for a few seconds. She placed the champagne glass on the waiter's tray and politely replied, "Yes, sir." She politely replied, "It's my honor as well." Amidst the soothing melody, Klein and Hazel were dancing. One of them was tall and straight, while the other was slender and tall. Apart from the obvious age difference, be it their movements, rhythm, or bearing, they were extremely compatible. It was an extremely beautiful sight that could be used as a model for teaching. Klein took the initiative to break the silent atmosphere and said in a seemingly casual manner, "That's right." Amidst the light twirls, he said in a seemingly casual manner, "I've been having nightmares for some time. Thankfully, I was blessed by the goddess. After praying a few times in the cathedral and drinking a few cups of holy water, I didn't wake up in the middle of the night." Hazel looked up in silence. After 2 seconds, she said, "Yes." After 2 seconds, she said, "What kind of nightmare?" To think that he's interested in such a topic. Will Septon isn't wrong at all. Klein replied with a smile. "I was in an abandoned and dilapidated cathedral and was being chased by all kinds of monsters. But you should know what happened in the dream. I'm unable to remember the details, so it's difficult for me to describe what the monsters look like." Hazel didn't say a word, but her dark brown eyes were filled with disapproval. This also meant that she believed that it wasn't impossible to remember what happened in the dream. Klein hugged her and took a diagonal step forward. He smiled and said, "Indeed, I've had a very clear dream in the past. At that time, I was still in the southern continent. I dreamed of an inverted mausoleum. It was made of pitch-black boulders, and it extended underground. A living corpse covered in white feathers came out and tried to capture me. I had similar dreams for a few consecutive days. It's a little embarrassing to talk about it. I was very afraid back then and hurriedly headed to a nearby city. I found the Seer Club and got them to interpret the dream for me. The conclusion I received was that I might have offended a tribe's faith in death when I was purchasing specialty products. Strangely, after I apologized to the tribe, gave them gifts, and participated in one of their celebrations, I never had that dream again." The above was something he had fabricated from the perspective of a seer. His goal was to pique Hazel's interest and see if she would unknowingly reveal anything. At the same time, it was also a suggestion that wouldn't arouse suspicion. The hidden meaning was that if Hazel was troubled by the dream, it was best to get a member of the seer club or a cathedral priest to interpret the dream. She shouldn't blindly believe the contents of the dream and make rash attempts herself. When Will Septon mentioned that there was something wrong with Hazel and that he could talk to her about dreams, Klein suspected that the contradictions she showed might have stemmed from the continuous dreams. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why she lacked common knowledge about the mysterious world despite having the strength of at least a sequence 8. Furthermore, she was a lady of high society who had been raised at home. It was unlikely for her to come into contact with wild beyonders of unknown motives. After all, her father was a member of the House of House, so there was no lack of abaters. Therefore, Klein believed that it was very likely that Hazel had come into contact with some item, or due to a problem with her personality, she had been fancied by a powerhouse. Through a dream, she was slowly guided to become a beyonder without being given the necessary common knowledge. At the same time, she was lured into digging in the sewers in search of something. And there were two factors that made him more certain of this guess. One was Will Septon's words, and the other was the fact that the Marauder Pathways Sequence 5 was Dream Stealer. It couldn't possibly only have the beyonder power of stealing one's thoughts. Hazel silently listened to Don Dantes' recount as she subconsciously opened her mouth before closing it again. After nearly 10 seconds, she said, "Why didn't you go to the goddess's cathedral back then?" As expected, she has a reaction to the topic of dreams. However, she's still rather cautious and didn't reveal anything. Klein smiled bitterly. There aren't any goddesses' cathedrals nearby. It's a region that believes in the god of steam and machinery. Hazel didn't continue the topic as she focused her attention back on the dance, as though she was immersed in the music. Klein similarly quietened down as he immersed himself in the beautiful melody with the girl. After the dance ended, he sent Hazel back to her original spot. Then, due to his thirst, he headed for the long table area, hoping to get a cup of sweet iced tea. At that moment, he saw Bishop Electra enjoying red wine. Unlike the Church of the Storm and the Church of the God of Combat, the clergymen of the Evernight Goddess weren't allowed to drink alcohol. They had to reject distilled alcohol, and they could drink small amounts of champagne, beer, and red and white wine. How is it? This should be the first time you've held such a grand ball, right? Bishop Electra smiled as he raised his cup. Klein replied with a smile, "It's very troublesome, and also very, yes, interesting." It's very troublesome, but also, interesting. The biggest problem is that dancing so many times in one go always makes me tired. I keep sweating and want to drink water. Bishop Electra laughed out loud. Now that you're in Bakeland, there's no need to cut back on your physical training. Sometimes, social occasions are more tiring than you imagine. Having said that, he revealed a teasing expression. Ma Amalori spoke rather highly of you, believing that your inner qualities match your outer appearance. Thank you for her affirmation. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words, so he could only reply in a joking manner. All he could do was reply in a joking manner. A person's inner qualities can't be seen through a single dance. Without waiting for Bishop Electra to reveal a smile that all men understood, he said, "Bishop, I recently interfered in a business deal." "Bishop, I've recently interfered in a business deal." I might have offended a powerful man. I'm a little worried. He was referring to the Coim Company and Baron Sindras. Bishop Electra took a sip of his red wine and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry. Backland is a place of law. Besides, the goddess will protect you." That's a relief. Praise the goddess. Klein seriously drew a crimson moon on his chest. By the time Bishop Electra headed for the dance floor, his gaze gradually sank as he sighed silently. He wasn't feeling fear or hatred, but rather feeling a little guilty. At least up to now, the Church of Evernight had treated him pretty well. Although it was due to money, they had indeed provided him with plenty of help and were even willing to provide him with a certain level of protection. However, he was planning on dealing with the keepers and how he could steal the items from the course seal behind Cheney's gate. Sigh, if this plan needs to be completed over a long period of time, then I really have to undergo regular psychotherapy. Otherwise, there will be more mental problems. Klein examined his emotions and shook his head indiscernibly. Sherwood Borough, in a house. Zio placed the huge Potter pie and Desi Bay sweet iced tea on the dining table and said to Furs, "Don't eat such food often. Don't eat this kind of food too often. It's not healthy." "Why do you say that?" Furs took a pie embedded with fruits and ham and took a bite. "I saw it in a magazine. As a bounty hunter, maintaining one's figure is essential." Zio hesitated for a moment before grabbing a piece of pie and bringing it to her mouth. Furs scoffed. "You're a beyonder who's more inclined towards combat, not an ordinary bounty hunter. You don't need to be too deliberate to maintain your figure. Perhaps you missed the final chance to grow taller because of this." Right, I heard that the warrior pathway can effectively make a person taller. Just look at those barbarians in Fasak." Zio was taken aback as she suddenly sighed. "But I was born half an arbiter. There's no way for me to become a warrior." Clearly, she had given it serious consideration. Seeing that she had evoked her friend's memories, Furs hurriedly pretended not to say a word as she focused on enjoying her late dinner. After having her fill and tidying up, she pulled Zio into her bedroom and cleared her throat. "You've helped me a lot recently. I've decided to give you a gift." "What troublesome matter needs my help again?" Zio warily touched her short blonde hair. Furs blinked as she suddenly reflected on her usual state. She chuckled dryly and said, "This is for the past, the past." Without waiting for Zio's response, she took out a square metal box under Zio's suspicious gaze. It was the kind used to store cigarettes. "I don't smoke." Zio shook her head. Furs tersely acknowledged and opened the metal box, revealing the light blue, translucent hexagonal prism inside. Zio's gaze immediately froze as she looked at the light that streaked across the crystal like lightning. She instinctively asked, "Interrogator?" "Yes, I met a participant at a Beyonder gathering who sold it cheaply. I was afraid that I'd miss the opportunity, so I quickly bought it." Furs spoke the truth without any falsehood. "As you know, I recently received a reward from teacher for something. I'm not lacking in money." Zio knew that her friend had been out a lot recently, claiming that she was working for her teacher. However, she still couldn't believe that she could so easily buy an interrogator Beyonder characteristic as a gift. This was far beyond what they were used to. She's still gambling. After becoming an astrologer, she began winning large sums of money? Or has she finally set her sights on a bank vault and used her ability to open door to steal the notes inside? Many guesses flashed through Zio's mind, but she couldn't find the corresponding evidence. 2 to 3 seconds later, she made a decision. It was to pretend to go out 2 days a week and secretly observe what Furs was doing. If she didn't believe in her friend's character and bottom line, she would have suspected that she had become the mistress of a powerful Beyonder or rich person. It's too valuable." Zio waved her hand in an attempt to reject the gift. Furs had long thought of an excuse as she smiled. She smiled and said, "Anyway, I'll have many things to trouble you with in the future. Just treat it as payment in advance. We're good friends. There's no need to talk about payment." Zio hesitated for a second before shaking her head. "I was just waiting for you to say that." Furs immediately smiled. "Then treat it as an early birthday present. You're not allowed to reject it." "But my birthday is still more than half a year away." Zio mumbled as she finally reached out and received the interrogator Beyonder characteristic. On Sunday morning, Zio held back her excitement and anticipation and went out as usual. She planned on going to a specific place to leave a corresponding mark and meet the masked man from MI9 deep in a remote alley at night. With the interrogator Beyonder characteristic, she, who had already digested the sheriff potion, only needed to obtain the correct formula to advance to sequence 7. She would then take a solid step in investigating the truth of the past and restoring her family's glory. Therefore, she couldn't wait to take on a few more military missions to quickly accumulate enough contributions. After doing this, she planned on visiting a few places in East Borough to see if there was any important news. Then, she would return home and tail Furs to figure out what her friend had been up to recently and if she was in any danger. However, just as she entered East Borough, she felt as though someone was watching her. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, Who? As a sheriff, Zio had a sharp intuition when it came to monitoring and being monitored. Her heart tightened as her thoughts raced, considering what had happened. In the past 2 to 3 weeks, she hadn't encountered anything that required special attention. The few criminals she had captured weren't beyonders. At most, they were related to a particular gang, so no one would offend a rather famous bounty hunter in Eastborough for them. Therefore, she quickly narrowed down the scope of her targets and vaguely guessed which faction the person secretly watching her belonged to. A member of the Aurora Order? I didn't attend Mr. X's gathering the last time, and an accident happened. It was said to be a shocking scene. MI9 told me that Mr. X was killed on the spot and his corpse was taken away. Furthermore, the assassin used demigod-level strength. Is the Aurora Order investigating the culprit? Every person who received an invitation to the gathering is their target? Although Xiao could be rash and careless at times, and her train of thought was rather direct, she had a strong intuition when it came to such matters. She could always think of the crux of the matter. And regarding the matter of Mr. X's death, she was glad that she had been pulled away by Furs and hadn't attended the gathering, allowing her to avoid the accident. On the other hand, she believed that there was nothing wrong with her and that she could withstand any investigation. Therefore, when she met the masked man from MI9 last week, she was calm and confident and accepted the mission of investigating the truth of the case. Unfortunately, she didn't know which other Beyonders had attended the gathering, so she had no idea where to start. Yes, that gentleman from MI9 told me that the members of the Aurora Order are either lunatics who have already acted up, or lunatics in hiding. I can't use normal logic to infer their actions. Even if they confirm that there's nothing wrong with me, they might kill me in passing to vent their anger and warn the real murderer. Xiao walked forward with high tension as she replanned her activities in Eastborough. On this route, she could receive help from her friends at any time. If she were to encounter an attack, there was a good chance that she could escape or counterattack. As she walked, Xiao suddenly fell into a daze. She realized that she had returned to her residence in Sherwood Borough at some point in time. Xiao entered in a daze and drank a cup of water. She was patted on the shoulder by Furs. Accompany me to Eastborough. Xiao was taken aback for 2 seconds before saying something she found very familiar. You're going out to gather materials? Furs immediately denied this. She said that she had accepted a quest to help people find the dust left behind after the ghosts disappeared. The souls of the dead in the cemetery had long been purified and sent to their respective deities' kingdoms. She could only go to the East End to look for them. Xiao hesitated. I'm preparing to attend Mr. X's gathering. Can't you postpone it for another day? Furs's face immediately turned bitter. She said that she had delayed it too much and that the mission was about to end. Xiao sighed and agreed to accompany her friend to Eastborough to find the deceased who had just died or who had been dead for a period of time. Just as the two of them were about to head out, Xiao felt the wind outside blow against her face. She shivered and jolted awake. She saw a bard sitting on a street corner, playing a 7-string harp and singing a popular southern country ballad. Xiao frowned slightly as she raised her hand to rub her temples. She had a nagging feeling that she was in a daze, but she couldn't remember what she was thinking about. She continued maintaining a high level of vigilance as she followed the predetermined route and entered a bar that sold lunch. She met an Eastborough resident who would occasionally provide her with information. He was a young man in his 20s. His eyebrows were trimmed very thin, and his brown hair reached his shoulders. His facial features weren't considered boorish, and he wore cheap makeup. He gave off an incongruous feeling. Sherman, has anything happened in the past few days? Xiao greeted. As far as she knew, this young man named Sherman had always thought that he should be a woman, but fate had played a nasty joke on him and made him a man. This caused him to suffer from severe discrimination in the past many years. Sherman smiled, revealing his teeth. It's very peaceful. No man has treated me to a drink. It's not good to drink, Xiao warned him seriously as she walked past him and walked to the bar counter. Sherman spat and walked out the door with a swaying waist, heading straight for the apartment he rented. He stopped at the door for nearly a minute before taking 2 steps to the side and knocking on the door next door. The wooden door creaked open as a deep but unconcealable sweet female voice sounded. Have you made up your mind? Sherman walked in and closed the door behind him. He looked at the girl in a black dress sitting by the bed and said, I'm still in disbelief. I don't believe that there's such a magical thing. In his eyes, the girl's face was slightly round and she had a gentle bearing. Not only was she sweet, but she also had a different charm to her. She was very charming and charming. Of course, to Sherman, he was more envious than infatuated. The girl in the black dress replied without any expression. Haven't you already seen my past photos? As her eyes darted around, she couldn't help but look a little melancholic. But that might be your twin brother or brother. I find it hard to believe that there's really a way to turn me back into a woman, Sherman said with uncertainty. The girl in the black dress smiled without a hint of a smile. Then you can pretend that this matter is fake. You can go back. Sherman clenched his fists and fell silent for a long while. I am willing to give it a try. Although I know that you might be lying to me, I still want to give it a try. Then, what price will I have to pay? Listen to my orders and help me do certain things. Don't worry, it's definitely something you can do, the girl in the black dress said. To truly change your gender, you need to drink the medicine 3 times and complete some ritualistic matters. I'll teach you. Having said that, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. You can consider your female name. At night, in a small alley of Iron Gate Street in the Bakeland Bridge area, Xiao stood under a street lamp that had been smashed by someone as she recalled what had happened that afternoon. After confirming that she wasn't being followed, she returned to Cherwood Burrow and secretly observed Furs. She discovered that her good friend hadn't gone out at all. She stayed at home as usual, spending a lot of time, newspapers, and magazines. She had even spent nearly an hour in a room with the curtains drawn, as though she was familiarizing herself with her beyonder powers. Only when she had nothing else to do did she take out a piece of paper and write the beginning of her new book for 15 minutes. Then, she tore it up, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. She also smoked too much, drank too much. Xiao secretly clenched her teeth as she saw a man in a black suit walk out from the shadows on the other end of the alley. The man was tall and wore a mask made of gold, revealing his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks. He was none other than the MI9 member who had contacted Xiao. What's the urgent matter? He asked directly. Although Xiao was short, she didn't lose out in her imposing manner. I was followed in East Borough. I suspect it's someone from the Aurora Order. They seem to be investigating the matter of the previous gathering. Xiao had originally prepared a topic to talk about a person that the other party had previously requested to find. She planned on using clues that couldn't be guaranteed to be true to make this urgent meeting seem normal. But now, she had a better and more suitable excuse: the Aurora Order. The lunatics of the Aurora Order are like that. Although they know that we are also investigating the same matter and looking for them, they won't cower. If not, they wouldn't always suffer setbacks, the golden-masked man said with a laugh. The golden-masked man laughed and said, to be honest, I'm surprised that they didn't surround you and bring you to a secluded place to interrogate or channel your spirit. Xiao was just about to reply that the Aurora Order hadn't been tailing them for too long when she suddenly thought of the days she couldn't let go of. I don't know what happened to me. For such a short period of time I seemed to be a little confused and couldn't remember what I was thinking. The golden-masked man fell silent. The investigation on you should be over by now. The importance that the Aurora Order places on this matter far exceeds my expectations. I'll report it to my superiors. You previously mentioned that there are quite a number of Beyonders who received invitations but didn't attend the gathering? Xiao nodded. No more than a third of the people who received the invitation will participate in each gathering. This is the normal state of most gatherings, and Mr. X's is no exception. The golden-masked man thought for a while. Did you find any clues about the person I asked you to look for last time? The one whose real name is Trissy? Xiao shook her head when she saw him nod. Not yet. She should be a veteran. The golden-masked man chuckled. She has killed more people than you have completed bounty missions. If you have any clues, try not to get close to her. She is very dangerous. Xiao tersely acknowledged and got to the point. Is there a new commission this time? Why did you suddenly become so proactive? The golden-masked man asked, slightly surprised. Xiao replied frankly, that's right. I've almost accumulated enough merit points to exchange for the interrogator potion formula. I hope to obtain it as soon as possible. Actually, there's no need for that. You can directly exchange for potions. That will save you quite a bit of merit, the golden-masked man said from Xiao's point of view. I already have a Beyonder characteristic. Xiao shook her head. That will take a long time. Perhaps I can buy the ingredients at other Beyonder gatherings. The golden-masked man didn't try to persuade him anymore. Good luck then. This time, there's a rather complicated mission. If you can complete it, you should have enough merit points. Xiao held back her joy and asked, what mission? The golden-masked man's tone was a little strange. Keep an eye on the people Viscount Stratford interacts with, and report each one to me. You don't have to monitor them often. When you're free or pass by, just pay attention. Trust me, you're not the only one doing this mission. As long as you can submit a valuable report every week, you'll be rewarded with a certain amount of merit points. Viscount Stratford. Xiao suddenly fell into a daze again, and this time, she knew why. This Viscount was the head of the palace guards and her father's former assistant, P.S., recommending a book, Plague Doctor. I read The Sacrifice to the Banyan Tree in one go and thought it was pretty good. I want to keep it and see how it unfolds before I take the initiative to help promote it. After all, it's the genre I like. It has a modern setting and a strong Cthulhu flavor. After adding the doctor profession, the details are very solid and have a sense of texture. The story is also very suspenseful. I hope Comrade Wally can hold on at the end. Those who like this genre can go take a look. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Xiao fell into a daze for about 10 seconds before she remembered to respond. She looked at the golden-masked man and nodded. Alright, I'll take note of the people Viscount Stratford has come into contact with. The golden-masked man didn't seem to notice her dazed state as he said, there's another mission. The Church of Evernight's Red Gloves are investigating matters related to the Charismatic Order. If you obtain any relevant information, immediately contact me. Xiao tersely acknowledged, unable to extricate herself from her previous emotions. The golden-masked man fell silent for a few seconds before deliberating. Are you interested in joining our MI9 directly? You can maintain your present identity and be active in East Borough. Xiao was taken aback for 2 seconds as her mouth turned agape, momentarily unable to make a decision. The golden-masked man didn't request an immediate answer as he said with a smile, there's no rush. There's no rush. You can tell me the answer after you become an interrogator. With that said, he retreated step by step, fusing into the shadows on the other end of the alley. On the same night, Klein jolted awake from his dream once again. The mental mark he set up in the sewers of Buckland Street had been triggered. Who wouldn't sleep in the middle of the night? Isn't Hazel afraid of being possessed by a wraith? Klein sighed helplessly as he took out the iron cigar case wrapped in a wall of spirituality from under his pillow and walked to the balcony with its curtains drawn tightly. Wraith Senior quickly jumped onto the surface of the street lamp surrounded by metal fences before passing through the manhole cover and heading deep into the sewers. Before long, Klein used his marionette's eyes to see Hazel, who was dressed in a commoner's dress. This girl was warily walking towards her destination. She subconsciously raised her left hand and touched the necklace embedded with 7 emerald green stones hanging by her chest. Her right hand was clasping a charm made of gold. Although the charm hadn't been activated, it exuded a warm feeling akin to sunlight. It even had the freshness of the morning dew. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly recalled what he had encountered during his morning stroll. Hazel had woken up early and was strolling in her garden. Back then, she was searching for the ingredients to create a charm in the sun domain? The morning dew? Klein guessed with uncertainty as he found it odd. This was because not only was Hazel semi-illiterate in mysticism, but she was also a believer of the Evernight goddess. For such a Beyonder to pray to the eternal blazing sun, there was basically no response. Even if there was a special occurrence with a low probability, he would still be punished, as she hadn't been digging and searching in the sewers for too long. The Beyonder who guided her through a dream turned anxious. Therefore, with the help of a dream, he taught her how to create charms in the sun domain. Yes, the corresponding pathway begins with Marauder. The high sequence representative, Amon, is also known as Blasphemer. Does this mean that at a certain sequence of this pathway, one would have the ability to disguise as a believer of other deities, bypassing their defenses and stealing their responses to create all sorts of charms? This does match their usual behavior. Through Wraith Seigneur's vision, Klein watched Hazel walk deep into the sewers. According to his spiritual intuition, although the charm in the Sun domain was targeted at a wraith, it was still far from enough to truly threaten a Sequence 5. At most, it could cause a certain amount of damage. After all, Hazel wasn't able to obtain any high-grade ingredients. However, Klein didn't allow his wraith to possess her again, afraid that it would alarm the Beyonder who was using a dream to influence Hazel. After the tarot ended tomorrow, he would likely be able to obtain low-grade items from the Marauder pathway and do the corresponding investigations. Before that, maintaining normal was the best choice. Of course, the premise was that he was certain that Hazel wouldn't be able to dig up anything in a day or two. He had plenty of time to prepare. And as a seer, there were many ways to confirm it. The simplest way was to head above the gray fog. Dispelling his marionette, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and came to the ancient palace that was propped up by stone pillars. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote the corresponding divination statement: something major will happen in Buckland Street in the next 3 days. With the topaz pendant, Klein received a negative revelation. This also meant that in the next 3 days, Buckland Street wouldn't be affected by any major accidents. As for Hazel really digging up something, it would only affect him. It was a trivial matter for Buckland Street, so he didn't mind it. This was because a trivial matter meant that it wouldn't interfere with his subsequent plans. He didn't have the belief that he had to stop it. He had previously hinted at her at the ball that if Hazel didn't understand or didn't take it to heart, it was her problem. Klein wouldn't feel any psychological burdens because of it. After returning to the real world, he waited for nearly 45 minutes until Hazel came out. After confirming that there were no changes underground, Klein lay back in bed and quickly fell asleep through cogitation. Monday afternoon, 3 o'clock. Dark red beams of light soared up from both sides of the long bronze table, appearing in the eyes of the fool Klein, the sun, and the world German sparrow. Audrey was still in a good mood as she bowed at the figure shrouded in grey fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Klein nodded with a smile, responding to the girl who always made him happy. At the same time, Audrey swept her gaze and discovered that there was an additional card beside Mr. Fool's hand, a new card of blasphemy. "I wonder which pathway it's from. I really hope it belongs to a spectator." Audrey's heart stirred as she exchanged greetings with the other members. After everything calmed down, she looked at the end of the long mottled table before Cattleya could. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 pages of Roselle's diary." This was actually obtained by the Rouen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation, but as the founder and main sponsor, she easily had the chance to copy it. With regards to this, Audrey was very proud. She increasingly felt that establishing such a foundation was a wise decision. Unfortunately, in order to not expose her identity, she couldn't share this matter with the other members of Tarot. "Very good." Klein smiled and nodded, indicating that Miss Justice could conjure the diary. And at this moment, Cattleya didn't interrupt, as though she hadn't obtained the new Roselle diary. "Queen Mystic hasn't replied to her yet? Or is her attention focused on something else?" Klein thoughtfully looked at the 3 diary pages that Miss Justice had conjured and made them jump into his palm. With a sweep of his gaze, the corners of Klein's mouth nearly twitched. This was because he had encountered the familiar Roselle's erotic diary. Compared to the diary pages that Queen Mystic Bernadette had carefully selected and contained a lot of information, the other members usually didn't receive anything important. The content was more inclined toward Roselle's daily life. The 3 pages provided by Miss Justice were such a situation. Klein casually flipped through them and found that there was only 1 diary entry worth reading in detail. As for the rest, it was either a record of fooling around with a certain lady or a certain madam. It was also a disdain for people who relied on their status and not their intelligence to survive. It even expressed its yearning for a demoness after hearing some erotic rumors. Soon, Klein focused his attention on the most valuable diary entry. Some information obtained from the church shows that psychically stitched monsters really do exist. After a high-sequence Beyonder dies, the Beyonder characteristics they produce will have their psychic imprints left behind. It's very strong and very tenacious. Just by relying on time, it might not completely disappear even after hundreds or even thousands of years. When the beyonder characteristic fuses with the surrounding matter to form a mystical item, one needs to have a sufficiently similar psyche to use it. Otherwise, the negative effects will be unimaginable. And when the beyonder characteristic is preserved and becomes the main ingredient of a potion, the consumer also needs a similar psyche body to withstand it. Otherwise, there's a high chance of failure. In the field of mysticism, failure to advance is often equivalent to losing control or death. Only a very few lucky ones can be placated and maintain a subtle state. However, I heard that there are some special sealed artifacts that can pull out the beyonder characteristics that haven't fused with each other and recombine them, making it equivalent to the failure of consuming the potion and only experiencing a mental storm. But according to my guess, there should still be some mutations left at the genetic level. This is because the information mentioned that those who fail to advance by relying on such methods will mostly suffer from terminal illnesses in the following 5 years. Therefore, consuming a potion that's similar to one's soul body can effectively reduce the difficulty of advancing, but one will be affected by the psychic imprint left inside, unknowingly developing a split personality. Step by step, one will evolve into a psychically stitched monster, just like how the original high-sequence beyonder was resurrected in his body. Resurrection, on careful thought, it's really a little terrifying. However, the church told me that there are 2 or 3 ways to remove the high-sequence beyonder imprint in a beyonder characteristic. As for what it is, they didn't say. It doesn't seem that easy. It's no wonder the Sauron family likes descendants who resemble their ancestor. They call it having talent. Talent. I have to say that I pity Florin a little. Psychically stitched monster. High-sequence beyonder imprint. It sounds a little terrifying. So high-sequence potions have such problems. Yes, the church should have a way to resolve it. They don't lack angels or grade 0 sealed artifacts. They can shatter and reassemble the beyonder characteristic, thus completing the purification. Those ancient families might not be the same. They might not have the protection of angels. They might have 1 or 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts, but they aren't that easy to use. Besides, different grade 0 sealed artifacts should have different uses. They might not be good at such matters. Klein's thoughts raced as he made the diary in his hand vanish. Then, he looked at Miss Justice and asked with a chuckle, "What do you want in exchange?" Audrey was just waiting for the potion ingredients. She didn't lack anything for the time being, so without a doubt, she chose to satisfy her curiosity. "Honorable Mr. Fool, is the additional card beside you a card of blasphemy?" "Which one?" I knew that Miss Justice wouldn't ignore the additional card. I easily muddled through another question. Klein chuckled inwardly as he casually flipped over the new card of blasphemy and showed it to Justice. Tyrant. Indeed, the German sparrow had handed it over. "Is this Mr. Fool's goal?" The hanging man Alger was the first to glance at Roselle the Great, who was wearing the papal tiara, and he sighed inwardly. He had already obtained the potion formula for the cataclysmic interrer and had figured out what kind of ritual was needed. At that moment, he was in an extremely good mood. He felt that although there were obstacles ahead of him, the light was shining and filled with hope. Audrey quickly took in all the details of the card of blasphemy. Tyrant card. It looks like it's from the Sailor Pathway. I'm really envious of Mr. the Hanging Man. Mr. the Hanging Man doesn't show any signs of surprise or shock. From a psychological point of view, his reaction should be greater than ours. He knew ahead of time that this was the Sailor Pathway's card of blasphemy. After eliminating all the impossibilities, this is the only explanation. But how did Mr. the Hanging Man know ahead of time? Sequence 0, Tyrant. The corresponding potion name for Lord of Storms is Tyrant. This Tyrant card should be the prototype of the Pope card. However, there are still some differences in the exact meaning. Some of them match, some of them are closer to a reversal, and some of them are an extension. In short, the interpretation of the card is that it represents a conservative concept, emphasizing obedience at the spiritual level. It relies on prestige and strength to create fear and bring about faith. Audrey, who had loved mysticism knowledge since she was young, felt a strong sense of satisfaction as she interpreted it. She felt that the 3 pages of Roselle's diary had been a great deal. Card of blasphemy. The hermit Catlia, who was also good at interpreting and had a lot of knowledge, quickly figured out which pathway the card represented. She then added the information of Sequence 0, Tyrant into the blank area of her knowledge. Apart from that, she also thought of something else. The German sparrow of the world plotted the death of sea god Cavituous. As such, Mr. Fool obtained the short scepter that symbolizes the authority of sea god and began responding to his believers in the name of sea god. He has obtained the tyrant card from the storm pathway again. This is definitely not a coincidence. As she thought about it, Catlia was alarmed. She suspected that Mr. Fool was secretly eroding the authority of the Lord of Storms, a battle between gods. It was a meticulous and far-reaching plan. This is one of Mr. Fool's true goals? Thoughts flashed through Catlia's mind as she subconsciously retracted her gaze. She didn't dare to look at the tyrant card again. Magicians Furs and Emlyn didn't know much about Sequence 0. They had only heard Mr. Fool mention it once at the tarot gathering. At that moment, they were only surprised that it was a card of blasphemy, and they vaguely associated the title of Tyrant and the name of the Sequence 0 potion with the Lord of Storms. Hence, one of them trembled a little, feeling that she was being blasphemous. The other made the connection and guessed what the artificial vampire pathway Sequence 0 was called. It's definitely the moon. Or the crimson moon. Emlyn's thoughts raced as he came up with an answer. As for whether it was correct or not, he didn't care. After all, he felt that it was definitely close to the truth. Sun had received a very solid mysticism education in the City of Silver, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of Sequence 0. He had even set his goal at that level because only by doing so could he bring light and warmth to the City of Silver, as well as hope and a future. This should represent the Elf King, Siniathrim. So he's called Tyrant. However, his authority seems to be a little more than what this card shows. Derek thought with a rare sense of deep participation. After showing it for 2 seconds, the Fool Klein covered the Tyrant card again and casually glanced at Ma'am Hermit. Catlia hurriedly said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, there's no new Roselle diary this time." As expected. Klein nodded slightly and smiled. "It's your turn." Just as he said that, the World German Sparrow looked at the Hanging Man. "After this gathering is over, I'll give you the Ocean Songster Beyonder characteristic. Help me find an artisan to make it into a mystical item that's easy to carry around." Another Ocean Songster Beyonder characteristic? The same thought surfaced in the minds of Audrey, the Moon, and company. Sequence 5 Beyonders weren't carrots that could be bought casually on the streets, and Mr. World has already killed several of them in the past 2 months. Was it really a quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of the Storm who was killed? Catlia had a certain idea from the speculation that Mr. Fool was eroding the authority of the Lord of Storms. Magician's Furs became increasingly fearful of German Sparrow. She constantly warned herself not to use the 2 pages that recorded demigod-level Beyonder powers. Sun couldn't help but think of the City of Silver organizing a team to clear a region of monsters. In such a dark and despairing environment, the number of Sequence 5 main ingredients or Beyonder characteristics obtained each time wasn't much, or even none. Alright. The Hanging Man, Alger, who had already made a promise, calmly replied without mentioning the artisan's production fee. This made Audrey, Catlia, and company realize that something was amiss. They suspected that Mr. World and Mr. the Hanging Man had worked together in private and had discussed certain matters. And this matched Audrey's belief that the Hanging Man knew that the card of blasphemy was the Tyrant card. It made her guess that the Tyrant card was one of the rewards of their private cooperation. Without waiting for them to ask about what they needed, World German Sparrow surveyed the area under Klein's control and said, "I still have a Sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion Beyonder characteristic here. I still have a Sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion Beyonder characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway. If it's made into a mystical item, it should have the ability to use loopholes in order to distort the target's language, will, and actions. It can also enhance one's physique and create chaos within a certain range." He spoke in such detail because his target customers were Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit. It was impossible for the 2 of them to switch to the Black Emperor pathway, so their need for Beyonder characteristics was naturally focused on mystical items. Of course, the latter also had the possibility of buying Beyonder characteristics for her subordinates and organization members. There's another one. Another Sequence 5. What did Mr. World do last week? Audrey momentarily forgot to be interested in the Beyonder characteristic. Katlia, Emlyn, and company looked at each other, unsure which Sequence 5 Beyonder had been killed. Again, the hanging man Alger was more concerned about the fact that it belonged to the Black Emperor pathway and corresponded to Sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion. The latter was something he had never grasped before. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Audrey began to ruminate over Mr. World's words. Grasp loopholes in order. Create chaos, enhance one's physique, distort the target's language, will, and actions. I suddenly feel that it's very compatible with my dear Earl of Hall. Besides, I also want to have such an ability. I still have too many shortcomings just by relying on myself and lie. I'll first figure out the price and find a chance to ask father to see if he's interested in buying such a mystical item for himself or his adorable daughter. Audrey thought for a few seconds and raised her hand slightly. Mr. World, what do you plan on exchanging it for? Or how many pounds are you selling it for? The reasonable price of a mystical item like Death Knell is 10,000 to 12,000 pounds. If it's just the Beyonder characteristic, it'll definitely be cheaper. It should be about 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. Klein had already done the math, and after some thought, he made the World Gehrman Sparrow answer, that's right, 8,000 pounds. He knew that Miss Justice wouldn't bargain if she was truly interested. Okay. Audrey nodded and turned to look across her. Mr. the Hanging Man, how much would it cost to make such a mystical item with a Beyonder characteristic? Alger quickly did the math and said, 1,500 pounds. At the very least, there might be an increase in the price. All right. Audrey moved her gaze and said to the World German Sparrow, I'll consider it for a few days. I'll give you an answer within the week. You can continue asking others if they want it. The World nodded in silence and looked up at the other members. He saw Ma'am Hermit hesitate for 2 seconds without saying a word. As for the others, they were only interested. Just as Audrey was about to ask about the fruit of the illusory chime tree, all the members heard the World German Sparrow say in a low voice, there's also a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic. There's also a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, Planter Pathway, Druid. Suddenly, the palace that resembled a giant's residence became extremely quiet. Apart from Mr. Fool, who was leisurely watching everyone, only the hanging man Alger didn't have any other thoughts. There's still one more. When did Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics become so common? What did he do? Katlia suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. She felt that she had taken the risk and worked hard for years, but in the end, it was no different from the goods in the World German Sparrow's hands. Too terrifying. Magician's Furs had already imagined a series of stories in her mind. Impressive. Sun worshipped Mr. World more and more. Audrey and Emlyn were speechless for a long time. At that moment, they felt the lack of language in their bodies. After nearly 10 seconds, Katlia finally understood the hidden meaning behind the World German Sparrow's words. He didn't mention the effects of a Druid Beyonder characteristic being made into a mystical item. He's asking me if I should buy it for Frank? At that moment, Katlia was in an unprecedented dilemma. P.S. Recommend a book by a book friend, Ren Xiaoming's Tomorrow's Not Here. It tells the story of Lu Yuan, an 18-year-old youth who was reborn after the sun was extinguished. This is a story of Lu Yuan eating hot pot and singing while playing games to save the world. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, as the captain of the future, Katlia had a deeper understanding of Frank Lee's hidden dangers than others. She knew that this first mate's whimsical ideas could sometimes bring about terrifying and crazy developments. If it wasn't for the fact that those creations couldn't be spread and lacked the necessary elements, Katlia believed that the world would already be different. Of course, if such a day really came, she would definitely eliminate Frank Lee first and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Without godhood, even if something succeeds, it will only be limited to a very small area. It won't spread out and bring about a huge disaster. Just advancing to Sequence 5 won't result in any qualitative changes. Furthermore, Frank has been more restrained recently. He's focused on researching plants that can survive in the darkness or grow by feeding on the corpses of monsters. As these thoughts repeatedly circled in her mind, Katlia finally made a decision. How much money do you want to exchange it for? She could vaguely sense that the World German Sparrow was in need of money recently. £8,000. If you use a large amount of gold coins as a replacement, you can obtain a discount. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he controlled the fake world to answer. Thinking that Frank Lee likely had such a sum of money and that he definitely couldn't reject a druid's beyonder characteristic, Catlia pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Deal. Give me a week to raise it." "No problem." Klein made the world German sparrow retract his gaze. If it wasn't for the fact that he had attracted the attention of the existence deep in the cathedral, he felt that this trip to the primitive island would have given him full marks. In less than half a night, he had obtained a card of blasphemy that couldn't be measured with money, a mystical item worth no less than £10,000, and possibly £16,000. Furthermore, he didn't need to pay taxes. Even robbing a bank wouldn't be that fast. It's a pity that the primitive island is gone. Otherwise, I can head there to take a look when I'm short of money. As Klein's thoughts wandered, he saw Miss Justice look at Mr. the Hanging Man. "Do we have the fruit of the illusory chime tree?" In fact, Audrey had already somewhat expected the answer to this question. This was because Mr. World had recently obtained so many Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics, and Mr. the Hanging Man seemed to have secretly cooperated with him in the past week. It was unlikely that he hadn't obtained anything. This can be inferred from Mr. the Hanging Man's confident and satisfied state. Just as Audrey was becoming more and more confident in her observations. The Hanging Man Alger chuckled. "I was just about to tell you that I've already obtained that fruit." "Great." Audrey controlled herself and did not show too much excitement. This meant that she had already gathered all the ingredients for the hypnotist potion. Once the psychiatrist potion was completely digested, she could attempt to advance. And it wouldn't take long. Audrey, who had already become a listener and resolver of the troubles of the nobles in Eastchester County, thought with great certainty. Frankly speaking, if she hadn't deliberately led the nobles to speak, Audrey really couldn't imagine that most of them, who were glamorous and always had a smile on their faces, were under a lot of pressure and suffering that others couldn't imagine. The changes of the times and the trends of society made many people constantly worry about the future of their families and themselves. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that they weren't great nobles and had relatively insufficient resources. These matters made Audrey truly understand the concept of a persona mask. She understood that when facing different targets, everyone would wear different masks. After concluding the situation in this regard, her psychiatrist potion was instantly digested, and her progress clearly sped up. Perhaps 2 weeks, maybe even shorter or longer. In short, I should be able to become a hypnotist before I return to Bakeland. Audrey looked at the Hanging Man Alger with bright eyes. "What do you want to exchange it for?" Not long after advancing to Sequence 5, Alger, who had already obtained the key to the door of a demigod and was about to obtain a powerful mystical item, lacked money the most. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to say, £2,000. "Deal," Audrey replied in a rather relaxed manner. This sum of money didn't need to be reimbursed. She could easily fork it out herself. After reaching an agreement, Audrey couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't feel like she was about to fall behind. During this period of time, she had watched helplessly as Furs became a Sequence 7, watched as Mr. the Hanging Man approached a high Sequence Beyonder, watched as Mr. World killed one Sequence 5 after another, taking out the corresponding Beyonder characteristics. As for herself, she was still at the level of a psychiatrist, stuck at Sequence 7. It was inevitable that she felt a little pressured and irritable. It was all thanks to her consolation and Susie's guidance that she didn't have any emotional problems. Now, she could finally take a step forward and head for Sequence 6. In a good mood, Audrey enjoyed the gathering even more. She heard Ma Hermit say to Mr. World, "I can answer the questions related to that drop of mythical creature blood. I can answer the questions related to that drop of mythical creature blood. Do you need to communicate in private?" The fool Klein asked as he controlled the world's German sparrow with interest. "If it's an exchange of knowledge, it's equivalent to me making a killing," he thought in anticipation. Catlia looked around and pondered for a few seconds before shaking her head. "There's no need. I can provide 2 types of payment. One is to take a look at the Wheel of Fortune card. I believe you should know what the card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great represents. The second is to provide a method to temporarily recover a certain amount of strength during one's period of weakness." Please pass on these words to that angel and ask him which type of payment is satisfactory. Provide a method to temporarily recover a certain amount of strength during one's period of weakness? Has Queen Mystic guessed that it's related to the snake of Mercury? That doesn't make sense. Angels clearly include sequence 2 prophets. Can't the fool be served by an angel of the destiny pathway? I wonder if Will-Osas knows the method to become a sequence 0 of his pathway. If he doesn't know, then taking a look at the Wheel of Fortune card is an irresistible temptation. However, the possibility isn't high. He has lived for so long and is a sequence 1. It's unlikely that he hasn't grasped the apotheosis ritual. Haha, I wonder what Roselle looks like on the Wheel of Fortune card. A snake or other animal with Emperor Zhang's face? As Klein thought casually, he deliberated and made World say, yes. Alright. If we finally reach a deal, you'll have to pay me an additional sum of money. What do you want? Katlia asked cautiously. The World's German sparrow chuckled hoarsely. I want to meet Queen Mystic. Don't worry, it's very simple. I just need her help. Katlia was silent for a while. I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee anything. Listening to their conversation, Audrey suddenly felt a little surreal. Had tarot grown to such an extent, apart from Mr. Fool's portion, from trading basic mysticism knowledge and sequence 9 potion formulas in the beginning, it gradually developed to the point of trading cards of blasphemy and mythical creature blood between members. It hadn't even been a year. It's really like a dream. I've grown a lot too. As Audrey sighed, the hermit Katlia continued looking at the World's German sparrow. There's news of the Marauder Pathway mystical item you wanted. As she spoke, she made a request to Mr. Fool and conjured an item that looked like a pair of tweezers. This tweezer was grayish-white in color, as though it was carved from 2 finger bones. Apart from that, it was rather ordinary. Katlia introduced, it's called Broken Finger. It's called Broken Finger. It improves the stability and flexibility of your wrist and fingers, allowing you to easily steal items from your target's pockets without being discovered. The negative side effect is that you'll develop a thieving habit when carrying it. It costs £500. Corresponding to Sequence 9 Marauder? There's a certain level of premium. Klein thought for a moment and said, alright. Let's make the transaction as soon as possible. This way, he could make a preliminary exploration of the area in the sewers that Hazel had excavated and eliminate any latent dangers. After the two of them finished their discussion, Magician's Furs, who had already requested for the purchase ahead of time, said with a mindset that she could use when the time came, I need an ancient race cursed item, as well as its remnant spirituality. Help me keep an eye out for it. After she received an affirmative response from the members, Emlyn looked around and leaned back in his chair. He said to son Derek, does your City of Silver have a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic that corresponds to artificial vampires? He was unwilling to call the fellow covered in pus that son had mentioned a sanguine, so he changed his words. From his point of view, since mutated vampires often appeared in the darkness around the City of Silver, obtaining 1 or 2 Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics wasn't too difficult. From his point of view, since mutated vampires often appeared in the darkness around the City of Silver, it wasn't too difficult to obtain 1 or 2 Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics. Furthermore, they clearly don't have the potion formula for this pathway, nor do they have an artisan. Keeping those Beyonder characteristics can only depend on luck, to see when they can actively corrode the surrounding items and transform into sealed artifacts. Emlyn tried to convince himself that he was helping the City of Silver and not asking for help from a particular Sunday. Derek was taken aback, but he didn't hide it and answered very honestly, that's right. Yes. But, Mr. Moon, do you want to be covered in pus? Emlyn's expression froze. He was momentarily unsure if the other party was mocking him or reminding him of something. Upon seeing this, son Derek hurriedly added, they all have serious remnants of mental corruption. They all have serious remnants of mental corruption, and without the potion formula, our City of Silver won't waste our energy to remove the problems inside. Is that so? That's a little troublesome. Emlyn nodded slightly. Got it. He didn't delve into the possible transactions and planned on consulting the upper echelons of the Sanguine to figure out the mental corruption within the Beyonder characteristics. The trading session ended, and the members of Tarot began to communicate freely. Audrey was the first to look at the World Gearman Sparrow and said hesitantly, "That's right. Can I know where the Mentor of Confusion characteristic came from? If it involves secrets, you don't have to answer." She was making preparations to convince her father, Earl of Hall, and also to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway might have a certain relationship with the royal family and the military. Klein chuckled inwardly and made the world answer. It came from a curly-haired baboon. From a curly-haired baboon. For a moment, Audrey didn't know if Mr. World was talking about a real curly-haired baboon, or if he was referring to humans who didn't know how to calculate. In the Kingdom of Rouen, curly-haired baboon was a term often used to ridicule others and was often associated with IQ jokes. Note 1, from the looks of it, Mr. World doesn't plan on explaining further. Alright, I'll just treat him as a real curly-haired baboon for now. Audrey didn't ask further. Didn't I go to a place with the custom of worshipping dragons to search for traces of mind dragons? But didn't you already discover that the mind dragon is living in the sea of collective subconscious of the local residents? In order to ensure your own safety, you chose to leave? Xianxia replied. You went back there again? Magician's Furs guessed. Audrey shook her head. No, I left that place a long time ago. It's just that I heard a rumor recently. An archaeological team entered one of the villages in that area. One of the members suddenly went crazy at night, and this mental illness seemed to be contagious. The other members also went crazy. They killed each other or committed suicide. In the end, no one survived. Just as the hanging man Alger was about to say something, Xianxia said, "That's right. This is in line with the characteristics of the mind dragon." I don't doubt that. I'm just curious if the mind dragon is still in that area, Audrey expressed her thoughts. No, the hanging man Alger and Xianxia replied in unison. At the end of the long, mottled table, the fool Klein thought of something else. The anchor of the gods, he suspected that the custom of worshipping dragons in that area was an anchor that stabilized the mind dragon state. Before this custom was completely disintegrated or eradicated, the mind dragon likely didn't need to worry about the problem of an anchor. Therefore, after it left, it could completely hide in the sea of collective subconscious of the living beings in the new area. There was no need for it to take the risk of entering various dreams to shape its faith. This way, the three churches would be severely lacking in clues to find it. After all, they aren't experts in this field. Even if they have the corresponding sealed artifacts, the most they can do is enter the sea of collective subconscious to fight or force the mind dragon out. Instead, psychological alchemy might be able to grasp something. Klein casually thought and made the world say, the custom of worshipping dragons is very helpful in stabilizing the mind dragon state. The tradition of dragon worship is very helpful in stabilizing the state of the mind dragon. You can get people to pay attention to this. If there are major changes, it means that the mind dragon will create similar traditions elsewhere. He originally wanted to say that he suspected that the mind dragon was at the angel level and was at sequence 2, but after careful thought, he felt that it was impossible to be certain. Indeed, when humans reached sequence 2 and reached the level of an angel, they needed an anchor of faith to stabilize themselves and prevent madness. However, that was a dragon in the truest sense of the word, an ancient Beyonder creature. It had an ancestral madness. Even if it was purified and weakened over the generations, it was definitely easier for it to lose itself than humans. Therefore, perhaps at sequence 3 or even sequence 4, they needed an anchor to resist the tendency to lose control. That custom is beneficial in stabilizing the dragon state? Audrey asked in puzzlement. Yes. The World German Sparrow didn't give an explanation and only gave an affirmative answer. Audrey subconsciously turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table, considering if she should consult Mr. Fool and the price she could pay. Upon seeing this, the fool Klein looked around and chuckled. Why do you think the gods preach this? Isn't it because God loves the world? A standard orthodox answer suddenly appeared in Audrey's mind. Right on the heels of that, she, like the hanging man Alger, Xianxia, and the other members, thought of a second answer, a stable state. No way. At that moment, Magician's Furs felt that her brain wasn't enough to process it. No matter how good she was at fabricating stories, she couldn't come up with such a thing, so that's how it is. No, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool has only mentioned one of the reasons. He is secretly eroding the authority of the Lord of Storms. This has something to do with godhood? I can consult Her Majesty in the future. With a guess, Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. The hanging man Alger had previously seen the mural, so when he heard such a matter again, he no longer felt the same trembling fear. Instead, he seriously considered why faith could stabilize the state of a demigod creature. The other members, including Sun, were a little horrified. They felt as though they had heard something blasphemous. They didn't dare to think too deeply or speak. This wasn't something that only involved the true creator and the other evil gods. It was closely related to the 7 orthodox deities and the state of existence of the former City of Silver creator. The fool Klein didn't say anything else as he allowed everyone to maintain their silence. His posture was extremely leisurely. After about 10 seconds, Audrey forced a smile and said, "That's right. That's the only thing I've encountered recently." What she meant was, "It's your turn." Magicians Furs and Emlyn hadn't encountered anything worth telling others this week. They shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they had nothing to say. Of course, the latter actually wanted to flaunt that he had become the final winner of the hunting competition and had obtained a ring made by the ancestor. The hanging man Alger thought for a moment and looked at World German Sparrow. Can that mural be shared with everyone? He believed that the mural was directly related to certain matters that had happened in Afternoon Town and the Giant King's court. It could allow Sun to understand in advance what he would discover and encounter if the City of Silver continued its exploration. From there, he could make preparations in advance to avoid danger. It was precisely because of this that sharing it was a better choice than hiding it. I have no objections. Klein had similar considerations as he made World German Sparrow reply. What mural? It seems to be very important. This is the mural that Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. World saw when they worked together to find the Tyrant card? Audrey was filled with curiosity as she waited for the display. Amidst the gazes, the hanging man Alger obtained Mr. Fool's approval and conjured the mural of a king of angels eating the City of Silver's creator. The bloody, evil, horrifying, and dark scene left all the members of the tarot stunned. Even the knowledgeable and experienced Catlia momentarily forgot to think. Who are they and what are they doing? Isn't this way of eating too barbaric? Ever since the 4th epoch, we sanguine haven't advocated such actions. Respecting life and simply drinking blood. Emlyn was somewhat dumbfounded. This was because he had never seen the 6 statues in the Tudor ruins, so he couldn't recognize what the 3 around him represented. When the world shared the 6 humanoid statues, he hadn't joined the tarot yet. However, he recognized the victim from the radiant cross. He might be the City of Silver's creator, the mythical ancient sun god, Sunday. In the previous free exchange segment, he had displayed the corresponding symbols and sacred emblems of the Lord who created everything. Isn't this the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom that Mr. World had displayed? Why are they eating humans? No, they are eating the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator. Audrey suffered a huge blow. She instinctively suspected if someone was distorting and slandering the image of an orthodox deity. As Magician's Furs trembled in fear, she felt that the mural was filled with darkness and sinister beauty. It was extremely artistic. In her mind, she had already thought of a title, the title of the mural, The Last Supper. Catlia had similarly never seen the statues of the 6 deities. She only knew the ancient sun god. She subconsciously frowned and blurted out, "That's right." She subconsciously frowned and blurted out, "The kings of angels?" Yes, at least the 3 around us are. The hanging man Alger gave an affirmative answer, but he wasn't sure who the swarthy baby sitting in the chest of the City of Silver's creator represented. As he spoke, Alger turned his head to look at Sun and discovered that the youth's eyes were glazed over. It was unknown what he was thinking. At this moment, Sun Derek's mind was filled with pain and despair. He recognized that the one being eaten was the creator that the City of Silver believed in. He also recognized the 3 around him as the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. This made him doubt the theory of the forsaken land of the gods. In the various books of the City of Silver, they emphasized that God had abandoned this land due to certain reasons, making them the people of the dark. Therefore, as long as everyone sincerely repents and prays for forgiveness, there will come a day when God will truly return and let the sun shine upon the entire world. No matter how much we repent or pray for forgiveness, the city of silver will never be redeemed. Son Derek muttered inwardly, because God is dead and eaten. He will never return. This meant that the hope that the city of silver had been waiting for and pursuing was just an illusion that could never be realized. After a long silence, Audrey said as though she was trying to convince herself, this is a distortion of the legend of the three deities being born from the creator spirit. 3 deities? Katlia and Emlyn's pupils constricted at the same time. They had already figured out the general meaning of the mural and knew what horror it represented. Perhaps, but there's no way to explain that, baby, the hanging man Alger replied. He secretly glanced at Mr. Fool and realized that this mighty existence had no intention of speaking. All he did was watch calmly. Audrey was speechless. The other tarot members were also speechless. This silence was only broken when the hanging man Alger dispersed the mural and turned his head to ask son Derek. Have you investigated the matter of the former chief's mausoleum? Alger asked. Note 1, originally, I designed the curly-haired baboon to portray Rowan's customs and refer to people with low IQs. In the end, all of you took the corresponding roles, making me embarrassed to write it. All I can do is be a little gentler and say that it has something to do with IQ jokes. Upon hearing Mr. the Hanging Man's question, Son replied with some shame, no, I've been constantly assigned to patrol missions. No, I've been assigned to patrol missions recently, so I haven't had the time to investigate. Alger wasn't surprised by this, but he was curious about something else. Why don't you get help from friends you know? You cannot tell them your real purpose. You can split the whole thing into small, inconspicuous missions and let them collect intelligence from different aspects. This way, nothing will be exposed, and they will not be put in danger. After a few seconds of silence, Derek said, That's right. I don't have any friends. Before his parents died, he actually had a certain number of friends in general education classes and in the combat training grounds. After all, there were only a few people of similar age in the City of Silver. They would often meet each other and even become teammates. But after that incident, Derek went into seclusion for a long period of time, and he was burdened with the secret of tarot. Unknowingly, he drifted away from his friends and became estranged. He no longer had any interactions with them. The last time someone visited his house was Dark Regents, who had been corrupted by the true creator. The hanging man Alger choked upon hearing Son's answer. He took a deep breath and reorganized his words. It's not good for you to be like this. You can't save the City of Silver by yourself. You have to unite a group of people and have some friends who can help you at critical moments. But, this will make them suspect. Son said hesitantly. Alger immediately said in a serious tone, being suspected is better than being killed. The City of Silver is at a dangerous crossroads. You have to consider carefully what you need to do. It's impossible for there to be no sacrifice in such matters. There will even be a large number of sacrifices. Do you wish for their sacrifice to be useless, or to be very valuable? He didn't persuade him any further, allowing Son to struggle inwardly as he thought about what he had just said in pain. Mr. the Hanging Man always finds convincing reasons. Klein sighed and made the world's German sparrow turn his head to look at Justice Audrey. Can you treat more serious mental illnesses now? His understanding of a psychiatrist was limited to frenzy and dragon's might. He wasn't sure about the other aspects, and he had only heard Miss Justice mention placate and psychological cue occasionally. Therefore, he was unable to determine the extent of her ability to treat mental illnesses. Audrey perked up and eagerly replied, I'm not sure. Sure, no problem. Mr. World, do you have a friend who needs treatment? I am in need of cases. She thought to herself, a little excited. At this moment, Emlyn raised his right hand and covered his mouth and nose as though he already knew the answer. Klein sighed silently, making the world chuckle hoarsely. No, I need treatment. The entire magnificent palace suddenly became extremely quiet. The hanging man Alger, the hermit Katlia, and magician's Furs all knew that Mr. World was a crazy adventurer, but they never expected that he had already developed a relatively serious mental illness and was on the verge of going mad. Is this the price of power? Furs shivered as she became increasingly fearful of German Sparrow. A crazy adventurer can still be communicated with and reasoned with, but there's nothing she can do about a lunatic. Even the mental terror candle hasn't completely treated his mental illness. It's already this serious? Emlyn, who had expected this, felt that the world could go mad at any moment. Derek didn't think too much about it. All he cared about was Mr. World. He originally wanted to say that the City of Silver had a psyche analyst that could provide treatment, but he realized that it would expose too many problems. All he could do was shut his mouth and look at Miss Justice in anticipation. Audrey was surprised, stunned, and puzzled. She deliberated and said, "Mr. World, according to my observations, you don't have a relatively serious mental illness. If it's just some anxiety and a lot of pressure, you can recover through self-regulation and proper relaxation at this stage. There's no need for direct treatment." The World German Sparrow chuckled again. "You didn't notice it because your mental illness has already been treated. I'm only making an appointment now. If there are any similar symptoms in the future, I hope to receive timely treatment." "I see." Audrey nodded in relief. She suddenly felt pity for Mr. World. She felt that on the surface, he was a cold reaper who could kill several Sequence 5 Beyonders in a week. He was a cold and gloomy blessed of Mr. Fool. He was a Beyonder who was so powerful that it made others fear him, but deep down, he was closer to an ordinary person. He was under immense pressure and was being corroded by all kinds of negative emotions. He was walking step by step towards the abyss of pain. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey said sincerely, "I'm sorry. If you're within my range of movement, then there's no problem." After her coming-of-age ceremony, she already had a certain degree of freedom of movement. She could stay in East Chester County's capital, Stone City, on holidays with her parents. However, such freedom was still restricted. She couldn't go wherever she wanted. Even in Stone City, there were many areas she couldn't go to unless she joined a particular charity organization of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. "All right." Klein, who was grazing the traveler, heaved a sigh of relief and got the World to answer. "When the time comes, you will be the one to confirm the location and prepare a way to not expose your identity." Audrey tersely acknowledged as a scene naturally surfaced in her mind. She and Mr. World were in two separate rooms, separated by a wall or wooden plank as they conversed and treated each other. Under such circumstances, Mr. World wouldn't be able to confirm if the person on the other side of the wall is me. To him, it's fine as long as he receives effective treatment. That is to say, if I can't escape, I can get Susie to stay there. Mr. World will definitely find it hard to believe that the person treating him is a dog. Susie doesn't know of Taro's existence. Unless there's really no other choice, I can't get her to help deal with Mr. World. As Audrey thought about it, she suddenly felt the joy of playing a prank. It wasn't easy for her to control the corners of her mouth from curling up. After settling this matter, Klein thought of another problem. He made the World look at the hermit Xianxia. "Can you provide a crate of explosives?" He believed that as a pirate admiral, she definitely didn't lack resources in this area. "Yes, when do you need it?" Xianxia didn't ask why. The German Sparrow World had already killed so many Sequence 5s, so a crate of explosives was trivial. "Together with Broken Finger," said Klein as he controlled World. "How much is it?" Xianxia replied without minding it. "Just treat it as a gift for buying Broken Finger. A crate of explosives isn't expensive at sea. It's even relatively cheap. I like this method." The fool, Klein thought to himself as he made the World nod before reminding him, don't worry. He then reminded them, try not to recall the mural from before in reality, much less draw it. Audrey and the other members subconsciously glanced at the end of the long bronze table and discovered that Mr. Fool didn't refute this statement. All of them were awestruck and didn't dare to be careless. This also made Xianxia temporarily put aside the idea of writing a letter to Queen Mystic Bernadette. She planned on considering a suitable way to avoid the repercussions after the meeting. Following that, the free exchange segment slowly came to an end as the world above the gray fog fell silent once again. After returning to the future, Xianxia stood behind the window of the captain's cabin, clearly hesitating for a moment. Finally, she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. As she nudged her glasses, she left the captain's cabin and walked towards Frank Lee's room. This first mate had recently been voted by all the crew to chase him to the bottom of the cabin, to prevent the products of his experiments from suddenly spreading. Frank Lee was rather pleased with this. This was because the space in his new residence was clearly a lot more spacious. Furthermore, it met the conditions of a dark environment. Knock. 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 Catlia came to the bottom floor and knocked on the door. Wait a moment. Frank Lee replied loudly. It was unknown what he was busy with in the room. After nearly a minute, he opened the wooden door with his sleeves rolled up. He asked in puzzlement, "Captain, what's the matter?" Catlia didn't directly answer as she used her night vision to look into the pitch-black interior. She saw a bluish-blue fish lying on the table with its eyes wide open. Green sprouts grew out from the gaps between its scales. Some of them were already mature and bearing ears of wheat. Did you succeed? Catlia held back her thoughts of retreating as she asked. Frank nodded in delight before shaking his head. Not yet, but I've already made significant progress. I've crossed wheat, mushrooms, and a bit of rose bishop cells together to obtain the first stage of the product. By placing them in the belly of a fish, even without any light, they can absorb flesh and blood to grow and mature. The problem now is that the target is a monster's corpse. After absorbing their flesh and blood, how am I to prevent the poison and madness from accumulating in the final food? Also, reproduction is a problem. It's impossible for there to be that many rose bishops willing to be materials. Therefore, I need to give them the ability to absorb flesh and blood and split. After hearing Frank Lee's description, Catlia nudged her glasses in silence. If such food is eaten by humans, will it absorb flesh and blood and reproduce on its own? Frank Lee suddenly fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "In theory, no, because no one will eat them raw. I have to verify their activity under high temperatures. No, they still don't have the ability to split themselves. It doesn't matter if they have activity." Looking at the confused Frank Lee, Catlia fell into a dilemma once again. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth. I have a channel to obtain a druid beyonder characteristic. Do you need it? Ah? Of course. Frank was excited. Most of the time, my abilities have severely restricted my thoughts. I'm starting to regret it. Catlia suddenly had this thought. P.S. Recommend a book by a fellow reader, Twilight of the Gods of Faith. He said that I rejected it, so he was relieved. If anything goes wrong in the future, he can just blame it on me. Introduction: a noble young man who wants to hunt and fish. At the age of 17, he awakened a dream system and gained experience in another world. At the same time, his family's territory discovered a rich mine and fell into a battle between the high nobles. Was all this a coincidence or was it arranged by fate? Monday night, 160 Buckland Street. After setting up the ritual, Klein summoned himself and prepared to investigate the secrets hidden in the sewers. When he responded above the gray fog, he was in a dilemma as to whether he should bring the Dark Emperor card or the Tyrant card. It was just like picking out clothes before going out. Considering how Bakeland was a region where the Church of the Storm was extremely powerful, Klein, who was afraid of attracting the irascible high-sequence beyonder, ultimately chose to accommodate the Dark Emperor card. He wore a crown, black armor, and a cape. Apart from the card of blasphemy, he also brought Creeping Hunger, Aztec copper whistle, Senior gold coin, as well as the Marauder pathway mystical item, Broken Finger, and ordinary explosives that Admiral of Stars Catlia had provided 3 hours ago. Of course, Klein didn't bring the entire crate of explosives. It was just too heavy for a spirit body. He only took 5 sticks and handed them to Wraith Senior. As for death knell, he left it in his room. This was to restrain his urge to participate in the battle. His goal was very clear. Once he discovered a problem, he would immediately leave without staying too long to avoid danger. And weapons always made people bolder, making them want to probe deeper and resolve the problem by themselves. This is Bakeland. It's best not to cause too much of a stir. And I can't predict what's hidden in the sewers. I can only divine that there's danger. Klein looked at the wall clock in the room and confirmed that there was still at least an hour and a half before Hazel's usual time of action. His figure suddenly vanished, passing through the balcony's glass and flying into the streets before entering the sewers. In the dirty and humid environment, Klein took out a Rouen gold coin and made Senor, who was wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat, appear in front of him. Following that, he handed a pair of tweezers that looked like they were made of two finger bones to his marionette. He nearly couldn't resist the urge to steal the manhole cover after carrying it with him for such a short period of time. Senor held broken finger and walked in front. Klein, who was dressed as the Black Emperor, hit his figure and fell behind, opening up a distance of at least 50 meters from his marionette. With such a barrier, his thieving habit could no longer affect him, and Senor, who was essentially dead, had no intention of stealing anything. He didn't have any thoughts. After turning into the corresponding fork and passing through the hidden secret door, Wraith Senor appeared in the half-natural, half-artificial cave with the grayish-white tweezers. Different from the last time he came, the positions of the shovels and other tools wrapped in oilcloth had changed, and the hidden passage on the right that led downward was a little deeper. From this, it was obvious where Hazel's current focus was. Right on the heels of that, Klein, who hadn't entered the fork, leaned against the wall of the sewers. With his back facing the target, he controlled his marionette to step into the secret passageway on the right. Soon, Senor arrived at the end. At this moment, Klein suddenly felt the grayish-white tweezers in his marionette's hand tremble for some baffling reason, as though it was being attracted by an unknown object not far away. The unknown object was deep and serene, like a calm sea, making it difficult for him to see its exact state. It has the characteristics of being alive, and it's closer to a spirit. Klein could only determine this point. He immediately made Senor use mirror jump to return to the half-natural, half-artificial cave. He returned to the shovel that had yet to corrode, and he didn't attempt to penetrate the passageway deep underground. Then, Senor, who was wearing a dark red coat, appeared again and placed the 5 ordinary explosives in his body in different spots. Every wraith was an explosives expert. After doing all of this, Senor's figure flashed and appeared on the surface of the gold coin in Klein's hand. As Klein stuffed the gold coin into his body, he raised his right hand and prepared to snap his fingers to detonate the 5 explosives. His idea was very simple. He wanted to use an explosion of a suitable scale to destroy Hazel's hard work and traces, so as to lure the Nighthawks over and completely resolve the problem. That way, no matter what was hidden deep in the passageway, it wouldn't bring him any danger. In Bakeland, knowing how to cleverly sound the alarm was much more effective and safer than rashly attacking. This was especially so since Klein couldn't confirm if this matter involved a demigod. "I'm really a good citizen." As Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, he was about to ignite the explosives. Suddenly, he shook his head from side to side and lowered his arm, as though nothing had happened. The cautious Klein immediately ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog. Then, he returned to the real world and entered his body. Just as he was busy bringing creeping hunger, Senor Gold Coin, and other items out of the mysterious space above the gray fog, he suddenly frowned. After seriously recalling the entire process of tonight's exploration, Klein was surprised to discover that he seemed to have lost a small portion of his memories. He didn't remember if he had detonated the 5 ordinary explosives. After turning his head to sense his surroundings and confirming that the entire street was very quiet, Klein began to believe that he hadn't snapped his fingers. This is the beyonder power of a dream stealer? It seems to be much stronger than Mobit's. If not for the gray fog, and if not for my habit of summarizing my experiences after the fact, I might not even have discovered that the thought of detonating the explosives had been stolen. The other party might have also snapped his fingers, but he didn't have the ability to control flames to complement it, so there weren't any problems. Klein thought with a heavy expression as he prepared to make another attempt. Similarly, in order to not be traced back, he still used his own summoning ritual to respond to himself. With the Dark Emperor card in hand, Klein left 160 Baclun Street from another side. He deliberately circled around 2 streets before arriving at the sewer's entrance. This time, he didn't approach the fork in the road. Not far from the entrance, he sensed the explosives using his enhanced flame control range and raised his right hand. After raising and lowering it, Klein quickly ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog to prevent himself from being attacked by some unknown existence. Without being in a rush to return to the real world, he sat in the fool's chair and recalled the process from before. I forgot if I detonated the explosives again. If I didn't force myself to recall it, I wouldn't even consider this problem. It's really impressive. The one who guided Hazel to dig in the sewers is probably a demigod. Why didn't he directly parasitize Hazel? Could it be that for some reason, he's sealed somewhere in the sewers, and he can only release a tiny bit of his strength to drive Hazel to help through a dream? The one who caused Broken Finger to have an abnormal reaction due to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence was also him? He's unable to control the signs in this regard? Klein thoughtfully tapped the edge of the long mottled table. After having a rough guess, he realized that his original plan couldn't be realized. This was because the moment he entered a distance where he could control the flames to detonate the explosives, the corresponding thoughts would definitely be stolen. Even if he could recall it later, there was no way to forcefully make up for it. Considering how Hazel's dreams were affected even at home, Klein suspected that the person's powers weren't limited to the sewer's entrance. If he were to discover that hero bandit Dark Emperor was related to Don Dante's, he would lose the corresponding thoughts and memories even if he were to sleep in his bedroom. However, he can't penetrate the gray fog to lock onto me. Does he think it's that easy to stop me from calling the police? Klein thought for a moment and cautiously beckoned for a paper figurine. He stirred a tiny bit of the mysterious space above the gray fog, and with the help of the ritual that had yet to be interrupted, he conjured an angel and forcefully interfered. After doing this, he carried the Dark Emperor card and used the door of summoning to enter his bedroom. Klein's current plan was to head to another street, find a random household, borrow a pen and paper, and write, "At the end of the 6th left fork in Baclund Street's sewers, there's a secret passageway. It's suspected to contain a demigod of the Marauder pathway." Then, in the image of Dark Emperor, he would post the paper at St. Samuel Cathedral's entrance and publicize it. Of course, he would politely knock on the door to let the bishops in the cathedral notice it and prevent ordinary people from seeing it first. At times, the most primitive method was the most effective. Just as Klein was about to leave 160, Baclund Street from the other side, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. A deep rumble sounded from deep within. It detonated? The explosives detonated? Who detonated it? Klein paused in surprise. This definitely wasn't done by him, because it was impossible for it to be delayed for that long. Furthermore, there wasn't anyone else in the sewers. Even if there was, the idea of detonating it would have been stolen. Unless a demigod happened to come knocking on my door, but how can there be such a coincidence? There's another possibility. That Marauder pathway demigod did it himself. Previously, he repeatedly stole my thoughts and prevented me from controlling the flames. It was to buy time and leave a gap for him to shift. Now that he's finally done, he detonated the explosives to destroy the evidence. That's more logical. This is because he should know very well that if a powerhouse whose origins can't be traced is determined to call the police, there's no way to stop it. The best solution is to be like a gecko, severing its tail to survive, but if he can shift, why would he guide Hazel to dig the secret passageway? Would such a shift be extremely harmful to him? Klein thought of a few possibilities, but he had no way to verify them. And he was certain that the underground explosion had definitely garnered attention. Hence, he immediately left Creeping Hunger and other items behind, ended the summoning, and returned above the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he stopped the ritual, tidied up the altar, removed the corresponding traces, and lay in bed. 39 Baclund Street, Member of Parliament Mock's house. Hazel, who hadn't slept at all, was alarmed by the tremors and deep rumbles underground. She walked to the balcony, pulled open the curtains, and looked at the entrance of the sewers. She didn't discover any obvious abnormalities. After observing for a while, she decided to cancel her operation for the night in her bewilderment and sleep in peace. At this moment, she suddenly heard a squeaking sound as she hurriedly turned to look at a corner of the balcony. At some point in time, a gray rat with dirty fur had appeared there. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, Klein, who was in bed, ultimately didn't manage to sleep all the way to daybreak. This was because he believed that with most people on the street being jolted awake by the commotion, it would only incur suspicion if he slept soundly without noticing anything. Indeed, just as he got out of bed, walked to the balcony, pulled open the curtains, and pretended to search for the source of the commotion, butler Walter had already knocked on his door. He had arranged for 2 servants with double-barreled hunting rifles to protect their employer and prevent any accidents. Before long, the police arrived. According to the residents' accounts, they had locked onto the sewers as the target. After that, it was unknown to the ordinary citizen, Mr. Dwayne Dantes, what they discovered, or if they requested help from the Nighthawks. After confirming that there wouldn't be any more accidents, he dismissed the butler and servants and hurriedly went to bed to catch up on his sleep. By the time he woke up, Buckland Street had returned to normal. There were people in groups of 2 or 3, with carriages occasionally passing by. Intis parasol trees by the side of the street continued to make the area appear dark and serene. Are the results of the investigations out? As Klein looked at himself in the mirror, he asked his valet, Richardson, who was helping him tidy up his clothes. Richardson had already asked about the matter and was waiting for his employer to ask. He immediately replied, it said that a gang member was trading firearms in the nearby sewers and accidentally triggered an explosion. What a reasonable explanation. Klein didn't ask further. He didn't even consider where the Marauder Pathway demigod who had stolen his thoughts had gone or if he had been found by the Nighthawks. This was firstly because he believed that the demigod's act of detonating the explosives would definitely result in severe repercussions for him. If he had sufficient power or a suitable environment, the demigod would have long parasitized Hazel. There wouldn't be a need to go through so much trouble. This also meant that in 2 to 3 weeks, or even 2 to 3 months, Klein didn't need to worry about the demigod doing anything. Secondly, if he were to continue the investigation and force that person into a corner, Klein had no doubt that he would also be hurt. Once the other party no longer had any reservations and affected the surrounding area on a large scale, even if he did not expose his identity, he would still be attacked by a demigod and implicate the innocent residents on this street. Apart from these 2 reasons, Klein was also worried about something else. If the originally normal Buckland Street continued having abnormalities, it would definitely garner the deep suspicions of the official Beyonders. And with all of this happening only after Don Dantes moved in, Klein wouldn't be able to explain it even if he had a body full of mouths. When the time came, he could only abandon the plan and reconsider other plans. I can't head to the sewers for the time being. There's a high chance that it's a trap set by the officials. There's only one thing I need to do. Yes, I have to secretly pay attention to Hazel and see if there's anything abnormal about her. Once I discover any signs of danger, I'll immediately transform into Hero Bandit and go to St. Samuel Cathedral's entrance to stick a tiny advertisement. Klein calmly went downstairs to have his breakfast before returning to his master bedroom. He got his valet, Richardson, to wait by the door while he took out the nearly torn paper crane from his wallet. He planned on using it one last time to pass the bargaining chip given by Admiral of Stars to Snake of Fate Will to see if he would agree to it. Typically speaking, he could complete this matter through a visit, but without Dr. Allen's invitation and lacking a sufficient reason, a visit wasn't a good choice. It would easily make others suspect his motives. After all, he couldn't tell Dr. Allen that he wasn't looking for him, but for the fetus in his wife's womb. Carefully unfurling the paper crane, Klein glanced at the pencil words left behind previously. He instinctively believed that as long as he used an eraser, the paper would definitely tear. However, this didn't stump him. He picked up a black fountain pen and directly wrote on the paper, "The other party has already given the bargaining chip." The dark blue ink that was nearly black was many times clearer than the pencil marks. Therefore, although the 2 parts of the text overlapped, it didn't affect anyone from recognizing the words at the top. The solution is always more difficult than difficult. Klein nodded in satisfaction as he folded the paper back into the paper crane form along the lines. This time, he suspected that it would tear if he unfurled it again. City of Silver, Berg Household. Ever since the end of the tarot, Derek seemed to have turned into a stone statue. He sat by the bed, motionless. After an unknown period of time, he was woken up by the sounds coming from the streets outside. However, the nightmarish feeling still enveloped him, making his footsteps towards the window appear heavy. God might already be dead. God might never return. Such thoughts kept echoing in Derek's mind, brewing uncontrollable despair and pain. Although he had already doubted if God would return when he killed his parents with his own hands, and if he would still care for the people of the dark who had been abandoned by him again, He even wanted to rely on Mr. Fool to transform himself into the true sun and help the residents of the City of Silver escape the curse of fate. However, the education he had received since he was young and the surrounding environment constantly affected him, making him look forward to the return of the Creator. He looked forward to the City of Silver's sacrifice and repentance to receive a response. But now, all of this hope had been destroyed, leaving only the last bit of hope that could be drowned by the darkness at any moment. The City of Silver will continue like this until it completely disappears into the darkness. No one will remember that we once existed or struggled. Derek cast his gaze out the window and saw many residents of the area he lived in gathered together. They were spontaneously praying and repenting to the Lord who created everything. This wasn't a ritual organized by the 6-member council, but a tradition that had been established in the City of Silver for 2,000 to 3,000 years. One had to pray when something good happened, when one's emotions were unstable, when one's family was injured, and when a new life was born. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the streets. Derek stood in the darkness inside the house, staring blankly outside. He didn't move for a long time, but his hands had unknowingly clenched tightly. After the residents dispersed, he finally retracted his gaze, his expression warped. He reached out to touch Thunder God's roar, and his gaze gradually became firm. He was prepared to follow Mr. the Hanging Man's instructions and make some friends to help him indirectly. Soon, he was placed in a difficult position, because he didn't know how to take the initiative to make friends, greet others warmly, or find topics to talk about. This was something that went against his character. After some thought, Derek decided to go to the training grounds and use combat to establish a relationship with his old acquaintances. It was a gathering place for the people of the City of Silver, and he often met people he was familiar with. Late at night, Klein saw the dark and barren plains and the mysterious and gloomy steeple in his dream. After passing through one obstacle after another, he arrived at the area where the tarot cards were scattered. A black pram was already waiting there. Wrapped in silver silk, Septon asked in a clear voice, "What bargaining chips do you have? You're very proactive this time. Where's your reserve as a sequence one?" However, that's how kids are. Their mentality is pretty good. Klein chuckled to himself and said, "You can choose one of the 2 chips. The first is to take a look at the Wheel of Fortune card. The second is a method to temporarily recover a certain amount of strength while I'm weak." Septon was silent for a second before chuckling. "That's Bernadette. My hunch was right. I'll be able to obtain some good stuff this time." Then, he asked, "Which chip do you think I'll choose?" Klein's subconscious thought was that I have a chance to ask a question. He then laughed self-deprecatingly. 2. Septon clicked his tongue. "Do I look like a mythical creature without a similar method? I don't know how many times I've restarted. Of course, I'll consciously prepare in advance." "Makes sense." Klein nodded. "You want to see the Wheel of Fortune card? Or ask them to change their chips again?" Septon sucked at his fingers. "I choose the second option." Klein's expression stiffened. At that moment, Septon smiled. "Knowing one more method means having one more trump card. Isn't that wrong?" "Yes, you're right." Klein replied helplessly, "All right, when will the transaction be completed?" Septon waved his short arms. "Of course, when I'm born with umbilical cord blood. This will probably be in early July, or it could be earlier." At this point, he regained his composure and chuckled. "If they want to give me that method in advance, I don't mind." "They?" Klein subconsciously asked. He didn't understand how the Snake of Mercury knew it was them and not her, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Septon sucked his finger and said in a muffled voice, "Bernadette has long passed the stage of needing a drop of mythical creature blood. This should be something she prepared for her subordinates." "Is that so? Ma'am Hermit needs it?" Klein asked thoughtfully. "That's right. What's the use of a drop of mythical creature blood? Is it the main ingredient of some potion?" He made the connection that a drop of eternal blazing sun's divine blood could be used as the main ingredient of the unshadowed potion. "No, are other pathways suicidal by consuming the blood of a mythical creature of the fate pathway?" Septon scoffed. "I heard that to advance from sequence 5 to sequence 4 of the mystery prior pathway, one needs to completely analyze a drop of mythical creature blood and obtain complex and massive knowledge from it. This is a part of the ritual, and as the mythical creature blood used is different, once it succeeds, they will have different strengths at the mysticologist stage. So that's how it is. The rituals of different pathways and sequences have their own characteristics. Klein bowed in enlightenment. Thank you for your answer. Will Septon waved his hand and said, Don't disturb me again. Don't disturb me anymore. Let me be born in peace. That is the greatest gratitude. Without waiting for Klein's response, he added, Don't disturb me again. Giving me that method isn't considered disturbing. With that said, the black pram retreated into the shadows and vanished. When Klein saw the surrounding walls collapse, he silently heaved a sigh of relief. He planned on escaping and going back to sleep. At this moment, he felt a jolt as he realized that a new power had invaded his dream. Just as one left, another came. It was even more lively than during the day. As Klein manipulated the dream to change according to his wishes, he pretended to look around in a daze. P.S. I recommend a very good book, Devil King of the City, written by Happy Tu Hao. It's exciting and not to be missed. The dream that Klein had planned for himself was based on 160 Buckland Street. He had pinched many beauties and placed them around Don Dante's, perfectly creating the image of a rich tycoon who was experienced but had no choice but to endure in the real world for the sake of his reputation. He could only indulge in his dreams. Sitting on the sofa, he received a glass of red wine from a young lady. Before Klein could taste it, he discovered that his surroundings had suddenly changed. It went from a brightly lit villa with many elegant beauties to a dark, damp, and dirty sewers. Right on the heels of that, he saw 5 familiar explosives in his hand. Wasn't this planted by me previously? Klein was first taken aback before he pretended to jump in fright. He hurriedly threw the explosives away and warily surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, he retreated step by step and found a vertical metal staircase. He decisively climbed up, moved the manhole cover, and left the sewers. As he returned to Buckland Street, the entire dream shattered, waking him up. Klein opened his eyes and looked at the gold-decorated ceiling in the nearly lightless room. He recalled what he had just encountered. This was done by that marauder pathway demigod. He escaped the pursuit of the Nighthawks and is still hiding nearby. As he's afraid that the Black Emperor who exposed his whereabouts will appear again, he guides the dreams one by one in search of a target. It's very likely. If it wasn't for me being able to maintain my lucidity and rationality in a dream with an intruder, I would have been subconsciously driven to repeat the process of planting the explosives. After all, this is something I've done before, something that I have a deep memory of. Thankfully, I concluded that a marionettist should try his best to hide behind the scenes. Be it exploring the sewers or meeting Trissy, I relied on my marionette. Even if I didn't have enough distance and had no choice but to head over personally, I would have used my spirit body to make a trip through the gray fog. I also carried an item that interferes with prying and divination, preventing others from finding out who the true controller is. If not, I would have long been discovered and targeted. Even if I didn't die, I would have fled Bakeland pathetically. With this in mind, Klein rejoiced. In the beginning, he didn't know what secrets were hidden in the sewers, nor did he expect that there would be a demigod. However, he still abided by the rules of a marionettist and had strict requirements for himself. Therefore, he successfully avoided the tragedy of having his performance exposed. Bakeland Shore is a dangerous place. Problems will happen if I'm careless. As Klein sighed, he felt that his marionettist potion had unknowingly digested a little. When he calmed down, he chuckled in his heart. From the looks of it, that person is still in Buckland Street. There's a high chance that he's hiding in Hazel's house or even beside her. If this demigod had invaded my dream a minute or two earlier, he would have seen Snake of Fate will Septon. Although this sequence 1 angel is still in his weak phase, that's only relative to Ouroboros and the other angels. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with a sneaky person who can't even parasitize Hazel. Ignoring his other powers, just revealing his complete mythical creature form is enough to deal severe damage to the similarly weak one. I dare to bet that Will Septon must have had a premonition ahead of time, so he chose such a time period to successfully avoid being seen by other demigods. What a pity. I can't let that marauder demigod understand how dangerous it is to randomly invade dreams in Bakeland. Leonard definitely has a deep understanding of this situation. Klein reined in his thoughts and pretended as though nothing had happened. With the help of cogitation, he fell into a deep slumber again. When the sun rose over the horizon, he naturally woke up. He flipped over and sat up, transforming into Gehrman Sparrow's appearance. He muttered a prayer. Please inform Ma'am Hermit that the angel has already accepted the condition of temporarily recovering a certain amount of strength during his weak phase. He has agreed to make the transaction at the end of June or the beginning of July. You can ask Bernadette when I can meet her. After praying, Klein transformed back into Don Dantes. He got out of bed and entered the bathroom to deal with his personal problems. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he felt abnormally energetic. Only then did he take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog. He turned the contents of his prayer into an image and threw it into the crimson star that symbolized the hermit. On the future, which was docked at a port, Admiral of Stars Catlea watched as Frank Lee stepped onto the dock filled with anticipation. He planned on finding a place to sell some items and amass £8,000 to purchase the Druid Beyonder characteristic. She couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead, feeling a baffling lack of confidence. Although she believed that her level, mysticism knowledge, and mystical items could firmly suppress Frank Lee, who had become a druid, she felt that the problem wasn't that simple when she recalled his fantastic ideas and terrifying practical abilities. She didn't wish to participate in the tarot competition above the gray fog with a watermelon growing on her head and wheat ears growing all over her body. Thankfully, he doesn't have the druid potion formula. There's temporarily no need to worry about him advancing to sequence 5. Catlea nudged her glasses and consoled herself. At this moment, the illusory gray fog emanated in front of her as she heard Gehrman Sparrow's words. That angel agreed? Catlea's expression immediately softened as she couldn't help but smile. Once she obtained that drop of mythical creature blood, it meant that she was very close to the level of a demigod. She had the mysticologist potion formula to begin with, and she had previously accumulated contributions to exchange for one of the main ingredients from the Moses ascetic order. As for the remaining ingredient, she similarly knew where it could be found and how to obtain it. Wait until July. July. Catlea pursed her lips as her eyes peeked out from behind her thick glasses as she slowly surveyed the captain's cabin. On Thursday morning, just as Klein finished a classical literature class, he heard a stacked illusory prayer. After entering above the gray fog, he discovered that the supplicant was the hermit Catlea. This Admiral of Stars requested Mr. Fool to inform the world that Queen Mystic had agreed to his request. If he was in Bakeland, they would meet at the south bank of the Tussock River at 11 that night, near the bridge entrance. Bernadette is still in Bakeland. Klein conjured Gehrman Sparrow and gave an affirmative response. At 10:58 at night, he entered the bathroom and took out a paper figurine from his pocket. Klein trembled and made the paper figurine transform into Don Dantes. He sat on the toilet with a book in hand, seemingly in a daze. Then, he suddenly became 3 to 4 centimeters shorter. His face became thinner, and the lines became much more pronounced. He had already turned into Gehrman Sparrow. Right on the heels of that, the glove he wore on his left hand turned transparent as countless illusory shadows appeared within it. Klein then saw the colors around him thicken before turning distinct, stacking on top of one another. As for himself, he faded and vanished from the real world. He rapidly traversed the spirit world, constantly adjusting his direction according to his location. In just a few seconds, he appeared at the entrance of the Bakeland Bridge on the south bank of the Tussock River. At that moment, it was late at night. There was no one walking on the bridge, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. One could only vaguely see a group of soldiers standing nearby. Klein was just about to search for traces of Queen Mystic Bernadette when he suddenly saw green pea vines dangling down from the sky, interweaving to form a lush forest. This forest had an end that couldn't be seen. The vines formed different paths, intersecting or spiraling as they extended all the way into the sky. Klein was only taken aback for a second before he randomly found a pea vine that hung in midair and proceeded forward step by step. After an unknown period of time, he saw the green plants connect to form a hammock seat that was gently swaying from high above. Queen Mystic was sitting there, wearing a white Inta-style shirt and a dark black jacket. By her waist was a thin rapier. Apart from not wearing a triangular hat, she was dressed in the standard attire of a captain at sea. She didn't reveal a pair of black leather boots like she did when she interacted with Sherlock Moriarty in Backland. At that moment, her chestnut hair cascaded down naturally as she looked over with her deep blue eyes. She spoke gently but without any emotion. She gently but emotionlessly said, "Help me thank the existence behind you." She's quite respectful towards the fool. The questions I previously answered should have answered many of her questions. Klein, who was wearing the German sparrow mask, politely replied, "Yes." "All right." Bernadette's gaze didn't move as she continued looking at him. "What's the matter this time?" Klein paused for a second and said the words he had long prepared. "I wish to seek your help to make him appear to be in a state of being corroded by the coarse seal behind the Church of Evernight's Cheney skate." As he spoke, Klein made Wraith Senior appear beside him. Bernadette took a deep look at Admiral of Blood, who was standing upright. She didn't ask Sherlock Moriarty or German Sparrow how they knew that she had a solution. She calmly said, "The seal cores of different Church of Evernight cathedrals are different. The state after being corroded is also different. Is it the Evernight pathway, death pathway, or something else? Is it a parish church or a city center church?" She directly eliminated the option of the Church of Evernight's headquarters, the Cathedral of Serenity, because even a king of angels wouldn't dare target that place. Klein thought for a moment. Diocese Cathedral, Evernight pathway. Queen Mystic Bernadette nodded slightly. "Then, I can let him suffer the corresponding corrosion, but this way, your marionette will basically be destroyed. In the beginning, he can still be used normally, but with the passage of time, the corrosion will deepen, and he will gradually fall asleep, never to wake up again." "Can you extend the time of complete erosion as much as possible?" Klein asked, holding back his heartache. Admiral of Blood Seigneur's marionette was one of the most valuable of all his assets, Bernadette said with a calm expression, 2 months at most. Klein struggled inwardly for 2 seconds before replying expressionlessly, "All right." He immediately placed his hand on his chest and bowed. "Thank you for your help." Queen Mystic Bernadette didn't say another word as she retracted her gaze and extended her right hand. In midair, she outlined words that were different from Jotun, Dragonese, Elvish, and Ancient Hermes. The words had a star-like luster as they interweaved into strange symbols, as though they had opened a secret door that led deep into the spirit world. The secret door opened as a gust of wind blew out. The upper body of a man wrapped in white cloth appeared. "Requiem horn," Bernadette said in a soft but dignified voice. The man with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a wind replied respectfully as he took out a human skull from the white cloth. The eye sockets of the skull were deep and dark, making it difficult to see the bottom. The rest of the skull had holes of different shapes. The surroundings were covered in cracks, and it was as white as jade. Bernadette took the requiem horn and glanced at German Sparrow. "Retreat at least 50 meters. Klein didn't ask why. He left Wraith Senior in his original spot and quickly left along the pea-vine path. After more than 50 meters, he suddenly heard a distant, serene, and sorrowful melody. Subconsciously, Klein looked up and saw that Bernadette was sitting with her back slightly bent at the spot covered by the pea-vines. Her chestnut hair moved slightly as she lowered her head. She brought the human skull to her mouth and blew out air from the holes, forming a symphony of the night. The symphony brought with it a calming power and a faint sense of sorrow. Bit by bit, it spread out, but it didn't alarm the soldiers guarding the bridge outside the pea-vine forest. Klein stood there and listened seriously as he suddenly felt a longing for home. It was a home that a traveler who had been wandering for a long time yearned for the most, but it was also the most unreachable. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, in the dark night, amidst the green vine forest, Klein closed his eyes as he listened to the music that seemed to come from the horizon. His body and mind were serene and calm, but he also felt a subtle sense of melancholy and sorrow growing, emanating, and reverberating. After an unknown period of time, the melodious melody finally vanished. A gentle night breeze blew through the hanging pea vines. Klein sighed silently as he opened his eyes and looked up. He saw Queen Mystic Bernadette handing the human skull with holes in it to the servant who had a human upper body and a wind lower body. "It's done." Bernadette's gentle and calm voice sounded. "Thank you for your help." Klein bowed once again as he controlled Senor to walk back to his side. At this moment, the pea vines retracted and gradually faded away. The green forest quickly vanished. Klein and Senor landed at the entrance of the bridge at the same time. There was no one around, and not far away, there was a team of soldiers guarding the bridge with their backs facing them. It was no different from before. The fairy tale-like scene from before seemed to be an illusion. Only at this moment did Klein have the time to examine his marionette. He discovered that he resembled a corpse more than before. His face was pale, and his aura was cold. He exuded an obvious eerie and creepy feeling. This is likely the result of a large dose of corruption. If it's just guarding Cheney's gate once or twice a week, one day at a time, it shouldn't be this serious. It's impossible for him to be unable to withstand it for 2 months. If that's the case, even an Orthodox church wouldn't be able to withstand such losses. Perhaps ordinary keepers can live for years, or even decades. However, it's easy for them to mutate and lose control in between. When they chose to become keepers, they should have known such an outcome. Klein sighed as he made Senor project himself onto the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. Right on the heels of that, he continued using traveling to circle the sea and choose food for creeping hunger before returning to the master bedroom's bathroom at 160 Buckland Street. 5th June, Sunday. Inside the Hall family's castle. Audrey was sitting in front of her desk, admiring the mystical item she had just obtained. Its appearance was that of an elbow-length black gauze glove, as if it came from the royal family, possessing a noble and elegant temperament. This originated from the mentor of Chaos Beyonder characteristics sold by the world's German sparrow. It was created by an artisan after a certain period of time. Audrey had previously asked her father, Earl of Hall, and she had received the answer, "You can buy it and use it yourself. It's already good that you have the intention to show filial piety." Therefore, she had specially instructed Mr. the Hanging Man to get the artisan to make it something that a lady could carry around with her. This also made her suspect if her father had a better mystical item on him, or if the Church of the Goddess had provided a rather high level of protection. According to the Hanging Man, this gauze glove could give the wearer several Beyonder effects. Firstly, it increased his dignity and physique, making the surrounding living beings subconsciously lower their statuses and want to obey him. Secondly, it could obtain the ability to distort the target's words, actions, and intentions, thereby constructing a certain set of rules that were beneficial to him. Thirdly, it could use a symbolic bribe to make the target have a strong favorable impression of him, making it difficult for him to have any hostile intentions. He might even be unwilling to fight the wearer. If the conditions were suitable, the recipient of the bribe would even have a very small chance of attacking his companions. Audrey had heard from Mr. World that this was a type of bribe beyond her power called bribe, charm. Fourthly, it could cause chaos to appear on a locked target or a certain area around him, making it difficult for attacks to land on him, making it easy for the enemy to make mistakes. Audrey was very satisfied with these effects, but what vexed her was that because the artisan's level wasn't high enough, the negative effects of creating a Sequence 5 mystical item was rather great. Firstly, it would make the wearer's psyche gradually turn dark, making them wish to take shortcuts, use schemes, and rely on dishonorable means to do things. Secondly, after wearing it for more than 3 minutes, the wearer would also fall into a state of chaos. Audrey had previously tried it, but she had unknowingly made a mistake while bathing. The normal process was to get the maidservant to fill the bathtub with hot water and adjust the temperature before taking off her clothes and entering the bathtub before washing herself. However, Audrey had entered the bathtub first and filled it with cold water. Only when her clothes were soaked did she remember to take them off. The only thing she was thankful for was that she finally controlled herself and didn't call the maidservant in to witness her embarrassing situation. "This makes me look like a curly-haired baboon," Audrey thought, feeling a little embarrassed and angry. As for the first negative impact, she felt that she could still accept it because she was a psychiatrist. She could often examine herself and eliminate some dark thoughts. Furthermore, she had Susie to help her as a bystander. However, the second one was a little unbearable. The second negative effect was very problematic. "I can only carry it with me and wear it at critical moments. Alright, I still have lie. It can magnify my emotions, and when combined with this glove, it will make the darkness in my heart very serious. I might not be able to resist it now. Audrey's green eyes darted around as she thought of a solution. At that moment, she heard knocking on the door. Her personal maidservant, Annie, said from outside, "Miss, the Earl is looking for you." "Miss, the Earl is looking for you." Audrey left the black veil glove on the table, got up, came to the door, and opened it. Earl Hall, who wasn't wearing a coat at home and only a shirt and vest, stroked his beautiful mustache and chuckled. "Are you not ready? I'll be returning to Bakeland in a while. It's your 18th birthday ball tomorrow night." As he spoke, Earl Hall glanced at the maidservant, Annie, and the others, making them consciously retreat a distance away. "Sigh, it's the annual social season again." Audrey nodded, pretending to be mature. Note 1, Earl Hall looked at his daughter and asked with a smile, "Have you thought of how to use that item?" Audrey pursed her lips into a smile. "Of course. I plan on folding it up and placing it in a small bag for Susie to carry. This way, Susie wouldn't be in a state of confusion because she wasn't wearing it or using it. And her dark psychological problems could be treated by Audrey's placate. More importantly, without the augmentation of lie, Susie, who was also a psychiatrist, could also examine herself and adjust her mental state from time to time. Earl Hall was taken aback as he praised with a laugh. "Smart idea." Audrey was pleased with herself, but she appeared rather reserved as she said, "I plan on naming it Hand of Fear. Dear Earl, thank you for your birthday present, and in a few more days, I can concoct the potion and attempt to advance." Audrey added inwardly in delight. Sunday night, 160 Buckland Street. Klein stood on the balcony and looked at the street. Seeing through the gaps in the curtains, he couldn't help but feel nervous. If there were no accidents, he would soon begin his operation to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. Ever since he had used Queen Mystic Bernadette's help to make his marionette appear to be corrupted, and through his frequent prayer at the cathedral, listening to the sutras, and donating, he figured out the rotation of the keepers. There was only one thing left for Klein's plan to steal. That was to silently replace the target without anyone noticing. According to Klein's understanding, the keepers would head underground the moment the sky lit up. And at that time, the cathedral wouldn't open yet. If he wanted to infiltrate, he had to risk being discovered by a demigod like the Archbishop of the Bakeland diocese. It could be said that there was basically no chance of success. Therefore, Klein's plan was to infiltrate the cathedral a day in advance and patiently wait for an opportunity. This undoubtedly required sufficient disguise, but it wasn't a problem for a faceless. After a period of observation, Klein discovered that the church would also have a mass on Sunday night. This was because Sunday and night were both symbols of the goddess. And after the mass was over, the servants would get busy and clear the trash outside. Klein's plan was to seize this opportunity to secretly knock out a servant and disguise himself as him to enter the cathedral and sleep in the servant's room. For this, he had already bought a suitable dosage of sleeping pills from Emlyn that could make a person sleep for 10 hours without causing any physical harm. He paid a total of £5. Phew. After a few minutes, Klein slowly exhaled, drew the curtains, and walked back to his room. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, he pondered for nearly a minute before conjuring a pen and paper. He wrote a divination statement, "There's danger in stealing the Antigonus family's notebook." Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist cuff. He held the silver chain with his left hand and let the topaz dangle over the paper, nearly touching it. He entered cogitation, closed his eyes, and silently recited the divination statement. After repeating it 7 times, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum spinning clockwise. Its amplitude and speed were ordinary. "There's danger, but it's within the normal range." Klein quickly made an interpretation. He was actually a little worried that someone had interfered with him, just like what the Mother Tree of Desire had done in the past. However, there was no way to verify it, much less falsify it. Therefore, when the divination results, the plan, and his own preparations met the necessary conditions, Klein had already made up his mind. He looked at the topaz pendulum that gradually stopped spinning and said in his mother tongue, "The arrow is knocked. There's no choice but to release it." Before he finished his sentence, Klein enveloped himself with his spirituality, simulated the feeling of falling, and returned to the real world. This time, he only planned on bringing 3 items with him. The first was creeping hunger, the second was the senior gold coin, and the third was the Aztec copper whistle. Their common characteristic was that they could be placed inside an iron cigar case, and they could use the paper angel and the wall of spirituality to provide double concealment. As for the other items, there was a high chance that they wouldn't be able to pass through Cheney's gate, as it would easily trigger an anomaly in the seal's core. Therefore, Klein had thrown them, along with the cash, above the grey fog. He was prepared to flee if anything were to happen. Even the 3% of the coin company's shares for £12,800 can only be tied to the identity of Don Dantes. Klein quickly reined in his thoughts, picked up a mirror, and placed it on his pillow. Following that, he drew the mysterious symbol that summoned Rhodes. Note 1, historically, London's social season was from December, after Christmas, to June. And when this book was set up, it took into account some of the plot arrangements and the fact that Rouen high society mainly believed in the Lord of Storms into consideration. The time to discuss matters of state was set to the storm-prone months of June to September, so the social season naturally became from June to the new year. Of course, during the weekends of autumn and winter, the nobles would definitely head to the countryside to hunt foxes. Don't get confused. Don't give the exact opposite answer when others ask about London's social season. The mirror on Klein's pillow instantly glowed like flowing water. Silver points of light squirmed and gathered to form the corresponding Rouen text: Exalted Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is always at your service. Klein stood by the bed and looked at the mirror. He looked calm as he asked calmly, where is the Antigonus family notebook behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's gate? He needed to confirm the location ahead of time so that he could head straight for his target and complete his plan in the shortest amount of time possible to avoid all sorts of accidents. On the mirror surface, the silver words warped and changed, forming another line of text: It's a Grade 1 sealed artifact. It's located on the right side of the second level. I can't see the exact details. Klein tersely acknowledged. It's your turn to ask. Rhodes immediately made the silver words on the mirror dissipate, and the question appeared in the rippling light: Do you have any other instructions? If he were in his normal state, Klein would definitely have secretly sked, but his highly tense mind made him nod and say, Look at my illusion like before. Look at my illusions like before and deal with the unexpected. All right, master. Rhodes didn't hesitate to give a response. Following that, he added another line of words: I will control my instincts. I swear to you, the great ruler above the spirit world. Klein nodded slightly and took 2 steps forward, allowing the mirror to reflect Don Dantes' appearance. The image became clearer and larger, and finally, it looked real. After some adjustments, Klein made the fake person lie on the bed. It looked like it had fallen asleep. At this moment, he realized that Don Dantes had turned his head and was smiling obsequiously at him. At the same time, he extended his palms and pulled up the blanket. Klein didn't say a word. As he transformed into the cold, crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, he made creeping hunger, which was still on his left palm, turn transparent. His figure rapidly faded as he traveled to the other end of Phelps Street where St. Samuel Cathedral was. Then, he walked to the square where pigeons flew during the day and hid in a dark corner. After a while, a group of believers came out of the church to participate in the evening mass. Soon, many servants left the church with all kinds of miscellaneous items. They walked to the trash cans in the side alley and separated a group of people to deal with the feces at the carriage parking lot. At this moment, one of the servants suddenly trembled. He lowered his head and began to clean up seriously. He even dutifully moved towards the direction of the plaza, as if he wanted to deal with the miscellaneous items there. He gradually moved further and further away until he reached the place with the thickest shadows. When the other servants were no longer paying attention to him, a hand suddenly took shape and seemed to reach out from the void. It grabbed his shoulder, causing his figure to fade and disappear. Klein directly traveled to a 2-bedroom apartment in a cheap apartment in East Borough. He had changed his appearance a few days in advance and teleported over to rent the place. The powers of a traveler are really too convenient. The only problem is that every time I want to use it, I need a pirate to sacrifice his life. Klein lampooned to ease his nerves. At the same time, he made the servant lie down on the bed. Then, he took out a thin metal test tube and threw it at him. The servant accurately caught it, pulled out the stopper, and gulped down the sleeping pills inside. In just a few seconds, he fell asleep. Señor's figure in his old triangular hat and dark red coat appeared beside him. Klein examined the servant on the bed as his body suddenly softened, as though he had turned into a mud monster. However, he didn't collapse into a pile. He only swayed slightly and instantly became 15 centimeters shorter. His skin darkened as his facial features shifted. Soon, he transformed into the servant's appearance. And at this moment, Señor had already taken off the servant's clothes. Without wasting any time, Klein quickly changed into the clothes and moved the iron cigar case and other items over. He picked up the broom and examined it. After confirming that there were no problems, he made Señor return to the gold coin. He lowered his left arm and spread his fingers, watching creeping hunger emit an indescribable transparency. After teleporting back to the shadows in the corner of the square, Klein bent down and seriously cleaned the ground. He then approached the busy servant step by step, but he maintained a certain distance to prevent anyone from speaking to him and increasing the risk of exposure. About half an hour later, the busy servants gathered together and entered St. Samuel Cathedral before turning to the side. How tiring, a servant stretched his arms after distancing himself from the priests. Klein pretended to be so exhausted that he wasn't in the mood to chat. He nodded and didn't participate in the conversation. Soon, they returned to the servants' residence. It was 2 large rooms that faced each other. There were many bunk beds inside, and beside each bed was a wooden cabinet and a box. Klein was immediately at a loss. He didn't know if he should enter the left or the right. Thankfully, he was a seer. For matters that didn't involve beyonders or mysticism, he could completely rely on his spiritual intuition. Furthermore, he was holding a broom. Therefore, he pretended that his hand had slipped and secretly performed dowsing rod seeking. He received a revelation that he should head to the right. After entering the room on the right, Klein deliberately slowed down and observed the actions of the other servants. Then, he mimicked them and placed the broom behind the door. Then, he went to the bathroom outside to wash his face, rinse his mouth, and rinse his feet. By the time he was done slowly, his bed had already appeared, the one that wasn't occupied. Lying on the bed, Klein finally felt a little relieved as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The servants were very tired, and it didn't take long for them to fall asleep. Their snoring sounds could be heard. Klein maintained his consciousness as he took off creeping hunger in a very small motion. He folded it into a tiny piece and stuffed it into an iron cigar case, placing it together with Aztec's copper whistle and the Señor gold coin. Time ticked by. As he was too tense, he was unable to fall asleep. All he could do was rely on cogitation to force himself to sleep for a few hours. When he woke up at a certain time, Klein released Señor. This marionette's cold and indifferent aura rapidly fused with his surroundings. The spirit-body threads collapsed inwardly, gradually forming a deep darkness that no longer had an origin. It can still be controlled. Klein nodded indiscernibly, allowing the wraith to use the stained glass windows and the smooth stone tiles on the ground to arrive at the staircase that led to the upper levels of the keepers. He believed that if Señor hadn't been corrupted ahead of time and been treated as one of its own by the seals corps behind Cheney's gate, he would have definitely triggered a reaction and been wiped out. How could a wraith have the ability to move freely in an Orthodox church's cathedral? And it was precisely because of the seals' tacit agreement and the paper angel's interference that the spirituality of the archbishop at the demigod level who lived somewhere in the cathedral wasn't triggered. Step by step, he came to the 2nd floor. Using his perception of the corruptive aura, the concealed Señor moved left under Klein's control and found the area where the keepers lived. Tomorrow is Monday. This week's Monday should be under the responsibility of the keeper I first met. Klein had long figured out the rotation pattern. He made the wraith in the dark red coat silently pass through the wooden door and float into different rooms to identify the targets. As there were only a few people, he quickly found the elder with loose facial skin, a huge nose, and sparse hair that was the color of frost. Señor immediately took out a metal test tube filled with sleeping pills and placed it by the side. Then, before the keeper noticed it, he possessed him. Before the slumbering keeper could wake up and resist, he lost control of his body. All he could do was barely open his grayish-blue eyes and see himself pick up the metal test tube with great difficulty. He pulled out the cork and gulped down the liquid inside. His body began to convulse in an uncoordinated and abnormal manner as though there was an intense internal struggle. After a full minute, he slowly softened and closed his eyes again, entering a dreamless slumber. After doing all of this, Wraith Senior left the keeper's body. Using all kinds of mirrors, he jumped back to the area where the servants lived before entering Klein's body. Klein immediately emitted a cold, silent, and indifferent aura. Even making an expression seemed difficult. He slowly got out of bed and silently left the servants' room. He walked through the shadows and murals that couldn't be illuminated by the moonlight. Step by step, he arrived at the second floor and entered his target's room. Standing by the bed, the servant-looking Klein's figure suddenly grew taller. His sparse hair turned white, and his nose widened a little. In just a few seconds, he looked identical to the keeper who had consumed sleeping pills. Even his aura was no different. Changing into a clergyman's black coat, Klein moved the keeper and servants close to the bottom of the bed before lying down and silently counting the time. At 5:30, he woke up early, ate the white bread he had prepared last night, drank a cup of water, and looked out the window in silence. Just as the sky lit up, Klein maintained his expressionless state as he opened the door and walked out. He went down to the first floor and followed the route he had grasped and turned to the left. After walking for a while, he wasn't surprised to see a priest. This was the experience of a former Nighthawk, so Klein wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to find the path. The priest stood outside the secret door that led to the underground area. He raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. "May the goddess bless you." "Praise the lady," Klein replied in a low voice as he similarly drew the crimson moon. He didn't stop and walked past the priest. Under the illumination of the lights on both sides, he walked up the stairs and arrived at a crossroads. According to his understanding of the surrounding geography, Klein believed that turning to the right would lead him away from the cathedral. It was likely to lead to a particular security company or other organization that the Nighthawks were disguised as. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to turn left. At this moment, he saw a man wearing red gloves walking towards him. The man had black hair and green eyes. He had outstanding looks and was dressed rather casually. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. PS1, written by a book friend, Vampire Maiden's Journey to Nairn. P2, seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Fastest website for mobile version. Upon seeing Leonard Mitchell, Klein's back muscles instantly stiffened. He tensed up like a bowstring that had been pulled to its limits, ready to snap at any moment. He remembered very clearly that his poet had a Marauder Pathway angel, Pallas Zoroast, parasitizing him. He was able to sense his uniqueness and see through his disguise. If that grandpa were to inform Leonard of the problem with the keeper in front of him, it would be troublesome. "I can only hope that my poet is afraid of exposing his secret and will feign ignorance." Back in Tingen, although he always said that everyone had their own secrets and that there was no need to mind it, that was only when it wasn't directed at the church. Who knows if he would suddenly have a sense of justice and decide to be loyal to his duty, taking the risk to expose me. After all, this is very similar to the matter within Sangwell. At that instant, Klein's forehead nearly broke out into a cold sweat. To be frank, he didn't expect to encounter Leonard while heading to Cheney's Gate. This was because he was already a Red Glove and not an ordinary Nighthawk. He didn't need to be on duty, and he shouldn't be underground at this time. However, Klein immediately thought of a key point. The one who could sense his uniqueness was Pallas Zoroast, not Leonard Mitchell. The former's attitude was more important. "This grandpa knows that I know of his existence. Once he sees through my disguise and puts me in danger, he has to be prepared to be exposed by me. When that happens, there will definitely be mutual harm, with no benefits for anyone. And for an angel of the Marauder Pathway who doesn't believe in the goddess, there's no need for that at all. If I were him, I would pretend that nothing had happened and not warn Leonard Mitchell. I wouldn't place my safety in the hands of my host." After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Klein regained his composure and walked towards the red-gloved Leonard Mitchell. Leonard looked indifferently at the keeper with sparse, white hair. He couldn't help but raise his right hand and cover his mouth as he yawned. He's not sleeping at night and has nothing to do, so he went to the duty room to play cards? what a standard sleepless. Klein roughly understood why this red glove poet would appear here. He recalled the reactions of the keepers when they encountered the Nighthawks back in Tingen City. He silently nodded at Leonard and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion with his right index and middle finger, as though he was drawing a full moon. Leonard responded with the same action. Without noticing anything, he passed by the keeper with loose skin and large nose and proceeded straight ahead. Klein exhaled silently. He maintained his previous pace and stride until he reached his destination. The iron-black double doors were heavy and cold, engraved with 7 sacred emblems, as if nothing could shake them. Klein turned his body sideways, took 2 steps diagonally, and knocked on the door of the guard room. Under the witness of the Nighthawks on duty, he opened Cheney's gate. The deep darkness inside immediately surged. Even though there were silver candles with engraved patterns burning silently inside, they couldn't dispel the feeling. Instead, the ghostly blue flames deepened the deathly stillness. At the same time, Klein felt an invisible object scrape past his skin in the darkness. It penetrated deep into his body, passing through the boundary between reality and illusion, and connected to Wraith Seigneur. Suddenly, he saw the black threads that filled the entire area behind Cheney's gate without activating his spirit vision. They swayed gently, clumped together, or extended, as though a lady was stretching her hair, or some strange creature was waving its tentacles. Klein walked forward with an indifferent expression and entered the sealed land. Then, he turned around and closed Cheney's gate. At that moment, the sounds of the outside world seemed to be completely isolated. The silence inside was like a kingdom of the dead. It made one involuntarily connect the dots and feel fear. This reminded Klein of his childhood. Even if he didn't listen to ghost stories, he would occasionally lie on his tiny bed and stare into the darkness, not daring to sleep. It's no wonder the goddess has the title of Empress of Terror. Klein cast his gaze to the side, picked up the lantern in the corner, and lit it up with great familiarity. Faint yellow light immediately poured out, tainted by a ghostly blue tint. Draped in a black clergyman's robe, Klein wasn't in a hurry to head underground to the 2nd level to search for the Antigonus family's notebook. Instead, he stayed behind the door and waited patiently. This was to prevent the Nighthawks from urgently needing something but being unable to retrieve it at night. All they could do was wait until daybreak. According to his experience, the first 5 minutes after a keeper entered Cheney's gate was the period of time where they were most easily disturbed. As long as they could survive it, and as long as no accidents happened in between, the normal retrieval of materials could only wait until 8 o'clock. It was also the standard working hours for the Nighthawks and civilian staff. In other words, once Klein lasted the first 5 minutes, he wouldn't be disturbed by the Nighthawks for the next 2 hours. Of course, there wasn't that much time for him to take action. The Church of Evernights Cathedral opened at 8, and the servants would wake up at least an hour and a half ahead of time. After 6:30, the other servants might discover that their companions were missing. Time ticked by as Klein's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. He felt that the 5 minutes were torturous. Finally, he cast his gaze at the stone staircase deep in the darkness. It was the passageway that led to the 2nd level. At that moment, there was no one who could restrain him. At this point, Klein felt that he had already overcome 70% of the difficulty. The remaining 30% was mainly how to leave after he succeeded. Of course, there was always a chance for all sorts of accidents to happen. Klein didn't let his guard down. With the lantern in hand, he walked towards the stone staircase. To other Beyonders, the first level behind Cheney's gate was actually more attractive than sealed artifacts. There were all sorts of Beyonder ingredients, potion formulas, and secret knowledge stored here. There were even captured cultists and unaffiliated Beyonders locked up. Be it to get rich or to rescue their companions, all they needed to do was to move around here. However, Klein had to venture deeper and head for the place where the dangerous items were sealed. When he passed by a few tightly locked stone chambers, he clearly sensed that there were people inside. However, they didn't make a ruckus, roar, beg for mercy, or cry for help. All of them were quietly lying or sitting, and their auras had already turned cold. The lantern's light flickered, illuminating the staircase that led downwards. Klein retracted his attention and steadily walked deeper underground. He didn't run, afraid that he would trigger an extreme reaction from the seal's core. The darkness grew thicker, and the eerie blue light from the elegant candlesticks on both sides grew weaker. It gave him the illusion that they were about to be extinguished, and when that happened, the pure darkness might bring about an unimaginable and terrifying change. Klein endured this instinctive fear and finally finished walking down the staircase, arriving at the second level underground. With his wraith's night vision, Klein discovered that there were strange walls made of steel, bricks, mud, and silver. They were separated into different areas. Some areas were open, while others were tightly shut. Each of them had a sealed artifact. With the lantern in hand, he turned left. Klein's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a burning flame and bright red coal and charcoal. The area was in a half-open state. Inside, there was a bathtub-shaped object made of steel. The bottom was hollowed out and stuffed with anthracite, charcoal, and all sorts of combustibles. They kept burning, causing the steel bathtub to emit gurgling sounds. Water vapor emanated from it and gathered at the ceiling, condensing into liquid droplets that fell like rain. An item that needs to be submerged in hot water to be sealed. And the keepers have to periodically add charcoal to prevent the flames from extinguishing. If there's a sealed artifact that can constantly emit high temperatures, it can be combined to make the seal simpler. Klein glanced at the steel bathtub. Hoping that no accidents would disrupt his plans, he approached it and used a tool to add a portion of the coal that was piled outside into the fire. When he looked up, he swept his gaze through the corner of his eye and saw that there were silver metal items under the hot water in the steel bathtub. Together, they looked like a heavy full-body armor, and there were dark red blood stains and red spots that couldn't be washed away. 142. The blood of an ancient god. It's now stored in the Bacolin diocese for a long period of time. Klein had seen this sealed artifact before, and the corresponding information immediately surfaced in his mind. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he saw the unadorned silver helmet. The visor of the helmet had been pulled down, making it appear dark inside. At that moment, Klein felt a gaze penetrate through and cast at him. He shuddered and hurriedly took 2 steps back. His heart was beating quickly and chaotically. Not daring to size it up any further, Klein calmed his emotions and cast his gaze forward. He steadily took a step forward and left the area. After passing through a few sealed areas, his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that something to his right was summoning him. Furthermore, it produced thumping sounds that resembled the expansion and contraction of a heart. Indeed, the Antigonus family's notebook has been waiting for me. Klein calmly confirmed his previous judgment. He followed the beckoning of the nothingness, changed directions, and approached it. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he saw a room with a half-open stone door. It was dark inside, without any light. Under the illumination of the lantern, an empty bookshelf formed from white bones entered Klein's eyes. On it was an ancient notebook with a hard, pitch-black cover. It was the Antigonus family's notebook. Hornaces. Phlegria. Hornaces. Phlegria. An illusory voice drilled into Klein's ears, making him certain that he had found his target. Everything went smoothly, but Klein didn't dare to be careless or rash. He carefully entered the room and slowly approached, afraid that the measures to seal the Antigonus family's notebook would cause him harm. Therefore, when he closed the distance, a hand suddenly extended out from his chest. It was a hand with a dark red sleeve. It was Wraith Seigneur's hand. One of the rules of a marionettist was to use a marionette as much as possible. If anything were to happen, the marionette would bear the brunt of the problem. At that moment, there was a sudden thud from the door, as though someone had walked in. Klein's pupils dilated as he pounced at the bone bookshelf without any thought, allowing the marionette's hand to quickly grab the Antigonus family's notebook. At the same time, he reached his right palm into his pocket, about to open the iron cigar case and were creeping hunger. He wanted to teleport away before the seal's core reacted. During this process, the scene at the door naturally surfaced in his mind. A hooded figure dressed in a classic robe stood there. Her face was beautiful, but it was expressionless. Her black eyes were deep, but they lacked any spirituality. The high-ranking member of the church who directly wiped out Mr. A and stopped the Great Smog of Bacolin? Why is she hiding underground? This doesn't make sense. Just as Klein's horror surged, he instinctively lowered his head to look at his body. His body was like a pencil drawing that had been erased by an eraser. It was quickly erased, and before it touched the Antigonus family's notebook, it had completely vanished. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. I'll also thank Mr. Y for giving the true creator a birthday. Before his mind went into a blackout state, two thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. How powerful. There's no way to resist it. I wonder if there's a chance of resurrection in such a manner. Just as his thoughts reverberated, Klein's vision turned pitch black. He lost all his senses, as though he had entered the deepest dreamless slumber. After an unknown period of time, the lightless and silent darkness suddenly shook. He vaguely felt something in his groggy state, believing that a cold wind was blowing at him. His thoughts slowly broke free from the stillness as Klein slowly opened his eyes. He saw fog above him. The crimson moon was hidden in it, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Did I revive again? Or did I enter the underworld? Even if it's the latter, the problem isn't too serious. I might even be able to get the skeleton messenger to help me contact Mr. Aztec. It's just that I'll have to become an undead creature or a spirit world creature in the future. Klein's thoughts were still a little heavy, as though someone had poured paste into his head. His thoughts involuntarily scattered. Gradually, he sensed his body and heard the sound of his heart beating. His mind quickly became clear. He believed that there was a high chance that he had been resurrected. Perhaps, he had even been thrown into the wilderness. Klein's joints cracked as he suddenly stood up. Without bothering to check his condition, he first observed his surroundings to confirm his surroundings. The first thing that entered his eyes was the surrounding fog and the deep and cold night. Not far away, there was a small town. The most eye-catching building in the town was a very ancient-styled, steepled cathedral. It was completely black in color and did not have a bell tower. There were pitch-black ravens circling the top of the cathedral. There were many buildings scattered around the cathedral. There were ordinary two-story residences, simple wooden huts, bakeries with hanging signboards, and grayish-white mills powered by water wheels. However, there were no pedestrians. They seemed to have fallen asleep in the quiet and peaceful night. As a seer, Klein instantly found the town very familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. After a brief moment of recollection, he recalled what it represented. This was the source of danger in the battlefield of the gods' ruins at night. After entering the easternmost region of the Xianxia Sea, if anyone didn't sleep or enter the world of dreams when night fell, they would be discovered to have vanished without a trace when the sky lit up and noon arrived. Klein had once woken up from his dream because of the Saint of Darkness. He saw a mysterious and strange foggy town far away from the sea in a place shrouded in the night. He even suspected that all the living beings that had disappeared during the night of the Battle of the Gods had entered that place. Now, he was here, standing less than 100 meters away from the foggy town, something to do with the night. The target would disappear, as if they were erased. The power of the higher-ups of the church was not to directly obliterate the enemy, but to send them here. Did the creatures that went missing in the ruins of the battlefield of the gods encounter something similar? But it said that divination is unable to determine their whereabouts. It can only be interpreted that they might still be alive. Of course, it's also possible that I can be resurrected, which is why I'm here. Amidst his thoughts, Klein retracted his gaze and used his clown powers to observe his condition. He had already transformed back into Klein Moretti, but he was still wearing the black clergyman robe of the keepers. There were no signs of damage on his body. Having experienced all sorts of things, Klein quickly calmed down. He reached his right hand into his pocket and opened the iron cigar case. He took out the human-skinned glove that was folded inside and wore it on his left hand. After confirming that creeping hunger could still be used, Klein picked up Aztec's copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew at it. However, he quickly activated his spirit vision, but the skeleton messenger didn't appear. Klein wasn't too surprised by this situation. Instead, he felt that it was normal. After all, the people who had disappeared during the night of the Battle of the Gods in the easternmost region of the Xianxia Sea had yet to be found. After all, over the years, there was no lack of beyonders who could summon messengers, such as members of the charismatic order. This place is directly isolated from the spirit world? From the looks of it, traveling won't work. As expected of a member of the upper echelons sent by the church to deal with the great smog of Backland. By sending a target here, it's equivalent to eternal exile and imprisonment. It's impossible to contact the outside world using ordinary methods. Escaping from here is even difficult for a saint. Klein didn't panic as he was rather confident. He immediately placed Aztec's copper whistle back into the iron cigar case and prepared to take 4 steps counterclockwise. He wanted to use the method above the gray fog to break the imprisonment of the foggy town. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Klein spoke one sentence at a time as he quickly completed the ritual. However, he didn't hear the familiar crazy ravings, nor did he see the endless grayish-white fog spreading in front of him. Klein's pupils constricted as he fell into a daze for a few seconds. This place could actually isolate his connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog. This made it impossible for him to use his greatest trump card. In the past, Klein had relied on his ability to head above the gray fog to escape many dangers. But now, this method had failed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Phew, it feels like a cheat has been sealed. Klein lampooned to ease his tense emotions. Based on his mysticism knowledge, he suspected that the foggy town in front of him was likely related to a true god. This was the only way to explain the problem of not being able to head above the gray fog. This place has a close connection with the Evernight, and I was sent here after encountering a high-ranking member of the church. Could it be a prison personally created by the goddess? It's possible that she is the mother of concealment. Perhaps she can directly turn people and objects into a concealed state, making it impossible for anyone in the real world to ever find them. Klein thought seriously for a moment and decisively decided to enter the foggy town to explore. This was because it was the most likely place to hide the way to leave. At this point, he no longer thought about whether he could summon tarot in time. Of course, there was no need to worry about this problem for the time being. He had already cancelled this week's tarot ahead of time. As the operation to steal the Antigonus family's notebook was rather dangerous and filled with variables, Klein suspected that he might die once and might not be able to revive in time today. Therefore, he decided to find a passable reason to let everyone prepare for another week. After making up his mind, Klein immediately made the wraith in his body appear beside him. This marionette was already in an extremely bad state. The deathly cold aura seemed corporeal, making the control of his spirit body thread somewhat sluggish. Thankfully, I can barely use it for a few days. Also, Mr. A was wiped away by that high-ranking member of the church. Perhaps he's living somewhere nearby. I have to be careful of him, who's practically a lunatic. Klein transformed into German Sparrow and made Admiral of Blood Senior walk in front as he walked towards the foggy town. He followed the principles of a marionettist that he had concluded and lagged behind, keeping a distance of at least 110 meters. After this period of digesting, the limit of Klein's marionette control had been raised to 120 meters. The time needed to use spirit body threads to gain initial control over a target and completely transform into a marionette had also been shortened. If he were to face an enemy with a spirit body of the same level, it would take 16 seconds, while the other would take 4 minutes. In the silent world of fog, Senor, who was wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat, didn't take long to enter the strange and mysterious town. In the town, many houses' doors were still open, as though they were welcoming guests from a foreign land. With his marionette's vision, Klein saw that there was a half-eaten piece of white bread, a glass cup of red wine, and messy silver cutlery on the table inside. It looked like someone was enjoying dinner, but there was no one there. The owners of the different houses seemed to have suddenly evaporated from life. Evaporated. This word suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind as he hurriedly made Senor cast his gaze at the grayish-white mill. In the mill, the stone mill was still spinning silently with the help of the wind, but there was no flour produced. There was a lot of flour scattered on the ground. This scene is a little familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Klein frowned bit by bit. As he relied on his marionette, he continued observing the environment as he carefully recalled similar situations. Just as he was wondering if he should use dream divination to ask his spirituality, the corresponding answer was finally found. A similar scene appeared in the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. According to historical records, the furnishings and decorations in the buildings were all preserved perfectly. the murals weren't damaged either. There were many dining plates on the tables, and there were signs of rotting. In some of the rooms, there were half-filled bottles of wine that had almost turned to water. The discoverer mentioned that when he first saw such a scene, he even believed that the residents had instantly evaporated. This foggy town is related to the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range? It can't be. After going around in circles, I encountered it again? The muscles on Klein's face couldn't help but twitch. He was momentarily unwilling to believe the thoughts in his mind. Of course, just the similarity of the scene wasn't enough for him to make such a judgment. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein forced himself to calm down. He continued controlling Xianxia and made him head deep into the foggy town. At this moment, he heard light footsteps. Klein's heart tightened as he hurriedly hid inside the mill. At the same time, he made his marionette stop. In just a few seconds, Xianxia saw a woman walk out from a nearby alley. This woman was dressed in a pure white robe. Her hair was loosely tied up, revealing her slender and fair neck. Her looks were extremely beautiful. P.S. Last month's first update. Seeking monthly votes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. In the dark town shrouded in fog, the woman who walked out of the alley seemed to be out of place in the environment. She was holy, dignified, and untainted by dust. She had bright and radiant looks that made one's eyes light up. And her simple white robe and loosely tied-up hair added a reserved and languid bearing to her. Even though Klein was looking at her through his marionette's eyes, he couldn't help but imagine how such a lady would behave in bed. He wondered if she had a different charm when pleading. At this moment, a tyrannical desire arose in his heart. He wanted to shatter that holiness and destroy that restraint. Don't tell me she's a demoness. Klein instinctively bared his teeth as the corners of his mouth twitched. The beautiful and holy woman also noticed Xianxia. She was first taken aback before she revealed a smile and said with a clear, pleasant voice, "That's right, Wraith." She said with a clear and pleasant voice, "Senor, when were you made into a puppet? If it wasn't for you being corrupted by the powers of Evernight, I wouldn't have been able to tell." She appeared to be speaking to Senor, but in fact, she was communicating with the mastermind through her marionette. Sigh, there's no way to hide that cold and dead aura. It can't fool beyonders of a higher level. I was still thinking of hiding somewhere without anyone noticing and using Admiral of Blood Senor to make contact with her. That way, I can ensure my own safety to the greatest extent. This place isolates the Grey Fog's powers. If I were to really die, I probably won't be able to revive. Klein hid inside the grayish-white mill as he made his marionette speak in a hoarse voice. If you can get out, you can easily know that I began serving Master more than a month ago. He replied with Admiral of Blood's tone and experience, as though he was still alive. This was the acting principle of a marionettist. It allowed a marionette to have its own independent identity and setting. At the same time, Klein buried the keyword "get out" in preparation for the subsequent topic. In such a strange and mysterious town, he didn't have any thoughts of killing demonesses on sight. Ignoring the question of whether there were any good demonesses or if he had the strength to do so, just the fact that everyone was trapped here and needed to exchange relevant information to find a way out was enough for him to temporarily choose to coexist peacefully. The woman in the plain white robe chuckled. Not forgetting to act at all times. From the looks of it, you will soon digest the marionettist potion. A member of the secret order? She's very familiar with the seer pathway. The Demoness sect is a secret organization that was active in the Fourth Epoch. Even if she doesn't have close ties with the Zeradol and Antigonus families, she's definitely rather familiar with them. It's very normal for her to know about the seer pathway. Of course, that's on the premise that this lady is a demoness. Klein's heart stirred as he deliberately asked, is there no other possibility? He wanted to get information from the other organizations and people who had grasped the seer pathway. The beautiful and holy woman slowly walked forward. As she approached Admiral of Blood Senor, she smiled. It doesn't matter which organization you're a member of. We've been exiled here and imprisoned for almost all of eternity. The past is no longer important. What's important is the future. It's whether we can cooperate and find a way to leave this place. Failed. Klein made the Wraith reply, that's right. That's exactly what I was thinking. How should I address you? As the lady approached Señor, he could already smell a fresh and elegant fragrance with his marionette's sense of smell. And because of her words, he had a baffling image of them helping each other in such a perilous situation, abandoning their morals and using their bodies to warm their hearts. She really does sound like a demoness. After listening to her for some time, I find her voice somewhat familiar, but I can't recall it. Unfortunately, there's no way to use dream divination in such a situation. She'll be able to seize the moment when I'm in a daze. It's hard to predict the outcome. Klein frowned slightly. The beautiful and somewhat languid woman raised her hand to tuck her hair, making her petite and exquisite ears stand out. Panatia. What about you? Klein originally wanted to find a random identity to impersonate, such as the Aurora Order's Mr. X or the Death Announcer's second mate, Curtius. After all, he could use creeping hunger to mimic their powers. However, he eventually gave up on the disguise and directly said, German Sparrow. He didn't know when the Beyonder suspected to be a demoness had entered the foggy town, so he couldn't eliminate the possibility that she knew about Admiral of Blood's disappearance. Panatia nodded and changed the subject. How did you get in? Klein didn't hide anything as he used his marionette's mouth to say, that's right. I met a lady of unknown origin. She wore a hood, and her eyes seemed to hide the dark night, but she lacked spirituality. Panatia was silent for 2 seconds before speaking. She didn't go into detail. Instead, she smiled. What did you do? To actually make the Church of Evernight send him to deal with you? Panatia quietly changed her pronoun. He? Was the lady an angel or an ascetic from the church? Panatia seems to have a deep understanding of him. Klein's thoughts raced as he said vaguely, that's right. I infiltrated St. Samuel Cathedral in an attempt to steal a sealed artifact, but he did not go into the details because he did not know why he had met that lady. Klein believed that as an angel, it was impossible for the lady to always live behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's gate. There was nothing there that was worth an important figure at her level guarding it day and night. Is that so? He is indeed in the basement of Samuel Cathedral. Panatia seemed to have confirmed something. In the secret organization, St. Samuel Cathedral will remove the word holy. I have to pay attention to this detail in the future. Klein pondered over the other party's words. Panatia didn't continue the topic as she said with a faint smile, of course. All right, don't worry about the past. Just like I said, what's important is the future, how to escape. Klein took the opportunity to make Wraith Senior ask, what do you know about this place? Panatia glanced at the pitch-black steepled cathedral at the center of the town. This isn't reality, the spirit realm, or the astral realm. It's in some sort of hidden state. I've explored most of the places here, including the outskirts of the town, but I still haven't found any clues to leave. The only thing left is the church. Perhaps all the secrets are hidden there. Why don't you explore that place? Klein asked through his marionette's mouth. Panatia tugged at her pure white robe, which seemed to be torn in many places. My intuition tells me that there is great danger inside. At this point, she changed the topic. And now, there's a solution. Your marionette can help us scout ahead. Even if it's lost, it won't cause you any harm. Don't worry. As long as I can figure out the situation. Inside, I'll find you a better marionette. After all, it doesn't look like it can last much longer. You're right, but I don't trust you. After all, you're most likely a witch. Klein neither agreed nor refused. He took the opportunity to ask Señor. What else do I need to pay attention to here? Panatia pursed her lips. There are still many people who came here for various reasons, but they are all gone now. They're all gone? Klein's heart palpitated as he said, what happened? Panatia sighed faintly. I'm not sure about some of them. Some entered those houses due to hunger and ate a portion of the food. Then, they evaporated, instantly evaporating. And this time, the divination results indicate that they have lost their lives and have fallen into a deep slumber. In this foggy town, there's such a thing as being wiped and evaporated? Furthermore, it's no longer alive. Klein was alarmed as he thought of something else. He nearly blurted out, that's right. Don't you feel hunger? Afraid that it would cause an anomaly, he forcefully held back his mouth and made Xianxia ask from the side. How long have you been here? Panatia said with a smile and a sigh. Perhaps half a year. I've witnessed many people treat their own kind as food to continue living on. Thankfully, I need very little. Just a bit of food can allow me to survive for a very long time. And humans still have some food that won't harm their bodies. Having said that, she raised her hand and pointed at the crimson moon in the fog. Another thing to take note of is that when the crimson moon turns clear, this place will change and become extremely dangerous. I've been severely injured because of this. Having said that, she pointed at a tear in her pure white robe. Klein subconsciously made Xianxia cast his gaze over and saw that the tear was at the collarbone. He could see the white skin and a bone-deep wound beneath. At that moment, the skin underwent a change as dense mysterious patterns and dark, sinister colors appeared. Klein's thoughts exploded as ravings and screams resounded in his mind. At the same time, his breathing became difficult as his body rapidly weakened. He couldn't help but collapse to the ground as he coughed violently. Then, he saw a pure white robe and 2 straight female legs. He saw Panatia. The lady had already entered the grayish-white mill. Looking at the struggling German sparrow, the corners of her mouth widened bit by bit, revealing her neat, snow-white teeth and the blood-colored tendrils of flesh hanging in the gaps. She whispered, "Got you. P.S. Update first before making changes." Mobile version of the fastest updated website. That was why some books had a full set of avatars, but we didn't. We had to wait for Qidian to do it. I was mainly responsible for this. Also, Mysteries had 2 promotional events in the early stages. One was on the 3rd or 5th of April, when the book was just released, and it gave me 50,000 bookmarks. The other was on the 2nd or 3rd day of the book's release. There was a promotional event that added the book list, tipped the book, and unlocked recommendations. So, please don't say anything about suppressing me. As a platinum author, I still had some face. Also, the physical book was from the publishing company. It had nothing to do with Qidian. Of course, after the Starlight points were earned, the related benefits would take so long. How long could a book be written? How long could a book have a lifespan? Mysteries would last at most 2 years. It had already been more than a year. If I waited another 6 months, it would almost be over. What was the point? As for the product side, the character ranking list, the Starlight points, all kinds of pay-to-win activities, and the 100 Rivers plan, didn't they think about whether they had the ability to complete it? Got you. Invisible threads extended forward as Panatia spoke, quickly wrapping around German Sparrow's body as though she was trying to bind him into a cocoon. At this moment, the figure in the black clergyman's robe suddenly shrank, turning into a paper figurine covered in rust. Klein's figure appeared outside the grayish-white mill as he ran deep into the town. He was someone who had survived the eternal blazing sun's true form. He naturally had a certain level of resistance against the spirit-body impact and the tendency of losing control brought about by his mythical creature form. Furthermore, Panatia wasn't a complete mythical creature. Therefore, even without the gray fog's help, Klein quickly extricated himself from his chaotic thoughts. As he repressed the mutation that was about to erupt in his body, he collapsed after realizing that he had unknowingly contracted a disease. He used a violent cough as a cover to use paper figurine substitutes. Paper figurines weren't mystical items. They didn't even have any spirituality, therefore, Klein wasn't worried that they would trigger a reaction from the course seal behind Cheney's skate. Therefore, he carried quite a number of them with him. And before Klein began sprinting, he rubbed his right thumb and middle finger, igniting the flour piled up in the mill. Boom, the flames lit up as the dust exploded, throwing the millstone out and overturning the windmill outside. Panatia's figure also shattered inch by inch amidst the strong winds and countless crimson splashes. It was as though she was only a mirror. Almost at the same time, her figure in a pure white robe appeared behind Klein. Her loosely tied-up hair flared up as it extended forward in a frenzy. As Klein snapped his fingers to ignite the leaves by the side of the road, he controlled Admiral of Blood Seigneur to use Mirror Leap to appear on the window of the 2-story residential building beside Panatia. Then, he attempted to make his figure appear in the beautiful but terrifying woman's eyes to complete the wraith possession. With a leap, scarlet flames surged upwards and enveloped Klein's body, causing him to vanish from the spot and reappear in the flames dozens of meters away. As for Panatia's gem-like eyes, it was as though there were mirrors hidden in them, reflecting figures wearing old triangular hats and dark red coats. They overlapped each other and fell into chaos. Klein had Senor break away from the window without hesitation. He transformed into his werewolf form and charged toward the demoness at high speed. Yes, Klein had already confirmed that Panatia was a witch, a demigod-level witch at that. The strands of black hair, together with the invisible thin threads, rose up and formed an exaggerated spider web, suddenly enveloping Senor, whose body was covered with thick short hair. However, the moment they made contact, Admiral of Blood's figure instantly turned transparent and faded away. He allowed the abnormally long black hair and the illusory demoness threads to pass through him, making it difficult for him to attach to him, much less bind him. Resentment soul transformation. Humph. Panatia's expression didn't change at all as she let out a snort. Suddenly, the thick hair and illusory threads that made contact with Senor burst into a deep and silent black flame. They used their spirituality as fuel, turning the wraith into a torch. Pa. 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 Admiral of Blood Senor was burned back into his werewolf form. He was burned to pieces as his limbs and flesh fell to the ground. A Sequence 5 wraith had completely vanished just like that. And at this moment, Klein had already snapped his fingers and jumped into different fire pillars. With the marionette's sacrifice, he fled deep into the town. In just a few blinks, he had opened up a distance of several hundred meters from Panatia. Suddenly, Klein realized that his forehead was churning. His lungs seemed to turn into a blacksmith's bellows. Every breath he took produced a clear sound as well as hot air. Due to the impact of his incomplete mythical creature form, he had used paper figurine substitutes rather late. He wasn't able to swap out the infected ailment, and all he did was share a certain amount of damage. Klein originally believed that he could forcefully escape Panatia's influence, but to his surprise, his condition worsened faster than he expected. Furthermore, despite having fled several hundred meters away, he didn't show any signs of escaping the source of the infection. Plop! Just as Klein was about to continue using Flaming Jump, his legs suddenly went limp. Without successfully snapping his fingers, he collapsed to the ground. Right on the heels of that, he heard Panatia's gentle and pleasant laughter. Even if you escape to the other side of this town, you won't be able to escape my plague. You have to know that back in Bakeland, the entire East Borough was enveloped by the plague fog I created. And apart from the farthest Empress Borough and West Borough, other places were affected. She's that Lady Despair who worked together with Mr. A. She's one of the true murderers of the Great Smog of Bakeland. Klein was enlightened as he realized that his condition was rather serious. Although it wasn't fatal, the uncontrollable coughing prevented him from using many of his Beyonder powers. Panatia walked over step by step as her beautiful eyes were dyed with an indescribable layer of blood. It was as though a wanderer who had been starving for days had finally seen a piece of steak that was sizzling with oil. In her hand was what remained of Senor's body and 2 severed limbs. This seemed to be her food reserves. Your snapping wasn't bad. I believe those 2 fingers must have tasted pretty good. Panatia looked at the distant German sparrow who was coughing on the ground as she spoke with a maniacal tone. Just as she said that, she raised her hand and stuffed Senor's index finger into her mouth. She bit down on it until it cracked, bit by bit. Klein's vision blurred as he saw this scene. It was as though he felt a similar intense pain in his finger. At that moment, he knew that Lady Despair Panatia was already half mad. This was because she had eaten too much beyond her flesh. Although with her mysticism knowledge, she would definitely wait for the Beyonder characteristic to appear before eating it. The dead were imprisoned here without any food. They could only target each other, so they would definitely become more and more abnormal and crazy. How could there not be any problems after eating so much of such food? Just as Klein was feeling a little desperate as he thought of a way to save himself, the crimson moonlight in front of him suddenly brightened. He saw a look of horror on Panatia's face. Without any hesitation, she changed directions and rushed into a nearby house, slamming the door. Klein felt his condition weaken significantly as he hurriedly looked up into the sky. He saw that the crimson moon had penetrated the fog and was illuminating the town in a clear and tranquil manner. His heart stirred as he recalled Panatia's words. He immediately struggled and staggered to the other side of the house, not forgetting to lock the door. When the crimson moon turns clear, there will be changes here. It will become extremely dangerous. P.S. Thank you, loyal Silver Alliance servant, Wang Kai. Also, I spent quite a bit of time communicating with Qidian about the character's peripherals. This chapter is rather short on words, so I hope everyone can understand. I'll update first before making any changes. Yes, the product said that there was a problem with the outsourcing. They are too lazy and only know how to draw Oriental styles. Anyway, just listen to it. My suggestion is to either bring it out in June or switch to outsourcing. They said that they will communicate with me about the exact date. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, After rushing into the house and closing the door, Klein realized that the curtains behind the windows had been tightly shut the entire time. Only the crimson moonlight seeped in weakly, illuminating the room. He couldn't be bothered to make further observations as he found a wooden chair and sat down. He attempted to enter cogitation to calm his repressed inclination towards his body's mutation. Since he had witnessed a Saint Beyonder's incomplete mythical creature form, how could he withstand it so easily? This wasn't the mysterious space above the gray fog that had its own recovery effects, as Klein's mental resistance was relatively high in this aspect. He was able to extricate himself from the chaos of his thoughts and barely control his inclination towards losing control, allowing him to complete his escape. However, this didn't mean that the problem had been resolved. He sat there, relying on cogitation and his control over his emotions to resist the waves of crazed thoughts. During this process, he heard his facial bones emit cracking sounds. He saw his black hair grow and thicken uncontrollably as his chest protruded from his clothes. Granules that resembled granulation protruded from the surface of his skin. After nearly 30 seconds, Klein finally exhaled and relaxed a little. He had completely extricated himself from the influence of Panatia's incomplete mythical creature form. He had even gained some knowledge that she was at a level that had despair as its core. She was good at creating and spreading plagues. As a result of witnessing a mythical creature, one's inclination towards madness and body mutation will not only show signs of losing control of one's own pathway, but it will also come with the characteristics of the other party's sequence. Back then, I was nearly roasted by the eternal blazing sun, and this time, I nearly became a demoness. Klein looked down at his present state, allowing his skin, chest, and hair to return to their original state. If he wasn't a faceless, apart from the granules slowly shrinking back into his body, he would have to rely on external forces to resolve the rest. Without the time to sigh or analyze the situation, Klein slowly stood up and cast his gaze at the tightly shut dark-colored curtains in a bid to figure out his present situation. His expression suddenly changed because he heard a clamor of murmurs on the streets outside. At that instant, he felt that apart from him and Lady Despair Panatia, the empty town suddenly had many residents. They walked through the streets and alleys, greeting each other and discussing whether to only buy bread or to be extravagant and buy a pound of beef. The foggy town suddenly came to life. However, the indistinct figures did not attempt to enter the houses on both sides of the street. They seemed to be walking back and forth on the street. It was hard to believe that they were speaking. It was closer to the low growls of beasts. Klein could not imagine what the scene outside was like. He only knew that this was a danger that even a demigod-level demoness had to avoid. He retracted his gaze and pondered for a few seconds. I can't go out, but I can't stay here either. Who knows when the crimson moon in the sky will be covered by the fog again, allowing Panatia to regain her freedom of movement. When that happens, I won't be able to escape at such a close distance. But if we don't go out, how are we going to move? In the silence, Klein slowly turned around and faced the pitch-black, ancient steepled church. According to Lady Despair Panatia, the church was the only area she didn't dare explore. It was as though entering it was the only way to escape her hunt. Of course, Panatia wasn't necessarily telling the truth, but Klein believed that she wouldn't lie about such matters. This was because in her eyes, he was a prey, a delicacy. Furthermore, Panatia had already used her verbal skills and her charm to lure him in, designing a trap and preparing to hunt him. With a demigod's confidence, it was unlikely for her to divulge any more information. In addition, telling the truth was the safest and most worrisome choice. There was no need to worry that her prey would sense a lie and escape ahead of time. Unless her half-mad state causes her to habitually lie, there shouldn't be any problems. With no other choice, Klein quickly made up his mind. He immediately lowered his left hand, turning creeping hunger transparent. Although he knew that traveling was useless, he still held on to a sliver of hope. This was because the crimson moon was in its clearest state. Without any concealment, it was as round as a silver plate. Every time this happened, Mr. Dorr would be able to transmit his cries for help from the spot he was lost to the ears of his descendants. It wasn't impossible for traveling to be enhanced and for an anomaly to happen. Klein's figure rapidly faded away and vanished. A few seconds later, he appeared where he originally was. I can't enter the spirit world, and I can't even sense it. The beyonder power of traveling is only a third of its effectiveness. It can barely be used as invisibility. Klein mumbled to himself as he summarized the experience and lessons he had learned. He found a question in it. However, the body's fading and transparency brought about by traveling is based on the uniqueness of the spirit world. Why is it effective? Klein pondered for about 10 seconds and had a vague guess. Everyone must have a connection with the spirit world. This is because an astral projection is always inside, allowing them to obtain all kinds of abstract information. This is the principle behind divination and revelation. So, when we are transformed into a state of concealment, our connection with the spirit world is also included. This can explain why we can still use the uniqueness of the spirit world, but we can't enter it. It's because the former is already part of concealment. Yes, I didn't have the time to think before attempting flaming jump and succeeded. This also requires the use of the uniqueness of the spirit world. After confirming this point, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in an attempt to light the remaining half of the candle in the neighboring house. He wanted to use flaming jump to shuttle through the neighboring houses and approach the steepled cathedral step by step. When the crimson moon was covered by the fog, he would decide if he wanted to take the risk and hide in it based on this situation. With a whoosh, the candle in the neighboring house lit up with a scarlet flame. It slowly expanded and illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, the street outside suddenly became abnormally quiet. The beast-like growls had all vanished, the figures pacing back and forth on the street seemed to have all turned towards him, casting their gazes at the window where the candlelight shone through. Klein's forehead broke out into a cold sweat. He didn't dare to leap over. He instinctively snapped his fingers again and extinguished the candle flame. After a brief silence, the noisy murmurs reappeared as the indistinct figures continued pacing back and forth. Only then did Klein heave a sigh of relief. He raised his right hand and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He realized that he had unknowingly made a few mistakes after entering the foggy town. In such a dangerous and bizarre environment, he hadn't divined if he should light the candle in the neighboring house. My spiritual intuition should have warned me, but it didn't happen. From the looks of it, my spiritual intuition and danger premonition aren't able to be enhanced after the gray fog is screened. Now, I'm only slightly stronger than a marionettist of the same level, but I'm far from being a freak. And it's because of this that I was led by Panatia's instigator powers. When I looked at her wound, I didn't have any premonitions of danger. Instead, I subconsciously felt that it wasn't a big problem with a marionette in between us. Klein temporarily didn't have the time to review the battle from before. He placed his attention back on the matter of approaching the steepled cathedral without leaving the house. He examined the beyonder powers of himself and the mystical items. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he found a solution. This solution stemmed from a traveler's door opening that he thought was the most useless. Under normal circumstances, this beyonder power would be completely overpowered by teleportation, but in this mysterious and bizarre foggy town, it was even more useful by relying on the uniqueness of the spirit world. Klein wasn't in a rush to take action. He took out the gold coin that Wraith Senior originally resided in and used divination to inquire about his spirituality. He received the answer that he needed to pass through the wall. And without being able to directly obtain a revelation from the spirit world, he could only choose to believe in himself. He immediately walked to the wall that was shared with the neighboring house and pressed his hands on it. Silently, Klein passed through the stone wall and entered the neighboring house. He followed the row of houses until he came to the last one. And according to his initial impression of the town, he wasn't far from the steepled cathedral. He needed at most 2 flaming jumps to reach it. At this moment, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the dark-colored curtains hadn't weakened. He could vaguely see figures coming and going like they were leading a normal life. With no way to move, all Klein could do was sit down on a wooden chair that was a distance away from the window. It was nearly pitch black with deep shadows. Only at this moment did he have the time to recall the various details of his encounter with the demoness, Panatia. She's actually the murderer who single-handedly created the Great Smog of Bakeland. Tens of thousands of people died because of her, and even more people suffered the pain of losing their loved ones. Old Kohler, who worked hard to stay alive, Mrs. Liv, who did her best to raise her 2 daughters. Klein closed his eyes, raised his head, and took a deep breath. He forced himself to extricate himself from the sudden surge of anger and hatred as he calmly examined the matter from before. It's a pity that I didn't get Senor to wear the flower of blood ring, otherwise, he would have been able to struggle a little more. However, there's nothing I can do about it. While possessing me, wearing the Rose Bishop's corresponding ring and entering Cheney's gate is equivalent to self-destructing. The only mystical item I can use now is creeping hunger. Inside it are zombie, Baron of Corruption, Desire Apostle, and Traveler. Right, I should try to see if I can contact the gray fog while the crimson moon is clear and pray. No, I can confirm that even through a marionette, I'll still be affected by the demoness bewitchment and instigation powers. Since Panatia can spread the plague on a large scale, why didn't she do a blanket attack? Why did she wait until I lost control of her incomplete mythical creature form and exposed my location before spreading the plague? Yes, she definitely can do it. The Great Smog of Bakeland is proof. There are 2 explanations. First, it's because I was personally sent here by that angel, making her place a high priority on me. She's worried that spreading the plague ahead of time will trigger my spiritual premonition. Second, she's afraid of something and doesn't dare to spread the plague on a large scale. If it's the latter, there are other dangers here. Amidst his thoughts, Klein's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered as he felt a chill run down his spine. Almost at the same time, he saw the deep shadows that blanketed his body and the surroundings suddenly shrink inwards, drilling into his nostrils, mouth, and ears. P.S. First update, then make changes. Also, the single chapter from before was deleted normally. This is my habit. I only keep the summary of each novel, so that friends who aren't following the novel won't end up with a single chapter after a few chapters. That would be too out of character. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. At that moment, the shadow seemed corporeal. It was cold and moist, instantly binding Klein inside, turning him into a mosquito in amber. Klein's figure was immediately flattened and squeezed, degenerating into a soft piece of paper that quickly rotted into mud. Paper figurine substitutes. Having sensed the danger ahead of time, he had used paper figurine substitutes in time. His figure in a black clergyman's robe appeared at the other end of the dining table. He opened his mouth, about to let out a bang. At that moment, Klein's mind suddenly went into a trance. He felt everything around him turn blurry and unclear. He instantly understood that he had been forcefully pulled into a dream, and he also used this to confirm one point. His ability to maintain lucidity and rationality in an abnormal dream had long solidified into a characteristic of himself. He no longer needed the gray fog. After a slight struggle, Klein immediately woke up. He saw the shadows in the room slowly surging towards him like a tidal wave. Bang! He opened his mouth and created an air bullet with extremely strong penetrative power. When the bullet hit the shadow, it blasted open a huge empty space. The shadows around the empty space immediately surged over like water, filling it up and restoring everything to its original state. Klein took this opportunity to roll to the side. He made the glove on his left hand turn pale and dyed it a dark green. With a smack, the spot where he had been was struck by a blob of flesh and blood that flew out of the shadow. It was covered in a dark red carpet that was covered in strange mold. Vaguely, Klein felt that he had been weakened. Without thinking too deeply about it, he immediately made the soles of his feet emit a layer of ice that emanated a cold aura. White frost condensed and quickly froze the shadow. Beneath the translucent crystal, the pitch black distorted and squirmed as though it was oil with a life of its own. Zombie's ice seal. Klein rolled again and changed his position. At the same time, he made his glove protrude black particles that were deep and dark. Right on the heels of that, he straightened his body and faced the shadow under the layer of ice. He spat out a word in the devil language that was filled with filth. Slow down. Suddenly, Klein saw that the movement of the shadow had slowed down, appearing extremely stiff. However, his own thoughts had also become sluggish, and he was unable to follow up with a follow-up attack. His language of foulness had been distorted. It was clearly targeted at the shadow, but it had been distorted to the entire living room, affecting him. In just a breath's time, Klein broke free from the slow state. Without thinking, he rushed to the dining table, picked up a plate with half a steak, and threw it at the shadow. During this process, although the glove on his left hand remained dark, it gave off an evil and noble feeling. Bribe. He was using the steak to bribe the enemy, weakening their attack, defense, and control abilities. At this moment, the shadow suddenly retreated to the corner of the wall, causing the plate to smash into the melting ice and shatter into many pieces. Then, the shadow surged upwards and transformed into a pitch-black figure wearing a hooded robe. In the palm of this figure, there was already a transparent and blurry book, accompanied by a distant and ethereal chant. I came, I saw, and I recorded. Just as the chant sounded, the book quickly flipped, producing a blazing white flaming spear in front of it. Mr. A? Has he gone completely mad? In such an environment, he actually dares to use fire-type Beyonder powers? Klein's heart tightened as his thoughts raced. He hurriedly rushed towards the other party and dragged his left hand behind him. Creeping hunger was quickly dyed with a dark and deep color that was filled with the aura of depravity. Then, it condensed into an exaggerated gigantic sword formed from scarlet magma and light blue flames. Dong. Klein took a heavy step forward, pulled his back, and moved his shoulder as he ferociously struck out with his left arm. The muscles on his arm bulged up as he brandished the sword of magma from the bottom up. Pfft. The gorgeous giant sword struck the flaming spear. Dazzling white, light blue, and scarlet light scattered in all directions at the same time, igniting the chairs and the curtains. The noisy murmurs on the streets outside had long disappeared. The indistinct figures had all turned towards him, and it was extremely quiet. After shattering the flaming spear, Klein bent his knee, knelt down on one leg, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Pa! All the flames in the room were extinguished. Klein didn't move again. He had a nagging feeling that there were countless gazes trying to penetrate the curtains in search of abnormalities. The hooded man formed from the shadow similarly didn't move. He, who had been in a frenzy a moment ago, seemed to sense an indescribable horror slowly approaching. In the dark room that only had some crimson moonlight, Klein and the other party were kneeling on one knee, while the other was standing against the wall. They looked like two stone statues. In the extreme and unbearable silence, time passed abnormally slowly. Klein had only silently counted 10 seconds before he had the illusion that an hour had passed. Finally, the beast-like growl sounded once again. It was intermittent, and the indistinct figures outside the window began walking again as they paced back and forth on the streets. Almost at the same time, Klein completed his initial control over his target's spirit-body threads. The hooded man's actions of pouncing forward instantly turned sluggish. Without any hesitation, Klein bent his body and circled around. He planned on using his opponent's high delay to interrupt his subsequent counterattack and slowly turn him into a puppet. At this moment, his nose suddenly felt itchy as he couldn't help but open his mouth. Achoo! Klein sneezed heavily as he lost control of his spirit-body threads. Furthermore, his throat began to hurt as his snot gradually formed. He had caught a cold during the intense battle. After suspecting that the other party was Mr. A, Klein had already been taking precautions against a demoness illness. This was because he had previously fought with Mr. A and suffered greatly from this ability. However, in the battle where he didn't have the time to think, he had miscalculated something. His physique had already deteriorated significantly from the true demoness Panatia's plague. He wasn't able to last until the puppet's transformation was complete, and he didn't even have the chance to deepen his initial control and launch a lethal attack with air bullet. Achoo! As Klein sneezed, he rolled around. At the same time, he switched creeping hunger to the Baron of Corruption state. He attempted to use his distortion powers on himself to see if he could reduce the effects of his cold. Of course, thanks to his bribe, his illness wasn't considered serious. It only affected his control of his spirit-body threads, but it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't fight. While rolling, Klein saw from the corner of his eye that the enemy had extricated himself from his shadow state. The hood slid down, revealing a beautiful female face. It was none other than Mr. A. This oracle of the Aurora Order had actually survived to this day in such a harsh environment. However, his eyes were already blood red. He looked at Klein as though he was looking at a sumptuous delicacy. He didn't hide the hunger that came from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Klein didn't feel depressed at all. This was because he still had the strength to fight. He wasn't most worried about Mr. A, but that the increasingly intense battle between the two parties would create flames that would attract the dangerous existences outside. When that happened, it would be difficult for the two of them to escape death, hunger. The intense hunger has already made Mr. A lose his rationality. He no longer cares about the figures on the streets. If he can alleviate his hunger a little, he'll likely stop attacking and patiently wait for the crimson moon to be covered by the fog again. Give him some food? As his thoughts raced, Klein nearly cut off a piece of his flesh and threw it at him. Thankfully, he thought of something in time. He had food on him. It was a dried mushroom made by Frank Lee. It was said to be a hybrid of beef and a bit of Rose Bishop's flesh. As long as there was fish and water, it could continue to reproduce. As this was already a new species on a microscopic level, it no longer had any substantial relationship with a Rose Bishop. Therefore, Klein had placed it together with common herbal powders such as slumber flowers. He didn't take it out because he wasn't worried that it would cause any changes to the core seal behind Cheney's gate. Achoo! Another sneeze and another roll. Klein had already taken out a dried mushroom and thrown it at Mr. A. Perhaps the smell of beef had attracted him, or perhaps the Rose Bishop had sensed something, but Mr. A immediately stopped flipping through the illusory book. He caught the mushroom, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. The hunger in his eyes gradually lessened, but the way he looked at Klein remained unchanged. With two whooshing sounds, Klein threw the remaining dried mushrooms over. Mr. A caught them one by one and ate them all without hesitation. His gaze finally eased as he looked at the indistinct figures pacing outside the window. Step by step, he retreated to a corner and melted into the shadows. Phew! Klein silently exhaled and retreated to another corner of the wall. Mr. A actually isn't dead. I have to say that in such an environment, a Rose Bishop's powers are indeed of great help. Just the flesh and blood stored in advance and eating myself can last for a very long time. Of course, Mr. A hasn't been killed by Lady of Despair Panatia. That's enough to indicate his strength. However, the demigod beyond her powers he recorded must have been used up. As Klein thought, he deliberated over his words, hoping to get some information from Mr. A. Did you find any clues to leave? There was silence. Mr. A didn't respond at all. He's so crazy that he can't communicate? Klein pondered for 2 seconds before saying a name. Leo Master. This was the name of the Aurora Order's Saint of Darkness with a split personality. After a brief silence, Mr. A's slightly hoarse voice finally sounded. Was he sent in as well? Indeed, only matters regarding the Aurora Order can garner a response. Klein said frankly, no. He's trapped in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Without waiting for Mr. A to say a word, he continued, why didn't you enter that cathedral? Mr. A said in a hoarse and muffled voice, that place is very dangerous, it's the same outside. It's equally dangerous. It's the same outside. It's equally dangerous. All the dangers originate from there. All the people who disappeared will reappear under the bloody moon. Before he finished his sentence, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the curtains suddenly turned extremely dim. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, As the crimson moonlight suddenly dimmed, a corresponding thought surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon has been concealed by the fog again. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, the moving figures outside the dark-colored curtains vanished as though they had evaporated. The beast-like growls also came to a halt. The environment here has been restored to its previous state. Demoness of Despair Panatia can move normally again. Mr. A also doesn't need to worry about the dangers outside. He can attack crazily and hunt for prey. Klein instantly made a judgment as he raised his right index finger and ignited the leaves of a tree dozens of meters away. He wanted to distance himself from Mr. A to prevent the disease from infecting him further. At the same time, he could decide if he wanted to take the risk of entering the ancient cathedral based on this situation. With regards to the present situation, Klein already had a preliminary plan. It was to attempt to use Mr. A, who had various powers and extraordinary strength, to divert the attention of the terrifying demoness Panatia. After all, to the latter, a shepherd and a nimble-right master were essentially the same in terms of meat quality. They could both fill her stomach, so she would definitely target the easier prey. When the time came, a battle between the two would erupt. Klein would seek an opportunity to snipe Panatia. Just as the crimson flame surged and enveloped Klein's figure, he saw Mr. A transform into a shadow once again and blend into the surroundings. It was unknown where he had gone. He ran. He ran. Aren't you the crazy Mr. A? Shouldn't you continue pursuing your prey? Why did he run? Klein's gaze turned cold as he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His figure then disappeared in the flow of flames and appeared in the flames dozens of meters away. Just as Klein leaped out of the flames, his forehead burned once again. His lungs turned heavy as he found it difficult to breathe. Plague, demoness of despair. Panatia's plague had spread over. In Klein's eyes, the beautiful woman in a pure white robe had floated in midair at some point in time as she walked towards him. Beneath Panatia's feet were countless transparent threads that formed a spiderweb. They were connected to the surrounding houses and trees, covering half the street. In the eyes of this demigod demoness, the intense hunger had receded. There was no longer any obvious redness in her eyes. She looked at Gehrman Sparrow with a look of madness and mockery, as though she wanted to make him lose the ability to resist bit by bit, making him experience the deepest and most painful despair. Klein held back his coughing and snapped his fingers again, causing a tree near the steepled cathedral to burst into scarlet flames. His figure was immediately engulfed by the flames and quickly faded. He flashed to the tree and appeared in the gorgeous fireworks that were swaying in and out of the tree. Right on the heels, Klein leaped to the ground and quickly rolled to the side of the ancient cathedral. At this moment, his body suddenly turned cold. He saw that a thick layer of ice had formed on his legs, thighs, and abdomen. The surrounding area was covered in white frost, and the temperature dropped sharply. Klein gritted his teeth and controlled the horror in his heart. According to the plan, he calmly extended his hands and pressed them against the wall. The creeping hunger on his left palm had already turned transparent. Silently, Klein passed through the pitch-black, thick wall and entered the steepled cathedral. At the spot he was originally at, a black fireball was a little slower and struck the corner of the wall. It rippled out like water, burning the nearby frost and weeds clean. At this moment, the crows flying around the steeple of the ancient cathedral opened their beaks. Wah! 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 Panatia stopped in her tracks as she looked at the dark cathedral in front of her. Bit by bit, she revealed a look of fear. Inside the cathedral, Klein, who had passed through the wall, was first blinded by the environment that was slightly darker than the outside world. Then, as the frost melted, he adapted to the faint light and was able to see the scene in front of him clearly. As far as his eyes could see, there were figures hanging in the air one after another. They were all humans. Some of them wore classic black robes, while others wore brown jackets. Some wore fluffy skirts, while others wore tattered clothes, making them look like beggars. Some of them had boorish looks, while others were handsome and masculine. Some had exquisite and beautiful facial features, while others were young and adorable. They didn't look alike at all. No, they still had something in common. They were like meat being air-dried. They hung from a height with their heads drooped and their eyes rolled back as they swayed. Klein's scalp tingled as he no longer doubted Panatia and Mr. A's description of how dangerous this place was. He pressed his back against the wall, planning on immediately opening the door to escape if there were any changes to avoid danger. Once he was discovered by the demoness of despair, he would pass through the wall again to avoid her attacks. He would repeat this to ensure his safety. Whoosh, a cold wind blew in the cathedral as the figures and corpses that were hanging in midair turned to face Klein. Their collars seemed to be attached to ropes as their heads remained drooped. Klein drew a cold gasp as he pressed his left palm against the wall. At this moment, the figures began swaying like wind chimes. They opened their mouths and let out sounds that sounded like ravings. Hornacis. Phlegria, Hornacis. Phlegria, Hornacis. Fleegria, these voices reverberated and merged into one, drilling into Klein's ears. It gave him an abnormally familiar feeling. These were the ravings he had heard after his previous advancements. They actually came from here, from the foggy town, from the corpses hanging in midair inside the ancient cathedral. At that moment, not only did Klein's scalp tingle, but his entire body was trembling. Could the source of this foggy town really be the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, the evaporated nation of the Evernight? Don't tell me I really went up the mountain? However, why doesn't the same ravings bring about a stabbing pain in the head or a tendency to lose control in this cathedral? Klein hissed as he opened and clenched his fists, clenched and opened them again, resisting the urge to pass through the wall. Since he was already here and had already seen the source of the ravings, he believed that escaping wasn't the solution. Regardless, a simple probe was necessary. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was happening if something abnormal happened to his body. After quickly divining with a gold coin, Klein tapped his molars and activated his spirit vision. He looked at the dense number of figures hanging in midair and saw that their spirituality was converged. The aura colors seemed normal, but they exuded a dull feeling. Aura colors. They aren't dead yet? Klein frowned slightly as he deactivated his spirit vision. Right on the heels of that, he pinched the first joint of his index finger twice with his left thumb in preparation to observe his spirit body threads. At a glance, Klein's pupils dilated. This was because the spirit body threads of the swaying figures hanging from high above were extremely special. Their respective illusory black threads extended out from their bodies, but they gathered in the same direction, the highest point of the ancient cathedral. There was no exception. In Klein's vision, they were like corpses being hung up by spirit body threads. Before Klein had the time to consider what this meant, he suddenly saw a scene from the corner of his eye. His spirit body threads were floating upwards on their own, extending towards the highest point of the cathedral, extending towards the source of the hanging figures. This was the first time Klein was seeing spirit body threads take action without anyone controlling them. They were like metal that had encountered a magnet as they floated upwards uncontrollably. The fastest thread was already reaching its destination. Klein didn't dare imagine the outcome after all his spirit body threads gathered there. He suspected that he would turn into bacon that was waiting to be dried up. He would be hung up in midair and let out the ravings of Hornacis. Fleegria. With the wind. If it were most Beyonders, they would only consider leaving the cathedral and see if they could interrupt the process of their spirit body threads being absorbed. However, Klein was different. He was a marionettist. With a thought, he directly controlled his spirit body threads and pulled them back one by one. After nearly 30 seconds, Klein finally completed this matter. However, his spirit body thread still had a tendency to drift upwards. He had to constantly pay attention and resist it. This is one of the dangers lurking in this ancient cathedral? Klein slowly took a deep breath and stopped sticking close to the wall. Step by step, he walked deeper into the cathedral. Above him, the figures swayed as though they were looking down at him. After walking about 20 to 30 meters, Klein finally saw something else. It was the pitch-black altar that belonged to the cathedral. On top of the altar stood a stone statue. After taking a few steps forward, Klein clearly saw the statue's appearance. It was in the form of a female human, but there were two beast legs growing out from her ribs and waist. They were covered in short, thick, and hard black fur. In addition, the stone sculpture was surrounded by thin black ribbons that extended out like tentacles. At the feet of the stone sculpture, there were souls slumbering, as though they were stars that clustered around it. Klein moved his gaze and looked at the head of the stone statue. He saw a beautiful face. This? Klein's gaze froze. He wasn't unfamiliar with that face because he had been sent here by her. This stone sculpture's face was identical to the eraser angel beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. She is actually related to this place. That's right. Her erasure is to send people here. It would be abnormal if it's unrelated. What does she have to do with the fourth epics nation of the Evernight located in the Hornacis mountain range? That mother of the sky? But if that's the case, why would she work for the church? Furthermore, this image is somewhat similar to the demonic wolf described by Little Sun. Many questions instantly flashed through Klein's mind. During this process, he slowly shifted his gaze to other places, searching for other possible clues. A few seconds later, Klein discovered a figure. It wasn't hanging in midair, but sitting diagonally behind the sculpture. P.S. It's the last 2 days of May. Requesting for monthly votes. It'll be a waste if you don't vote. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Sitting diagonally behind the statue was an elder in a black robe. He wore a hood, and his head was hung low. His eyes were tightly shut, and the white beard by his mouth was long and dense. It was as though it hadn't been trimmed in years, making it impossible to discern his original appearance. And in Klein's eyes, the bearded elder was even stranger than the figures hanging in midair. After his spirit body threads extended out from his body, they didn't float high into the sky to gather at the spot that seemed to hide a magnet. Instead, they circled around his body and returned to where they came from. The source and destination combined into one. Ordinary spirit body threads originated from a living being's body, and they extended in different directions until they reached infinity. The source of the spirit body threads of the figures hanging from above didn't change, but the destination of the spirit body threads was concentrated at the top of the ancient cathedral. It was obvious that there was a problem. Is this the reason why he isn't hung up? Or could it be that this is his way of avoiding the danger inside the cathedral? As Klein controlled his spirit body threads to resist the inclination to float upwards, he muttered to himself and guessed at the reason. Suddenly, he saw a pair of eyes. The eyes were pitch black like a lusterless water surface. The elder sitting diagonally behind the statue opened his eyes. He's still alive. Klein subconsciously took a step back and arched his body slightly, raising his left palm to block in front of him. In the indescribable silence and tension that made one's heart palpitate, the eyes of the old man with a pale beard moved slightly. His mouth was half closed as he spoke in a muffled voice. He half closed his mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Finally, another seer has come here, again? Other beyonders of the seer pathway have once entered this cathedral?" "That's right. Apart from the people who were erased by the eraser angel, the creatures that disappeared at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods would also appear here. Among them might be a few beyonders of the seer pathway who are attempting to find mermaids in those waters or have successfully advanced and are preparing to leave." Seeing that the other party didn't immediately attack him and had the inclination to communicate, Klein forcefully calmed his emotions and asked in thought, "Why do you say that?" The black-eyed, white-bearded, hooded old man did not respond directly. Instead, he asked in a muffled voice, "Do you wish to escape this place? I can tell you the method." Klein wasn't moved as he immediately asked, "Then why are you still here?" Since he knew the way to escape from this foggy town, why would he still stay in this dangerous church? The old man lowered his head and let out a laugh. "Because I died a long time ago." Klein's hair stood on end. He was speechless. In his eyes, this old man was not in existence in the form of a spirit. Seeing that there was no response, the elder slowly raised his head and glanced at Klein, who was dressed as a German sparrow. "I used my special beyonder powers to find the void of this world's history and fate. I sliced out my image and fixed it here, maintaining it until now. As for my body and spirit, they have long died and dissipated. This ability is incredible." Klein couldn't verify its authenticity, so he could only change the topic. "Then why did you guide the seers who entered this place on how to escape?" The elder's voice was still muffled. "After you open the door, the history and fate of this place will change. The image I sliced out will also disappear. When that happens, you will see a jar of ashes. I only wish that they will be scattered into the Srenzo River near the capital of Intis, Trier. That's my hometown, where I was born. Do you understand the name of this place? I don't know how much time has passed in the real world. I've been imprisoned here for at least 100 years. Klein replied frankly, "They still exist." "Very good." The elder nodded as though there was phlegm in his throat. Although Klein didn't really trust the person in front of him, he held on to the idea that knowing more would help him make a comprehensive judgment. He decided not to waste time, lest he was interrupted again. "Then how should I escape?" The elder remained sitting in his spot without any obvious movements. "Do you see the wall behind this statue? Is there a depression on it?" In fact, Klein didn't wish to do as he said. This was because he had previously been lured by Demonis Panatia and seen her incomplete mythical creature form, resulting in him being shocked and injured. However, he had planned on observing his surroundings to search for clues. Therefore, he carefully shifted his gaze and looked at the wall behind the stone statue. There were short and crude symbols engraved there, but there was an empty space in the middle. It wasn't connected to form a complete shape. The empty space was about the size of 2 palms. It was clearly sunken in, as though someone had dug away the stone bricks on the surface. As long as you can find the corresponding obsidian stone and place it here, you will be able to extricate this wall from its concealed state and reveal an illusory color. When the time comes, I'll tell you a complicated and special symbol. It's the key to opening the door on the wall. The bearded elder didn't turn his head as he looked straight ahead and explained in detail. Complicated and special symbol. Key to opening the door. As Klein listened to the ravings of Hornacius. Phlegria. Behind him, a symbol suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a vertical eye formed from many concealed symbols. It was the information that the Antigonus family's notebook had transmitted to him through the infected misfortune cloth puppet, and the Antigonus family seemed to have a close relationship with the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacius mountain range. Could this be the so-called key to opening the door? Klein retracted his gaze without batting an eyelid. He asked, why did all the seers from before fail? Sitting diagonally behind the statue, the hooded elder chuckled and said, some of them were as naggy as you. Some of them were as long-winded as you. They didn't have time to leave the church before the bloody moon became clear and were hung up there. The guy who made himself a handsome face was one of them. And the girl with flawless facial features was also one of them. Klein was nearly rendered speechless by the other party's teasing. However, he also learned something from this. When the crimson moon turned clear, the danger inside the cathedral would increase exponentially. Even a nimble rite master wouldn't be able to control their spirit-body threads. I have to constantly pay attention to the changes in light. Once the crimson moon turns clear, I'll pass through the wall. Klein looked around and confirmed that he was about 6 to 7 meters away from the pitch-black altar's outer wall. Then, he quickly came up with an emergency plan. The hooded elder didn't look up at him as he continued, the remaining ones weren't too lucky. The rest were unlucky. They encountered enemies who had lost their minds and only wanted food. They were eaten by them. As you know, there aren't many Beyonders of the Seer pathway to begin with. There are even fewer who can become nimble rite masters. Due to various reasons, the number of people who come here can be counted on one hand. Of course, there are many more who are lured here, but it's very difficult to enter. They are all. He didn't finish his sentence as he slowly raised his head and looked at the highest point of the ancient cathedral. Then, he said in a muffled voice, the outcome is equally tragic. What do you mean? If I didn't steal the notebook and had to follow the ravings of the corpses hanging in this cathedral, climbing the main peak of the Hornacius mountain range in search of the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family, wouldn't I be one of those who were lured here? It's very difficult to enter here, and the outcome is equally tragic. Klein's thoughts raced as he combined it with the dilapidated palace and translucent maggots he had seen with his divination. He began to suspect that the so-called treasure of the Antigonus family was a trap. He didn't bother to ask about the matter in detail as he first probed for more important information. Do you know where that obsidian rock is? The elder chuckled. It's in the hands of that demoness of despair. Demoness of despair. So Panatia is really the demoness of despair. Klein had previously addressed Panatia as such in secret, but that was because he knew that she was respectfully addressed as Lady Despair, and that she was definitely a demoness. Therefore, he had simply pieced the two situations together into a nickname. He never expected that a sequence 4 of the demoness pathway might really be called Demoness of Despair. Then it'll be very difficult for me to obtain that obsidian rock. She's a true demigod. Klein didn't hide his dilemma as he waited for the elder to give him a suggestion. The old man shook his head and said, I am a person who has died long ago, and the help I can provide is very little. Didn't you have a marionette when you entered? Yes, but it has already been eaten by the demoness of despair, Klein replied in a seemingly calm manner. The elder sighed and laughed. I'll help you summon him from this world's history. Just as he said that, Klein saw lines rapidly outlined beside him, depicting Admiral of Blood Seigneur in his triangular hat and dark red coat. As for the spirit-body threads, they were still under his control. Klein's pupils instantly shrank, and he heard the hooded old man's words. It can only last for half an hour. You must make good use of the time. I'll help you strengthen your connection a little and increase your control over your marionette. This way, you can make your marionette use your Beyonder powers and instantly swap places with him. Haha, the distance you can control and the characteristics of being alive will also be enhanced. Let my marionette use my Beyonder powers? This way, wouldn't I be able to use the powers of a faceless to make my marionette become another me? The perfect substitute? This is a demigod of the seer pathway? This is one of the powers of a bizarre sorcerer? The enemy would never know if they killed a real bizarre sorcerer? Also, to summon a marionette from history, that's completely unimaginable. Thoughts raced through Klein's mind as he found it difficult to calm down. The old man looked up at him and continued, "Give me a paper man." Klein frowned slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he took out a paper doll and handed it to the other party. The old man stretched out his withered hand, took the paper doll, and casually wiped it. Klein's headache, fever, nasal congestion, and swollen throat suddenly disappeared. The paper doll was stained with red rust and quickly became brittle and cracked. You used my paper doll to help me transfer the disease? Klein thought for a moment and finally asked, "Please forgive my rudeness just now. How should I address you?" The old man did not answer immediately. He sighed and said, "This is all I can offer." He paused and smiled vaguely. "You can call me, Zeradol. P.S. May is almost over, looking for monthly votes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, MF*CK. At that instant, upon hearing the elder's answer, Klein's mind was filled with vulgarities. Apart from that, there were no other thoughts that could appear. Zeradol, the leader of the secret order, a descendant of a powerful noble of the Fourth Epic Solomon Empire, the previous owner of the Antigonus family's notebook, a Beyonder navigator of Roselle the Great, a true high-sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway, a hidden existence of a miracle invoker a century or two ago, an angel that Rhodes believed had lost control and turned into a monster during his advancement to sequence one attendant of mysteries. Regardless of the description, it was an unbearable weight for Klein at present. This made him feel as though a character from a history textbook had jumped out of the textbook and walked right in front of him. He also felt that the surrounding air seemed to turn corporeal, piling up on him in layers, pressing down on his body and preventing him from breathing. Klein had once imagined that everything he had encountered, including his transmigration, stemmed from Zeradol's machinations. He suspected that he was the final boss he would eventually face, and now, he had met him ahead of time. "I'm only a sequence 5. Klein couldn't help but shout inwardly. At the same time, he began to suspect if the other party was really Zeradol. Zeradol is a surname that represents a powerful noble of the Fourth Epic Solomon Empire. In theory, in the past 2,000 years of history, there should be many Zeradols. Perhaps he's the grandfather, father, brother, or son of the secret order's leader mentioned in Roselle's notebook. Also, he just said that he has been dead for many years, and Rhodes and Snake of Mercury Septon have confirmed that the leader of the secret order, Zeradol, is still alive. He has only lost control and turned into a monster, becoming extremely crazy. Klein first tried to convince himself that the situation wasn't as bad as he imagined. This quickly calmed him down and gave him the ability to think more carefully. The Beyonder powers that Zeradol displayed didn't seem to be much, but every single one of them exceeded common sense. The parts related to history and fate were even more so. He's definitely not just a bizarre sorcerer. He might even be a sequence 3 or even a sequence 2. And there are never many angels of a pathway. This place is closely related to the nation of the Evernight that has vanished from the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Furthermore, there are ravings that can reach the ears of low and mid-sequence Beyonders of the seer pathway. Back then, after the leader of the secret order, Zeradol, obtained the Antigonus family's notebook through Roselle the Great, he appeared less and less. It's unknown what he was plotting. Could it be that he came to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range based on the notebook in search of the treasures left behind by the Antigonus family and obtained the sequence 1 attendant of mysteries potion formula and corresponding ingredients? In the mysticism world, consecutive coincidences often meant that there was a problem, that there was a certainty. If it's really that Zeradol, is the reason why he ultimately lost control and went crazy after being separated from himself and existing in the foggy town. As for the matter of long dead, there was a more reasonable explanation. The leader of the secret order, Zeradol, had said it himself. What is a miracle? Reviving from the dead is a miracle, and he is already a miracle invoker. As Klein's thoughts churned, the white-bearded elder who claimed to be Zeradol chuckled. From your reaction, do you know me? Klein's thoughts raced as he probed. I've heard of this surname before. I've once met Queen Mystic. I once met Queen Mystic and learned about the secret order and its leader from her, Meng Chao said. The old man nodded slightly. He did not give a definite answer, nor did he deny it. He smiled and asked vaguely, what other help do you need? Help. Klein recalled the Beyonder powers he had displayed and hesitated. Can you summon a fish from the outside world from the history of this hidden world? You can also summon one that has already become food. From his point of view, this wasn't impossible. After all, most of the foreigners who entered the town came from the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea, where the ruins of the Battle of Gods were. Perhaps some fish had been reared there, both as food reserves and to observe the changes in the environment. They would disappear at night because they didn't fall asleep. It was also possible that some explorer had just eaten a belly full of fish when they encountered night and didn't fall asleep in time. If that was the case, it wouldn't be inexplicable for the existence of fish from the outside world in the history of the foggy town. Zeradol looked up and glanced at Klein, who was dressed as a German sparrow. He didn't give an answer for a short period of time. A few seconds later, he leveled his gaze and said with a muffled voice, yes. Yes. Just as he said that, Admiral of Blood Senior produced a ball of crushed fish meat in his hand. It can only last for 45 minutes. When it's over, it'll be as if it had never been eaten, Zeradol added. It actually works. Klein increasingly felt that the powers of a high-sequence Beyonder of the Seer pathway were bizarre and terrifying. He originally wanted to say that there was nothing else he needed help with, but recalling how Zeradol was known to be a crafty existence and that everything he said and did was a question mark, he felt that he needed to prepare something. Amidst his thoughts, Klein decided to show a certain degree of greed to make Zeradol lower his evaluation of him, believing that he could easily be lured. After getting his marionette to put away the fish meat, his eyes darted around as he drew an indiscernible breath. I still need the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. Zeradol's attitude didn't change as he fell silent for a few seconds before chuckling. No problem, as long as you're willing to believe that I'm giving you the real formula. When you get back that obsidian rock, I'll give you the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, as well as the symbol to open the door. Sigh, to me, this isn't something I need to care about. As long as you can scatter my ashes back into the river of my homeworld. Klein listened in silence and couldn't help but ask, your level is definitely very high. Your status must be very high. If you scatter your ashes like this, it will pollute the entire river and create countless monsters. Zeradol laughed when he heard that. Very detailed. However, there's nothing special in my ashes. I've long lost them. As he spoke, he raised his head again and glanced at the top of the ancient cathedral. He's hinting that his Beyonder characteristic and the uniqueness that his body possesses due to its changes have been sucked away by the magnet at the top. Klein guessed at what he was getting at and asked about his Beyonder pathway. What's the name of the Sequence 3 potion after Bizarro Sorcerer? Zeradol's beard moved slightly. Scholar of Yore. Although this sounds like a relic dug out from a dead grave, Zeradol had repeatedly mentioned history. The corresponding Beyonder powers are simply inconceivable. Klein asked again in delight, what's the matter? Then what's the corresponding Sequence 0? Zeradol raised his head again and glanced at him before chuckling. You should have known when you opened the door to escape. I hate people like you the most. You only say half a sentence, always smiling without saying a word. Klein immediately had a similar feeling as Emperor Roselle. He shifted his gaze to the stone statue beside him and asked, what's the matter? Who is this? Zeradol didn't turn his head as he said in a muffled voice, he is a descendant of an ancient god. A descendant of an ancient god, a descendant of annihilation demonic wolf Fleegria? This ancient god seems to wield the authority of Evernight. His descendants established the nation of the Evernight? Before Klein could ask, he heard Zeradal chuckle. He has a brother. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with him. Who? Klein tried hard to recall, but he couldn't find the answer. Zeradal let out a chuckle. He gave himself a new surname. Antigonus. Antigonus. Nation of the Evernight. Hornacis. Phlegria. Klein's eyes lit up as he connected the pieces of information together. It was easy to understand why the Church of Evernight destroyed the nation of the Evernight. It stemmed from the struggle for authority. It didn't make sense for them to deal with the Antigonus family, which inherited the Seer Beyonder pathway, with a stance of annihilation. There was no need to go that far. After all, the ones that could be exchanged with the Sleepless pathway were Death and Giant. Furthermore, Klein had never understood why the Antigonus family had to place their treasure on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and why they trusted the people of the nation of the Evernight. Now, he finally understood a little. Klein was just about to ask again when he suddenly saw the crimson moonlight shining in from the cathedral's windows turn bright, casting shadows on the corpses hanging in midair. The crimson moon was clear. Klein's heart tightened. Without any thought, he followed the emergency plan and raised his right hand. With a snap of his fingers, he lit a candle near another wall that was far away from him. At the same time, he possessed Wraith Seigneur and leaped forward. He continued rolling and arrived at the nearest outer wall. And at this moment, the entire cathedral turned abnormally silent. There were no longer any reverberating ravings. Klein's spiritual intuition didn't give him any warning of danger, but through the shadows on the ground, he discovered that the corpses hanging in midair were all turning towards the side where the candles were shining. Without any hesitation, Klein pressed down with his left palm and tore through the wall, arriving outside the cathedral. Then, without daring to raise his head, he used the Wraith's internal propulsion to rush towards the nearest building. The distance between the two was only about 10 meters. During this process, he didn't hear any beast-like growls, nor did he sense any figures coming and going around him. However, he felt a prickling sensation on his back, as though he was being watched by countless eyes. In just a second, Klein flipped to the outside of the building, pressed down with his palms, and tore through it. Then, he snapped his fingers and remotely controlled the flames, extinguishing the candles in the cathedral. After a brief moment of silence and tension, the feeling of being watched vanished. Outside the tightly shut curtains, figures began to appear as they came and went. PS1, recommended book, Creating the Game World. It seems that it's quite popular to write about gamers these days. PS2, seeking monthly votes on the last day with the abnormality gone, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He observed the environment in the room and chose a spot with some moonlight illuminating it. The shadows weren't too thick, so as to avoid any sudden attacks. And the few seconds of experience he had made him have a guess about the figures and the beast-like growls outside the curtains. They were the corpses that had been hanging inside the cathedral, producing the ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria, when Klein passed through the wall and left the cathedral, the corpses that were hanging from above had all turned towards the lit candle. There weren't any figures coming or going on the streets. By the time Klein remotely controlled the flames and extinguished the candle, everything would be the same as before. When the crimson moon turns clear and the spirituality is enhanced, the magnet at the top of the cathedral will have a deeper influence on Fog World Town. It can control the corpses to walk around and pretend to be normal? If that's the case, the light might attract the attention of the controller. Under such circumstances, if the flames aren't extinguished in time and the source is locked onto, something extremely terrifying might happen. Yes, I can't rely on my control of flames to frequently divert the gaze of those figures. Klein reminded himself as he used his spirit body thread's vision to size up the bread, potato stewed beef, and dark red wine on the dining table. He suspected that the food here was a part of the magnet at the top of the cathedral. If they were to be ingested, their spirit body threads would be corrupted, causing them to drift towards the cathedral uncontrollably. This would also explain why eating the food here would cause them to evaporate into thin air. This was because they had been hung inside the cathedral to dry. And when the crimson moon turned clear, they could come out to walk. It matched Mr. A's description of vanished people appearing again under the bright moonlight. At a glance, Klein discovered that the food was like a living creature. There were spirit body threads growing out from within as they extended towards the ancient cathedral. The most special thing about them was that each of them only had one spirit body thread. It was clearly different from ordinary living beings who had countless spirit body threads. Indeed, it's about the same as what I guessed. Having his theory verified, Klein retracted his gaze and began considering how to deal with Demoness of Despair Panatia. Beside him, Wraith Seigneur, who was wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat, appeared. The marionette's bones cracked as his face squirmed. Soon, he took on the appearance of German Sparrow. This was a marionette using the powers of a faceless. Klein scrutinized the substitute for a while and realized that there were still some flaws. The clothes couldn't be changed, and if he were to use an illusion to conceal it, he wouldn't be able to fool the demigod-level Demoness of Despair. Even Mr. A might not fall for it. After some consideration, he got Wraith Seigneur, who was in the form of German Sparrow, to take off his clothes. He also took off his clergyman's black robe and swapped clothes. During the process of putting on his clothes and hat, Klein's expression turned odd bit by bit. This was because in the past 2 months, his marionette had been dressed in such a manner. He had been to the sewers and suffered an explosion. All sorts of smells were mixed together, making it unpleasant. Sigh, all the suffering I'm suffering now is a result of my past laziness. Klein sighed silently as he completed his disguise and transformed into the German Sparrow who looked like a pirate captain. At this moment, Seigneur had also changed into a black clergyman's robe. His aura was spirited and no longer cold. He looked no different from a living person. Klein deliberated for a moment before taking off Creeping Hunger and getting Admiral of Blood to wear it on his left palm. This way, the marionette would be a standard German Sparrow. I have to go all the way if I'm putting on an act. Besides, if Creeping Hunger were to suffer a backlash during this process, the marionette would be the one eating it. Haha, will it feel cheated when the effects are over? It'll be like eating a placebo. As Klein got Seigneur to adapt to his state and took away the fish and other items, he seriously formulated a plan. With a marionette that can use my Beyonder powers, it's nearly impossible to steal the obsidian stone from her, much less defeat the Demoness of Despair. She's a genuine demigod. Even if I were to rely on this extremely deceptive marionette to obtain tactical success, such as getting him to attract her attention while I complete a sudden sneak attack while constantly switching positions to confuse Panatia, making it difficult for her to make accurate judgments, I wouldn't be able to make up for the disadvantage in my level and strength, preventing me from achieving my strategic goals. I can consider getting the marionette to engage in close combat and attempt to control Panatia's spirit body threads. He's already a corpse, so he won't be affected by the plague. This will allow me to catch her off guard. There are 2 problems. First, the mysticism viruses and bacteria created by the Demoness of Despair are getting stronger and stronger. Will they be able to affect zombies? Second, does she have any other Beyonder powers that I don't know of? There's a high chance of that. I'll first make a list in my mind. I'll write down the areas where I have the advantage or am on par with the Demoness of Despair. I'll see what revelations I can get. A marionette that can disguise as me and use its own Beyonder powers is considered at the level of a demigod. It's the same for instantly switching positions. Apart from them, there's nothing else. Considering the present state of the Demoness of Despair, I seem to have another aspect that's stronger than her. She's in a half-mad state, and her rationality comes and goes at times. She does things in an extreme manner and is easily driven by her instincts. Yes, although she's still good at instigating and inducing, it's considered a hunting instinct. As for me, I'm in a normal state. My intelligence hasn't shown any problems, and my thinking and analytical abilities are still online. Could it be that I have to use my intelligence to win? Klein had a flash of inspiration as he gradually came up with a new train of thought and plan. Why do I have to engage Demoness of Despair Panatia in a life and death battle now? She definitely yearns to escape the foggy town. In her heart, this is an instinct that trumps eating. Furthermore, she's still full. I can totally attempt to cooperate with her. She'll provide that obsidian rock, and I'll draw that special and secretive symbol, thus fulfilling the conditions to open the door. Besides, I don't feel at ease with that Zeradol. Who knows if he has any nefarious intentions or is secretly plotting something. By luring the Demoness of Despair in, I can effectively muddle the situation and restrain him to a certain extent. Cooperation is a play of words, not a fight. A perfect stand-in at the demigod level can definitely be of greater use than direct combat. This is equivalent to a combination of my two strengths. Klein quickly made a decision. As he pondered over the details of the cooperation negotiations, he patiently waited for the crimson moon to return to the fog. After a while, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the dark-colored curtains finally dimmed. Klein immediately made his marionette pass through the wall to open the door and leave the room he was hiding in. Then, Senor, who looked like German Sparrow, walked onto the street and headed for the pitch-black cathedral. In just about 10 seconds, Klein, who was controlling the marionette, discovered that Senor had been infected by a disease. This had no effect on the dead, but Klein could vaguely foresee that with the passage of time, the disease would become more serious and bizarre. It could even directly affect the body's nerves and spirituality. This would cause the zombie's actions to turn stiff. In the end, it might not even be able to bend its knees, and it would need to jump to move. Thankfully, I didn't choose the marionette to control the spirit-body threads. Klein immediately made Senor say loudly, "I've been in the cathedral for a while. I stayed in the church for a while. I didn't die. I found a way to escape this place." After saying that, German Sparrow sniffled. Apparently affected by the decline in his physique, his resistance to the disease was weakening. And at this moment, Panatia, who was dressed in a pure white robe, suddenly appeared at the cathedral's entrance. Her hair was tied up again, making her look clean and tidy. She looked at the German Sparrow with her beautiful, slightly crazy eyes, and took out a piece of dark and strange obsidian from the inside of her clothes. The outline of the obsidian was exactly the same as the depression on the wall behind the statue. "You need it?" Panatia calmly asked. When Klein realized that the demoness of despair had already dispelled the plague and diseases, he hurriedly made Wraith Senor nod slightly. "Yes, as long as you place it in the right place inside the cathedral and match it with a special symbol, you will be able to open a door to escape from here. I know that the cathedral's interior is very dangerous for you, but it's mainly because of the spirit-body threads. As for me, I'm a marionettist. I can control the spirit-body threads to prevent you from being hung up." Panatia fell silent for a few seconds as the corners of her mouth curled up. "Then, I became your marionette? Or will you give up on helping me at the critical moment and let me become a shadow wandering under the moon?" Klein was already prepared as he immediately made his marionette say sincerely, "That's right." He immediately made his marionette sincerely say, "What can I do to make you feel at ease?" Panatia didn't immediately reply as she carefully thought for a moment. "Give me your hair and flesh." A demoness is good at cursing? Using Senor's hair and flesh to curse the German Sparrow? If it succeeds, count it as my loss. Klein's heart calmed down as he made his marionette appear stumped. "Then wouldn't you be able to kill me at any time?" Panatia replied with a smile, "Thank you. You can only give me your hair and flesh when you enter the cathedral. Once inside, if I show any signs of cursing you, give up on controlling my spirit-body threads. It's the same the other way around. If I show any abnormalities, I'll immediately curse you. Once the door of escape is opened, I'll leave first. And at the same time, I'll return your flesh and hair to you." German Sparrow deliberated for a long while as he discussed the details with the demoness of despair. Finally, he nodded. "All right, let's do that." Panatia was just about to speak when she suddenly narrowed her eyes. She slowly said, "For some reason, I'm still a little worried. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last half day. Also, due to technical reasons, Audrey's birthday begins on June 6th. It's good that everyone knows that." What a terrifying intuition. He clearly didn't realize that the German Sparrow in front of him was just a substitute, but he still felt that something was wrong. Klein, who was hiding in the house far away, hissed in his heart. His mind raced as he quickly came up with a countermeasure. He controlled Wraith Senor and made the marionette say in a deep voice, "I'm a little worried too. After opening the door, if you leave first, you can ambush me outside when I go out. You don't even have to ambush me, you can just wait. But before that, you need to return my flesh, blood, and hair to me. When the time comes, you can be closer to the door. This way, you will have enough time to pass through the escape door before the spirit-body threads float to the top of the cathedral." Panatia listened in silence before returning with a question. Then how should I prevent you from destroying the escape door after you get out? That's also my problem. When I obtain that special symbol, I'll show it to you. That way, even if I close the door of escape, you can open it again. Panatia shut her mouth again, as though she was pondering over the details. However, she appeared rather irascible and unable to calm down, as though her mind was filled with maniacal tendencies. After about 10 seconds, she spoke again. I feel that a pure curse might not be able to harm you. Seers have no lack of ways to avoid harm, just like the paper figurine substitutes you used previously. You really don't leave any loopholes. Fortunately, the person in front of you is completely fake. As Klein lampooned, he got Ray Senior to take out paper figurines from his pocket and burned them all in front of the Demoness of Despair. I can't be sure if you're hiding another one. Panatia was still somewhat skeptical. German Sparrow expressionlessly twitched the corners of his mouth. You can do divination. Aren't witches good at that? Panatia smiled impatiently. There's no way to communicate with the spirit realm here, and my spirituality. She didn't finish her sentence, and her eyes became dangerous. Klein knew very well what the Demoness of Despair meant. He knew that her spirituality had been corrupted due to the past 6 months of eating. She was a little chaotic and crazy, unable to give a sufficiently reliable answer, especially when facing a beyonder who was best at divination. The two of them stood there in a deadlock, unable to solve the problem of how to build trust. At this moment, a hoarse and muffled voice came from the roof on the left. I can be a witness for you. German Sparrow and Panatia turned their heads at the same time and saw Mr. grow out of the shadows. His hooded robe was blood red. How do you witness it? Klein made Wraith Senior ask. Mr. A pulled down his hood and chuckled. I'll use flesh and blood magic to drill into your body and monitor your condition. Once you no longer control your spirit body threads or wish to use paper figurine substitutes, I'll immediately give a warning or attempt to stop you. Once the door of escape you mentioned opens, I'll leave your body and enter the door before my spirit body threads are affected. Do you think German Sparrow is a fool? Klein made his marionette curl the corners of his mouth. According to what I know, rose bishops can indeed hide in the bodies of others, but when they drill out, the host will die on the spot. No, using such a method is to avoid detection. Therefore, I have to fuse with the host's flesh and blood. And there's no need for that this time. I'll quietly stay in your stomach, Mr. A explained in detail. No, it's not my stomach pouch. It's my marionette Senor's stomach pouch. Klein made German Sparrow take out a gold coin and pretended to attempt a divination. This crazy adventurer kept muttering as the gold coin in between his fingers began to jump. With a clang, the gold coin flew into midair and landed in his palm. German Sparrow took a careful look and said, from the looks of it, I'm not lying. However, you have to leave my body before I show that special symbol to Lady Despair. Otherwise, German Sparrow might very well be murdered by the duo. If Panatia obtained the door-opening symbol and had the obsidian stone, and had plenty of time, she wouldn't need to worry about the mutation of her spirit body threads. Then, she could completely ignore German Sparrow's help. Mr. A's existence would prevent the use of paper figurine substitutes. If Mr. A were to come out ahead of time, German Sparrow wouldn't have to worry about this. He didn't even need to be afraid that Panatia would turn hostile after learning of the door-opening symbol. When the time came, he could rely on paper figurine substitutes to avoid the fate of certain death. As for Panatia, she wouldn't pursue him in the cathedral. This was because, with the passage of time, she would definitely be hung up. She had to seize the opportunity to escape immediately. On the other hand, the obsidian stone couldn't be taken away. This meant that German Sparrow had a chance of subsequent escape. Although this plan had some flaws in the details, it had considered the situation of all three parties. Panatia raised her hand to grab at the strands of hair that had fallen to her temples. She suddenly asked, if I were to escape first, aren't you afraid of being ambushed? This was also a problem that German Sparrow was worried about. Klein immediately made his marionette curl the corners of his mouth. I'm afraid. But I still have a way to escape. I can take a gamble. Panatia paced around in frustration before finally saying, let's do it then. Let's do it then. After making up her mind, her smile became extremely relaxed. You really are a special man, a man who makes me see hope. Once we leave this place, if you aren't afraid, I don't mind letting you experience what's called extreme pleasure. German Sparrow moved his eyes away with great difficulty and turned his head to look at Mr. A. I have no more questions. With a gust of wind, Mr. A flew down and landed not far from German Sparrow. His body, along with his clothes, rapidly melted, turning into a sticky blob of flesh and blood. Right on the heels of that, the flesh and blood constantly overlapped and compressed, turning into a stream the thickness of an arm that flowed towards German Sparrow. In a distant building, Klein retched in disgust before making German Sparrow open his mouth. The flesh and blood stream climbed up the marionette's body and drilled into his mouth. The slightly warm but slippery feeling passed through his esophagus and into his stomach. It's heavy. However, Mr. A's flesh and blood are helping to hold up the stomach pouch, preventing it from sagging too much. Klein checked his marionette and made him look up at the crimson moon that was obscured by the fog in midair. He then said to Panatia, "That's right." He said to Panatia, "Let's begin now." "All right." Panatia, who had long been unable to hold back her urges, eagerly walked to the cathedral's entrance. Klein made German Sparrow follow by her side. First, he casually pulled out a handful of hair before making 2 flesh sprouts grow out of his arm. He then pulled them off, leaving them dripping with blood. If someone who knows me very well is here, they'll definitely notice a problem. This is because I can't so decisively harm my body. The crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, should be able to easily do such a thing in the eyes of others. As Klein discovered the problem and summarized his experience, he made his marionette pass the hair and flesh to Panatia when he crossed the ancient cathedral's ajar door. Panatia slowed down and took out an ugly palm-sized puppet. She smeared the flesh and blood over it and wrapped the hair around its thin neck. With the cursed puppet in one hand, she finally crossed the cathedral's door. Klein immediately made German Sparrow control their spirit-body threads. As for Mr. A's, it wasn't that troublesome since it overlapped with the marionettes. Even I can do it. With Zeradol's abilities, he can completely help Beyonders who aren't of the seer pathway resolve the problem of losing control of their spirit-body threads inside the cathedral. This way, as long as he thinks of a way to let the Demoness of Despair enter, he could have long opened the door. Why didn't he do so? He can't communicate with the cathedral's exterior, and even his powers are limited to the vicinity of the pitch-black altar. Therefore, Beyonders who aren't marionettist or above of the seer pathway can't come in front of him at all. Klein used his marionette's senses to analyze the situation from afar. And inside the cathedral, the corpses were still hanging in midair. Their heads were hung low, and their eyes were rolled back. From time to time, they would sway gently in the wind, producing the ravings of Hornaces. Phlegria, upon seeing this scene, Panatia's body immediately stiffened, but she quickly adjusted herself. Together with German Sparrow, they walked through the overlook of the hanging corpses. Before long, they saw the pitch-black altar and the statue of the ancient god's descendant. Zeradol remained sitting diagonally behind the stone statue. He wore a hood and had a white beard. When German Sparrow and Panatia approached, he slowly raised his head and chuckled. Very good. Beyonders of the seer pathway need to know how to use their brains and not always think about combat. He seemed to have foreseen that German Sparrow's paper figurine would be nearly completely destroyed. He extended his withered palm and grabbed forward, grabbing a yellowish-brown goatskin, a quill covered in ink, and a bottle of ink. This made Panatia's brows twitch involuntarily. Zeradol picked up the quill and scribbled words and symbols on the goatskin. Then, he rolled it up and handed it to German Sparrow. That door-opening symbol, as well as the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula that you want. They can only last for 45 minutes. There's no way to take them to the outside world. Klein avoided the Demoness of Despair and unfurled the goatskin, allowing the potion formula and door-opening symbol to appear in his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he froze. The door-opening symbol was similar to the complicated symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook through the misfortune cloth puppet. It was a vertical eye formed from many mysterious patterns and hidden symbols. However, there was a slight difference in the details. A crescent pattern and a folded line symbol had swapped places. P.S. Updated in advance, requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket while I was writing this summary. I had just finished typing the words that I didn't finish because I was working out in the afternoon. I casually looked at the monthly votes ranking and the book review section. Then, I glanced at the red packets section and shivered in fear. Why did they send out red packets? Every time someone was about to catch up to us, they sent out 2,000 monthly votes in red packets. They didn't send too much so that the distance between us wouldn't increase. Wasn't this just luring us to chase after them and luring us to spend money? This kind of thing could be seen at a glance. That was why I didn't bother with it and just followed the usual practice of asking for monthly votes. Really, there was no need to fight for such things. There was no need to waste money. In the end, why couldn't you all control yourself? I always felt that one shouldn't be too greedy. There shouldn't be such a thing as making people who spend money on you spend more money. Everyone could subscribe to me, give me monthly votes, and occasionally tip me. They were already my bread and butter. If I wanted more, it wouldn't make sense. Back to the main topic, let's first summarize the writing in May. Although there were many things to do, I only took a day off. There were some chapters with fewer words. There were some flaws in this month's writing. It was a bit abrupt. I wasn't referring to little Ku's schizophrenia. It was inevitable that accidents would happen during the process of stealing the notes. If there wasn't a sudden feeling, it wouldn't be good. Also, many of the descriptions at the beginning had problems with the author's mental state. The main problem was the part before stealing the notes. I directly skipped to the part about the preparations for the upcoming operation. It wasn't gentle enough. I should have mentioned it at the end when I met up with Bernadette. I should have said that I only needed to figure out the rules of the servants. The other preparations were already done. After that, it would be more natural to talk about the upcoming operation. At that time, I also had a headache writing about the daily life of a tycoon. On one hand, I had to maintain the tension of the plot. Daily life wasn't flowing. On the other hand, it was impossible for Don Dantes to enter all kinds of circles in a short period of time. When it came to matters related to extraordinary people, it would take a long time. Therefore, I had to coordinate on this side while not skipping over the plots of other characters. I had no choice but to skip over some tedious and boring plots. In the field of online literature, I had to write every day. It was inevitable that my condition wasn't good enough. Other than that, the abrupt feeling came from the fact that everyone thought that stealing the notebook would be the final highlight of this volume, but in my heart, there were still many more plots to come. This was just a normal progression of the story, which was a bit of a misplaced experience. Also, in the previous movie, I realized that as the number of tarot members increases, the difficulty of controlling them increases. Just like Miss Magicians, her image wasn't fully developed until the number of scenes in this movie increased. So, I'm consciously controlling the number of tarot members. Some might not join, but in my heart, I'll give them a card. Of course, there will definitely be more tarot members in the future, but not too many. At the moment, I don't have the ability to control nearly 20 characters at the same time. After concluding the writing for May, I said that the next month would be June. I'm a little embarrassed to say, I'll be going on a trip this month. Before I got married, I promised my wife that I'd go on a trip with her once a year. Last year, before the start of the book, we went to Kaohsiung, Guangzhou, and shunned for a trip. This year, the mysteries would definitely not be finished, so it was impossible to push it to the end of the year. This time, I'm going to Italy. Yes, I'm going to Rome, Vatican City, visit the churches, visit various historical sites, and enhance the description of the environment, so that I won't have to imagine it or look at the pictures on the internet. I guess this is also a trip to collect materials. Originally, I was planning to go to England, but due to various reasons, I didn't choose it. The trip would be from June 3rd to the 16th. During this period, I would write one chapter every day, at 12:30 in the afternoon. After that, everything would return to normal. Fortunately, the plot of the foggy town would end in 2 days, so it wouldn't make everyone feel bad. In the end, I wrote the summary until 12 o'clock. No matter what, thank you to the friends who tipped on the 31st, and thank you to the friends who voted every day. At that instant, the first thought that surfaced in Klein's mind was, Zeradol really has a scheme. Right on the heels of that, he was very thankful that he had obtained the correct door-opening symbol from the Antigonus family's notebook. He was now confident and didn't panic. Zeradol made the quill and ink bottle in his hand return to history. He looked up and swept his gaze at Gehrman Sparrow and Demoness of Despair Panatia before sighing. All the conditions are in place. You can open the door of escape. Having said that, his gaze was fixed on Gehrman Sparrow's face as he chuckled. Don't forget to take my urn. Just as he said that, his body suddenly cracked into countless tiny points of light that spread out in every direction, fusing into the void. It was as though he had long rotted and turned to ash. And where he was sitting, there was a tin can. Its surface was simple and unadorned, with nothing special about it. Klein made Gehrman Sparrow take 2 steps forward and bend down to pick up the tin can. He found it heavy, and it didn't seem fake. He used the hand holding the goatskin to open the lid and saw that it was filled with grayish-white dust and particles. There was no light shimmering inside. Is it really just ordinary ashes? Then, who helped Zeradol cremate him? He cremated himself? After Gehrman Sparrow closed the lid, he casually used the hand holding the goatskin to take out a piece of meat from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth before swallowing it. Panatia noticed his actions as she narrowed her eyes and swept them over, as though she was asking, "What do you want to do?" Klein quickly stuffed the meat into his marionette's mouth as he deliberately adjusted his breathing. "I'm a little nervous. I wonder if this door-opening symbol is of any use." Panatia had already confirmed that he was eating ordinary fish meat. It just looked disgusting, and in her half-crazed state, she didn't have the patience to make further distinctions. She moved her gaze away and looked at the urn, smiling without saying a word. Without saying a word, she said with a smile, "If it's useless, we can share it. I only use 1 spoonful a day. It can last me for a long time. This Demoness' mental state is really abnormal." Klein sighed inwardly as he walked past the eraser angel statue that he suspected to be Mother Sky and walked to the wall behind him. Then, he turned his body and pointed at the crater. "Embed the obsidian slab into it," Panatia said with a bright smile and indifferent eyes. "Show me the door-opening symbol first. There's no need to be so wary of me. If I really wanted to harm you, I would have directly abandoned my marionette at that moment. And you wouldn't be able to escape this cathedral in time. You would definitely be hung up. When the time comes, I'll slowly enter and pick up the obsidian stone slab. I can still open the door and leave. However, there's really something wrong with the symbol given by Zeradol. I still need to find someone to bear the burden." With a thought, Klein made Gehrman Sparrow raise his palm and pat his stomach before opening his mouth. A blurry blob of flesh and blood quickly surged out as it piled forward, turning into a beautiful Mr. A. Upon seeing this scene, Gehrman Sparrow shook the goatskin and unfurled it. The special symbol and the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula were reflected in the eyes of Panatia and Mr. A. Panatia's eyes darted around slightly as she suddenly smiled sweetly. "Go open the door. You go out first." She was certain that Gehrman Sparrow was still helping her control the spirit-body threads, therefore, she still had plenty of time to wait. As she spoke, she threw the ugly puppet that was covered in blood and had its hair entwined around it to the other party. "She's also afraid of an accident." As Klein made Gehrman Sparrow take the puppet, he watched as the Demoness of Despair took a few steps forward and placed the obsidian slab into the depression. The two fit perfectly without any extraneous elements. The wall rapidly emitted light and gradually turned transparent. One could see the stone slabs outside, the hole in the wall, and the clouds floating in midair. As Demoness of Despair Panatia retreated to the side, Gehrman Sparrow held the puppet, goatskin, and urn with his left hand. He extended his right palm and used his fingers as a pen. On the transparent wall, he drew the vertical eye formed from many hidden symbols. During this process, Klein was in a dilemma. He wasn't sure if he should draw Zeradol's symbol or the Antigonus family's symbol. Although he had thought that there was something wrong with Zeradol and that he was up to something, after calming down, he felt that he had belittled this important figure. If Zeradol was only trying to harm him and everyone here, he wouldn't have mentioned the matter of opening the door. All he had to do was wait patiently to achieve his goal. Furthermore, Klein's gray fog aura was completely shielded from the foggy town. He really couldn't think of any possibility that Zeradal was targeting him. Therefore, his final judgment was that Zeradal's goal was to coax someone to open the door. This would allow him to obtain something or escape from something. As for whether there was any danger after opening the door, it wasn't in his consideration. If the dumping of the ashes was true and rather important, then it should be relatively safe after leaving. Otherwise, it would be fraught with danger. This also meant that Zeradal's door-opening symbol was correct. Furthermore, there was a 50% chance that it wouldn't bring any danger. And on the other side, the Antigonus family's notebook wasn't that kind. From the scenes he had seen above the gray fog and the information revealed from Zeradal's words, as well as the situation of Zeradal losing control in the outside world, Klein could make a preliminary judgment that the Antigonus family's treasure on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range was very likely a trap with delicious bait. Then, it was debatable if there were any hidden problems with the complicated symbol provided by the notebook. Tiger on the left, wolf on the right. It's a choice between the two. Also, the Antigonus family symbol is used to enter the treasure trove, but it doesn't mean that it can be used to leave. As Klein pondered, he didn't stop drawing. He was about to reach the part that was different. At this moment, he glanced at Panatia and discovered that the demoness eyes were glowing. She had a smile on her lips, giving him a feeling of eagerness. If she's in her normal state, as a senior instigator, she should be able to control her expression. Besides, she just saw the door-opening symbol. Klein's heart stirred as he made his marionette follow the one given by Zeradal. Soon, he finished drawing the complicated vertical eye. Beams of pure light blanketed it as they flowed along the runes and finally gathered together. Amidst the bright light, an illusory door that exuded a sense of mystery appeared on the wall. Due to German Sparrow's push, it slowly opened. Behind the door was the ancient stone slabs and tattered wall. Everything was silent without any abnormalities. At this moment, Demoness of Despair Panatia's figure suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of mirror. At the same time, the beautiful woman in a pure white robe appeared in front of German Sparrow, passing through the door of escape in one step. And in her hand was an ugly puppet. Its surface was smeared with flesh and blood, and its neck was wrapped with hair. As for the one in German Sparrow's palm, it had suddenly degenerated into a glass fragment. In terms of mirror illusions, the Demoness of Despair was many times better than Klein. After Panatia passed through the door first, she half-turned her body and revealed a maniacal and teasing smile at German Sparrow. Black flames rose from her palm as she ignited the puppet. At that moment, she seemed to be saying, "Despair. When hope arrives, fall into the deepest despair." Klein realized that the curse couldn't be diverted or shared by paper figurine substitutes. Panatia immediately turned around, preparing to leave the foggy town and the ancient cathedral as soon as possible. She was afraid that an accident would happen. At this moment, her eyes suddenly froze. Her body shattered one after another, turning into one mirror after another. However, she was unable to move more than 10 meters away from the door of escape. In just a second or two, Panatia let out a sharp cry. Invisible threads and thick black hair curled up, wrapping around her. She was covered in black flames and ice, one layer after another. Suddenly, everything disintegrated. Panatia's eyes suffused a clear look of despair and regret. Her expression rapidly turned stiff as her neck seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand. She was lifted into the air and hung there. Her eyes rolled back bit by bit, but she still looked beautiful. Over at the door of escape, German Sparrow's body was enveloped by the black flames as he melted like a candle. As for Mr. A, who was about to fly into the door of light, he retched for some baffling reason. He spat out one bright-colored mushroom after another. More mushrooms grew out of his body like bamboo shoots after a rain. Before German Sparrow completely lost his vision, the scene behind the door of light zoomed in. He saw an empty hall. No, it wasn't empty at all. There were more corpses hanging in midair. There were old and young, men and women. They were dressed in exquisite, gorgeous, ancient, or casual clothing. These corpses floated up together with the people hanging inside the cathedral. They were densely packed as they came and went. It was as though a grand opera was being staged, one that accurately reflected the ecology and details of a small town. Klein saw a transparent and slippery tentacle appear behind the people hanging. The patterns on it were complicated and hidden, as though they could drive a person crazy. The countless tentacles extended deep into the hall. There was an ancient, gigantic stone chair. Its surface was embedded with dim golden gems. This? Klein tensed up as he didn't hesitate to close his eyes and sever the connection with his marionette. In his mind, the scene he had seen during his divination surfaced. Countless transparent maggots were huddled together as they sat on the gigantic chair. They slowly squirmed as they grew wantonly, extending out nearly invisible tentacles. And in the final scene that his marionette's vision froze, there was a tarot card lying silently at the bottom of the ancient chair. Its surface was also that of Roselle. This emperor was wearing a gorgeous headdress and colorful clothes. He carried a cane with luggage hanging on it as though he was about to embark on a long journey. His expression was filled with longing. Beside him was a puppy, and at the top corner, there were resplendent starlight outlining the words, Sequence 0, the Fool. P.S. Update before making changes. I've finished updating the 2 chapters for today. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket Sequence 0, the Fool. After deciphering the words on the tarot card, Klein once again had the same feeling he had when he heard Zeradal say his name. At that moment, he felt a strong sense of destiny. He felt that everything had been arranged from the very beginning, just like what 0-08 had done. He began to doubt his original judgment, believing that the female beast tamer from the traveling circus in Tinjin City who had asked him to do a tarot divination wasn't an ordinary person. As his thoughts raced, Klein cut in from another angle and had a new idea. Gradually, he wasn't as horrified, fearful, and depressed as before. Perhaps it wasn't arranged, but a change that I brought about myself. Due to the ritual that led to my transmigration, I had a connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog. My fate was naturally affected. To be more precise, as a guest from another world, I originally didn't have a fate here. Now, my trajectory is a result of my personality, the encounters of the original Klein, the gray fog's influence, and the surrounding environment. The mysterious space above the gray fog clearly has a strong connection with the seer pathway, and this pathway's sequence 0 is the Fool. In reality, if I were to make a divination, I would definitely flip the Fool card. Similarly, this also led to me using the Fool as my title in the future. Klein's emotions calmed down bit by bit, believing that this was the most likely reason. Using a razor to eliminate all the unknown factors and still obtain a reasonable explanation, that means that the probability isn't small. Klein forced himself to stop thinking about the question that he couldn't obtain a definite answer to. He turned his attention back to what had just happened. That gigantic chair and that cluster of transparent maggots are what I saw when I divined above the gray fog. From the various behaviors that make one's hair stand on end on careful thought, this might very well be an angel of the seer pathway, an angel who had lost control and turned into a monster, Zeradal himself, or could it be the most powerful member of the Antigonus family during the 4th epoch? If it's the former, Rhodes and Snake of Mercury will Septon have confirmed that Zeradal has already reached sequence 1 and has lost control and gone mad, collapsing into a monster. This matches this. This can also explain why Zeradal only requested for the door to be opened. This is because once the door of concealment is opened, the 2 sides will form a connection, allowing him to escape his current state and slowly recover. The repeated emphasis on the ashes is just a pretense. But the problem is that the environment Zeradal is currently in isn't similar to the ancient palace on the mountain peak. Otherwise, I would have been able to recognize it back then. If it's an angel from the Antigonus family who barely managed to survive, to be able to make Zeradal, who came to the Hornacis mountain range in search of treasures. After obtaining the notebook during Roselle's period, suffer a loss. A portion of himself was secretly split off without him realizing it. As a result, he went mad during his advancement. Regardless, this should be a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. After all, Zeradal was already a miracle invoker back then. From this angle, Zeradal's goal is very likely to be to open the door, allowing the foggy town's history and fate to connect with the outside world, so as to prevent himself from splitting apart. Regardless, that cluster of transparent maggots is most likely a sequence 1 that lost control. It's no wonder the demoness of despair was on the brink of collapse the moment she saw him. She was hung up with just a little struggle, becoming a marionette waiting to be dried up. Thankfully, I didn't have many clues back then, and the scenes I saw in my divination weren't clear enough. Otherwise, I would have suffered a serious blow from seeing a complete and crazy mythical creature, losing control and mutating. Wait, no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the eternal blazing sun or the true creator? Even if the seer pathway's restraints on the mysterious space above the gray fog are taken into account, he is at most on the same level as them. In other words, as long as he can endure the pain, I'll have a chance to pry into him with sufficient prerequisites. And a complete mythical creature form is mixed with the corresponding knowledge. I might be able to use this to obtain 1 or 2 high-sequence formulas, just like how I obtained the Unshadowed from the eternal blazing sun back then. With this in mind, a scene involuntarily surfaced in Klein's mind. Above the gray fog, the fool had once again secretly extended his hand. While feeling a sudden sense of joy, Klein also felt a strong sense of heartache. This was because, with his present level, strength, and items, it was impossible for him to head to the ancient chair where the transparent maggots were and pick up the Fool card. Seeing the item one desired the most but not being able to obtain it was always painful. Phew. At least I've obtained the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. I'll still have a chance to pry into it in the future. This risk wasn't wasted. All the gold pounds spent and the marionettes I lost weren't wasted either. Yes, it's unlikely that Zeradol would give a fake formula. To him, it's beneath he to deceive a Sequence 5 who has no chance of leaving alive. Besides, if he were to lie, he would have to be wary of the fact that I already know the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. The reason why he asked for it was to confirm if it was trustworthy. I'll do a divination above the gray fog later. Klein exhaled. Seeing that there hadn't been any abnormal changes outside for a long period of time, he decided to immediately approach the pitch-black cathedral and observe what had happened inside. To him, all the problems he had thought about weren't the most important thing at present. What was most important was to leave this world of concealment and leave the foggy town. After leaving the house, Klein, who was wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat, cautiously came to the entrance of the ancient cathedral. He carefully passed through the half-closed door and walked in step by step. The corpses that were dressed differently and looked different were still the same as before. They hung in midair and moved with the wind, producing the ravings of Hornacius. Fleekria, Klein passed under them as his eyes gradually adapted to the dark environment. The number of things he could see gradually increased. The half-demonic wolf and half-human statue remained standing without any damage. The obsidian stone slab and tin urn had landed diagonally behind the statue, but they didn't crack. Klein heaved a sigh of relief before observing his surroundings. His gaze suddenly froze. In the dark corner stood a gigantic mushroom that was taller than him. The mushroom's top was crimson like blood with white patterns mixed in it. Its body was formed from many identical mushrooms, and their patterns together depicted a face, Mr. A's face. However, Mr. A's eyes were extremely blank. They no longer had a luster that could be considered human. Mushrooms grew out from both sides, connecting to form a slender arm. And on his left palm was a thin human-skinned glove. Both of them seemed to have fused as one. What kind of monster is this? Klein couldn't help but take a step back. He felt that his mysticism knowledge was completely inadequate at that moment. He hadn't turned off his corresponding vision and was doing self-preservation. He also discovered that the terrifying mushroom didn't have spirit body threads, as though it was long dead. Its present activity was only a remnant reaction of its body's nerves. In an instant, Klein suddenly had a guess. Mr. A, who had been planted with a mushroom, didn't manage to escape in time. He witnessed the transparent maggots, a complete mythical creature. His mind died on the spot as his body completely collapsed and underwent a terrifying mutation. Then, it fused with the nearby Wraith Seigneur who had disintegrated from the curse, becoming a mushroom-shaped monster that had never appeared before. Also, creeping hunger has been devoured. This mushroom looks really disgusting. If Franco mentions mushrooms again, I'll throw him into the sea. Klein's eyes darted around as he subconsciously moved closer to the obsidian stone slab. He planned on ignoring the mushroom and escaping first. At this moment, his mind suddenly went adrift as he felt everything around him turn slightly blurry. Suddenly, Klein realized that he had been forcefully pulled into a dream. He immediately broke free and saw the nearly 2-meter-tall mushroom slowly gliding over. In its hand was a gigantic sword formed from crimson magma and light blue flames. It can use Sword of Magma. Without any hesitation, Klein opened his mouth and let out a sound. Bang! The extremely penetrating air bullet hit the mushroom that had slowed down due to controlling the dream. It drilled into its cap and tore open a huge wound. The wound was filled with human flesh and tiny mycelium. They quickly squirmed and quickly repaired the body. It can actually do this. A strong sense of danger suddenly arose in Klein's mind as he suddenly lunged to the side and rolled continuously. The mushroom suddenly sped up as the Sword of Magma in its hand dragged along a crimson and light blue flame as it slashed heavily at the spot where Klein had been standing. It split the floor tiles apart as flames splattered in all directions. At this moment, Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the tiny mushrooms that formed the monster. Then, he ran diagonally behind the statue in an attempt to obtain the obsidian stone slab. But in a daze, Klein realized that he was heading in the wrong direction. He was rushing towards the door. It can even distort my will? Klein's heart tightened as he saw from the corner of his eye that the surface of the gigantic mushroom was covered in a layer of frost, extinguishing the rising crimson flames. As his thoughts raced, Klein ran towards the door and snapped his fingers again, igniting the leaves of the trees outside. Without understanding the enemy's situation or making too many preparations, he believed that a qualified magician would choose to retreat and avoid the attack. More importantly, his strongest marionettist powers were unable to be used at this moment. This was because the gigantic mushroom didn't have spirit body threads. With a whoosh, the crimson flames surged upwards like water, drowning Klein's figure. He then flashed into the flames outside and leaped to the ground. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the howling of the wind. The gigantic mushroom with the red-white cap chased out of the cathedral under the escort of the strong winds. It can even fly. Klein snapped his fingers and used Flaming Jump to open up a distance. At the same time, he felt his nose itch as he felt the urge to sneeze. There's also a disease. How am I to fight it? I don't have any mystical items, so I can't use my marionettist powers. What a magical mushroom. Klein, who was hiding in a building, was unsure if he should laugh or cry. Suddenly, he felt his body turn cold as his present appearance was naturally reflected in his mind. His old triangular hat, dark red coat, white pants, and black leather boots had all vanished. All that was left was a pair of boxers that protected the last bit of his dignity. It's been 30 minutes. The seigneur summoned from history can no longer be maintained. Klein instantly understood the reason as he began to think. The Admiral of Blood portion that the mushroom fused with should have vanished as well. Also, in another 15 minutes, the effects of the fish will be gone. It will lack the main constituent elements. The corners of Klein's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He immediately used the flames to jump out. Indeed, as he expected, the gigantic mushroom had a ridiculous hole in its body. Furthermore, it couldn't be repaired, causing it to slow down and slow down. Come on, let's play hide and seek. Klein silently said as he began circling the various streets of the town. With the help of the flames and houses, he began circling the gigantic mushroom. During this process, the crimson moon didn't penetrate the fog to become clear even once. More than 10 minutes later, the terrifying mushroom finally lost its ability to move as it staggered and collapsed on the street. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly and carefully approached. He saw the mushroom's flesh and blood condense as the points of light contracted. Soon, all that was left was a thin human-skinned glove. Because of the mutation brought about by a Sequence 1 angel, Creeping Hunger has fused with Mr. A? An upgraded version of Creeping Hunger? Klein bent down and carefully picked up the human-skinned glove. P.S. Thank you to Verkle, passerby forked, under the parasol tree, windrain fruit smoking, and flying leaf tyrant 923 for your generous gifts over the past few days. PS2. I was busy writing yesterday and didn't have the time to say it. Happy Children's Day, everyone. Actually, what I like the most about this chapter and the book review section is that the silly readers are laughing all day long, saying, 666, holy sh*t, awesome, awesome, awesome. Just a casual browse will make my mood improve. Yes, it's good to be happy. Everyone should be happy. PS3, 3,600 plus words. Seeking a guaranteed monthly pass PS4, I suddenly realized that the system has been upgraded. From June 2nd to June 6th, I can't post or comment on this chapter. I can't see the silly readers laughing. The thin human-skinned glove didn't look any different from before, but Klein didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used divination to do a rough inspection. Apart from the 5 fingers, the palm and back of the palm can each correspond to a grazed soul, and currently, all 7 spots are filled. Some of the similar Beyonder characteristics show signs of fusing. I also seem to have additional abilities related to flesh and blood magic. The speed at which I switch souls has become much faster. I have to eat 1 person a day, otherwise, I'll feed on the owner. Heh, creeping hunger, you are getting cocky again. Reflect on yourself above the gray fog. I'm temporarily unable to obtain any revelations. I'll do a more accurate divination above the gray fog after leaving this place. Yes, I'm not too sure if there are any other negative effects. All I know is that it won't cause me any harm in the short term. Also, Mr. X, who has been grazed, isn't affected. The traveler's teleportation and door opening are still normal. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and wore the upgraded creeping hunger on his left hand. Then, he ran straight for the cathedral, hoping to leave as soon as possible. And while playing hide-and-seek with the gigantic mushroom, he hadn't forgotten to use his illusion to make himself a formal suit with a trench coat and a top hat. As for the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Admiral of Blood Seigneur, Klein suspected that it was likely in the hands of Demoness of Despair Panatia. And this demigod was already hanging in the ancient palace, under the watchful eyes of the cluster of transparent maggots. Sigh, after all, flesh and blood can be slowly eaten as reserves for the future, but the Beyonder characteristic will definitely be irreversibly produced. After all this time, it has long taken form. Even if the Demoness of Despair doesn't place much importance on it and casually throws it somewhere, I won't be able to quickly find it without being connected to the spirit world. With divination greatly restricted, I won't be able to quickly find it. And in such an environment, no one knows if there will be any anomalies or if the obsidian stone slab will automatically teleport away. Therefore, I have to seize the time and escape as soon as possible. Klein's mind was very clear as he returned to the outside of the ancient cathedral and passed through the half-closed door. Although he had promised Miss Sharon to sell Wraith Seigneur's Beyonder characteristic to Merrick, firstly, the material itself had been corrupted, making it difficult to concoct a potion. Secondly, his safety was more important. It's not like there's no way to resolve it. At most, I'll hunt another wraith or seek the help of Snake of Mercury, Will Septon, to shatter the blob of Beyonder characteristic in Merrick's hand and purify it. Yes, I'll have to wait for a particular fetus to be born. Klein mumbled silently as he passed by the densely packed corpses that shook like wind chimes and arrived at the side of the stone statue. Along the way, he found the iron cigar case that he had placed on his marionette and hadn't been devoured by the mushroom. The Aztec copper whistle and Ruan gold coin inside were similarly undamaged. After putting away these items, Klein controlled his spirit body threads to prevent it from floating to the top of the cathedral as he bent down to pick up the obsidian stone slab. After confirming that this important item wasn't damaged, he calmed down a little and checked Zeradol's tin urn. When he opened the lid and took a careful look, Klein's pupils constricted as they instantly froze. The ashes in the tin urn were all gone, not a single bit was left. Zeradol has already achieved his goal? Should I say as expected? Klein threw away the tin urn in bewilderment. He straightened his body and embedded the obsidian stone slab into the wall behind him. The wall emitted light once again, turning transparent. It allowed him to see the ancient stone bricks, the broken wall, and the floating clouds outside. Thinking of the cluster of terrifying maggots, Klein wasn't in a hurry to draw the symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook. He first raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. He ignited the trees outside the cathedral, prepared to immediately use Flaming Jump to leave the area if anything went wrong. After making his preparations, Klein used his fingers as a pen and quickly outlined the vertical eye formed from many hidden symbols. Compared to before, the crescent moon and lines had switched positions. As he finished his final stroke, pure beams of light shot up and flowed along the complicated vertical eye's runic patterns, gathering and emitting light. The whole church suddenly became illusory. Everything was turned upside down. Klein felt as though he had instantly arrived at the top of the hanging corpses. In front of him was an illusory double door, and behind the door was the familiar ancient palace. There were demonists of despair, Panatia and company's gently swaying corpses. Transparent tentacles with strange and mysterious patterns swarmed over and struck the door, but they failed to open it. All they could do was inject a tiny bit of strength in an attempt to grab Klein's spirit-body threads. Without any hesitation, Klein snapped his fingers. As he tugged at his spirit-body threads, he jumped into the flames outside the cathedral. Right on the heels of that, he snapped his fingers and repeatedly flashed, fleeing to the furthest point of the foggy town. When the pitch-black cathedral's illusory feeling vanished, Klein stopped and frowned. It also leads to the palace with the runaway angel. The symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook is the same as the one provided by Zeradal. However, this symbol seems to only be able to activate the door of escape and not open it. Otherwise, there's a high chance that I wouldn't have been able to escape. It's a symbol for entry. Zeradal's is for exit? What should I do? How do I get out? Klein subconsciously surveyed the shrouded and eerily silent town. He forced himself to calm down and think of a way to escape. Perhaps the wall isn't the only way out, but the possibility isn't high. Over the years, batches of foreigners have come to the foggy town. If there were any clues outside the cathedral, they would have long found them. Should I try using other symbols? What should I try? Klein fell into deep thought as he analyzed the internal connections between various objects to see if he could find any inspiration. This place is related to the nation of the Evernight and the Antigonus family. And no matter who the monster on the huge throne in the ancient palace is, it's definitely a runaway angel of the seer pathway. Zeradal, who is involved in this matter, is also an angel of the seer pathway. The Antigonus family's notebook, which provided the symbol, is also closely related to this pathway. Therefore, the correct door-opening symbol should be related to the seer pathway. Sequence 0 of the seer pathway is likely called the Fool. This can be confirmed. Otherwise, the owner of the card of blasphemy wouldn't have been attracted to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and become a hanged person. The Fool. The Fool. As he ruminated over the word fool, Klein suddenly thought of himself. He thought of the mysterious symbol behind the high-backed chair that represented himself above the gray fog. Perhaps I can give it a try? Klein deliberated for a few seconds and decided to make a bold attempt. After all, he had no other solutions for the time being. He returned to the steepled cathedral, and under the watchful eyes of the hanged people, he walked to the wall behind the statue and picked up the obsidian stone slab that had fallen once again. After the stone slab was embedded, the door rapidly turned transparent. As Klein snapped his fingers to ignite another tree, he took a deep breath and drew the symbol of the Fool, which was formed from half a pupilless eye and half a contorted line. Soon, he finished the finishing touches as he tensed up. But this time, the transparent door didn't change at all. It's useless. Klein's expression turned bitter bit by bit. He suspected that he would be trapped here forever, fighting the Beyonders that entered later until he starved to death or was eaten. He shook his head and threw away his feelings of despair. He reorganized his thoughts and searched for other clues. This place is related to the nation of the Evernight and the Antigonus family. And they were all destroyed by the Church of Evernight. The eraser angel that sent me in is suspected to be the Mother of the Sky. It's active at the bottom of the Church of Evernight's St. Samuel Cathedral. The reason why people who don't sleep at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods disappear is said to be because of the remnant aura or powers of the Evernight domain. Therefore, this is clearly a place related to the Evernight authority, or even the Evernight goddess, the goddess. The more Klein thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He had originally analyzed the problem from an objective point of view, but he had unknowingly changed the way he addressed the Evernight goddess. And this also gave him a new train of thought. Perhaps I can try the corresponding symbol of the dark sacred emblem, or the symbol that symbolizes the goddess in mysticism. With the mentality that he had nowhere else to go, Klein exhaled and raised his right hand again, drawing the simple symbol of the dark sacred emblem. All of a sudden, the scene behind the transparent door rippled like water, and a change occurred. Although he could still see the ancient palace and the holes in the walls, they were very far away this time. He could only vaguely see them. Behind the door was a bottomless cliff. There were jagged rocks, clouds floating in midair, and the stars and crimson moon that hadn't been obscured by the sunlight. It looked like a part of a mountaintop. It really works. Klein gaped at this scene as he subconsciously stretched out his palms and pushed open the door. The wind outside was light and cold as it hummed. Just as Klein was about to take a step out, he fell into thought and paused. Then, he threw out a gold coin and did a divination. He received a revelation that there was no danger outside. Right on the heels of that, he drew a crimson moon on his chest. After doing all of this, Klein took a step forward with his right foot and passed through the illusory door. His vision darkened as he saw the endless night and resplendent stars. Then, he realized that he was on a mountaintop. Apart from the snow that hadn't melted yet, jagged rocks, and the morning sun, there was nothing else around him. "I'm out, safe?" Without further observation, he made creeping hunger turn transparent and attempted to activate his traveling powers. If he succeeded, it meant that he had left the foggy town and returned to the real world. He could then take the opportunity to leave his current location and avoid danger. If he failed, he could quickly understand the situation and be prepared for any possible attacks. Moments later, Klein's body faded and vanished. And in front of him, the redness turned redder and the whiteness turned whiter. Countless indescribable shadows appeared. He had successfully entered the spirit world. P.S. Seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket. It's really the spirit world. Klein was delighted as he silently muttered to himself. Without any further confirmation, his spirituality and spiritual perception told him that this was the real spirit world, and this meant that he had returned to the real world, a place with all sorts of delicious food. I nearly burst into tears. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark inwardly as he considered the problem of where he should go next. From the position of the stars, moon, and sun, it's still early in the morning. If there's no time difference between the real world and the foggy town, it's at most 7:30. It might not even be yet. At this point in time, the servants will definitely discover that a companion is missing, but they might not inform the priests and bishops in a timely manner. Even if they have received the corresponding training and will report it to their superiors according to procedure, they will have to eliminate the possibility that someone is slacking off or having diarrhea. They won't be able to come up with a definite conclusion without more than 10 minutes to take effective action. And after the report is made, the priests and bishops definitely won't be able to tell the severity of the problem immediately. They will only believe that a servant has escaped, and they won't be able to quickly link this matter to the keepers. By the time they discover the truth through divination and search, it will take 20 to 30 minutes. That is to say, there's a high chance that they haven't begun searching the surroundings for the infiltrator. Don Dantes' identity as a tycoon hasn't been exposed. Yes, if the Bizarro sorcerer potion formula given by Zeradol is correct, then the identity of Don Dantes is still worth making use of. Under the premise that I can preserve it, I should try my best not to give it up. Besides, among the items I'm wearing, only my gloves and underwear are real. If I go elsewhere like that, it's like I'm a pervert. Klein had already made up his mind. He took out the iron cigar case that appeared to be in his pocket, but it was actually pinned to an elastic belt. He opened it and took out the gold coin inside. Returning to 160 Buckland Street is dangerous. Klein muttered 7 times as he flicked out the gold coin. He watched as it slowly floated in the spirit world, going up and down, left and right before finally landing in his palm. This time, the side with the number written on it was facing up, indicating a negative answer. Klein nodded indiscernibly and immediately shuttled toward Bakeland. After 3 rounds, his figure appeared inside 160 Buckland Street. The curtains were tightly shut and the lights were dim. It looked very suitable for sleeping. On the bed, Don Dantes was lying on his back, his hands reaching out from the gap near his neck, grabbing the edge of the quilt. From the looks of it, they haven't investigated me yet. This form is so awkward. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Don Dantes' figure rapidly dissipate and degenerate into a palm-sized mirror. Water rippled on the surface of the mirror. Silver light rose and condensed into Ruan characters one after another. Great Supreme Master, what happened to you? Your humble and loyal servant, Erodes, actually couldn't sense you previously. Nothing, Klein replied perfunctorily. This allowed him to confirm something. It was that Erodes was unable to pry into the foggy town. After all, this fellow could even present the environment where Zeradol was when he lost control. Is it really related to the authority of a deity? Klein's thoughts raced as he asked, "No one came looking for me, right?" "No, no one came to disturb you. No, no one came to disturb you." On the surface of the mirror, the silver wriggled and evolved into new words. Klein was truly relieved as he said to Erodes, "You can go back now. I'll summon you again if there's anything." "All right, Master." "Goodbye, Master." Just like before, Erodes drew a simple drawing of a hand waving on the mirror surface to match the words. After the aqueous glow dissipated and the mirror returned to normal, Klein walked to the bed, took out the sleeping robe hidden under the blanket, and wore it. Then, he rummaged through the candles and other items, entered the bathroom, and set up a sacrificial ritual. He planned on moving Creeping Hunger, Azek's copper whistle, the iron cigar case, and all sorts of mysticism materials above the gray fog, so as to avoid any investigations that might follow. After doing all of this, Klein didn't delay for a moment. He sat in the fool's seat and conjured the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula in front of him. Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer. Main ingredients, Bizarro Bane's main eye, Spirit World Plunderer's true soul. Supplementary ingredients, 200 milliliters of Bizarro Bane's blood, 30 grams of Spirit World Plunderer's dust, 10 grams of red-haired birch bark, a segment of golden grapevine, a self-made rubber mask the size of a finger. Advancement ritual, mainly rely on one's own strength and planning. Under the eyes of an audience, direct a grand play to murder a demigod or a beyonder creature of the same level. Then, consume the potion at the end of the play. Klein didn't have the time to think about what the ritual represented. He wrote the corresponding sentence under the potion formula. Following that, he summoned a spirit pendulum from the junk pile, held it in his left hand, and began a divination. Before long, Klein opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. This meant that the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula in his hand was correct. Phew. Klein exhaled as he confirmed the changes that had happened to Creeping Hunger and what negative effects it had. After a dream divination and a few direct attempts, he figured out the exact situation in less than 2 minutes. Creeping Hunger can now graze 7 souls. Every grazing will allow it to obtain 2 to 3 Beyonder powers. One of them can be decided by the wearer. Now, there are a total of 8 souls in Creeping Hunger. The rest have completely dissipated due to the mutation brought about by the Attendant of Mysteries. And due to the excessive number of souls, it results in a compression, causing a portion of the powers to be unusable. One needs to be released to return to normal. Currently, of the 8 souls, one is Baron of Corruption, also known as Wormtongue Missile. He is fused with the Beyonder characteristic of the same pathway that Mr. A grazed. Apart from distortion and bribe, weaken, he has an additional area of effect Beyonder power named Corrosion. It can make the hearts of people within 10 meters turn dark and greedy, making it easy for them to make irrational choices. The second is Desire Apostle Curtius. He is fused with a devil from Mr. A's side, and with Danger Foresight, a Beyonder power that needs to be activated ahead of time and constantly maintained in the present state of the soul. He has replaced Sulfur Fireball. As for Language of Foulness, Slow and Sword of Magma, they have also received a certain enhancement. The third is Traveler, Mr. X Louis Veen. He is fused with Mr. A's Scribe. While retaining Traveling and Door Opening, he has obtained the Beyonder power of Record. However, there are some anomalies. It can't be used to record ordinary Beyonder powers, and it can only be used against demigod-level targets. Its recording success rate has increased. Although it's still troublesome, as long as one's luck isn't too bad, it can be completed in about 8 tries. In addition, the number of demigod-level Beyonder powers it records doesn't exceed 2, and none of them are higher than Sequence 3. The fourth is Zombie Mavadi. There aren't any changes. It's still the original zombie powers, Control of Ice, and Zombie Controlling. The fifth is an unknown Demoness of Affliction. She can give the user a rather powerful charm. She can also adjust one's appearance to a certain extent. In addition, she can provide a disease that can cover nearly 50 meters. Creatures within this range will slowly be infected, and the effects will only worsen. In the beginning, it might just be a skin allergy, a cold, or a fever. 20 to 30 seconds later, it might turn into a serious illness like pneumonia. After 2 to 3 minutes, it might lead to a heart attack or cerebral infarction. The sixth is an unknown wind blast. It has 3 Beyonder powers: short distance flight, deep diving, and water control. The 7th is an unknown soul assurer. It has 2 Beyonder powers: forcefully pulling people into a dream and putting spirit bodies to sleep. The 8th is an unknown doctor. It has 3 Beyonder powers: discern the timing, treat maladies, and stitch the soul. At the same time, creeping hunger itself has hiding in the shadows and flesh bomb. Furthermore, it has the chance and strength to barely graze a sequence for saint. It's much stronger all of a sudden. While Klein was secretly gratified, he frowned at the negative effects. Now, creeping hunger had to eat a living person every day, otherwise, it would devour the wearer. In addition, it would praise the true creator from time to time in the wearer's mind, causing chaos in their thoughts and pain in their heads. Apart from these 2 problems, it was also afraid of mushrooms. If mushrooms appeared within 5 meters of it, it wouldn't be able to use any of its powers. Randomly praising the true creator is very troublesome. It's the same for eating a living person every day. I'll first throw it above the gray fog and let it calm down for a few days to see if there are any changes. If it really doesn't work, I can only write to Mr. Aztec. Klein quickly made a decision and didn't hesitate to release the soul assurer's soul. As for the wind-blessed and doctor, he planned on gradually replacing them in the future. The demoness of affliction would depend on the situation. To the side of the long bronze table, the soul assurer's soul appeared. However, due to the mutation, it was no longer able to maintain itself after losing its possession. It quickly dissipated completely. His Beyonder characteristic appeared as it was entirely black in color. At its core, there was a pure light shimmering, like a night sky dotted with stars. After doing this, Klein didn't delay any further. He threw creeping hunger and the other items onto the junk pile and quickly returned to the real world. He ended the ritual and cleaned up the traces. Following that, he washed his face and brushed his teeth as usual, allowing Don Dantes to become more spirited. After leaving the bathroom, Klein, who was wearing his pajamas, walked to the door with his usual expression. He opened the door and said to his valet, Richardson, who was waiting outside. Help me prepare a set of clothes suitable for staying at home. Yes, sir. Richardson didn't ask why as he immediately walked to the cloakroom beside him. Only at this moment, as he looked at his servant's back, did Klein truly feel like he had escaped from an adventure and returned to normal life. P.S. From today onwards, there will be one update a day. It will resume on the 17th at 12:30. St. Samuel Cathedral, behind Cheney's Gate. The Archbishop of Bakeland, St. Anthony, stood at the staircase that connected the first and second floors. He watched as a few Nighthawk deacons bustled back and forth. There was no lack of people wearing red gloves among them. As the spokesperson of the Church of Evernight in the kingdom's capital, St. Anthony's clean, beardless face didn't show any obvious emotions. His deep, black eyes similarly didn't hide any emotions, but everyone who passed by him could feel their souls tremble. An indescribable fear surged from the bottom of their hearts. Your Grace, after an inventory, none of the mysticism ingredients have been lost, including the main ingredients and Beyonder characteristics of the various potions. Your Grace, all the potion formulas are in their original spots. It has been preliminarily confirmed that no one has touched them in the past 8 hours. Your Grace, all the prisoners who were locked up on the first floor are all here. No one escaped, and no one died. Your Grace, all the information and manuals weren't damaged, nor were they moved at all. Your Grace, the grade 3 and 2 sealed artifacts are all here. None of them have been taken away. Your Grace, the 3 grade 1 sealed artifacts are still in a sealed state. There are no signs of them leaving their respective zones. Your Grace, the seal's core is still intact. It hasn't been damaged at all. Your Grace, it has been confirmed that there isn't a single additional item here. There aren't any remnants of dangerous setups. Your Grace, we didn't find the enemy who disguised himself as a keeper. He seems to have evaporated. As the deacons reported in succession, the situation gradually became a little strange. They found it unimaginable that a cunning and powerful Beyonder would take an extremely high risk, go through meticulous planning, and use all sorts of methods to finally enter Cheney's Gate without taking anything. All he did was stroll around the gate and leave. This made it seem like he was purely trying to prove his abilities, or that he was specifically helping the church find loopholes in the security procedures of Cheney's Gate. Deacon Sostel, who was leading a team of red gloves, surveyed the area and deliberated before voicing his guess. "Your Grace, could it be a requirement of a particular sequence's advancement ritual?" Having done the mission to capture a devil, he habitually guessed in this direction. And from sequence 5 onward, different pathways and sequences had different advancement rituals. There were many that the Church of Evernight didn't understand. If that was the case, Sostel seemed to have already seen the infiltrator's mocking smile, saying, "Even if it's the Church of Evernight's Cheney's Gate, I can come and go freely. It's no different from going to a department store. Those Nighthawks can only fly into a rage from their incompetence after the matter is over. He must be caught." Sostel quietly clenched his red-gloved hand. St. Anthony was just about to speak when another Nighthawk deacon, Daly Simone, raised a second possibility. Perhaps the infiltrator was affected by the negative effects when attempting to take away a sealed artifact. "He died on the spot and was devoured clean," St. Anthony nodded thoughtfully. "I'll go take a look at the 3rd floor first." With that, he walked steadily into the 2nd level of the underground and opened the path to the 3rd level at a hidden location. As the other deacons' levels weren't high enough, they didn't have the authority, so they could only wait where they were. St. Anthony quickly arrived at the small 3rd level. With a sweep of his gaze, he confirmed that there were no abnormal changes to sealed artifacts 1 to 29 and 1 to 80. He followed the strict procedures and observed the situation inside 1 to 80 through 1 to 29. He discovered that 0 to 17 was lying there with its eyes half open, just like usual. During this process, St. Anthony approached thrice and widened the distance thrice. At times, he would change his position, and at other times, he would shroud himself in a layer of darkness. He didn't dare to be careless. Even as a saint, he did not dare to underestimate every item here. Not to mention 0 to 17, whose power would occasionally break through the container and cause the seal to temporarily fail. Even 1 to 29 and 1 to 80 were rather dangerous items. Anthony did not want to degenerate into an amnesiac who had to relearn how to eat and drink, nor did he want to become a part of the dream between reality and illusion. "There's no problem." Anthony silently heaved a sigh of relief and began to restore the 2 outer sealed artifacts to their original state. A few minutes later, the Nighthawk deacons saw the Archbishop return to his previous state. The infiltrator might have already died from coming into contact with the sealed artifact. St. Anthony sounded a little vague when he said the word "died." He didn't give any explanation and instead instructed, "Regardless, this matter has to be investigated clearly. No matter what, we have to investigate this matter thoroughly. The infiltrator might have an accomplice. To be able to infiltrate St. Samuel Cathedral without causing a commotion, it means that the target is very familiar with this place. He's very familiar with the recent rotation of the keepers, and he's very familiar with the handover process of the Nighthawks. He also has the ability or item to change his appearance. In addition, he has obtained the help of a Beyonder with the Evernight Pathway Holy Artifact, or perhaps it's something that belongs to him. Combine these conditions and investigate if the servants and priests have encountered any obvious spirit channeling or inducement. Investigate if the bishops have betrayed the goddess. Investigate the believers who have recently come to the cathedral. At the same time, investigate the streets where those believers are. Perhaps they didn't deliberately leak it, but it was stolen. As for you, leave it to me. Also, find the missing servant and see if there are any clues." "Yes, Your Grace," Sostel and the other Nighthawk deacons replied in unison. In the office with a tense atmosphere, Leonard Mitchell didn't place his feet on the table like usual. Instead, he sat in a very serious manner with a rather solemn expression. This was the second time he had encountered something that targeted an item behind Cheney's Gate. It stirred up the memories hidden in his heart. And more importantly, he had once encountered the fake keeper, but he hadn't discovered any problems. If I were stronger and had better observation skills, perhaps it wouldn't have happened. Leonard Mitchell pursed his lips tightly as he stared at the documents in front of him, but he couldn't read a single word until his teammates entered. That keeper has awakened. He didn't see the infiltrator, and he only knows that he has been possessed by a wraith, the red gloves who entered said to everyone in the room. How can a wraith move inside the cathedral? Many red gloves raised the question, but no one could answer it. Perhaps that wraith believes in the goddess. Leonard mumbled inwardly. While no one noticed him in the corner, he suppressed his voice and mumbled to himself. Old man, didn't you notice anything abnormal back then? The slightly aged voice resounded in his mind. It's not like I can observe the outside world all the time, especially when it's near Xianxia. Leonard didn't dare ask further as he joined his teammates in their discussion. Before long, the Red Gloves captain, Sostel, entered the room and threw a stack of documents on the table. This is the target we need to investigate. The bishops have provided a list of believers who have recently come to the cathedral. Leonard swept his gaze and saw a familiar name at the back of the front page. Don Dantes, this old fellow who survived since the fourth epoch has only been in the neighborhood for 2 months, and Xianxia has been infiltrated. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Furthermore, he has been coming to St. Samuel Cathedral often. It's very likely that he's observing the situation and figuring out the pattern. Old man's excuse isn't very convincing, but if the infiltrator is Don Dantes, then everything can be explained. He's afraid of exposing himself, so he pretended not to notice anything amiss. Many thoughts flashed through Leonard Mitchell's mind as he deliberated and said, Captain Sostel, what did the infiltrator take away? What clues did he leave behind? Sostel surveyed the area and said, nothing was taken away. Nothing was left behind. It's as though he never entered. His Grace suspects that he has died or evaporated due to coming into contact with some sealed artifact. We are mainly looking for his accomplices. No, it's impossible for Don Dantes to die so easily. He's a monster who has lived since the fourth epoch. However, why did he infiltrate? Leonard frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. Then, he took the initiative to include Don Dantes into his and his 2 teammates' scope of investigation. After the Red Gloves and the local Nighthawks began taking action, Leonard found an excuse to head to the washroom and suppressed his voice. He suppressed his voice and said, what do you have to say about Don Dantes? He didn't expose the lie of the parasite in him. The slightly aged voice chuckled and said, didn't I already tell you? I don't know much about him. All I know is that he has something special about him. His aura has an ancient scent. However, a case you previously investigated gave me some inspiration. I suspect that Don Dantes might be involved in that matter to a certain extent. He's the agent of a particular existence. What is it? Which existence? Leonard muttered in surprise. The aged voice in his mind replied with an odd tone, the fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. 160 Buckland Street. Klein finished his breakfast and returned to the half-open room with the balcony. He sat in a reclining chair and rubbed his temples. When his tense state gradually subsided, Klein found himself in a daze. He kept seeing the corpses hanging in the ancient cathedral, as well as the cluster of translucent maggots deep in his memories. An illusory voice kept echoing in his ears, Hornacis. Fleekria, although I quickly severed my connection with my marionette, I was still affected to a certain extent. My mind was slightly corrupted. As expected of a true mythical creature. After the initial investigations are done, I'll have to resolve the remaining problems in this regard. Klein slowly exhaled and used cogitation to calm himself down. End of chapter 866. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.